Traversing the fantastical realm. How does one proceed when starting as a standard waste? Ding! The Infinite Modification System is at your service. Everything can be modified without limits. Cultivation, techniques, talents, spirit stones, all can be adjusted to 999,999 in a mere second, with no ceiling. What should one do when they find themselves invincible upon arriving in this mystical world? Yunzhe is beset by distress, for with just a thought, he possesses the power to annihilate the myriad realms. Chapter 1. A Wasteful Beginning? Modify the Emperor's cultivation in 1 second. On the Jiuzhou continent, in Qingzhou City, at the Yun family estate. Nourishing Qi realm. Third layer. According to our Yun family's laws, you are hereby stripped of your status as the young master. In the grand courtyard of the Yun family, a young man places his right hand upon an ancient stone tablet. As the stone tablet flickers slightly, a middle-aged man in a white robe displays a look of disdain and casts a scornful glance at the youth. Yunzhe, from this day forth, you are no longer the young master of our Yun family. Now, you may leave. The chilling words of the middle-aged man elicit mocking expressions from the dozens of onlookers who witness this. What have they seen? The once glorious Yunzhe, hailed as the foremost prodigy of Qingzhou City, has now been reduced to a mere waste with a mere third layer in the nourishing Qi realm. Truly laughable and pitiful. Among the crowd, a slightly immature yet well-formed young girl stifles a laugh, taunting Yunzhe. Brother Yunzhe, is this what you call exceptional talent? Hee hee. It truly is, haha. Her name is Yunro, Yunzhe's cousin, favored by the family due to her remarkable gifts since childhood, leading to her arrogant demeanor. Witnessing Yunzhe's downfall, which once overshadowed her, brings her immense joy. The family head has likely perished in pursuit of this waste in the Luotian mountain range, having lost all trace. Now, the Yun family is entirely under the control of her grandfather, the Grand Elder. With Yunzhe's disgrace, she, Yunro, becomes the new young master of the Yun family. As this thought crosses her mind, a wider smile graces her lips, and her disdain for Yunzhe's handsome visage intensifies. What is this? At this moment, the young man beside the stone tablet feels his body stiffening, his mind blank. Even the countless mocking remarks seem like whispers in the wind, failing to register. Where's this? Shouldn't he be on his way home? He, too, is named Yunzhe, having come from the Blue Star, with his last memory being that of boarding the final bus after work. It seems he had fallen asleep on the bus. Suddenly, a torrent of memories floods Yunzhe's mind, illuminating his current predicament. This is the Jiuzhou continent, where the strong can move mountains and seas with a thought and annihilate millions of lives with a mere gesture, their divine might unfathomable. He has indeed transmigrated. Moreover, gazing at the derisive Yun family members and the ancient ring upon his left hand, he muses that a standard waste a grandfather's golden finger starting point. Cough, cough, system. Are you there? He then recalls something and silently wonders. A system is an essential tool for any transmigrator. Surely he must possess one, right? Ding. Seemingly in response to Yunzhe's inquiry, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Modification program has initiated. Scanning the world. Ding. Scanning complete. Infinite Modification System at your service. Detecting host information. Name, Yunzhe modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Cultivation, nourishing Qi realm, third layer modifiable. Physical strength, 200 pounds modifiable. Talent, superior potential modifiable. Techniques, yellow rank, low grade. Xianyuan fist modifiable, yellow rank, high grade. Ling Xiangong modifiable. Items, residual soul of an Emperor realm strongman modifiable. Note, the cultivation levels on the Jiuzhou continent are classified as follows. Nourishing Qi, returning origin, spirit sea, divine mansion, three heavens realm transforming. Heaven, connecting heaven, heavenly human, spirit sovereign, emperor, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, emperor. In an instant, columns of ethereal data materialize in Yunzhe's mind, causing his eyes to shine with excitement. An infinite modification system, the ability to alter anything at will. He then turns his gaze toward Yunro, and in the next moment. Name, Yunro modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Cultivation, nourishing Qi realm, ninth layer modifiable. Physical strength, 400 pounds modifiable. Talent, medium potential modifiable. Favorability towards host, 50 modifiable. Next, he glances at the detection stone tablet. Low-grade Xian rank, severely damaged detection, stone tablet modifiable. Indeed, not only himself, but others and items can all be modified at will. If that is the case, does that mean he could become invincible in an instant? Yunzei's face radiates with excitement, his heart surging, almost bursting forth with a triumphant roar. System, modify my cultivation directly to Emperor. He whispers within his heart, wishing to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Juzhou continent. Emperor. The Emperor can possess millions of years of longevity, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth with a single thought. Even throughout the vast ages of the Juzhou continent, only a handful of emperors have ever been born. This is the true pinnacle of existence, an invincible being. Boom. Ding. Modification complete. Host's current cultivation. Emperor Apex. In that moment, as the system's voice fades, boundless divine light surges above Qingzhou City, and ethereal melodies of celestial music resonate, akin to heavenly sounds. What is this? Feeling the unusual aura in the space, many members of the Yun family look up, their eyes widening in astonishment upon witnessing the phenomenon enveloping the entire Qingzhou City. At that moment, celestial shadows manifest in the skies, displaying numerous miraculous sights, leaving their minds reeling. There, a celestial king battles in the nine heavens. A chaotic blue lotus takes form. Additionally, the great path of 3,000 worlds rises and falls. How is this possible? What on earth is happening? Heavenly auspices descend, and wonders arise. Could it be that some miraculous fortune has emerged in Qingzhou City? What kind of opportunity has graced this world to unveil such celestial phenomena? Whether in Qingzhou City or in surrounding towns and sects, even the lords ruling over thousands of miles, all are filled with astonishment, their gazes fixated on the celestial spectacle, lost in a frenzy of shock and awe. They can faintly sense that the terrifying aura contained within could likely annihilate the entire Yu dynasty with but a wisp of its essence. Chapter 2: An opportunity to reorganize your words. How splendid indeed. Gazing at the boundless and magnificent spectacle, Yunzei chuckled softly, and then with a swift motion, he clasped his hands together. The myriad phenomena in the sky were instantly reduced to nothingness. At this moment, the power contained within him was beyond even Yunzei's comprehension. He merely understood its magnitude, immensely powerful. Even this vast Qingzhou City, or the entire dynasty, could be obliterated with but a thought. The numerous descendants of the Yun family were still trembling, gazing at the now vacant azure sky, unable to regain their composure for a long while. Have they stripped me of my identity as the young master of the Yun family? I couldn't care less. Reflecting upon the events that had transpired here, Yunzei sneered dismissively and began to descend from the platform, wishing to leave the Yun family directly. This insignificant place was one he could not endure for even a second longer. However, just as he turned, a pair of foul-smelling shoes was suddenly hurled towards him from behind. Yet, within mere inches of his side, they were obliterated by an invisible force. What is happening? A young man, exuding an air of defiance, approached slowly, a sinister smirk gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Yunzei. Where's my shoe? Go fetch it for me. But before the young man's words could fully escape his lips, his body erupted violently. Crimson blood splattered, staining the onlookers, their eyes wide with terror as they scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for the culprit who had slain the young man. Yunyu is dead. Yunro, frightened to the core, screamed repeatedly, collapsing to the ground, desperately wiping the blood that had splattered on her, her face as pale as a sheet. What has happened? What on earth has occurred? Just moments ago, Yunyu was perfectly fine. How did he suddenly turn into a pool of blood? Perhaps I miscalculated the force. At this moment, Yunzei slowly turned back, gazing at the crimson beneath his feet, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered to himself. Did my power, even at a minuscule fraction, annihilate him into a mist of blood? Had I known, I would have used an infinitesimal fraction of my strength instead. Suddenly, with a casual snap of his fingers, the flesh and blood of Yunyu began to reassemble at an eerie speed, as if time were reversing, restoring him to his former self in an instant. The moment he opened his eyes, he was so terrified that he fell back to the ground, tears streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably. The pitch-black void seemed to have plunged him into a legendary hell, a realm of death. He could hear the sound of his own bones shattering, see his flesh collapsing, only to be devoured entirely by countless malevolent spirits. He had never encountered such a horrifying scene. It was truly the deepest nightmare. Yunyu? Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the members of the Yun family were left dumbfounded, questioning whether they were experiencing an illusion. Yunyu had actually come back to life. Everyone turned to the indifferent Yunzei, their hearts quivering. He appeared utterly transformed, shrouded in an aura of unfathomable mystery, instilling dread within them. You are a devil. At last, Yunyu managed to swallow hard, pointing at Yunzei, his voice laden with palpable fear. Yet boom, his body exploded once more, only to reconstitute again. Did you know? Within 10 breaths after a person's death, one can trace their existence through the river of time and restore them. Boom, boom, boom. With each casual snap of his fingers, Yunyu's body exploded dozens of times within the span of an incense stick, only to reform again, emitting cries of agony. This scene, reminiscent of hell itself, sent chills down the spines of the Yun family, leaving them frozen in terror, utterly oblivious to Yunzei's words. In mere moments, Yunyu endured the pain of hundreds of violent deaths. However, soon enough, Yunzei seemed somewhat fatigued by the torment and ceased his cruel play. Please, spare me. I implore you. As his body reformed, Yunyu fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Yunzei, weeping and wailing. He truly did not wish to experience such torturous death again. It was far too tragic, far too hopeless. Oh, then I shall grant you another opportunity to organize your words. What should you call me? Yunzei's gaze was as cold as frost. Looking down upon Yunyu with an air of authority, his voice resonating like a hellish demon, chilling to the bone. Big brother, esteemed ancestor, please spare me. Without hesitation, Yunyu bowed repeatedly, his voice filled with utmost sincerity, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. You show understanding. A faint smile graced Yunzei's lips as he waved his hand casually, a tremendous force erupting forth. In an instant, Yunyu was lifted into the air, landing some distance away. Thank you, Brother Zai. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall not dare again. He immediately began to bow profusely in gratitude towards Yunzei, his voice hoarse, appearing almost mad. The other descendants of the Yun family looked on in abject terror. As they gazed at Yunzei, they longed to speak, yet found themselves utterly unable to utter a word. The terrifying methods displayed had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even the elder of the Divine Mansion, or the Lord of Qingzhou City at the third-tier realm, could never achieve such feats. Chapter 3 Breaking Off the Engagement. Pardon me, is this the dog in question? Yunzei, the middle-aged man in white, struggling to speak, was the steward of the Yun family, having attained the pinnacle of the Linghai realm. Yet even he had never witnessed such methods, akin to those of a divine being or a demon. Could it be that Yunzei has been possessed by a formidable entity? Oh, do you, esteemed steward, wish to experience it for yourself? Upon hearing this, Yunzei tilted his head, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the middle-aged man in white. In that instant, the steward shuddered, hastily retreating, no longer daring to utter a word, an overwhelming fear rising within him. What? No longer laughing at me? Go ahead, laugh. Yunzei turned his gaze, coldly surveying the crowd, an invisible pressure rolling forth like a tidal wave, surging relentlessly. In an instant, everyone felt as though they were struggling to breathe, as if they were adrift in a tumultuous sea, on the verge of being engulfed. This is not good. This is not good. At that moment, a sturdy, honest young man rushed in, his expression tinged with fear. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yunzei's eyes softened slightly. Xiaoyu, the son of the former steward of the Yun family, was the only true friend of the original body, having grown up together like brothers. Brother Zai, that vile woman Lu Yin has come to see you, saying she wishes to break off the engagement. The elder and the others have already gone to handle this matter on your behalf. You must come with me at once. Lu Yin? At this, a cold glint crossed Yunzei's face. She was the original's fiancée, proud and gifted, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, rumored to have been taken as a disciple by a powerful figure, holding utter disdain for him. Let us go. Those old hounds have no right to make decisions for me. Buzz. In the next moment, Yunzei and Xiaoyu vanished from the courtyard. Elder Yun. This is a small token of Yinner's appreciation. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Yun family, Lu Yin, clad in a purple gown, sat gracefully opposite the elder Yun Tianbei, sipping tea with an air of indifference, resembling a celestial being. Behind her stood a man in black robes, sword in hand, exuding an aura of cold arrogance, clearly not an ordinary individual, radiating a dangerous killing intent. Miss Lu, you are too courteous. Yun Tianbei nodded slightly, a hint of a smile appearing as he accepted the gift box presented by Lu Yan. A 5th-grade pill, the Patian Dan. The ability to enhance a Shinfu realm expert's chance of breaking through to the Huatian realm by 30% is indeed invaluable and exceedingly precious. I have now joined the Tianlai Zone and have become the true disciple of a celestial being. This engagement, Lu Yin spoke with indifference. Her intent to refuse unmistakable. She had no desire to marry that waste of Yunzhe. Very well, I shall handle this matter, the elders said. For Yunzhe was utterly unworthy of being betrothed to Miss Lu. A hearty laugh escaped from Yun Tianbei. The Tianlai Zone is the 3rd most powerful force in the entire Wuyang County, with no fewer than 5 celestial realm experts within its ranks. Qingyang City appeared as insignificant as an ant before it. Such a power must not be offended, especially since he had already ordered the annulment of Yun Zhe's status as heir and sought to expel him from the Yun family. How could one resist such an advantage? Zhe Gu is not a waste. You old fools. In an instant, as an indignant shout echoed, Yun Zhe and Xiaoyu manifested before them, astonishing the crowd. Upon hearing Yun Tianbei's words, Xiaoyu's eyes turned crimson with fury as he roared. His fists clenched tightly. Yun Zhe, Xiaoyu. Upon their arrival, a glint of coldness flickered in Yun Tianbei's eyes, and he darkly commanded, "Get out of here." However, in the next moment, he bizarrely vanished, his presence dissipating as if he had never existed. Step back. At this, the black-robed man behind Lu Yin immediately extended a hand, shielding her behind him. Years of navigating life and death had imbued him with an instinct that warned him of the extreme danger posed by that youth. Zhe Gu, what is this? Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the empty main seat, his eyes widening in shock. Shoo. Yunzhe placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Now was not the time for explanations. So, you, Lu Yin, wish to annul the engagement? He then turned his gaze towards Lu Yin, casually sifting through all modifiable options. Quickly, he located one. Current engagement partner, Yunzhe, host, modifiable. Affection level, 100 modifiable. He then altered it to current engagement partner, all stray dogs of Qingzhou City. Affection level, 500, max, modifiable. Yes, miss. Just as Lu Yin was about to speak, her gaze suddenly blazed with intensity, and then the black-robed man shouted, Lu Yin, what on earth are you doing? In broad daylight. Do you have no sense of shame? The scene left the members of the Yun family in the hall utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yin was actually. This sight was unbearable to behold, simply intolerable. Yunzhe casually picked up the engagement document from the table at that moment. The name inscribed above had indeed changed to all stray dogs of Qingzhou City. From the beginning, she had no connection to him whatsoever. As for her reason for being here today, naturally, it was to fulfill the engagement. 3 days later, in Qingzhou City, the scandal surrounding Lu Yin had spread throughout the entire city, becoming a laughingstock for all, with the Lu family ridiculed as the greatest joke of Qingyang City. Rumors had it that the absurd engagement was established when the Lu family's ancestor was inebriated. Little did they expect that years later, Lu Yin would actually return to Qingzhou City to fulfill it. It was simply laughable. The renowned beauty of Qingzhou City, the goddess in the hearts of countless talents, had such a peculiar taste. It was said that the Lu family had expelled her from the clan, and the Tianlai Zone had stripped her of her cultivation, banishing her from the sect, forbidding her from taking another step. As Lu Yin faced social death, she lost everything she had, becoming a pariah scorned and derided by all. In the VIP room of the Lingbao Pavilion, a towering dragon sculpture loomed in the hall, lifelike as if ready to take flight. The Lingbao Pavilion, the most illustrious establishment in the Tianyu dynasty, boasted a formidable background and unrivaled depth, offering every conceivable spirit tool, technique, and even medicinal pills. Young Master Yunzhe, what do you require? At this moment, the head of the Lingbao Pavilion, Wu Feng, respectfully inquired, his eyes brimming with utmost reverence. Affection level towards host, 500, max, modifiable. Xiaoyu, what weapon do you typically use? Yunzhe reclined lazily on the sofa, casually asking Xiaoyu, Young Master, are you going to buy me a weapon? In such an expensive place. Xiaoyu fidgeted, glancing around at the display shelves. An ordinary spirit tool cost nearly 1,000 spirit stones, and a slightly better one was even more exorbitant. How could a mere servant of the Yun family afford such luxurious items? Rest assured, all expenses of young Master Yun in this pavilion are on the house. Wu Feng waved his hand grandly. Due to the system's enforced modifications, Yunzhe's status in his eyes had transcended all. No need. Yunzhe shook his head, then silently thought to himself. System, modify to 99999999999 top-tier spirit stones. With a few numbers in mind, Yunzhe was unsure of the exact amount he had altered, but it was sufficient. It is worth noting that in the Jiuzhou continent, spirit stones served as the universal currency, categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and top-tier grades. Among them, The commonly used currency in Qingzhou City was inferior spirit stones, with one middle-tier spirit stone equating to 100 inferior spirit stones, and so forth. In the next moment, a magnificent display of radiant top-tier spirit stones piled up like a mountain. Wu Feng was left utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging, and his breathing became rapid. This. He could hardly articulate, his mouth agape as if it could fit several eggs, his heart racing wildly. Top-tier spirit stones. All top-tier spirit stones. The value of these spirit stones likely surpassed that of the entire Qingzhou city. Young Master Yunze, please allow me to follow you. In the next instant, Wu Feng suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement, as he implored, Young Master Yun, please grant me one chance. At that moment, he made a decisive choice, wanting to abandon his position as head of the Lingbao Pavilion and cling to this towering figure. Are these spirit stones enough? Yunze did not even glance at them, merely toying with a small blade in his hand, casually stating, Enough. The entire Lingbao Pavilion belongs to you. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Wu Feng exclaimed, nearly fainting from excitement, his joy uncontainable. Zegu, what is going on? At this moment, even Xiaoyu realized something was amiss. Those were top-tier spirit stones, rare to the extreme even in the entire Dayu dynasty. Yet, his Zegu could produce a mountain of top-tier spirit stones in one go. Hey, come here. Hearing this, Yunze smiled, slowly sitting up, gesturing for Xiaoyu to approach. Zegu. Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately walked over. Name, Xiaoyu modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Cultivation, 5th layer of qi condensation modifiable. Physical strength, 800 gene modifiable. Affection level towards host, 500, max, modifiable. Glancing over Xiaoyu's panel, Yunze nodded slightly, clearly satisfied. He modified Xiaoyu's cultivation to the 9th layer of the Saint King realm and his physical strength to a staggering 100 billion gene. He then silently commanded the system to enact these changes. This is my only brother now, and my current cultivation level is far from adequate. Boom. In an instant, Xiaoyu's aura surged exponentially, and a terrifying phenomenon was about to manifest, causing the entire room to tremble violently. Wu Feng was nearly thrown to the ground in fright. It would be wise to remain low-key this time. Observing this, Yunze casually brought his right hand together, and the impending phenomenon vanished without a trace, prompting him to speak softly. With a sigh of relief, Wu Feng wiped the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The pressure he had just experienced was utterly terrifying. Even a mere whisper of it had made him acutely aware of the danger of death. Could Master Yunze be a reincarnated deity, possessing such extraordinary abilities? Zegu, my strength, my strength. Xiaoyu opened his eyes, feeling the unparalleled power within him, and he was overcome with excitement, grasping Yunze's shoulders, unable to contain his exhilaration. In that moment, he also faintly recalled the protective figure from his childhood, his eyes moistening and his nose tingling. Zegu, from now on, anyone who wishes to harm, you must first tread over my corpse. His face was resolute, and his voice resonated with conviction. In the past, it was Yunze who had shielded him. Now, he would use this power to ensure Yunze's safety for a lifetime. Well said. I have not made a poor choice in having you as my brother. Yunze patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder with a smile of approval. He then picked up a massive blade, approximately 10 feet long, adorned with numerous crimson golden patterns, reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the heavens, ablaze with ferocious energy. Qi Xiao blade, mysterious tier, upper grade, modifiable. He silently contemplated, modifying it to the highest level of the sacred tier. Roar. In an instant, a shadow of a crimson dragon appeared above the Qi Xiao blade, and an overwhelming heat radiated forth, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Ding. Modification complete. Can be renamed. Let it be called Qi Xiao Longblade. Upon saying this, Yunze handed the crimson longblade to Xiaoyu and remarked, This is the Qi Xiao Longblade. Although its grade is merely sacred tier upper grade, it is still usable. Thank you, Zegu. From now on, whatever command you give, I, Xiaoyu, will not hesitate to leap into fire or water. Xiaoyu deeply bowed, expressing his solemnity. This was a sacred tier spiritual weapon. It was a terrifying existence that could bring calamity even within the vast Dayu dynasty. Chapter 5. Defying Destiny, Reviving Yun Tiannan. We are brothers. No need for further words. Seeing this, Yunze waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Xiaoyu. Beside them, Wu Feng lowered his head even deeper, inwardly pondering the extent of Yunze's cultivation. How could he effortlessly modify a spiritual weapon to that of a sacred artifact? Even the legendary Sacred Realm powerhouses could not achieve such a feat. Kong Tian Ring, mysterious tier, lower grade, containing half a mile of space, modifiable. Casually scanning the treasures within the Lingbao Pavilion, Yunze picked up a silver space ring and examined it closely. Modified to divine tier upper grade. With a flicker of his thought, the silver ring instantly transformed into an ancient relic, intricate runes shimmering on its surface, emanating an aura of antiquity. Kong Tian Ring, divine tier upper grade, containing infinite space, modifiable. Excellent. Yunze donned the modified Kong Tian Ring, effortlessly collecting all items from the Lingbao Pavilion, leaving behind Wu Feng, who stood there in a daze. I'm leaving now. He called to Xiaoyu and proceeded toward the exit. Master Yunze. Wu Feng gazed at the towering pile of premium spiritual stones, silently vowing to use them to create a commercial force that rivaled the Lingbao Pavilion. Only then could he gain Yunze's recognition and acquire unimaginable power. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as he gathered all the spiritual stones into the space ring and departed from Qingzhou City. Master Yunze, the next time we meet, I will surely surprise you. Absolutely. At this moment, within the Yun family estate, Master Yunze has returned. In stark contrast to the past, the members of the Yun family were overjoyed at the sight of Yunze and Xiaoyu's return, rushing to the entrance to greet them. They had all been slaughtered by Yunze once, and had their favor modified to the maximum level upon revival. It can be said that the current members of the Yun family were no longer true members in the conventional sense, but rather Yunze's loyal servants, unwaveringly obedient to all commands. For those who once harbored malice toward the original master, merely surviving as his servants was an immense honor. Before long, Yunze and Xiaoyu entered the estate. In the grand hall, a lavish array of exquisitely fragrant dishes awaited them, causing their appetites to stir. Master Yunze. Yun Ro approached, donned in maid attire, her face adorned with a charming smile. At this moment, her attributes had transformed to name, Yun Ro, modifiable. Gender, female, modifiable. Favorability towards host, 500, max, modifiable. Mastered skill, divine level culinary arts. The once proud and haughty princess of the Yun family had now become Yunze's dedicated chef, personally preparing meals for him each day. Would you like to change first, or eat first, or perhaps eat me? Go away, don't disturb my meal. Yun Ro's face flushed slightly, appearing a bit bashful as she playfully chided, but Yunze unceremoniously sent her away. Despite this, Yun Ro felt no displeasure and obediently retreated to the back. With a favorability of 500, her mindset had completely shifted. Even though her grandfather had perished at Yunze's hands, she harbored no resentment. Indeed, the divine-level culinary arts are remarkable. Placing a piece of translucent fish into his mouth, Yunze's eyes lit up. The fish was tender and succulent, refreshing on the palate, as a cool sensation flowed down his throat, bringing comfort to his entire being. He felt as if he were basking in the gentle sea breeze, utterly delightful. Xiaoyu beside him was devouring the food with no regard for decorum, wolfing it down without any semblance of restraint. Though he did not understand why Yun Ro's culinary skills had improved so dramatically, having experienced his own cultivation enhancement thanks to Yunze, he was no longer surprised by extraordinary occurrences. Haha, you fellow. Yunze chuckled, then joined in the feast. Before long, the two had polished off all the delectable dishes on the table. Just then, a member of the Yun family approached, saying, Master Yunze, the head of the Xiao family has arrived, seeking to discuss important matters with the Grand Elder. The family member bowed respectfully to Yunze. The head of the Xiao family? Upon hearing this, Yunze furrowed his brow. In Qingzhou City, the Xiao, Yun, and Lu families were the most prosperous, collectively known as the three great families of Qingqing. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yulong, was a close associate of Yun Tianbei, having schemed against his father, Yun Tiannan, for years. Oh, I nearly forgot to revive the original Master's father. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Yunze's eyes, a playful smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he calmly instructed, take him to the side hall. I shall be there shortly. Yes. The Yun family member bowed once more and then withdrew. Head of the Yun family, Yun Tiannan? Yunze recalled the memories of the original master, feeling the warmth of Yun Tiannan's affection, causing a gentle warmth to swell in his heart. When Yun Tiannan was still within the Yun family, no one dared to mock him for the challenges he faced in cultivating the original host's abilities. He had exhausted every possible means, even risking his own life in the process. The word father was such an enviable term. In Lanxing, he was an orphan, having learned to tend to his wounds alone from a young age. Yet now, in this alternate realm, could he truly have a father? Name, Yun Tiannan, modifiable. Gender, male, modifiable. Cultivation, Divine Palace Realm, 9th level, modifiable. Host affection level, 500, full, modifiable. Current status, death, modifiable. As Yunze beheld the display panel belonging to Yun Tiannan, a faint smile appeared on his face upon noticing the maximum affection level. Perhaps in this world, he was the gentlest soul to Yun Tiannan, System, modify status. As Yunze silently willed it, the cold word death was rewritten to alive. Chapter 6. The Resurrection of Yun Tian, the Second Peak Saint King. Buzzing. In the Grand Hall, as endless golden light converged, a figure familiar to the Yun family slowly materialized. What is this? Yun Tian surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. Upon seeing Yunze smile at him, he could not help but feel his eyes welling up, his voice choked. Zeze. Shouldn't he have perished under the venom of the Xianming snake? How could he? Could it be that this place was the underworld? It is my fault. I allowed that group of beasts from the Yun family to harm you. My dear child. In an instant, Yun Tian rushed to Yunze and embraced him tightly. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. That scoundrel Yun Tian Bei. Was he so ruthless that he would allow his departure from the Yun family to lead to Zeze's demise? Family head, Xiaoyu, witnessing this, was at a loss for words, sensing that perhaps the family head had made a grave mistake. Zegu is not dead. Xiaoyu, you two have perished? I have wronged you, father, and I apologize for not fulfilling your trust. Yun Tian's gaze turned to Xiaoyu, filled with remorse and sorrow. Cough, father. Please come to your senses. We are not dead. This is the Yun family. Yunze patted Yun Tian's shoulder, urging him to calm down. After pondering for a moment, he continued, You have been revived. I now possess divine power and can achieve anything. Oh, my child, how could you still be so delusional after returning from the underworld? Upon hearing this, Yun Tian's sorrow deepened. What kind of torment had his Zaire endured in life to utter such absurd words? Father, Yunze, feeling a mix of sadness and helplessness, forcefully urged him to regain composure, then slightly demonstrated his current abilities. So, I truly died once. After a moment, Yun Tian gazed at his hands. The memories of death still vivid. Yes, I have resurrected you. Yunze nodded gently, then added, furthermore. At this point, he feigned an air of mystery and smiled. System, elevate my father's cultivation to the 9th level of the Saint King realm. Boom. In an instant, Yun Tian felt a jolt throughout his body, sensing an inexhaustible power surging within him, capable of obliterating the entire Qingzhou city with a mere thought. Zaire. What is this? He abruptly stood, gazing at Yunze in shock. This terrifying power was beyond comprehension. His previous pinnacle at the Divine Palace realm seemed trivial in comparison, akin to comparing a firefly to the bright moon. And all of this was bestowed upon him by his once struggling son. How could this be possible? He distinctly remembered that although Yunze had once possessed exceptional talent, for reasons unknown, his cultivation had regressed to the 3rd level of qi condensation. And no method could restore it even slightly. And even if his cultivation had not diminished, such godly abilities were not something an ordinary person could achieve. Father, I told you, I am now omnipotent, akin to a deity, Yunze stated with calm composure and profound eyes. Deity? Yun Tian was momentarily stunned but eventually accepted this astonishing reality. After all, he was truly resurrected. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of even the legendary saints. So what is my current cultivation level? He then began to sense the boundless power within himself, inquiring with a hint of anticipation. 9th level of the Saint King realm. Yunze replied casually, stretching lazily, appearing unfazed. If others were to overhear this, they would surely be left in shock. That was the 9th level of the Saint King realm, not merely the 9th level of qi condensation. The 9th level of the Saint King realm? How can this be? Yun Tian was initially taken aback, then his face lit up with almost suffocating joy. Saint King, even higher than the saints, an existence above the great saints. Such cultivation level would undoubtedly be among the elite across the entire 9 provinces continent. No wonder he felt such terrifying power within. By the way, Xiaoyu's cultivation is also at the 9th level of the Saint King realm. Yunze added, delivering another shock to Yun Tian. What? My son? How can this be? 2 peak Saint Kings. Zaire, what is your cultivation? Struggling to swallow, Yun Tian asked with a hint of trepidation. It is somewhat embarrassing. I am merely at the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm. Yunze shrugged, a playful smile on his lips. Great Emperor? Yun Tian was at a loss for words, his mouth twitching incessantly. How many secrets had his son concealed? The Great Emperor was a supreme being capable of bearing the will of heaven and ruling over all worlds. And now, his son had quietly achieved the status of a Great Emperor? Bang! Suddenly, he felt a rush of darkness before collapsing, overwhelmed by excitement to the point of fainting. Buzzing. However, in the moment he fell, an invisible force caught him, preventing him from hitting the ground. Haha, Zegu, give the family head some time to process this. Xiaoyu remarked, biting into a chicken leg, grinning at Yunze. Well, you stay here. I will go meet Xiaoyu Long. Yunze shook his head. It was rather embarrassing that his father was so overwhelmed by such trivial matters. In the next moment, His figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 7. The Return of the Yun Family Head, slaying the two from the Xiao family. At this moment, in the side hall of the Yun family, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yulong, wore a sullen expression, flanked by a proud and extraordinary young man in black robes, Xiao Wuyan. At merely 19 years of age, he had already reached the first level of the Spirit Sea realm and had entered the inner sect of the Xiangang sect. That old fool Yuntian Bei dares to make us wait for so long today. Truly, he is overstepping. Bang! Xiao Yulong slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea set to tremble violently, spilling its contents everywhere. Haha, father, do not be angry. After today, the Yun family will cease to exist, Xiao Wuyan smirked, as if regarding the entire Yun family as his own possession. Oh, the Yun family to cease to exist? Suddenly, without any warning, Yunzai's figure appeared, startling the two members of the Xiao family. Yunzai? Isn't he the useless young master of the Yun family? Why is he here? Xiao Yulong's expression turned cold as he gazed at the unexpectedly materialized Yunzai, a flicker of rage igniting within him. Indeed, the fact that Yuntian did not come to see me in person, but instead sent a useless pawn, raises many questions. Does he suspect the plans of the Xiao family? With this thought, Xiao Yulong abruptly rose, his body engulfed in flickering azure flames. The Xin-class superior technique, Qingyinju. This is a treasured secret from the Xiao family, capable of transforming spiritual energy into fire, powerful enough to incinerate a small mountain. Moreover, Xiao Yulong's cultivation has already transcended the divine mansion realm, reaching the realm of transformation into heaven. Who in the mere Yun family could possibly contend with him now? Boy, where's that old thing Yuntian? A terrifying azure flame surged around him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise rapidly, the air sizzling as if it were about to ignite. Ha ha, Yunza. It has been a long time. The gap between us now is as vast as the sky and the earth. Kneel and kowtow a few hundred times, and perhaps I shall spare your miserable life. On the other side, Xiao Wuyan looked at Yunza with disdain, his demeanor arrogant. In his youth, he had suffered defeat at Yunza's hands more than once, each time leaving him utterly humiliated. Now, years later, he had far surpassed his former self. What fear could a mere waste evoke? However, just as Yunza contemplated obliterating the two, a chilling and muffled groan resounded. In an instant, the bodies of the two Xiao family members stiffened, unable to move even a fraction. This voice, Xiao Yulong's eyes widened in horror, for it was a sound he recognized all too well, the voice of the Yun family patriarch, Yuntian Nan. But months ago, had they not conspired to bring about his demise? How could he possibly be here? Why have you not inquired about me, the patriarch of the Yun family? Yuntian Nan stepped into the hall, an overwhelming pressure distorting the very fabric of space. Xiao Yulong trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How could this be? He was a powerful figure in the transformation into heaven realm. Why did he feel no inclination to resist? Father, at this moment, Xiao Wuyan's face was filled with terror. He had never encountered such pressure, as if a single thought could reduce him to a mist of blood. Even the formidable experts in the sect paled in comparison. Did you not intend to take action against my son? Why can you not utter a single word now? Yuntian Nan glanced indifferently at the two, slowly taking his seat at the head of the table, gazing down upon them. Despite being over 50, he still exuded a youthful vigor, particularly with the aura of authority emanating from his brow, enough to instill fear in the hearts of others. Gulp. Observing Yuntian Nan, who appeared as a monarch descending from the heavens, Xiao Yulong's eyes narrowed, his throat dry as he struggled to swallow. A spirit sovereign? No. He had previously encountered a spirit sovereign at their peak, yet their might was nothing compared to Yuntian Nan's. Could it be? Xiao Yulong's gaze trembled, a chill running down his spine. Had he achieved the rank of emperor? This was impossible. How could one ascend from the divine mansion to the emperor level in mere months? It must be a bluff. Yes, surely, Yuntian Nan was resorting to such tricks. Haha, so the patriarch of the Yun family has taken to employing such petty schemes? With this thought, Xiao Yulong forced himself to lift his head, displaying a strained smile. Yuntian Nan, all the formidable members of the Xiao family are gathered outside the Yun family today. Oh, is that so? In response, Yunza waved his hand, opening the gates of the Yun family. Outside, the streets were stained red with blood, as Xiaoyu diligently cleaned the road, seemingly oblivious to the crimson beneath his feet. Thud. Instantly, Xiao Yulong and Xiao Wuyan collapsed, their faces ashen. Dead. The elite assassins cultivated by the Xiao family for decades, along with all their formidable members. Just like that, perished? No, I refuse to believe this. It must be an illusion. In an instant, Xiao Yulong descended into madness, screaming hysterically. Yuntian Nan, you orchestrated all of this, didn't you? You think you can challenge the Xiao family with such trifles? Absurd. Boom. In the next moment, With a mere shift of Yuntian Nan's gaze, Xiao Yulong's limbs erupted, dissolving into a mist of blood. For someone who had repeatedly placed him in life-threatening situations, Yuntian Nan felt no pity whatsoever. The wails were piercing, chilling to the bone. Xiao Yulong trembled, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, on the verge of complete collapse. He had believed that his breakthrough into the transformation into Heaven Realm would enable the Xiao family to devour the Yun family. Yet everything that transpired today exceeded his wildest expectations. The once assured outcome had been overturned in an instant. "You cannot kill my father." Xiao Wuyan trembled, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Yulong, despite his overwhelming fear. "I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Xuanguang sect, if you dare." Boom. Yet, Yuntian Nan had no patience for his meaningless rambling, directly crushing the two. In an instant, both father and son of the Xiao family fell, lifeless. "Spare you? You are merely two venomous serpents. Did you truly believe that I, the patriarch, was unaware of the underhanded dealings you engaged in behind my back? Since you dared to come here today, you shall pay with your lives." Yuntian Nan's gaze was icy, showing no mercy for these treacherous individuals. Clap, clap, clap. Witnessing Yuntian Nan execute the two with such decisive brutality, Yunza couldn't help but applaud. This was the father he remembered, unyielding and resolute against enemies, never hesitating. It was precisely because of such resolve that the Yun family could stand strong in Qingzhou City. Yet, it was unfortunate that Yuntianbei, that despicable old dog, had escaped. "Zaire, have you slain Yuntianbei?" Yuntian Nan turned to Yunza, inquiring. "If father wishes to personally deal with him, I can resurrect him once more." Upon hearing this, Yunza immediately opened the system panel, preparing to search for Yuntianbei's information. "No, he has already perished by your hand. Let it end here." Yuntian Nan waved his hand. Yuntianbei was ultimately his nominal elder brother, and now that he had fallen, their grudges could be considered resolved. The next day, as the sun rose, in the forbidden grounds of the Yun family's rear mountain, a series of thunderous sounds echoed, resonating with the terrifying power that cracked the very air. Yuntian Nan and Xia Yu were embroiled in a fierce battle, their speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye, only faint silhouettes flickering in and out of focus. As two sovereigns clashed, each strike contained destructive force, capable of obliterating vast expanses of land. Had Yunza not enhanced the spatial integrity of this location by millions of times beforehand, the entire Du Empire would have been annihilated in the wake of their confrontation. Boom. Although Xia Yu wielded the Qishao Dragon Blade, his combat experience was no match for Yuntian Nan, leading to his steady retreat, bloodied and battered from the ferocious winds that sliced past him. "I concede." Xia Yu raised his hand, sheathing the Qishao Dragon Blade, and addressed Yuntian Nan. "You are indeed worthy of being the patriarch. Even with the holy great spirit weapon bestowed by Zaire, I cannot defeat you. Your strength surpasses mine. I merely lack in battle experience." Yuntian Nan shook his head, looking at the weary Xia Yu with a smile. "If you have time in the future, come seek me for training." "All right, a battle? How dreadfully dull." On the other side, Yunza watched the conclusion of the battle, unable to suppress his disdain. Possessing the power to alter the system, he stood as the unrivaled champion of this realm, utterly invincible with no opponent in sight. In his previous life, he had been embroiled in relentless competition within society, yet in this new world, having attained invincibility, why not indulge in a leisurely existence and savor life? Oh. As he opened his mouth to consume the grapes offered by Yunro, Yunzhe could not help but yawn, lazily reclining on his chaise. The gentle sunlight enveloped him, fostering a mild sense of contentment. How wonderful it would be if such days could persist indefinitely. However, Yunzhe's blissful reverie was abruptly shattered within mere moments. Boom. A sound akin to 1,000 thunderclaps reverberated outside Qingzhou City, startling him awake, banishing all traces of drowsiness. What was happening? Yuntian Nan and Xia Yu ceased their discussion on battle experiences, their gazes drawn towards the tumult beyond the city, their eyes glimmering with apprehension. At that distance, a colossal crimson dragon, stretching 1,000 feet in length, soared through the sky, pursued by a throng of figures clad in white robes, relentlessly closing in. "Those wretches from Lingbing Palace. I shall consume the flesh and blood within that city before annihilating you all." The blood-red dragon roared, its voice resounding across the heavens and earth. The overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from it sent shivers of fear through every soul within Qingzhou City. This blood dragon's power likely reached the celestial realm, if not higher. "Blood Xianxiao Wang, how dare you?" The leading woman in white gasped, her beautiful face paling as she fixed her gaze on the crimson dragon, demanding an explanation. "Ha ha ha." The blood dragon cackled ominously, its immense form accelerating wildly towards Qingzhou City. It sensed that within this city, there resided around 1 million humans. If it could devour them whole, It would undoubtedly heal the injuries it had sustained in recent days. Once it had consumed the 3 celestial-level powerhouses from Lingbing Palace pursuing it, it would certainly break free from its shackles and ascend to the realm of Yao Zun, Ling Zun. Stop it! The woman in white, her face ashen, cried out, waving her delicate hand. Suddenly, countless ice crystals materialized in the sky, coalescing into a massive ice phoenix that lunged fiercely at the blood dragon. Humph! A mere trick. The blood dragon scoffed, its mighty tail crashing down upon the ice phoenix, shattering it into a flurry of icy shards. As the frost melted away, the blood dragon's speed remained unabated, charging directly towards Qingzhou City. This is bad. Several powerful figures from Lingbing Palace turned pale with fear. If their actions led to the city's destruction, they would be unable to bear the weight of such guilt. After all, that was 1,000,000 lives at stake. Buzz buzz. Just as the blood dragon swelled, poised to engulf Qingzhou City, an unseen force erupted, causing its colossal form to vanish in an instant. In its place stood a petite girl with black hair and crimson eyes, undeniably adorable in appearance. At that moment, she opened her mouth wide, revealing 2 tiny fangs, as if she were about to devour something delicious, radiating an endearing innocence. What? The powerful figures from Lingbing Palace were left in stunned disbelief. The fearsome blood Xianxiaowang had transformed into this little girl. It was known that a beast's transformation required cultivation at least at the level of Yao Zun. Moreover, why had all the demonic energy surrounding the blood Xianxiaowang completely dissipated? It was as if she had truly become a human, devoid of any trace of demonic essence. Woola. In the next moment, she could no longer contain her anguish. Sinking to the ground in tears, the once mighty celestial demon king had inexplicably become a human. Kill me. I no longer wish to live. The blood Xianxiaowang's heart swelled with uncontainable fury, attributing it all to the cunning of the humans. Elder Mu, it seems she has genuinely transformed into a human. Have you ever encountered such a secret technique? The figures from Lingbing Palace arrived in Qingzhou City, gazing at the weeping blood Xianxiaowang. Their understanding of reality seemingly upended, leaving them at a loss. Mu Tianxian furrowed her brow. She had indeed never witnessed such an eerie occurrence. Even with her cultivation at the 9th level of the celestial realm, and as the 3rd elder of Lingbing Palace, she found herself astounded by the events unfolding before her. Change of race. Aside from the method of possession, there could be no other means. Yet, the blood Xianxiaowang had transformed into a human right before their eyes. Her demonic energy utterly vanished, as if she had wholly become a member of the human race. Sigh, my lovely dream has been so rudely interrupted by you all. In an instant, as the space subtly warped, the silhouettes of Yunzhe and his companions silently materialized. Observing the weeping blood Xianxiaowang, he felt a twinge of irritation, grabbing her ear and scolding her. What are you crying for? Weren't you just proclaiming your intent to devour all of Qingzhou City? Now go ahead and do it. You little human, how dare you lay hands on this king? The blood Xianxiaowang, brimming with indignation, extended her tiny hand to strike at Yunzhe. However, due to her diminutive stature, he effortlessly held her head down, preventing her from landing even a single blow. Bullying a demon, are you? Just kill me. I truly wish to die. The blood Xianxiaowang cried anew, her tender voice ringing out, tears streaming down her cheeks, presenting an utterly pitiable sight. In that moment, she bore no semblance of the fearsome demon king she once was, resembling instead a frightened little girl, evoking deep sympathy. Sir, could it be that you are responsible for transforming the blood Xianxiaowang into this state? Mu Tianxian's eyes flickered. She could not fathom the depth of the trio's power. If they possessed the capability to perform such miraculous feats, their strength must surely be of an unfathomable magnitude. Whether true or false, what concern is it of yours? Yunzhe replied with an indifferent gaze, his tone cool as he regarded her. In an instant, an invisible pressure emanated, causing everyone to feel a tightening in their chests, a profound fear rising within them. A formidable presence, an unequivocal powerhouse. Could it be a sovereign-level expert? Or perhaps a sage? Mu Tianxian's heart raced. She xiquickly bowed respectfully, stating, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your noble assistance. Had you not intervened, Qingzhou City would have surely fallen victim to the blood Xianxiaowang's malevolence." Yunzhe smiled slightly, waving dismissively. "This is my city. How could a mere serpent dare to act so brazenly? And from what faction do you hail?" Hearing Yunzhe's words, Mu Tianxian and the others' expressions shifted, yet they promptly bowed again, responding in unison, "We are from Lingbing Palace." Lingbing Palace? Yunzhe's eyelids flickered as he scrutinized the 8 women before him, all clad in white robes and possessing striking beauty. Lingbing Palace, the foremost power in Wuyang County. boasted a profound heritage that ranked among the top 10 in the entire Dayu dynasty. It was indeed true that Lingbing Palace only accepted women. Yunzhe casually dragged the blood Xianyao king, who had ceased all resistance, presenting a figure resigned to fate. Is there anything else? If not, you may take your leave, he said with a calm gesture. However, Mu Tianxin and the others exchanged uneasy glances and bowed repeatedly. Dare I ask, senior, how shall we dispose of this blood Xianyao king? Let me ponder. Should it be steamed or braised? Suddenly, the blood Xianyao king trembled violently, raising its head with pleading. Watery eyes fixed on Yunzhe, desperately adopting a pitiful demeanor. Please, do not eat me. The weak voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing, was especially heart-wrenching. As a proud demon king, it could not bear the thought of being consumed by a mere human, let alone being prepared in such a manner. How about roasting it over charcoal? No. With a light chuckle, Yunzhe lifted the diminutive blood Xianyao king and stepped away, vanishing from sight. Xiaoyu followed closely behind, leaving Yun Tiannan alone. Senior, the members of Lingbing Palace were about to voice their thoughts when an icy aura, sharp as a blade, suddenly surged forth, freezing the very air around them. I warn you, regardless of your Lingbing Palace or any imperial dynasty, should you dare to harm Zaire, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A cold huff echoed across the surroundings, and a terrifying pressure descended like a multitude of mountains, causing the members of Lingbing Palace to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. In the next moment, all the oppressive force vanished, and Yun Tiannan's figure also disappeared from view, as if that horrifying scene had merely been an illusion. Breathing heavily, Mu Tianxin gazed at the vanishing silhouette, still shaken. A saint. Such pressure could only belong to an unparalleled saint-level powerhouse. I never expected such a being to reside in this small city. Elder Mu, are you all right? I am fine. Mu Tianxin shook her head, though her heart was filled with trepidation. Who were they, and how could they possess such formidable strength? No. I must report this to the palace master immediately. Qingzhou City must not be provoked. Let us return to the palace at once. Taking a deep breath, Mu Tianxin turned to the others of Lingbing Palace. Yes. Instantly, the 8 of them transformed into beams of white light, swiftly soaring into the distance. Chapter 10. The Great Sage of the Demon Clan. The task is to guard the gate. Name, Xueling modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Race, human modifiable. Previously blood, Xianyao Dragon Clan. Cultivation, none modifiable. Previously 9th layer of Tian Yao realm. Host affection level, 200 modifiable. Current emotion, extreme fear modifiable. Within the Yun family estate, Yunzhe fixed his gaze on the blood Xianyao king, his indifferent eyes imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The latter trembled in fear, her petite form quaking uncontrollably. What had she witnessed here? Even a mere stone within this estate was the legendary saint-level Butian stone. Other items such as chairs, teacups, and even beds were treasures of the heavenly tier. Any single piece, if sold, would far exceed her worth by 100-fold. Humph, you call yourself Xueling? After a pause, Yunzhe casually sipped from a cup of low-grade emperor-level Wu Dao tea, only to furrow his brow and spit it out. He then slowly inquired, "Is that so?" "Why, yes, master." Xueling knelt on the ground, hastily replying, not daring to conceal anything. Had she truly not misjudged? That was the legendary Wu Dao tea, capable of purchasing the finest treasures of 10 kingdoms with just a single cup. Yet he had spat it out. In that moment, Xueling's heart trembled. The person before her was undoubtedly a concealed monster of the world, their power reaching realms she could hardly fathom. A quasi-emperor? Or perhaps the legendary Great Emperor? Ha ha, Yunzhe responded, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips. I am not a demon. How about this? I shall offer you 2 choices. First, become my eternal servant and submit to me. Second, transform back into a blood Xianyao dragon, and I shall feast upon you tonight. I submit. I submit. Please do not eat me. In an instant, before Yunzhe's words had even settled, Xueling anxiously cried out, fearing he might change his mind. Observing this, he nodded, seemingly having anticipated her reaction, and continued, very well. Next, I shall grant you true power and restore your demon clan abilities. Yunzhe casually discarded the invaluable emperor-level Wu Dao tea, then proceeded to modify Xueling's attributes. Name, Xueling modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Race, blood Xianyao dragon modifiable. Cultivation, Great Sage 9th layer modifiable. Host's affection level, 50,000 full modifiable. Current emotion, extreme admiration, infatuation modifiable. Before long, her attributes transformed into this new state. Oh, it seems I may have accidentally added a few extra zeros to the affection level. Observing the staggering figure of 50,000, Yunzhe furrowed his brow but chose not to dwell on it. However, When he looked up again, he was met with Xue Ling's face, filled with reverence, bordering on infatuation. "Ah, master, master, master." At that moment, Xue Ling's pupils appeared heart-shaped, staring intently at Yunzhe, as if she wished to consume him whole. Oh no, she has become a Yandra. Evading Xue Ling's enthusiastic advance, Yunzhe's lips twitched slightly. It seemed advisable to keep the affection level below 500. Now that it had reached 50,000, her mind was completely consumed by thoughts of him. "Master, I love you, master." At this juncture, Xue Ling had utterly lost her senses, recklessly charging toward Yunzhe. Seeing this, Yunzhe helplessly exerted a fraction of his emperor power to restrain her, then modified her attributes once more. Host's affection level, 500, full, modifiable. Soon, Xue Ling's affection level returned to a normal range. Master, my demon power has returned. Not only that, but this is the power of a demon saint. Thank you, master, thank you for granting me such formidable strength. In an instant, Xue Ling's eyes regained clarity, and she promptly knelt, filled with excitement, and bowed deeply. From now on, I, Xue Ling, am yours in life and in death. She then pressed her small hand to her chest, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. The power she had once yearned for had been so easily granted today. Now, she felt as though those hundreds of years of cultivation were akin to feeding a dog. "Rise." Yunzhe glanced at Xue Ling indifferently and waved his hand, signaling her to stand. "Thank you, master." Xue Ling rose respectfully, her youthful, charming face adorned with joy. However, Yunzhe's next words left her utterly dumbfounded. "Go guard the gate with those dogs outside. I shall go eat." With that, Yunzhe's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind the stunned Xue Ling. "He actually commanded me, a dignified demon saint, to guard the gate with dogs. Yet, despite this, I..." "Oh, whoa." Xue Ling, suddenly struck by a thought, broke into a sweet smile and skipped out of the courtyard, playfully kicking a dog aside, her small face adopting a serious expression as she kept watch at the door. "The master has entrusted me with this duty. It must be out of trust. I must perform well to earn the master's favor." The young girl's eyes sparkled, and for a moment, she wore a foolish grin, prompting the surrounding dogs to look on with disdain. Another fool deceived by the master to guard the door. Chapter 11. The True Power of Yunzhe. The original golden finger emerges. The old man, known as Jiang Chun, was a powerful emperor from a millennium ago. Renowned as a distinguished 8th-tier alchemist, celebrated throughout the entire Xianzhou region as the Alchemy Emperor. Yet, fate is unpredictable. The 3 wayward disciples under him conspired against him for a sacred alchemical formula, leading to his demise, leaving only a fragment of his soul to linger. 1,000 years have passed, allowing him a sliver of soul power to influence the outside world. At this moment, the ring that once belonged to him was now worn by a young boy, still tender in years yet endowed with considerable talent. Though Jiang Chun felt a pang of reluctance, he contemplated the future compensation he would owe the boy and proceeded to extract nearly all his spiritual strength. The consequence of this was a plummet from the return to origin realm to the 3rd level of qi condensation, with his internal energy rendered nearly empty. Without the aid of a strong figure, any progress in his cultivation would take years. Now 3 years had slipped by? He could only wonder what treatment the boy had endured. The stark contrast from genius to ordinary was a burden even Jiang Chun found hard to bear. Alas, with his soul power now able to manifest, the time had come to compensate the boy. As night fell, the moonlight was hazy, and the stars twinkled in a serene and peaceful sky. Yunzhe lay in his room, casually reviewing his current attributes. Name: Yunzhe modifiable. Gender: male modifiable. Cultivation: Emperor, Pinnacle, modifiable. Physical power: Power of 1,000,000,000 worlds, modifiable. Talent: Divine appearance, modifiable. Cultivation techniques: Divine grade upper tier, Xian Yuan and Tian Fist, modifiable. Divine grade upper tier, Di Luo Ling divine art, modifiable. Divine grade upper tier, Xing Shinju Ing step, modifiable. Current spiritual C rank, 300 million great Dao C, modifiable. Current spiritual essence quality, trillions of times the heavenly Dao essence. A wisp of spiritual essence can crush the Jiuzhou continent, modifiable. Invincibility is a profound solitude. Yunzhe chuckled lightly before slowly closing his eyes. Though his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, his true power could easily overwhelm even 1,000,000 emperors united. Suddenly, the ring on Yunzhe's right hand flickered slightly, and a wisp of ethereal white shadow emerged, transforming into the figure of an elderly man with a youthful visage, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Was this the original grandfather's golden finger? Upon seeing this, Yunzhe couldn't help but scrutinize the figure. An emperor's cultivation? How weak. Even the guard dogs of the Yun family today are stronger than he is. He mused internally, suppressing a chuckle. At this moment, the old man's voice slowly echoed. I am the Alchemy Emperor Jiangchun. Little one, you have suffered over the years. Haven to you? This is sacred grade Tianxing grass. Sacred grade ancient cloud tree. Even that oil lamp is a sacred grade spiritual artifact. Before he could finish speaking, he beheld the myriad treasures adorning Yunzei's room. In an instant, Jiang Chen's eyes widened with astonishment. His prepared words caught in his throat. Even in his current soul form, he could not suppress his trembling. Such a plethora of high-tier treasures. Why has this boy amassed them? Who is he? How did he acquire them? Is this your property, young man? How did you come by it? Jiang Chun inquired, his voice trembling, his heart already stirred by a tempest of emotions. Having lived for over a millennium, this was the first time he had witnessed such an abundance of sacred grade treasures. Even a single piece among them could incite a bloodbath in the outside world, prompting even saints to intervene in their acquisition. Yet here they lay scattered about like cabbages. You old man, after absorbing my spiritual power for 3 years, you finally dare to show yourself? Yunzei's expression turned cold, and a trace of pressure emanated from him, sending Jiang Chun plummeting into despair, trembling uncontrollably. A Saint Realm powerhouse, or perhaps even higher. This boy has silently transformed into a terrifying Saint Realm being. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a great emperor? Jiang Chun's heart raced with shock, momentarily forgetting the earlier words exchanged. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. Predecessor, who exactly are you? After a long pause, he barely managed to suppress his terror, his voice quivering as he asked. If he were indeed the reincarnation of an emperor, then his past impudence would be a capital offense. What could he offer in compensation to an emperor? To offend the majesty of an emperor is to invite death. Who am I? Yunzei chuckled lightly, then replied nonchalantly, my name is Yunzei. Merely an ordinary person in this city. Ordinary. Jiang Chen's heart screamed in disbelief, his face turning crimson. Ordinary. A thought capable of subduing his former emperor. With mountains of sacred treasures strewn across the room. And yet he claims to be an ordinary person. Thud. In the very next moment, Jiang Chun suddenly knelt down, his old face filled with fear and desperation. Predecessor, I had no idea you were the reincarnation of an emperor. I was wrong. Please, have mercy and spare my life. The ethereal soul repeatedly bowed in reverence, genuinely panicked. After a millennium of effort, he had finally condensed this wisp of soul power. And if he could not exact vengeance on those 3 wayward disciples, he would not rest in peace even in death. Spare you? Of course, I can, but... Yunzei replied with a semblance of a smile, you must pay a price. What price? Whatever I possess, I will certainly provide. Jiang Chen hastily responded. Then you shall become my servant, and in return, I shall bestow upon you true power. Do you not desire revenge? That opportunity stands before you. Yunzei's words were as tempting as a demon's whisper, igniting a fierce fervor in Jiang Chen's eyes. To become a servant of the emperor? And to have a chance at revenge? No. As long as I can exact revenge and eliminate those 3 wretches, I would gladly pay with my life. Old servant Jiang Chun pays respects to my master. In that instant, he made his choice, opting for submission. Very well. Yunzei nodded. Then promptly adjusted Jiang Chen's favorability to maximum to prevent any mishaps. Subsequently, he directly modified his physical form and granted him the cultivation of a peak Saint Realm. Old servant thanks the master for his great kindness. From now on, I shall dedicate my life to serve the master. Feeling the return of his physical form and the vast saint power within him, Jiang Chun was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed to Yunzei. Arise, I do not favor those who kneel. You may refer to me as young master from now on, Yunzei said indifferently. Yes, young master Yunzei, Jiang Chun replied, not daring to voice any dissent. I shall grant you 7 days to contemplate your revenge, then go forth. With that, Yunzei lazily closed his eyes, signaling Jiang Chun to leave. This kindness shall be repaid across lifetimes. The latter wept as he bowed deeply and then withdrew. Chapter 12. Jiang Chen's Revenge. Visitors from the Ling Bing Palace. Whoosh. The Yin family? Could it be one of the legendary ancient families? Beyond the city of Xianxiaaudiobooks, spanning thousands of miles, xianxiafans transformed into a fleeting light, shivering at the chilling memory of the terrifying scene before the Yin family's grand gate. The several small dogs guarding the entrance were, in fact, formidable demon saints. Among them, a beautifully sculpted little girl, blissfully asleep, was a being so enigmatic that xianxiafans found himself utterly unable to perceive her essence. Even the mere aura she emanated was enough to rend his spirit asunder. She was undoubtedly a true demon saint. How could such a powerful being have fallen to the role of a mere gatekeeper? What kind of exalted status did young Master Ynz possess? Xianxiafans' eyes flickered, his reverence for Ynz intensifying to an almost overwhelming degree. transforming into profound awe. However, in an instant, his expression turned cold. Thoughts of the 3 disciples who had betrayed him a millennium ago darkened his gaze, rendering the surrounding void seemingly static with his fury. Oof, those wretches. Should I ever again set eyes upon you, you shall surely regret your existence in this world. Xianxiadrama growled, his foot striking the ground and propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, aiming for the formidable force known as Invincible Valley, ranked among the top 5 powers of the Divine Seal Empire. 2 days later, within Xianxiaaudiobooks City, whispers of calamity echoed through the streets. Have you heard? Invincible Valley has been obliterated by a single strike from a powerful being, turning 1,000 miles into scorched earth. Invincible Valley? What a tremendous force that is. Are you unaware? It is a colossal entity within the Divine Seal Empire, with 3 Valley Masters who are all at the Emperor realm. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. In just one night, Invincible Valley was entirely annihilated, and this news has spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of the DY Empire. Surely, only a saintly being could have achieved such a feat. Speculation ran rampant among the populace regarding the identity of the powerful figure who had brought about the valley's demise. Sister, why are you? Do you think Invincible Valley provoked a saint, leading to their destruction? Amidst the bustling streets, a young girl clad in a white dress, her countenance both charming and delicate, scanned her surroundings with eyes filled with uncertainty. Perhaps, but this matter does not concern us. We must find the esteemed elder in the city to offer our apologies on behalf of Being Palace. Beside her stood a tall, stunning maiden, her expression as frosty as ice, reminiscent of an ethereal being from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. Both were disciples of MTNXN, sent to extend an apology to the elder who subdued the blood Xian Demon King. 2 lovely ladies, how may I assist you? A striking young man dressed in luxurious attire, a vibrant flower clenched between his teeth, suddenly blocked their path. With a casual flick of his hair, he feigned depth as he inquired, though a glimmer of greed lurked in his eyes. This was Xianxiaaudiobooks, the notorious scion of the city lord. Known for his tyrannical behavior, observers nearby exchanged glances, lamenting the ill fate that awaited the 2 girls. Xianxiaaudiobooks, a notorious wastrel in Xianxiaaudiobooks City. Though he possesses considerable talent, his character is exceedingly vile, often imposing upon the common folk. Humph, and what of you? The charming maiden scoffed, about to retort when her companion seized her wrist. I am MYRU, and this is my junior sister, MQNGW. We have come to Xianxiaaudiobooks City to personally apologize to the strongest here. Her tone was indifferent, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of those surrounding her, an inexplicable chill permeating the air. This girl was undoubtedly extraordinary. Oh, the strongest in Xianxiaaudiobooks City? That would be my father, the city lord. Xianxiaaudiobooks initially appeared taken aback before breaking into a wide grin and gesturing for them to follow. The city lord of Xianxiaaudiobooks? MYRU's expression tightened as she pondered. Throughout their journey, inquiries had led them to the same conclusion, that the city lord was indeed Xianxiaaudiobooks, merely a 3rd-tier transformation master. How could he possibly have subdued the Xian Demon King? Suddenly, MYRU sensed something, her pupils constricting as she beheld 3 figures ahead. Among them were 2 youths and a small girl. The boys appeared devoid of any cultivation, their presence utterly unremarkable, while the little girl, consumed by a bond, radiated an unfathomable aura of terror. She seemed to embody a colossal blood-red dragon, looming over the heavens, casting a shadow over all life. A wave of profound dread surged within her. That one is a demon disguised as a human. Stay back. MYRU's complexion drained of color as she instinctively shielded the 2 boys behind her. We must flee. She is not human. She is a true demon. Gripping her icy sword, her inner energy surged in preparation for a desperate fight. Despite knowing the demon's power far exceeded her own, she harbored no thoughts of retreat. The essence of cultivation lay in the protection of the weak, a conviction deeply rooted in her heart. Beneath her cold exterior resided a warm and resilient spirit, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of protecting that which deserved safeguarding. Both YNZ and Shiwai paused, taken aback. He was merely taking a stroll. Why was this person suddenly in a frenzy? Had they never encountered a demon saint before? Master, why have you stopped? Blood Spirit, having devoured the bun crafted by YNRU, turned to inquire, her eyes wide with confusion. Master. Chapter 13, Instant Kill of WY. The Xiantian Auction. Upon hearing this, MYRU stood frozen, her mind echoing with disbelief. The fearsome demon capable of transformation had referred to the young man as Master. Beside her, MQNGW gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she stared at YNZ. who appeared relaxed and composed. Their eyes shimmered with incredulity. A demon capable of transformation must be at least at the spirit sovereign level. Moreover, their master had mentioned that the Xianxiaaudiobooks demon king had been subdued by an elder from Xianxiaaudiobooks city and transformed into human form. Could it be? Disciples of Being Palace, MYRU and MQNGW, pay our respects to the esteemed elder. In unison, both knelt before YNZ, recognizing him as the formidable being who had subdued the Xianxiaaudiobooks demon king. What are you doing? I am not the esteemed elder you speak of, YNZ replied, shaking his head as he beckoned Blood Spirit to follow. Eager to partake in the Xiantian auction hosted in Xianxiaaudiobooks city, which piqued his interest immensely. YNZ, you a worthless fool, dare to appear before me? Come here. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks, enraged at being ignored, roared in fury. Yet, before he could finish his threat, he was abruptly silenced. For at his throat, a menacing blade had materialized, threatening to pierce his flesh. Dare to disrespect my master? The chilling gaze of Su El-ing seemed poised to sever Xianxiaaudiobooks' head from his body at any moment. This sudden turn of events instantly incited expressions of shock and fury among the several guards by Xianxiaaudiobooks' side, especially the leader among them, whose face darkened like stormy waters. How audacious! He had never anticipated that someone in Xianxiaaudiobooks city would dare to make a move against the young city lord. A transgression deserving of the most severe punishment. As he shouted in outrage, the long sword at his waist was already drawn. In an instant, a flash of blade light flickered with unparalleled swiftness, aimed directly at Su El-ing. With a swift slash, the blade cut through the air with a fierce, unmatched might, showcasing the power of a SHNF realm expert. As one of the leaders of the Xianxiaaudiobooks city guard, WY had attained the formidable 7th level of the SHNF realm. You little girl, having offended the young city lord, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, even if it means descending into hell. WY's face contorted with a savage expression, as if he could already envision the tragic scene of Su El-ing meeting her demise beneath his blade. However, as the blade flashed by, blood did not splatter as anticipated. Instead, WY stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. In the next moment, his body exploded violently, transforming into a mist of blood that scattered through the air. Gasps of shock echoed around, as everyone present was utterly astounded by the sight of a SHNF expert who could dominate in Xianxiaaudiobooks city, being effortlessly annihilated by a mere girl. Seeing WY's tragic end, Xianxiaaudiobooks was horrified, his soul nearly escaping his body as he trembled in terror and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Fleeing desperately backward, Su El-ing had just intended to make her move when she was halted by YNZ. No need to continue. The auction is about to commence, and I cannot afford to waste my time. He added, and you, clean up this mess on the street. You're on guard duty tonight, without a meal. Master. Su El-ing began to protest, but upon seeing YNZ's half-smiling expression, she obediently fell silent, replying in a tone of grievance. Upon witnessing WY's swift demise, MYRU and her companion both felt a shiver run through them, urgently calling out to YNZ. And you too. YNZ turned his gaze, casually sweeping it over the two women. Senior, this is the Earth-grade spiritual treasure, the long Xianxia's vein. MYRU spoke urgently, producing a piece of luminous jade from her spatial ring and presenting it to YNZ. This is a small token of gratitude from my Being Palace. I hope you will accept it. Upon glancing at the translucent jade, YNZ's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. This item was not something he had crafted from ordinary stones. He had piles of such materials in the pond of his family's backyard. Being Palace truly seemed to be in dire straits, he mused inwardly. And he promptly returned the jade to MYRU. I do not require any gifts. Keep it for yourselves. Farewell. With that, YNZ stepped forward, utilizing his spatial abilities to vanish from sight in the blink of an eye. YRU, that senior's personality is indeed peculiar. MQNGW murmured, feeling particularly perplexed. This is the long Xianxia's vein. Its value could purchase over 10 such cities, yet be careful with your words. MYRU's expression shifted, hastily interrupting her. While the long Xianxia's vein was exceptionally precious, even enhancing the odds of breaking through to the LNZ realm, it perhaps paled in significance to someone capable of effortlessly subduing a Su-Su-N-Y-O-W-ing and significantly augmenting their power. Let us return and report our findings to the palace master. MYRU turned to leave. Why the rush? It's rare for us to leave the palace. The Su-Ntn auction is still taking place. Why not take a look? MQNGW suggested, her eyes sparkling with interest. Well, all right. After a moment's hesitation, MYRU eventually nodded. After all, The Xianxian auction was an annual grand event throughout the entire DY dynasty, brimming with countless rare treasures. Though uncertain why it was being held in Xianxiaaudiobooks city this year, since they had encountered it, it would not hurt to have a look. Perhaps they might even meet that senior again. In the front hall of the Xianxian auction, as YNZ and his companions entered, they immediately drew the attention of the attendants. Esteemed guests, please present your invitation to the Xianxian auction or express your identity. I do not have an invitation, YNZ replied casually, shaking his head. In that case, I apologize. The attendant smiled faintly, making a gesture to escort them out. However, in the next moment, YNZ focused his thoughts and directly modified the attendant's favorability to its maximum level. Instantly, in the attendant's eyes, YNZ's visage transformed into one of utmost familiarity, as if he were his father. My sincerest apologies. Adoptive father, please come in. Please, do enter. The attendant even knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he bowed several times, before respectfully clearing the way. YNZ's lips twitched slightly. Then he nodded and stepped into the auction hall. Adoptive father? As they entered the hall, Shiwai could not help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Her face flushed from stifling her amusement. Ahem. YNZ coughed awkwardly a couple of times, wondering why today's maximum favorability felt somewhat off. Perhaps it varied from person to person? Dear guests, allow me to escort you to the VIP room. The earlier attendant quickly wiped away his tears and led YNZ and his companions to the elevated VIP room. In the center of the room was a grand crystal table adorned with various spiritual delicacies, exuding an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Through the entirely transparent massive windows, one could clearly observe the bustling scene of the auction hall. At this time, the hall was packed with attendees, among whom were several formidable and lavishly dressed strangers. They hailed from various forces of the DY dynasty, invited to participate in this grand event. It was rumored that the Pai Si de assistance of this auction was the Sh Ingmi El Ing from the Ying, which would allow its possessor to command the entire organization to act without question. The Ying was the most mysterious and fearsome assassin group within the DY dynasty, boasting a legacy spanning thousands of years. Feared even by the royal family. Legend spoke of LNZ realm experts who had perished at the hands of the assassins from the Ying. Thus, the presence of this Sh Ingmi El Ing had gathered various forces here today, all vying for its acquisition. Have those two also come to participate? YNZ stood by the window, casually scanning the crowd below, suddenly spotting the figures of Myryu and her companion, causing his eyebrows to raise slightly. However, esteemed guest, please, bang, who dares to occupy my room? As the door was violently pushed open, a brazen, arrogant voice resonated through the air. A flamboyantly dressed young man in purple swaggered in, flanked by several guards who carried themselves with an air of superiority, utterly dismissive of those present. Is it you? Get out of here immediately. I shall not repeat myself. The purple-clad youth looked down at YNZ and the others with disdain, his eyes flashing with unabashed contempt. Do you not know whom you are facing? He is YNRTN, the sole son of the current YNHU of the DY dynasty. Seeing YNZ and his companions remain unperturbed, one of the guards immediately shouted in anger. How noisy! Ignoring the chatter of the few under the scorching sun, Yunze rubbed his forehead in irritation before perusing the panels of those individuals and making a few adjustments. Race, dog, modifiable. Suddenly, the cacophony of voices vanished, replaced by a series of incredulous barks. What is happening? How did this noble son become a dog? The four dogs continued to bark incessantly, running around wildly. However, they were swiftly tossed aside by Xiaoyu, as if he were discarding chicks. Sir, what is happening? Outside, the staff of the auction house rubbed their eyes in disbelief, staring at the little dogs chasing their own tails. Am I dreaming? How could the offspring of Lord Fenyan have transformed into a dog? I have no peculiar hobbies. I simply enjoy raising dogs. Meanwhile, Yunze smirked slightly, revealing a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. He glanced indifferently at the attendant and added, furthermore, please inform that so-called Lord Fenyan that his dog son has arrived. I wonder if he wishes to become a dog father? Upon hearing this, the attendant broke into a cold sweat and quickly scurried away. Those devils must truly be demons. A moment later, on the auction stage, a charming woman clad in a black gown made her entrance. Her figure was alluring, her skin flawlessly white and delicate, akin to exquisite jade, seemingly fragile. Welcome to the Xiantian auction. I am Su Jier, the host of this event. Su Jier slightly bowed, her voice soft and enchanting, causing several young men in the audience to feel their blood surge, their faces flushed. Casually surveying the crowd, she couldn't help but smile before continuing. Without further ado, the auction officially begins. As her words fell, The spacious hall erupted into applause. The first item for auction was presented, a long sword, entirely silver white, radiating a chilling glint. Its icy aura faintly discernible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a genuine low-grade earth-ranked spiritual weapon, the Ice Frost Sword. Su Zhi'er smiled gently, elaborating. The sword measures 4 feet in length and weighs 800 pounds, forged from 10,000 years of profound ice. In the hands of a powerful wielder utilizing ice-based spiritual energy, its might surpasses that of an ordinary earth-ranked spiritual weapon. The starting bid for the Ice Frost Sword is 8 million low-grade spiritual stones. Chapter 15. The auction commences, 500 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, a wave of fervent bidding erupted from the audience. 9 million spiritual stones, 10 million spiritual stones, 13 million spiritual stones. Soon, the price surged to nearly 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. Earth-ranked spiritual weapons are exceedingly rare and valuable, worth at least tens of millions of spiritual stones. Sister Yuro, this sword suits you perfectly, Mu Qingwu remarked with a gentle smile, suggesting to Mu Yuro. Her sister was the pride of Lingbing Palace, having just turned 19 and already entering the transformation realm. If she could acquire the Ice Frost Sword, her strength would undoubtedly ascend further, solidifying her position atop the Lingbing Palace disciple rankings. Sister Yuro, are you reluctant to part with your spiritual stones? Mu Qingwu teased, observing Mu Yuro's slight frown. Sister has no spiritual stones, but I certainly do. As a 4th-grade alchemist, my savings have astonishingly reached an impressive sum, 30 million. Just as she was about to speak, a clear voice abruptly interrupted her. The crowd turned towards the source and discovered that it emanated from the first VIP room. 50,000. Su Zhi'er on the auction stage was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment appearing on her beautiful face. However, before she could ponder further, a vast amount of spiritual stones appeared before her, causing her mind to momentarily go blank. The spiritual stones on the stage shimmered with vibrant colors, emanating an exceptionally rich and pure spiritual energy, as if one could achieve a breakthrough merely by inhaling a breath of it. Of course, 50,000 premium spiritual stones. Yunzei's voice resonated again, causing the minds of the audience to go into a frenzy. 50,000 premium spiritual stones. Not medium-grade, nor high-grade stones, but premium ones? They seemed to recall that one premium spiritual stone equated to 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Hence, 50,000 premium spiritual stones equated to 500 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Heavens! Countless powerful individuals were left utterly astounded. And even Su Zhi'er on the high platform wore a face of incredulity. That was a staggering 50,000 premium spiritual stones. Even in her extensive experience, she had never witnessed such a quantity of premium stones. Within the entire Du Empire, only the royal family could possibly produce such an abundance of premium spiritual stones. Right? Sir, are you serious? Su Zhi'er strained to regain her composure, looking at Yunzei, her voice trembling as she inquired. Although she was an auctioneer, she had never encountered such a lavish buyer. Naturally, the surplus spiritual stones are a reward for you. I am not lacking in spiritual stones. Observing the chaos in the venue, Yunzei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. This sensation of spending money is rather pleasant. Upon hearing this, Su Zhi'er's expression stiffened, her breathing quickening slightly. Then, the Ice Frost Sword will be sold for 50,000 premium spiritual stones. With a decisive thud, she hammered down her gavel. The Ice Frost Sword, which she initially believed would reach a maximum of 30 million low-grade spiritual stones, astonishingly fetched 500 billion. In an instant, Su Zhi'er felt her mind whirl, and doubts crept in. Yet, the dense cluster of premium spiritual stones beside her was irrefutably real. Someone had indeed spent 500 billion low-grade spiritual stones to purchase an earth-ranked spiritual weapon. Sister Yuro, could that voice belong to a senior? On another note, Mu Qingwu was also momentarily dazed, her heart racing upon seeing the 50,000 premium spiritual stones. Only that mysterious senior could possibly produce such a quantity of premium spiritual stones. It must be him. Mu Yuro's eyes were complex. She had never seen or heard of anyone producing such an amount of premium spiritual stones in one go. Even her dragon, xianxiafans, held in her hands, was far inferior in value. No wonder he would refuse. How could someone who could casually produce 50,000 premium spiritual stones possibly value her insignificant dragon, xianxiafans? Now, let us proceed to the second item of this auction. Soon, the premium spiritual stones were tidied up, and Su Zhi'er continued to introduce the next item. This time, what was presented before the crowd was a jade cauldron. The cauldron was a brilliant green, engraved with a vividly lifelike azure giant python, appearing almost alive. This item possesses spirit, As the crowd gazed at the giant python's azure shadow swirling above the jade cauldron, many gasped in awe, their eyes glimmering with fervor and greed. Clearly intrigued by it. This is a mid-grade Earth-ranked spiritual weapon, the Qing Luo Ding. It contains the sealed essence of a celestial realm azure python, significantly enhancing the success rate and efficacy of alchemy. I trust everyone is aware of its value. Su Zhi'er paused, her beautiful eyes scanning the entire audience before finally settling on the first VIP room as she spoke slowly. In the realm of the Earth-grade Qing Luo Ding, the starting bid was set at 60 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 16, a bid of 1 billion. Those without funds should refrain from embarrassing themselves. I am Jiangli, an elder of the Shindan sect, and I bid 80 million spirit stones. In the next moment, a voice emanated from the fourth VIP room, imbued with a cool and commanding presence. The Shindan sect? That is the fourth-ranked super sect of the Dayu dynasty. Curse it. How did someone from the Shindan sect get involved? Could it be for the Shangmi Ling? In an instant, the vast auction hall buzzed with discussion as countless powerful figures narrowed their eyes, contemplating the direction of the fourth VIP room. The Shindan sect is a faction primarily composed of alchemists. With a millennium of accumulation, its foundation is unfathomably deep, even surpassing that of the royal family in wealth. While it may not compare to the Dengshuanggu within the Dayu dynasty, it stands as a formidable force that commands both respect and fear from all sides. The Shindan sect. Meanwhile, within the third VIP room, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, Xianxiadrama, let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. He is one of the inner elders of the Jiantian Pavilion, having reached the pinnacle of the Tianren realm and masters a celestial-grade sword technique. In the Dayu dynasty, he is considered a dominant figure. This is Xianxiadrama of the Jiantian Pavilion, and I bid 100 million. In almost an instant, Xianxiadrama announced an astonishing price, forcefully raising the bid to 100 million. The Jiantian Pavilion has a considerable feud with the Shindan sect, and witnessing a member of the Shindan sect bid naturally ignited a fierce competition. Xianxiadrama, the first time I met you, you were but a mere child. Now, you think you are worthy of competing with my Shindan sect? When it comes to spirit stones, we are not afraid. In the fourth VIP room, an elder clad in white glared fiercely at the third VIP room, undeterred. However, before he could finish his words, a somewhat youthful voice interrupted him. My master offers 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. In the first VIP room, Shui Ling stood up, her clear and melodious voice resounding throughout the auction hall. What? In that moment, not only Xianxiadrama and Jiangli, but everyone in the auction hall widened their eyes in shock. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even Su Zhi'er on the auction stage displayed a moment of dazedness, as if turned into a puppet, murmuring to herself. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed incessantly. They all understood what 1 billion low-grade spirit stones represented. Even within the entire Dayu dynasty, this amount could be considered a true fortune. Yet the master of the first VIP room had first purchased an Earth-grade spiritual artifact for 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, and now bid 1 billion low-grade spirit stones for this Qing Luo Ding. Senior, Mu Yuro and the others were also momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with astonishment at the lavishness displayed by their senior, making them feel as if they were in a dream. Is there no bid higher than 1 billion low-grade spirit stones? After a while, noticing that no one else in the auction hall was bidding, Su Zhi'er slowly regained her composure, nervously surveying her surroundings, and hesitantly inquired. Ahem, since there are no further bids, the Qing Luo Ding shall belong to the guest of the first VIP room. Upon hearing this, Su Zhi'er cleared her throat twice and continued. Wait. However, in the next moment, Jiangli suddenly stood up, gazing in the direction of the first VIP room. Young friend, grant me a favor, will you? I assure you that the Shindan sect will not forget this kindness in the future. Jiangli's face bore a sincere smile as he performed a respectful bow. Though the Shindan sect was not lacking in spirit stones, spending 1 billion to purchase a mere Qing Luo Ding seemed utterly insane to him. If you retract your bid, this 6th-grade pill, the Poji pill, will serve as a token of my appreciation. Jiangli then produced a square jade box, within which lay a purplish-red pill, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. The 6th-grade Poji pill. It could cause a powerful being in the Huatian or Tongtian realm to experience a surge in strength for a short period, with side effects minimized to the utmost. The Poji pill? If I recall correctly, each pill is worth tens of millions of spirit stones. Truly, the elder of the Shindan sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again slightly taken aback, but compared to 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, this seemed trivial. 6th grade? In the VIP room, Yunze casually popped an imperial-grade pill into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it down. Chocolate flavor. He smacked his lips a few times before casually instructing Shui Ling. Tell that old man to get lost. If he has no money, he shouldn't he come here to embarrass himself. A 6th grade pill? How dare he present that? Even the dog food I give my dog is at least of the 8th grade. Yunze scoffed inwardly, holding Jiang Li in utter contempt. Yes, master. Hearing Yunze's command, Xueling obediently responded, then turned to the first VIP room and shouted, Hey, old man, did you hear that? If you have no money, don't come here to embarrass yourself. My master wants you to get lost. Her voice was crisp and melodious, like the sound of silver bells, yet to the audience, it reverberated like thunder, leaving their minds buzzing. That was an elder of the Shindan sect, a terrifying powerhouse of the Tianren realm. Who on earth was the master of the first VIP room to openly insult him and demand he leave? No money. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's expression darkened to the utmost, an overwhelming pressure emanating from within him, sweeping across the hall like a tempest. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire auction hall became palpably tense. Elder Jiang, the Xiantian auction house prohibits any form of violence. The next moment, several shadows materialized within the hall, standing guard at each corner. Their auras were unfathomably deep, all being Tianren-level powerhouses, exuding an aura of terror. Humph, kid. I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued after today. With a cold snort, Jiang Li shot a fierce glare at Xueling, then, with a wave of his sleeve, directly exited the auction hall. The force behind the Xiantian auction house was exceedingly complex. Even with his strength, attempting to confront them head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. We bid farewell to Elder Jiang. The 4 shadows bowed respectfully, then vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, in the 5th VIP room, a stunning young girl with silver hair and blue eyes turned her gaze toward Yunze, dressed in a flowing platinum gown. Her snow-white hair was styled in a cloud-like bun, adorned with phoenix feather tassels. Her skin was fair as snow, her eyebrows arched like crescent moons, and her eyes resembled autumn waters filled with shyness. Every movement exuded a subtle elegance and nobility, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, making one hesitate to offend her in the slightest. At this moment, the girl was observing the first VIP room, her eyes sparkling with a faint, extraordinary light, lost in contemplation. Your Highness, a maid in a green dress by her side spoke softly, hesitant to continue. Xiaoyan, do you think that esteemed person can assist father in resolving his troubles? The silver-haired girl's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly inquired. This servant does not know. Upon hearing this, the maid trembled slightly, lowering her head even further. She could not answer this question, nor did she dare to. Her master's identity was that of the 3rd princess of the Dayu dynasty, once the most favored princess of the emperor, Morongxi. Due to her distinctive snow-white hair and an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being, she is also referred to as the xianxiao princess. Since ancient times, the DY royal family has governed this land for thousands of years. However, the secrets buried within the royal lineage now threaten to destabilize this once secure realm, plunging it into turmoil. In the shadows, the most powerful sect of the DY dynasty, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, has employed secret arts to transform the DY emperor into a puppet, manipulating the imperial authority. In just a few months, 3 princes who accidentally uncovered the truth have vanished without a trace, and even the palace guards have been replaced by members of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, closely monitoring the royal family's every move. As for Mrx, she has caught the attention of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect's junior master, Qin, who has commanded the puppet emperor to arrange her marriage into the sect. It is rumored that Qin possesses a malevolent nature and delights in the torment of women. Should she be wed into the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, unimaginable suffering would surely await her. A shadow of sorrow crossed the exquisite features of Mrx, and a sense of despair welled up within her heart. Even at this moment, she is guarded by members of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect outside her door. Though she holds the esteemed title of a princess of the DY dynasty, she remains akin to a bird trapped in a cage, vulnerable to the whims of others. The only hope for her salvation, and for the entire DY royal family, lies in the direction of the number 1 VIP room, where her gaze shimmered with a flicker of anticipation. Good. This Qinglu shall be sold for 100 billion lower-grade spirit stones. At that moment, SCHR at the auction podium snapped back to reality, decisively declaring the winner of the second item. The auction then continued. But what transpired next left everyone in a state of disbelief, their minds blank and unable to comprehend the astonishing events unfolding before them. The third item, a low-grade TNJI item, the ZHMRN, commenced bidding at 10 billion spirit stones. The fourth item, 80 billion spirit stones. The fifth, 200 billion spirit stones. 12 billion spirit stones. 101 billion spirit stones. All items at the Xianxiaaudiobooks auction house were purchased by YNZ at an exorbitantly terrifying price, with each bid surpassing 10 billion spirit stones. At this point, the crowd had become numb, forgetting their original purpose for attending. Xianxia's heart raced wildly, overwhelmed with shock. So many spirit stones. The owner of the number 1 VIP room must possess several premium spirit stone veins. No, once the auction concludes, I must see for myself who this wealthy individual truly is. If they turn out to be merely an accidental rich youth, not only him, but several sect powerhouses within the VIP box also revealed greedy expressions. Though they too were affluent, compared to YNZ, they were nothing but paupers. Unlikely to earn even 1% of what he spent today. Knock, knock. Come in. At this moment, in the number 1 VIP room, various auction items lay scattered on the floor like refuse. A servant from the auction hall entered, seemingly unfazed. Esteemed guest, this is the 87th item. Just throw it there. No need to inform me. YNZ replied indifferently, gesturing for him to discard it in the corner. All right, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, the servant, drenched in cold sweat, gently placed the TNJI cultivation method down and respectfully exited, not daring to linger any longer. Next came the piece d'assistance of the day, which most guests had come for. SZHR on the auction stage continued to smile brightly, instructing the servant to bring forth a pitch-black wooden box. She then opened it. In an instant, an overwhelmingly rich scent of blood wafted through the air, enveloping the room. At that moment, the assembly seemed to witness a horrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A collective gasp echoed as the crowd stared in horror at the wooden box, their eyes aflame with greed and desire. Inside the box lay a strikingly red, uniquely shaped jade talisman, about the length of a palm, radiating a chilling crimson glow, resembling a bloodthirsty serpent. This item is known as the xianxiaaudiobooks, and I believe the esteemed guests have heard of its effects. SZHR's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a sly smile playing on her lips. It is said that simply shattering this talisman allows the wielder to command the entire YNYG to eliminate any target, even a sect master or an emperor of a dynasty. The crowd erupted in excitement, the martial artist's eyes glowing red with anticipation, breath quickening as they were deeply captivated by the xianxiaaudiobooks. YNYG. YNZ, however, looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with this name. Shiwai, do you know what the YNYG is? I have never heard of it either, Shiwai replied thoughtfully, equally bewildered, clearly ignorant of the YNYG master. I know. In the next moment, Su Elling raised her hand excitedly and exclaimed, some humans attacked me while I was sleeping, and I devoured them. They were from the YNYG. She remembered vividly, as those humans were particularly unpalatable, and it seemed they had mentioned something about having poison within them, claiming that touching them would lead to death. Upon recalling this, Su Eling's expression soured, her stomach churning. So it was poison? No wonder I seem to have lost consciousness for several days. I see. YNZ realized that the YNYG must be an assassin organization. However, to have been devoured by Su Eling, their assassins must be quite weak. The xianxiaaudiobooks starts at a bidding price of 100 billion lower-grade spirit stones. YNY of the F and TIN sect bid 200 billion spirit stones. TNL in sect SSME for 100 billion spirit stones. 500 billion spirit stones. As SZHR's voice fell, the scene erupted, with bidding prices skyrocketing, swiftly surpassing 1 trillion spirit stones. Especially the members of the YNY and SME sects, who were fiercely competitive, eager to seize the xianxiaaudiobooks for themselves. Knock, knock. At this time, the sound of knocking echoed once more in the VIP room. Come in. YNZ, slightly puzzled, wondered who had come since all auction items had already been delivered. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a silver-haired maiden who entered hastily. Her beauty was breathtaking, her figure graceful, exuding an otherworldly aura, as if a celestial goddess had descended. Yet, her expression was somewhat frantic, with fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. It was none other than MRX. I have come to see you. My lord. MRX, come out. Just as she was about to speak, a thunderous shout from outside interrupted her. Following that, with a resounding crash, the door shattered, and a violent shockwave propelled MRX several meters back, crashing against the wall. Instantly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her exquisite face turning pale as paper, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her chest rising and falling erratically, her breath in utter disarray. Oh, YNZ watched with keen interest, intrigued by MRX. He could not help but feel a hint of admiration for her flawless beauty. Bang! A burly man stormed in from outside, holding a bloodied head in his right hand. Little Yin. Upon seeing this, X's pupils constricted, her heart sinking. What? Do you want this wretched maid to impersonate you? With a casual toss, the man discarded the head onto the ground, then stomped on it, blood splattering as he grinned maliciously. No, no. Upon witnessing this brutal scene, Murongxi's delicate body trembled, her fair visage paling to an extreme. Hee. Once my esteemed princess has worn out Lord Qinfeng's patience, I shall surely implore him to grant me a chance to play. At that moment, the man licked his lips, revealing a sinister grin as he advanced menacingly towards Murongxi. She collapsed onto the ground, her gaze hollow and lost, brimming with despair. Who can come to my rescue? Coughing, he taunted, this is my chamber, and soiling it will entail a price. In the next instant, Yunze slowly rose, his icy gaze sweeping the scene, causing the burly man to stiffen momentarily. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter. Haha, you are the master of this VIP room. But just a mere. With a sudden explosion, the man's blood, bones, muscles, and even the minute particles constituting his very form were obliterated in an instant. With a snap of his fingers, the scene seemed to reverse itself. Buzzing sounds echoed as the burly man's figure reappeared, but this time, his face was etched with profound terror, his eyes wide with horror and despair. No, he barely opened his mouth before being annihilated again, only to be reconstituted and destroyed repeatedly. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Murongxi instinctively covered her lips, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief, a flicker of hope stirring within her. In the span of mere moments, the man had been obliterated countless times. Ah, Bahaha. As he reformed yet again, he was engulfed in utter chaos, mumbling incessantly. Unmoved, Yunze resolved to extinguish him completely. In an instant, the man was reduced to ashes. You are so arrogant? And now? Yunze sneered coldly, turning his gaze towards the dazed Murongxi, who stood frozen in confusion. Her heart raced as their eyes met, and she immediately knelt. I am Murongxi, the humble princess. I am eternally grateful for your intervention, esteemed sir. Though she was unaware of this young and handsome figure's true power, even that of the formidable Tianren realm Wu Lai posed no resistance before him. His cultivation must surely surpass that of the Lingzuan, perhaps reaching even greater heights. If he wished to take her life, it would be but a thought away. Master Yanyu of the Fantian sect has bid 3 trillion spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? The auction continued outside, raising Yunze's brow. Blood spirit, place a bid of 100 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Yes, master. With a casual command, Yunze turned his attention back to Murongxi, examining her panel. Name, Murongxi modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Identity, 3rd princess of the Diyu dynasty modifiable. Cultivation, 7th heaven of the divine mansion realm modifiable. Talent, celestial bearing modifiable. Host's favorability, 80 modifiable. The title of 3rd princess of the Diyu dynasty caused Yunze to furrow his brow. Yet, in the next moment, he observed Murongxi bow deeply before him. Her voice almost pleading, esteemed senior, I am willing to pay any price to save my father and rescue the entire Diyu royal family. In this moment, even with her status as a royal princess, Murongxi was beseeching in the humblest of manners. She understood profoundly that alone she could not contend with the overwhelming power of the Fantian sect. Having witnessed Yunze's terrifying and inexplicable abilities, she was convinced that this formidable individual possessed the strength and qualifications to protect the entire royal family. Before Yunze, the Fantian sect might be inconsequential. Thus, she felt compelled to beseech this man at any cost, even if it meant offering herself or the entire Diyu dynasty. At her words, Yunze's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of ripples, and his indifferent gaze finally showed some emotion. To save your father and rescue the royal family? He shook his head, casually snapping his fingers, causing the scenery around them to shift dramatically. Suddenly, they found themselves in an expanse of boundless void, beneath which infinite worlds floated, a vast sea of stars shimmering brilliantly. What is this? Murongxi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the spectacle. Each twinkling point of light represented an enormous and unimaginable world. Do you know who I truly am? Yunze stood upon the sea of stars, divine aura swirling around him, as if countless worlds were being created and destroyed within his gaze. Murongxi was rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the scene before her. She had initially assumed Yunze to be a wandering sage exploring the mountains and rivers, perhaps at the level of a royal lord or saint. However, it was clear now that such powers transcended the realm of mortal understanding, surpassing the limits of recognition on the entire Jiuzhou continent. The figure before her, with a stature so grand, seemed capable of supporting the heavens. God, the word involuntarily sprang to Murongxi's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Could even a deity wield such power and abilities? This void contains 15,428 458, 424 worlds, each vastly larger than the Jiuzhou continent. The terrifying declaration from Yunze sent a jolt through Murong-Shi's entire being. Then, Yunze reached for a star, upon which the rise and fall of an entire civilization could be faintly discerned. It was as if eons passed in an instant, from primitive races to civilized nations, flourishing empires, and ultimately, an eternal realm filled with countless formidable beings. Yet, with a gentle squeeze, the star erupted into a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to mere ash. Murong-Shi covered her mouth, her delicate form trembling, her heart surging with overwhelming waves of emotion. That was a true world, where the powers within seemed even more formidable than those of the great emperors. Yet such a powerful world had been effortlessly crushed into dust. This scene utterly shattered her previous understanding. To what extent had the person before her grown in power? If this was the case, what significance did the entire Jiuzhou continent hold before him? And all of this was merely what I conjured from a speck of dust. With a detached gaze, Yunze snapped his fingers once more, causing all the wondrous sights to dissipate in an instant, returning them to the VIP chamber. The vast sea of stars transformed again into mere specks of dust. Common dust, previously modified by the host into a miniature universe, modifiable. The power of the modification system transcended all rules and worlds. To transform dust into a universe? What seemed a fantastical and absurd notion had come to life in Yunze's hands. Murong-Shi felt a tightness in her breath. Her gaze dulled as she collapsed to the ground. What kind of power was this? She stared intently at the speck of dust beneath Yunze's finger, her long-held beliefs crumbling to near oblivion. If previously she had sought to save the Diyu royal family, now, having witnessed Yunze's power, her heart was filled only with boundless fear and reverence. This was an existence capable of effortlessly creating infinite worlds and erasing the entire Jiuzhou continent with a mere thought. How could she dare to hope for his assistance? To aid a small dynasty that might not even be worth a glance to him? Esteemed senior, I have been presumptuous. I hope you will forgive my transgressions. Murong-Shi hesitantly opened her mouth, her lustrous silver hair seemingly dimmed at this moment, as she had entirely extinguished the thoughts that ought not to exist. After all, how could a deity concern itself with the pleas of mere ants? Moreover, this was a towering existence far more powerful than any divine being. Yet, Murong-Shi pressed her head deeper, her forehead touching the cold ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Was her fate, and that of the Diyu dynasty, to be irrevocably severed? Would no one bid again? Then, the Shangyanling would be concluded at a staggering 100 trillion inferior spirit stones. Let us congratulate the guest of the number 1 VIP room. At that moment, within the auction hall, as Su Zhiyer's voice fell, the final centerpiece was also acquired by Yunze. A total of 88 items were procured at the cost of several hundred trillion spirit stones. This Xiantian auction could truly be said to have no precedent, nor would it have a successor. The strong individuals in the various VIP rooms were filled with a gnawing hatred, particularly Yin of the Fantian sect, whose eyes seemed ready to spew fire. Elder Yin, Elder Wu Lai's connection with the sect has been severed. In the next moment, a shadow reported, causing Yin Qin's brows to furrow. What is the matter? Wasn't he responsible for watching over Murong-Shi? The subordinate was unaware, but his connection was interrupted within this auction venue. The shadow's voice was deep, not daring to show any negligence. Upon hearing this, Yin Qin's expression grew increasingly somber. Wu Lai is a formidable being at the 4th tier of the celestial realm, capable of erasing him without a trace. Moments later, he gazed towards the direction of the number 1 VIP room, his eyes filled with malice and coldness, almost crystallizing into a tangible form. It seems it is time for me to pay a visit to that extravagant spender. Chapter 20. Yunze's condition, 100 million supreme spirit stones. After a brief moment in the VIP room, Yunze suddenly laughed. Instantly, Murong-Shi raised her head, her exquisite face marked with tear stains, utterly forlorn. With my power, I can effortlessly accomplish anything, whether it be creating worlds, annihilating them, or resurrecting others. All are merely a thought away. Yunze's gaze was indifferent as he looked down upon Murong-Shi, his voice languid. Do you wish for my assistance? Certainly. However, it requires you to be my eternal servant, to exist as my maid. Although I transcend all beings and reign above the heavens, I am, in essence, merely an ordinary person seeking a tranquil life. You must understand, even turning all living beings into servants is not a challenge for me. Yet, if that were the case, it would be exceedingly dull. In the eternity of time, one must add a touch of amusement to life. Do you consent? Upon hearing this, Murong-Shi trembled all over. She never dreamed that this supreme and exalted being would agree to aid her, and the price to be paid was merely this. To become the maid of such an existence? That was by no means a matter of humiliation, but rather an unparalleled honor. a supreme glory unattainable by mere mortals. Even the strongest in the Jiuzhou continent might not possess such qualifications. This is a tremendous opportunity. The servant Mu Rongxi is willing. I thank my master for bestowing upon me this grace. After a moment of shock, Mu Rongxi immediately knelt once more, bowing her head 3 times with utmost respect, her expression fervent and devout. At this moment, her fondness for Yunze had reached favorability towards the host, for 199, modifiable. The reverence and fervor she felt for power had intensified to an extreme. Such an existence was truly worthy of her loyalty. Excellent. Yunze nodded in satisfaction, casually modifying Mu Rongxi's attributes. Cultivation, Emperor Realm 9th layer, modifiable. Buzz. In an instant, the originally feeble Mu Rongxi experienced a surge of power. The surrounding space rippled as if caught in a tempest. In the briefest of moments, her cultivation skyrocketed by 5 realms, reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. This is... Mu Rongxi's beautiful eyes widened in excitement, her astonishment nearly uncontainable. She could distinctly feel the boundless power within her, ready to unleash devastating might with a slight nudge. This is true power. The servant Mu Rongxi vows to serve her master with unwavering loyalty. At this moment, her favorability towards Yunze finally reached its peak, without any reservations. This is merely a taste of sweetness. Once you personally rescue the Dayu royal family, I shall bestow upon you greater power. Yunze gently sipped the tea brewed from the Dao fruit of the great emperor, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. Xiao He, he casually called out, and suddenly a small black and white dog appeared. Woof. Master. The little dog was exceptionally spirited, resembling a husky puppy from Yunze's previous life, now busily licking Yunze's shoes, embodying the very essence of a sycophant. Name, Xiao He modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Race, devouring sky dog, modifiable. Cultivation, great sage 9th layer, modifiable. Through Yunze's modifications, the once ordinary stray dog Xiao He had transformed into a terrifying demonic great sage. Its race had even been altered to the legendary devouring sky dog, a being capable of swallowing galaxies. Ah, you foolish dog. Did you strike me while I was asleep last night? Upon seeing Xiao He, Xue Ling was immediately incensed. When she woke today, she found a swollen paw print on her face, a sheer humiliation. Master told you to guard the door, but you fell asleep. I was merely trying to wake you, yet you wouldn't stir even after a long while. I was beginning to suspect you were a pig. Instantly, the little dog spoke human words, exhibiting a mischievous demeanor, igniting Xue Ling's fury. Ah, I will beat you to death. The two beasts began to tussle, causing a chaotic uproar in the room. This is Xiao He, a great sage-level devouring sky dog. I shall have him accompany you just in case. After a while, Yunze held Xiao He in one hand and Xue Ling, transformed into a small dragon, in the other, speaking with some exasperation. Yes, master. Looking at the grinning black and white little dog, Mu Rongxi felt something was amiss, yet she still responded with utmost respect. After all, that was a true great sage powerhouse. Regardless of the cards held by the Fantian sect, they were as nothing before him, easily shattered at a whim. Knock, knock. At this moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Come in. Yunze casually poured the Dao fruit spirit tea from his hand into the trash can, saying nonchalantly. Creak. The door opened, and it was Su Jier who had come personally. Upon seeing the breathtakingly beautiful Mu Rongxi with her silver hair, her figure momentarily paused. However, she quickly resumed her cheerful demeanor, saying, Esteemed guest, here is your Shangyanling. Congratulations on acquiring all the items from this Xiantian auction. There will be no charge for the spirit stones of this Shangyanling. Subsequently, after placing the Shangyanling down, she handed over a splendid jade talisman seemingly crafted from pure crystal. Furthermore, this is the highest tier VIP card from our Lingbao Pavilion. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount on your purchases at our Lingbao Pavilion. It even contains an amount of 1 trillion spirit stones, which you may use at your discretion. Oh, Yunze accepted the VIP card, glancing at it with interest, only to casually toss it to the ground the next moment. Purchasing discounted items would surely diminish my dignity. Not only that, but you also do not require payment for the Shangyanling? Bang! Suddenly, a large bag of spiritual stones fell to the ground, causing the entire VIP room to tremble violently. Yet, I intend to give not just this, but 10 times that. Here lies 100 million top-tier spiritual stones. Yunze smiled faintly, his tone laced with an overwhelming sense of dominance and authority. Upon witnessing the enormous bag of spiritual stones, Su Jier was left dumbstruck, her mind a cacophony of thoughts. How many spiritual stones? 100 million top-tier spiritual stones? What is he saying? What am I doing? Where's this place? Thud. She suddenly knelt down, momentarily at a loss for how to react, simply staring blankly at the 100 million top-tier spiritual stones. Such an amount would likely surpass all the treasures in the Lingbao Pavilion of the Dayu dynasty. Who is this guest, truly? Chapter 21. Slaying Yinshun and heading to the royal city. Truly, I have never seen such wealth. It is merely a trifling sum. Observing Su Zhi'er's astonishment, Yunzhe chuckled lightly and shook his head. He then intended to leave the Xintian auction house. Halt. However, no sooner had he and Xiaoyu stepped out of the VIP room than a low, cold voice abruptly rang out. Hearing this, Murongxi's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes flickering with intense murderous intent. It was someone from the Fantian sect. Yunzhe raised an eyebrow and glanced back. At the end of his line of sight, a tall figure clad in red robes approached, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura, akin to a volcanic eruption, its searing heat sweeping in all directions. It was none other than Yinshun of the Fantian sect. Ah, my princess, how did you end up here? We have been searching everywhere for you. His gaze swept over Murongxi, then paused on Yunzhe, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Princess, come along with me obediently. Yinshin's tone was calm, yet it carried an unmistakable air of authority. As for you, young friend, you must be the master of the VIP room. He feigned surprise, his eyes gleaming with a hint of insatiable greed. Amir Jr.? Although I cannot discern his cultivation level, it must be below the transformation realm. If I could seize the spiritual stones and treasures he possesses. At this thought, Yinshin's gaze grew increasingly fervent, his breaths quickening. The moment he steps outside the Xintian auction house, it will be time for me to act. As he slowly approached Murongxi, a sinister smile crept onto his rather unappealing face. Please, princess. He emphasized the title princess, clearly reminding Murongxi of the royal family's current predicament. However, what Yinshin had not anticipated was that he was not facing the once feeble Princess Yinxiao, but rather a formidable being at the ninth heaven of the sovereign realm. In the next moment, as Murongxi let out a chilling smile, a tremendous oppressive force suddenly descended upon Yinshin. Thud. Instantly, he was crushed to his knees, his eyes filled with uncontainable horror. How is this possible? I am a peak existence of the celestial realm, merely a step away from the spiritual sovereign realm. Yet, this Murongxi, who was merely at the divine mansion realm, has managed to suppress me. Yinshin, I will never forget what you did to my mother. Murongxi's gaze turned frigid, as if freezing the surrounding void, each word dripping with icy menace. What do you intend to do? I am an elder of the Fantian sect. Yinshin's heart raced with terror, yet he gritted his teeth and attempted to leverage the name of the Fantian sect to intimidate her. The Fantian sect, you say? Upon hearing his words, a mocking smile curled at the corners of Murongxi's lips. Soon, that name will cease to exist. I will personally exact revenge on those greedy scoundrels, including you. Yinshin. Her voice was cold, as if it had drifted from the depths of the abyss. Thud. In the next instant, with a mere flick of her finger, Yinshin's lower body exploded into a gruesome sight. His wretched screams echoed throughout the auction house, his face twisted in agony, a grotesque mask of pain. He had lost his manhood. You wretched woman, I will kill you. I will kill you. Yinshin's eyes turned crimson, howling in madness. Enough. Hearing his piercing screams, Murongxi frowned slightly, then snapped her fingers, unleashing a flash of white light. In an instant, Yinshin was reduced to a shower of blood and flesh, scattered across the ground. The esteemed elder of the Fantian sect, a peak celestial realm powerhouse, had not even the slightest ability to resist before Murongxi. In the blink of an eye, he had perished on the spot. What is this in the distance? Sumi of the Tianlan sect witnessed this and immediately collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. How could Princess Tianxiao have suddenly become so powerful? I must report this to the sect. Bang. However, just as he was about to move, his body inexplicably turned to ashes, as if he had never existed. Jigu. Someone was spying on us just now. I have dealt with him. Xiaoyu's expression was nonchalant, as if he had merely crushed an ant, his tone utterly indifferent. Yunzhe nodded slightly in response. Such individuals, who dared to set their sights on us, are indeed troublesome and must be eliminated. I apologize for the trouble, master. After slaying Yinshin, Murongxi half-knelt, apologizing to Yunzhe. It is of no consequence. I shall grant you half a month for your revenge. Once you have thoroughly stabilized this realm, return to my side. Yunzhe's expression softened back to its usual gentle demeanor as he waved his hand dismissively. Yes, master. Murongxi's beautiful face lit up with joy as she respectfully agreed. Let us go. Where do you wish to take me, dog lord? Seeing this, Xiaohei struck a pose, a bit proudly declaring. This time, he had emerged with the intention of making a grand impression, letting the mortals know what it truly meant to be a supreme canine. Thinking of this, Xiaohei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and drool even began to drip from the corners of his mouth. Look at you, foolish dog. Beside him, Blood Spirit couldn't help but roll her eyes. Humph. Once I complete the task my master has given me, I will return to settle the score with you. Hearing this, Xiao He bared his teeth at Blood Spirit, growling fiercely. TCH, you foolish dog. In an instant, Blood Spirit and Xiao He were at each other's throats, refusing to back down, their bickering incessant. Morongxi, witnessing this, helplessly rubbed her temples. Cough, cough. Dog Lord, it is getting late. You should accompany me on my journey. She then cleared her throat, quickly changing the subject. Humph. Just wait. Ultimately, Xiao He glared at Blood Spirit with annoyance before following Morongxi, transforming into a streak of light as they flew upward. Their destination was none other than the core of the Diyu dynasty, Tianluo Royal City. Chapter 22. Crushing Jiang Li and the Fear of Zhou Wuhai. Shortly after Yunzhe and his companions departed the Xintian auction house, as they walked along the streets, the surrounding scenery seemed to shift instantly, as if completely isolated from the outside world. An array? Yunzhe's gaze was calm. He was curious to see just how many greedy hyenas his actions today had attracted. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, dozens of figures appeared, encircling Yunzhe and his companions. These individuals possessed formidable strength, each at least at the transformation realm, with the leader being a terrifying presence at the peak of the celestial realm. Suddenly, it was none other than the elder Jiang Li of the Shundan sect. Clapping slowly, Jiang Li fixed his gaze upon Yunzhe as if admiring a masterpiece. Yunzhe, the young master of the Yun family in Qingzhou City, was once hailed as the greatest genius of the city. However, 3 years prior, he had suffered a regression in his cultivation and made no progress since. Information about Yunzhe was mercilessly divulged, indicating that Jiang Li had conducted thorough investigations on him. Yet today, the so-called waste could present an astonishing number of top-tier spirit stones. At this point, Jiang Li's eyes burned with fervor, yearning to uncover all of Yunzhe's secrets and seize them for himself. Haha, now you find yourself trapped within my absolute spirit array, unable to utilize any true essence, and everything that transpires here shall remain unknown to the world. Jiang Li's laughter echoed wildly, exuding an air of triumph over Yunzhe. I advise you to obediently surrender all the opportunities you have obtained, or else. His grin turned sinister, eyes glinting with insatiable greed. All the treasures from the Xintian auction, along with the immense spirit stones on Yunzhe, would surely fill his coffers. Oh, are you so certain? In response, Yunzhe offered a mocking smile, remaining unfazed. Humph, obstinate fool. If so, then die. Jiang Li's gaze instantly turned frigid as he barked an order. In the blink of an eye, several powerful figures from the Shundan sect surged forward, intent on suppressing Yunzhe. After all, he possessed a tremendous opportunity. Worth a fortune, they would not have mobilized such forces otherwise. However, before they could draw near, a cold scoff emanated from Xiaoyu. Boom. In an instant, apart from Jiang Li, all others erupted into a cacophony of destruction. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, shocking all who witnessed. What? The events unfolded too rapidly for Jiang Li to react. Flee. His pupils constricted in terror as he turned to escape, utterly unprepared for the lethal danger he faced. Was there truly a formidable guardian beside that boy? Yet, Jiang Li was too late. An ethereal giant claw materialized from thin air, crushing him into oblivion, leaving not a trace behind. Robbing from the master? Truly a bunch of imbeciles. Bloodling glanced disdainfully at the scene, as the colossal claw dissipated, expressing contempt. A Tianren realm expert? In the eyes of the master, even ants do not warrant consideration. With Jiang Li's demise, the absolute spirit array crumbled, revealing the bustling streets once more. What happened? Lord Jiang. Outside the array, 2 figures appeared, causing Yunzhe to raise an eyebrow in surprise. The lord of Qingzhou City, Zhou Wuhai, and his good-for-nothing son Zhou Xing, who only knew how to bully others by leveraging their influence. Upon witnessing the bloodstains on the ground, Zhou Wuhai's gaze hardened, a wave of unease flooding his heart. Yunzhe, how are you still alive? Lord Jiang was a peak Tianren realm expert. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing, petrified, shouted in disbelief. So it is. Yunzhe's eyes turned icy as he raised his hand, grasping at the air. In an instant, both men were lifted by an unseen force, suspended in midair. Lord Zhou, I presume you have had your sights set on me for some time? Yunzhe stepped forward, each stride weighing heavily on Zhou Wuhai's heart, rendering him pale and trembling. At this moment, he could no longer muster even a trace of true essence. It's a misunderstanding. Young Master Yun, it's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Wuhai stammered, desperately waving his hands in protest. I heard that Jiang Li was plotting against you and came to help. Desperation laced his voice as he insisted, yes. I'm here to assist you, please let me go. He continued, attempting to convince himself, yes, yes. My father came specifically for you. The Zhou family and Yun family have no grievances, Please do not act recklessly. Zhou Xing nodded vigorously, panic etched across his features. He vividly recalled the grim fate of Wu Yi and had no desire to follow in his footsteps. Haha, assisting me? Do you truly believe such absurd words? Yunzhe could not suppress his laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Oh, the esteemed lord of the city? Is the young master of the Yun family not the one who abducted the wretched Zhou Wuhai? Truly, what a farce. Just a mere sycophant who fortuitously gained the favor of Prince Wu Yang. The mysterious disappearance of over 1,000 women from Qingyun City each year is inextricably linked to him. The citizens of Qingzhou City, witnessing the spectacle, began to murmur among themselves. Though they dared not speak openly, their glances toward Zhou Wuhai and his son were filled with contempt. Such scum deserve their fate. How dare you speak, you lowly peasants? Zhou Wuhai's face reddened with rage, fury boiling within him. Unbelievable. When I return today, I shall have all of you executed. Release the lord of the city. Soon, dozens of city guards rushed in, their eyes bloodshot with fury as they glared at the suspended Zhou Wuhai and Zhou Xing. Roaring in outrage, they were loyal to the city lord, having enjoyed the spoils alongside him. Now that he was captured, how could they not be enraged for their own future prosperity? However, Yunzhe merely uttered two indifferent words, silence. In an instant, an invisible wave rippled outward. The city guards stood frozen as if transformed into statues. Crack. Moments later, they crumbled into ash, vanishing without a trace. It seemed Qingzhou City was in need of a new master. Chapter 23. The Tragic Fate of the Two. Arrival at the Royal City. Yunzhe surveyed the terror-stricken faces of the two and waved his hand nonchalantly. Suddenly, two pitch-black crosses appeared, binding them tightly. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? A profound fear surged within Zhou Wuhai, his voice shrill and raspy, echoing throughout the area. What am I going to do? A cold smile graced Yunzhe's lips as he accessed their attribute panels and began to modify them. Cultivation, none, modifiable. Life force, immortal for 3 days, modifiable. Pain sensation, 100,000 times, modifiable. Citizens of Qingzhou. His spiritual force surged forth, enveloping all directions, causing every living being in the city to tremble and look up in shock towards Yunzhe. In the next moment, his voice reverberated throughout Qingzhou City. From this day forth, you have 3 days to unleash your vengeance upon Zhou Wuhai and Zhou Xing. I have stripped them of all their cultivation and granted them unimaginable pain, as well as immortality for 3 days. They will now become the slaves upon whom you can vent your wrath. If you wish to kill them, now is the perfect opportunity. Yunzhe's words were like a devil's whisper, plunging the entire Qingzhou City into silence. After a brief moment of stillness, an overwhelming wave of uproar erupted. Is this truly the case? I want to torment that beast Zhou Xing. My daughter was merely 12 years old, and her life was extinguished so brutally. How dare he act with such savagery, devoid of humanity? This week, Zhou Wuhai has long been a thorn in my side. He has harmed countless individuals, and today, he finally faces retribution. In Qingzhou City, a cacophony of insults and shouts erupted. Zhou Wuhai and his companion felt as if they were plummeting into an abyss. Experiencing the chilling embrace of the cross, their breaths becoming painfully labored. Young Master Yin, is what you say truly the case? Soon, a burly man stepped forward from the crowd, his voice deep and grave. Upon seeing Zhou Wuhai, his fists clenched in rage, creaking with the intensity of his fury. He longed to rush forward and tear apart that loathsome visage. His name was Li Daniu, a hunter from a small village outside Qingzhou. 7 years ago, due to his wife's extraordinary beauty, she had been discovered by Zhou Wuhai, who brutally humiliated her to death. That day would remain etched in his memory forever. The echoes of his wife's agonized cries and the deranged, fiendish face of Zhou Wuhai pierced through Li Daniu's heart like a dagger, haunting him through countless nights filled with nightmares and unbearable anguish. He was determined to kill him, to slay that beast, that monster. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Yunzhe spoke casually, waving his hand, causing a variety of torturous instruments to materialize upon the ground. There were guillotines, chains, whips, hammers, and branding irons, each more horrifying than the last. He was now immortal, free to torment him and vent his pent-up wrath. Subsequently, Yunzhe turned and beckoned a few individuals to depart. Do not come near, you filthy peasant. What do you intend to do? Get away. Zhou Wuhai and Zhou Xing, upon seeing the row of chilling torture devices, were instantly struck with terror, their hearts racing as they struggled to escape. However, how could their mortal forms possibly break free from Yunzhe's bindings? Lord City Master, do you still remember me? Li Daniu brandished a cold blade. Stepping closer to Zhou Wuhai, the bloodshot fury in his eyes gleamed with a cold light, sending shivers down Zhou Wuhai's spine. What do you want, you lowly peasant? Don't act recklessly. I am the City Master. In the next moment, a horrific, heart-rending scream pierced the air. Soon, not only Li Daniu but a throng of figures surrounded the two men, their crimson eyes resembling those of demons eager to consume their prey. Spare us! Spare us! Please! Let me go! I shall never dare again. In an instant, Zhou Wuhai and Zhou Xing cried out in desperation, tears streaming down their faces, utterly disheveled. Yet, it was futile. Their pleas bore no fruit. Amidst the splattering of blood, their shrieks grew louder and more frantic. The crimson liquid pooling on the ground gradually transformed into a small stream, sending shivers down the spine of any who beheld it. Meanwhile, at Tianlua Wangcheng, the towering city walls loomed majestically, soaring over 100 feet high, resembling a colossal dragon coiled in place, exuding an overwhelming presence. This was one of the largest cities of the Dayu dynasty, housing over 50 million inhabitants, flourishing to the utmost degree. At the city gates, vigilant guards patrolled in squads, maintaining order. Suddenly, two beams of light streaked across the distant sky, descending swiftly before the city gates. Who goes there? Several guards were startled, their shouts thunderous. However, upon recognizing the visitors, they promptly bowed in respect. We greet Her Highness, the third princess. Although the royal family was secretly under the control of the Fantiang sect, these guards, entrenched in their humble positions, remained blissfully unaware, still holding the royal authority in the highest esteem. This is the royal city? Quite unimpressive. I could destroy it with a mere breath. At Murongxi's side, Xiaohe scrutinized the grand city with a face full of disdain. Haha, my esteemed princess. You have finally returned to the royal city. His Majesty has long been yearning for your presence, and specifically instructed me to escort you back swiftly. Just then, a middle-aged man donned in purple gold armor, with a long sword at his waist, approached leisurely from beyond the city gates. His gaze towards Murongxi bore a hint of subtle mockery and amusement. Chapter 24, The Foolish Woman, Xiaohe's Fury. Captain Zhao. Upon seeing this, the surrounding guards hurriedly paid their respects. The middle-aged man, Zhao Xian, merely nodded, seemingly accustomed to such deference. He was the vice-captain of the royal city's Imperial Guard, having reached the 10th level of celestial being, and had long established a rapport with the Fantiang sect, collaborating with them to ensnare the royal family. Murongxi held no fondness for this man, her brows knitting slightly as she remarked, Captain Zhao, you who are typically elusive, what brings you here to personally welcome me today? Her gaze turned icy, her voice tinged with distaste. The seventh prince, Muronggu, had perished due to Zhao Xian's schemes, and several of her personal guards had fallen victim to his machinations. Princess, you jest. His Majesty has commanded me to personally escort you back to the palace. Zhao Xian replied with a faint smile, gesturing for Murongxi to enter. Shall I eliminate this scoundrel? Sensing Murongxi's changing emotions, Xiaohe whispered coldly. Not yet. Once I enter the palace and secure my father's release, it will not be too late to deal with him. Murongxi's gaze flickered. Then she discreetly communicated her thoughts. After you, Your Highness. A smirk of successful scheming played on Zhao Xian's lips. Murongxi huffed softly, her graceful steps leading her into the magnificent royal city. Were it not for the Fantiang sect's abduction of her father, even with her peak royal cultivation, obliterating the Fantiang sect single-handedly would not pose a challenge. Furthermore, Murongxi turned to glance back at the inquisitive little black and white dog trailing behind. Her secret weapon was a true great sage of the demon clan. In this diminutive dynasty, such beings were legendary, capable of annihilating a nation with a mere flick of their finger. Even across the entire Xianzhou land, they could stir up a tempest. Wow, what an adorable little dog. Hey, I'll buy this little dog with these spirit stones. Just as Murongxi sank into her thoughts, an imperious yet charming voice broke through her reverie. Upon hearing this, Murongxi frowned slightly and turned to follow the sound. She saw a tall young woman in a lovely yellow gown, her figure graceful, approaching with a small pouch of spirit stones in hand. Behind her trailed several guards clad in dark robes, their formidable presence evident. Li Ruyu, one of the outer clan princesses of the Dayu dynasty, daughter of the northern desert king. Her nature was spoiled, her arrogance unparalleled, and she wielded her status as a weapon, aiming to humiliate Murongxi at every opportunity. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? Upon noticing Murongxi's glance, Li Ruyu's brows furrowed in displeasure, and she snapped. Her father, the northern desert king, had long betrayed the royal family, aligning himself with the Fantiang sect. Even knowing that the girl before her was the third princess of the Dayu dynasty, she felt no fear. Instead, her aim was to humiliate Murongxi, the most beautiful woman of the Dayu dynasty, the Tianxiao princess, now merely a pitiable captive. In her heart, she harbored a desire to strip Murongxi bare, lash her mercilessly, and torment her to death, all because of envy. envy of Murongxi's beauty, her talent, and everything she had been born with. Now, all would crumble into dust. This once glorious princess would ultimately become a wretched plaything, a lowly servant. Upon reaching this thought, Li Ruyu's exquisite visage contorted into a grotesque, sinister grin. Slap. Here are 10 low-grade spirit stones. Do you comprehend that this lady intends to purchase your dog? She exclaimed. She hurled the pouch of spirit stones onto the ground, her eyes flashing with disdain, poised to utter further words. In the next moment, a chilling scream abruptly pierced the air. Bang! The crowd witnessed a shadow flicker, and Li Xiangyu's body was forcefully propelled backward, crashing violently against a wall. Meanwhile, Xiao He slightly raised its pitch-black paw, a glimmer of ferocious bloodlust glinting in its eyes. This foolish woman dared to insult me. Wretched beast, seeking death. Instantly, several of Li Ruyu's guards roared in fury, drawing their blades and leaping towards Xiao He with the intent to strike. However, a series of bone-crushing and flesh-splattering sounds erupted, only to cease abruptly. The onlookers stared in disbelief, their pupils dilating in horror. They beheld that the once imposing guards clad in dark robes had transformed into pools of crimson blood and flesh, scattered across the ground. The gruesome scene rendered several youths with fragile constitutions pale and retching uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Witnessing this, Li Ruyu's complexion turned ashen. She attempted to rise, but was met with a searing pain that compelled a muffled groan to escape her lips. Your Highness, this is... Zhao Xian's gaze hardened, the spectacle before him evidently surpassing his expectations. Those guards were personally arranged by the Lord of Mabe, all masters at the Tongtian realm. Yet now, they had been effortlessly annihilated by a mere dog. Roar. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Do I, the dog lord, merely hold the value of these trifling stones? This is an outrageous insult. Xiao He seethed with indignation, its form swelling until it morphed into a colossal beast towering several dozen feet high. Its menacing fangs gleamed with a chilling light, and its ferocious gaze swept the surroundings like a demon poised to devour, instilling terror in all who beheld it. And no, stay away, don't come any closer. Li Ruyu, paralyzed by fear, cried out, having never before encountered such a horrifying beast. Her hair stood on end, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping her heart. Damn it, what manner of creature is this? Zhao Xian was equally terrified, his feet involuntarily retreating, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In this moment, even he, the commander of the Imperial Guard and a top-tier expert at the peak of the Tianren realm, felt a profound sense of dread. Murongxi, command that beast to cease at once. He shouted urgently towards Murongxi, in his desperation omitting her title. Chapter 25. The Death of the Lord of Mabe and the Chaos in the Royal City. Hell, what? Is this woman not one you allowed to come forth? Now that she has provoked the dog lord, I shall no longer tolerate this. Upon hearing this, Murongxi mocked with a smirk, and then boom, a terrifying pressure surged forth, instantly rendering Zhao Xian feeling as if he were being crushed beneath a mountain, utterly immobilized. This, wretched woman, what kind of fortune have you acquired to become so powerful? The next moment, gazing at the slowly advancing Murongxi, his mind shattered, he screamed in terror. Uft. However, before he could react further, an invisible blade swiftly severed his throat. Vivid blood sprayed forth, and Zhao Xian's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes bulging in disbelief at having met his demise at the hands of Murongxi. The third princess, she, killed Lord Zhao? Does she intend to rebel? The onlookers in the royal city gaped in shock, their expressions frozen in astonishment. They were unaware of the treachery of the Fantianging. Now, they witnessed the usually gentle and kind third princess executing the formidable Zhao Xian with a single blow, leaving them in a state of confusion. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of breaking air resonated suddenly. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in a silver robe, with slightly graying hair, gracefully descended. Father? Upon seeing the man, Li Ryu was momentarily stunned, and then her joy erupted as if she had grasped a lifeline, incessantly pleading, Father, you have finally arrived. You must take my side and kill this beast. You must kill it. Her voice was frantic, laced with boundless resentment. Her father, the Lord of Mabe, was a true spirit venerable, a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the Dayu dynasty. Yet, at this moment, the Lord of Mabe's gaze was solely fixed upon the black and white giant beast before him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Danger. His instincts honed by years of warfare warned him that the beast before him was exceedingly perilous. Should he reveal even a hint of murderous intent, it was likely that he would perish instantly, leaving no trace behind. Wretched spawn, you are audacious and have offended this powerful beast. Do you not hasten to kneel and apologize? Taking a deep breath, the Lord of Mabe directly rebuked Li Ryu, his voice icy to the core. Father? Upon hearing this, Li Ruyu's body stiffened, her face paling as if drained of blood. She could not believe her ears. The father who usually defended her in every matter was commanding her to kneel before a beast and apologize. How could this be possible? Wretched spawn, kneel. Suddenly, seeing Li Ruyu remain frozen in place, the Lord of Mabei's expression darkened, and he shouted sharply. Boom. In the next moment, the pressure of a spirit venerable erupted forth. Thud. Instantly, Li Ruyu swayed, involuntarily collapsing to her knees, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intense confusion and grievance. Why? Why must father treat me this way? It is merely a beast. Killing it should suffice. Is father not invincible? Kneel. Admit your fault before this esteemed one. The Lord of Mabei's voice grew even deeper, tinged with a hint of anxiety and fear. Under Xiao Hei's increasingly frigid gaze, he could no longer afford dignity or pride. If he angered this terrifying beast before him, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. I refuse. I am unwilling. Li Ruyu bit her crimson lip, her voice hoarse with despair. She could not comprehend how her father had become so weak and fearful. He had once been a military god defending the borders, renowned for decades on the battlefield, achieving countless victories. How could he shrink back in fear of a mere beast? You. The Lord of Mabei was nearly driven to madness. Did this foolish daughter not understand that this was her only chance for salvation? Dog Lord, eliminate these two. Those who offend your authority are unworthy to continue living. Beside them, Murongxi narrowed her beautiful eyes, regarding Li Xianyu and the Lord of Mabei from a distance, speaking coldly. The Lord of Mabei had indeed amassed great military achievements in the past, earning a title as an external noble under her father's reign. Yet, no one had anticipated that years later, he would secretly align himself with the Fantianging and even assist in seizing imperial power. This was treason, a crime deserving of death. Haha, then let us descend into hell and see just how much you are worth. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei grinned sinisterly, and as it spoke, its massive body suddenly pivoted, a paw descending. You. The Lord of Mabei was struck with terror, abandoning thoughts of his foolish daughter and igniting his blood energy to escape frantically. Boom. Unfortunately, the gap between him and Xiao Hei was insurmountably vast. Barely an inch off the ground, he was crushed, his soul annihilated. The border lord of the Diyu dynasty, a formidable figure of the Lingzun realm, perished instantly, unable to even emit a cry of despair. As for Li Ruyu, not a fragment of her essence remained, entirely merging with the earth. The esteemed Wang of Mabei? At this moment, the onlookers were utterly horrified, casting fearful glances at Xiao Hei, trembling with trepidation, nearly prostrating themselves. What kind of terrifying power could annihilate the Wang of Mabei in a single strike? Was that beast perhaps a creature of the royal demon class? Go ye. We must make our way to the palace, murmured Murongxi, her brows furrowed as she surveyed the chaos around her. She had no desire to waste time explaining matters to these people. Her priority was to rescue her father, the emperor, and subsequently eliminate the members of the Fantian sect lurking within the royal city. Chapter 26. Storming the Palace, an instant of annihilation. At that very moment, within the resplendent halls of the Diyu Palace, a messenger guard hurriedly entered the grand chamber. Eldarin, grave news. Murongxi has arrived accompanied by a powerful demon. The Wang of Mabei has fallen. The guard knelt, his face pale and filled with terror. Meanwhile, seated upon the dragon throne was not the Diyu emperor, but a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman clad in a purple gown, Lan, the third elder of the Fantian sect, a master of spiritual illusion at the Lingzun level. Even among her peers, she had manipulated the Diyu emperor into becoming a mere puppet, a living entity devoid of autonomy. Murongxi? Lan's brows knitted together, a sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. The Wang of Mabei was a formidable figure of the second level in the Lingzun realm, his strength far surpassing that of ordinary celestial beings. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with even within the Fantian sect. Bring her in. Lan commanded coldly. Declare that Murongxi has conspired with foreign powers against us. Immediately seal off the royal city, hunt down the traitors, and execute anyone who defies orders without mercy. Additionally, summon all the esteemed members to join me in confronting these rebels. Suddenly, the palace shook violently as if some horrendous entity had descended upon them. No need for that, came a voice as the palace doors were forcefully torn open. Murongxi, her silver hair cascading, strode in with an icy demeanor, resembling a deity from on high. She air. Upon seeing her, the Diyu emperor's eyes flickered with a moment of clarity, as if regaining a fragment of awareness, and he murmured her name. Father. Murongxi clenched her fists, her delicate form trembling violently as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent engulfed the chamber, causing Lan and her cohorts to momentarily falter, chilled to the bone. Impudent. In an instant, numerous powerful beings surged into the palace, surrounding Murongxi and Xiao Hei. They had long allied themselves with the Fantian sect and had no loyalty left for the true royal authority. Morongshi, do you intend to rebel? Unlan's face twisted with anger, her voice laced with barely concealed fury. While she was uncertain of how Morongshi had summoned such a formidable demon, it did not instill fear in her. After all, this was the Tian Luo royal city, firmly under the control of the Fantian sect. Rebel? A chilling smile graced Morongshi's lips. You turn my father into a puppet and secretly manipulate the royal power while plotting the assassination of the royal family. Who is truly the rebel here? Is it me? Or are you the ones with insatiable ambitions, attempting to overthrow the entire Du dynasty? A sword materialized in the air, twisting the very fabric of reality as Morongshi pointed it at Unlan, a frigid radiance emanating from the blade, plunging the surroundings into a wintry abyss. What are you all waiting for? Kill her. Dispose of this traitor. Unlan's eyes flashed with panic. But she quickly regained her composure and commanded the Du Emperor to rise in fury. Kill. In an instant, hundreds of celestial beings charged forth, aiming to slay Morongshi, seeking death. Observing the onslaught of the Fantian sect's forces, Xiao Hei's eyes glinted with a chilling ferocity, and then, boom. Crimson mists of blood instantly painted the opulent hall, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of celestial beings, including 2 Lingzun elders of the Fantian sect, fell lifelessly to the ground. Blood and severed limbs flew through the air. Unlan let out a haunting wail, collapsing to the ground, drenched in the warm blood that now soaked her. What has happened? What on earth is happening? They are all dead. All of them. An overwhelming fear surged within her, and she felt as if her mind had exploded, leaving her bereft of any rational thought. The sheer magnitude of power displayed was beyond her wildest imaginings, far surpassing that of the Lingzun realm. As Morongshi advanced step by step toward Unlan, each footfall bore down upon her like a suffocating weight. It seemed that in the next instant, she would be entirely obliterated, with no chance of escape. Morongshi, what are you planning? If you take another step, I will kill your father. Unlan, in a desperate bid, seized the Du Emperor, her voice tinged with madness. Go ye. Morongshi halted her steps, glancing at Xiao Hei. A soul imprint? How trivial. Xiao Hei, with casual indifference, tapped the air with a paw. Ding. In that instant, a faint sound akin to a distant chime resonated through the grand hall. Unlan felt a heavy weight in her heart as the connection between her and the Du Emperor severed entirely. Wretched creature. Boom. In the next moment, the Du Emperor's eyes cleared, and upon recognizing Unlan behind him, he unleashed a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Unlan was sent flying, blood spewing from her lips, her complexion as pale as paper, eyes wide with shock and horror. How could this happen? How could this be? Why was the heavenly level soul's secret technique so easily broken? What manner of being is that demon? Unlan's mind screamed, teetering on the brink of collapse. This secret technique was not something easily undone, even by those of the Emperor realm. Could it be that it was a demon saint? That little vixen, Morongshi, had secured the assistance of such a being? No, I will not yield. How could my century-long scheme of the Fantian sect be so easily thwarted? Chapter 27. A single strike to annihilate Unlan, the shock of Morongshi. With this thought, a final glimmer of madness and ferocity flickered in Unlan's eyes. Little vixen, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. With that, her aura surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the Lingzun realm. Unlan had ignited her life force, seeking a decisive strike to perish alongside Morongshi. A terrifying storm of true essence swept through the space, shattering it like glass. A sight both startling and dreadful. The power of a high-level Lingzun's desperate strike was unimaginable, reaching an apex of horror. The entire palace, as well as the vast royal city, trembled in a subtle yet palpable manner, akin to a dragon rising from the depths, threatening to rend the earth asunder and cause the mountains and rivers to collapse. Countless formidable beings within the royal city narrowed their eyes, all turning their gazes toward the palace. The terrifying fluctuation of true essence almost left them breathless. Even those at the Tianren realm felt a sudden constriction in their hearts, as though they were plummeting into an abyss. Die. Suddenly, Unlan's gaze turned sinister, her voice erupting in a maddened roar. Her figure transformed into a streak of lightning, charged with boundless hatred and resentment, as she lunged toward Morongshi. Not good cheer. Witnessing this scene, the Du Emperor's expression changed drastically, his heart sinking. He attempted to intervene, but Unlan's speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that even he, an 8th-level Lingzun, could not react in time. In the blink of an eye, she had already reached Morongshi, her right hand wielding a pitch-black blade that descended with lethal intent. Unlan's expression was deranged, as if she could already envision the horrifying scene of Murong, she being cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. A bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Yet, how futile it all was. In an instant, Murong Shi's eyes glimmered with a cold light. She casually raised her jade hand and struck out with a single palm. Boom. The terrifying force of her palm surged forth like a raging river. Crack. In that fleeting moment, Unland's razor-sharp blade, capable of easily shredding a city, shattered like decayed wood under the overwhelming power. Not only that, but her entire right arm, along with her body, exploded under the vast force. Splat. Flesh and blood fragments scattered, painting the ground red. In the face of the Emperor's supreme strength, Unland's desperate strike appeared utterly ridiculous. Murong Shi had merely struck out with her palm, yet the power contained within far exceeded Unland's by several folds. With a single blow, she reduced Unland to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Xia? The Du Emperor was deeply shocked by the scene before him. His gaze fixed in a daze upon Murong Shi, his heart racing violently. To obliterate Unland, who had burned her life essence. Surely, only a being of the Emperor realm could accomplish such a feat. When did my daughter become so powerful? From the Shinfu realm to the Emperor realm in just half a year. This is utterly preposterous. Even the most monstrous genius of the Jiuzhou continent could not achieve such a feat. Father, Xia understands you must have many questions. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Murong Shi's beautiful eyes shifted slightly as she spoke gently. As you surmise, my cultivation has indeed reached the Emperor realm, and I am at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. What? This? Upon hearing Murong Shi's words, the Du Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, his mind reeling in shock. Though he had harbored suspicions, he could not help but lose his composure. Is it truly the Emperor realm? How is this possible? In just half a year, my daughter has completely surpassed me, becoming a formidable Emperor realm expert, and at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm no less. It is worth noting that in his youth, he was also hailed as the greatest prodigy of the dynasty, yet after more than 70 years of cultivation, he had only attained the 8th level of Lingzuan. And now, Xia is still not yet 19 years old, is she? 19 years old, and at the 9th level of the Emperor realm? At this thought, the Du Emperor felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting from the shock. This world is truly insane. Taking a moment to calm his turbulent emotions, the Du Emperor swallowed hard, his voice laced with an indescribable bitterness. Xia, what is all of this? Upon hearing this, Murong Shi's countenance grew increasingly serious, and after a brief contemplation, she gazed towards the distant Xiao and said, Father, my identity is no longer that of a princess of the Du dynasty, nor does my life belong solely to myself. My current master is an unimaginably powerful being of the utmost nobility. I am but a servant under her command for eternity. As she concluded, Murong Shi's voice softened, her eyes reflecting profound reverence. This esteemed elder is the one my master sent to accompany me to the royal city. He is a formidable Desheng-level demon, known as Xiao, whom you may also refer to as Dog Yi. It is noteworthy that the soul-binding secret technique placed upon you has also been broken by Dog Yi. She then proceeded to introduce Xiao, each word causing the Du Emperor's complexion to grow increasingly horrified. His daughter had become a mere maid, and this seemingly innocuous black and white dog was, in fact, a Desheng? Wait, Desheng. Suddenly, the Du Emperor's pupils constricted, his entire mind blanking out. Junior Murong Ju Tian greets esteemed Elder Xiao. The next moment, he dropped to his knees without hesitation, respectfully bowing to him. A Desheng-level expert is an existence that surpasses even the Saint realm. With a thought, they could annihilate mountains and seas. With a word, they could suppress the cosmos. Should they incur the wrath of a Desheng, in an instant, the great Du dynasty, composed of millions of subjects, would be reduced to ash. One must understand that beneath the Saint realm, all are but ants. And in the eyes of a Desheng, even saints are no different from those ants. Chapter 28, Secrets of the Fantian Sect. One paw annihilates the sect. At this realization, beads of sweat began to uncontrollably bead upon Murong Ju Tian's forehead, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. What kind of figure has my daughter become a servant to? Even a mighty Desheng of the demon race is subservient to her. Esteemed elder, your kindness is something I shall never forget. Should there be any tasks in the future, I shall face fire and water, unhesitatingly. As his thoughts raced, Murong Ju Tian expressed his gratitude once more, his tone filled with utmost sincerity. Regardless, it was this esteemed elder who had liberated him from that detestable soul mark, allowing him to regain his sanity and awaken fully. Without everything that transpired today, his fate and that of the Murong royal family would be unfathomable. Upon witnessing this, Xiao nodded, acknowledging Murong Ju Tian's bow. He then turned to Murong Shi and spoke softly, Girl, your father has been freed from his predicament. So that so-called Fantian sect need not continue to exist, correct? Do you mean to? At this, Mu Rongxi's heart jolted slightly as she began to grasp his intentions. Is he truly contemplating the complete destruction of the Fantian sect? Indeed, with such terrifying power at the Desheng realm, annihilating a mere sect from thousands of miles away would be well within reach. I earnestly request esteemed Elder Xiaohe to take action and obliterate the Fantian sect. Those scoundrels murdered my wife and children, disrupted my royal authority, and even secretly offered the blood of 1,000,000 subjects in sacrifice. Such crimes deserve nothing less than death. In the next moment, Mu Rongju Tian's hatred surged as he responded fiercely, his voice low yet filled with rage. His enmity with the Fantian sect had long been ingrained in his bones and needed no further elaboration. I implore you, Doggy, to act and eradicate the Fantian sect. Beside him, Mu Rongxi took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Xiaohe. The Fantian sect, as the leading sect of the Deyu dynasty, possessed undeniable strength. The revered ancestor of the Fantian sect had remained hidden for a century, rumored to have reached the half-step emperor realm. Even their power used to usurp royal authority was merely the tip of the iceberg. Their true foundation was undoubtedly far more formidable than it appeared. Mu Rongju Tian understood that the Fantian sect's ambitions were not limited to secretly controlling the Deyu dynasty. They had been orchestrating a grand scheme all along. The ancient array, the soul-devouring absolute life array. This is one of the secrets of the Fantian sect. I accidentally learned of it, and subsequently, I was marked with a soul imprint by that NLN, becoming a puppet of the Fantian sect. Once this formation is activated, it will devour the life essence of all beings within, merging it into its own being. Thus, one's cultivation will surge dramatically, soaring to unprecedented heights. Presently, even in TNLW NGCHing, as well as in numerous cities throughout the DY dynasty, traces of the soul-devouring formation can be found, waiting to be initiated, leading to the annihilation of all souls and the collapse of the dynasty. The Fanti, an ancestor, is capable of refining the blood of countless beings, propelling himself into the realm of the emperor. At that time, not only the DY dynasty, but even the neighboring dynasties will surely fall victim to his malevolence, with rivers running red with blood. Well then, let us resolve this swiftly. I find myself missing my master. Hearing this, Xiao grinned, raising a paw. A terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, almost engulfing the entirety of the DY dynasty, swiftly locating the Fantian sect's whereabouts. At this moment, deep within the Fantian sect, an elder in a black robe, with a complexion as pale as death and eyes clouded to the extreme, suddenly opened his eyes. A chilling and bone-piercing murderous intent spread in all directions. Who dares to recklessly pry into the soul of the Fantian sect? Could it be that they believe there is no one guarding the Fantian sect? Boom. In the next moment, the elder rose abruptly, soaring to the skies above the entire Fantian sect, his gaze piercing through the void. How many years has it been since someone in the DY dynasty dared to provoke the Fantian sect? Do they truly believe that the Fanti, an ancestor, has perished? Boom. Instantly, the Fanti, an ancestor, was filled with rage and an overwhelming, terrifying pressure erupted from his body. It is the ancestor. What has transpired to warrant the ancestor's personal emergence? This is bad. Elder N and the other soul tablets have shattered. The royal city is in turmoil. The pressure swept through the Fantian sect, causing numerous sect experts to appear. Among them, an elder, upon hearing the transmission, changed countenance and exclaimed in shock. The powerful members hidden within the royal city of the Fanti and sect have all gone missing? What calamity has unfolded? Ah, look, what is that? At this moment, someone seemed to have noticed something, pointing to the heavens and shouting loudly. Following the sound, nearly every person witnessing this scene felt their hearts tremble violently. Boom. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the sky, exuding an overwhelming oppressive force, causing every member of the Fanti and sect to shudder in fear. This shadow was so immense that it nearly covered the entire sky in just a few breaths. The whole of the Fanti and sect seemed to be enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. What is happening? Master, what is this thing? Within the Fanti and sect, whether among the high-ranking elders or the ordinary disciples, everyone felt an overwhelming dread. Beneath that vast darkness, they felt as insignificant as ants, as if they were on the brink of annihilation. Mere tricks. The Fanti, an ancestor, scoffed repeatedly, but in the next moment, his murky gaze suddenly froze. Darkness descended in an instant. In the eyes of countless Fanti and sect experts, it transformed into a terrifying, pitch-black beast claw, crashing down upon the entire Fanti and sect. Boom. A mushroom cloud towering tens of thousands of feet erupted. In an instant, waves akin to an apocalyptic storm surged forth, rampaging across the land. The entire world trembled, as if doomsday had arrived, and all beings within the Fntin sect, including the Fntin ancestor, were instantly reduced to ashes, their remains non-existent. The entire area, spanning thousands of miles, transformed into a colossal claw-shaped pit, unfathomably deep, resembling a terrifying abyss. This grand sect, which had stood for millennia, was thus obliterated, reduced to the dust of history. In later generations, this place would be referred to as Tin Qn Juan. Chapter 29. The Eternal Realm, the True Use of the System. Meanwhile, within Qngzhu City, the strike from Xiao that obliterated the Fntin sect caused the entire Dy dynasty to tremble slightly. Even within Qngzhu City, a hint of destruction could be felt. Young Master, this is the compilation of all the cultivation texts collected by D. Insu Ng over the past millennia. Moreover, this is a low-grade holy pill recipe, the Sh-Dn. It can increase the probability of ascending to the holy realm by 30%. But the required materials and methods are exceedingly complex. Even my former 3 disciples, after researching for a millennium, could not successfully refine it. In the Yn family, xianxian respectfully spoke, handing Ynz a spatial ring. Within, it contained the profound heritage of D. Insu Ng accumulated over the millennia. A pill recipe? Ynz casually glanced at the ending Sh-Dn recipe, then silently contemplated. System, modify alchemist rank. Soon, his panel transformed to display the following. Alchemist, DNZ, a rank created by the host, capable of conjuring pills from thin air without any materials. Modifiable, Buzz. In the next moment, with a mere thought, dozens of Sh-Dn fell to the ground like candy, leaving xianxian utterly dumbfounded. Mouth agape, standing in place. Oh, instantly, Ynz raised an eyebrow, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Even the fabricated rank system he created can be modified? What if I alter it to say, Cultivation, Eternal, a realm created by the host, transcending all time, space, dimensions, and concepts, capable of creating or destroying all worlds with a single thought, unaffected by any external factors. Modifiable. This is, feeling the power within him now. Ynz was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless for a long time. This power surpasses that of an emperor by immeasurable magnitudes, and even a description of such a realm can be casually modified by the system. Boom. In an instant, a single cell within Ynz accidentally exerted a fraction more power. In an instant, an unimaginable force erupted forth. The entire GZHU continent, along with the myriad worlds surrounding it, was obliterated in an instant, dissolving into endless chaos. Ynz stood dazed amidst the vast currents of chaos, unable to articulate a word for a long time. The power of the so-called eternal realm transcended all living beings' imagination, reaching an unfathomable degree. Buzz. The next moment, with a mere thought, the concept of time began to serve him. Countless worlds, along with the GZHU continent, were swiftly restored, and he returned to within the Yn family. At this moment, xianxian was still staring blankly at the Sh-Dn, completely unaware that the entire GZHU continent, and even the infinite worlds, had already undergone a cataclysmic event. Young Master, what are these pills? After a long while, he finally swallowed hard and managed to ask, confusion and bewilderment evident in his eyes. Are you referring to this? Upon hearing this, Ynz also emerged from his reverie and waved his right hand gently. DDN, a pill created by the host. Effect is to directly achieve the status of emperor, cannot be measured by ordinary ranks, modifiable. With a clatter, again, dozens of DDN appeared, and the instant they manifested, countless miraculous phenomena emerged, as if a divine miracle had occurred. Gulp. In an instant, xianxian felt a dryness in his throat, nearly gasping for breath, his old eyes widening in disbelief. A pill that can invoke celestial phenomena can only be the legendary DDN. Yet now, these supreme pills, capable of summoning emperor-level beings, were casually tossed aside as if they were worthless refuse. Boom. Meanwhile, even from billions of miles away, the aura of the Deng Dan attracted the attention of several ancient beings in Xinzhou. The emergence of the Deng Dan? Deep within the sacred land of true spirits, a colossal true dragon, towering at several 100,000 zhong, suddenly opened its eyes. Upon sensing the faint aura emanating from the Deng Dan, its pale golden dragon pupils contracted violently. The true spirit dragon ancestor was one of the supreme powers of Xinzhou, possessing strength at the 5th level of the quasi-emperor realm. having survived for 1,000,000 years and witnessed countless storms. Today marks a full 300,000 years since the last Deng Di Dan appeared. This is bad. The blood-slaughter demon emperor has already made his move. In the next moment, before he could investigate further, he sensed a familiar, terrifying fluctuation. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor, the unrivaled overlord of the demonic path in Xianzhou, was a terrifying figure at the same quasi-emperor 5th level. Haha, I never expected that upon awakening. I would obtain a Deng Di Dan. Heaven aids me, truly heaven aids me. Boom. Suddenly, an immense demonic shadow manifested above the city of Xianzhou. His blood-red eyes glinted ominously, and behind him surged a vast sea of blood, appearing as if one were gazing upon an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This was a terrifying demon who had slaughtered billions of lives. Although he had yet to step into the realm of the emperor, his combat prowess was indeed earth-shattering. It was none other than the blood-slaughtered demon emperor. The weather has turned warmer. Even mosquitoes have appeared. Upon witnessing this, Yunzhe frowned slightly and concentrated. A minuscule yet potent force was released. Bang! In the next moment, the vast sea of blood vanished without a trace, and the blood-slaughtered demon emperor, who was smiling, was instantly reduced to particles scattered throughout the world. Did the sky just turn red for a moment? In Qingzhou City, some martial artists walking on the streets raised their heads, gazing at the firmament with puzzled expressions. How did the sky return to its former color in the blink of an eye? Hiss! At this moment, upon sensing the obliteration of the blood-slaughtered demon emperor's aura, the true spirit dragon ancestor was utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor, one of the top-tier powers in Xinzhou. How could he be eliminated with just a single encounter? Chapter 30. The Birth of 3 Emperors, One Palm to Annihilate the Heavenly Tao. Dragon ancestor, what has happened? Why did I sense an overwhelming aura of the demonic path in an instant? In the next moment, a formidable figure appeared and could not help but inquire. He was the master of the sacred land of true spirits, a terrifying being at the half-step quasi-emperor realm. Upon seeing the master of true spirits, the true spirit dragon ancestor fell into a silent contemplation instead of answering. How powerful could an existence be to annihilate a quasi-emperor 5th level in an instant? Buzzing. The true spirit dragon ancestor's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment, and his form began to shrink continuously, transforming into a white-haired elder. Dragon ancestor, what is happening? Seeing this, the master of true spirits slightly changed his expression. The dragon ancestor was one of the founders of the sacred land of true spirits, as well as the highest-ranking ancestor within the sanctuary, said to have lived for 1,000,000 years. In the vast Jiuzhou continent, he could be considered a living fossil of a figure. Usually, he rarely showed himself, residing within this secret realm, secretly guarding the sacred land, and seldom concerning himself with worldly matters. At this moment, after thousands of years, the dragon ancestor was once again taking human form, intending to reveal himself to the world. Could it be that something astonishing has transpired in Xinzhou? Guchun, follow me to the eastern region. Suddenly, the true spirit dragon ancestor took a deep breath, gazing towards the direction of Qingzhou City, his voice solemn to the extreme. I fear that a great emperor has emerged in our Xianzhou. Mosquitoes are truly bothersome. After erasing the blood-slaughter demon emperor with a mere thought, Yunzhe casually collected the Deng Di Dan and sighed lightly. However, that mosquito just now, if classified according to the strength of the Jiuzhou continent, seemed rather formidable. Could it be that I inadvertently crushed some significant figure? For instance, a mosquito king, or a mosquito demon emperor. Upon reflecting on this, Yunzhe could not help but chuckle. Ants are ultimately just ants. The myriad worlds are merely playthings that I can extinguish at will. In my eyes, the strength of living beings has lost all significance. Old man, this is the Deng Di Dan. Consuming it allows one to ascend directly to the level of an emperor, disregarding all conditions. It is a gift for you. With that, Yunzhe tossed a Deng Di Dan, causing Jiang Chen's figure to tremble violently as he rushed to catch the pill. A pill that could directly make one an emperor? This is simply beyond comprehension, completely surpassing imagination. Even the legendary Jiao Xiandan Emperor would not be capable of refining such a heaven-defying divine pill, right? Gulp. In the next moment, Jiang Chun eagerly swallowed the Deng Di Dan. Instantly, a surging power enveloped his entire being, and his cultivation soared at a visibly frantic pace. Great Saint, Holy King, Quasi-Emperor. The rapid ascension of power made him feel as though he were in a dream. Boom. The violent aura swept through the entire Qingzhou city, and the skies above were filled with thunder and lightning, with massive lightning serpents wreaking havoc. This was Jiang Chen's Emperor Tribulation, the wrath of the heavenly Tao. It could not permit the birth of another emperor. If this person successfully ascended to the emperor realm, what would happen to the dignity of the heavenly Tao? Boom. The heavens and earth were engulfed in stormy weather, dark clouds gathered, seemingly intent on drowning all of Qingzhou City. What is happening? Zaire, what in the world is this? Noticing the changes in this place, Xia Yu and Yun Tian revealed themselves, gazing at the Emperor Tribulation in the sky with astonishment. Just right. Come, one for each of you, consume it, and you will become emperors. Upon seeing the two arrive, Yunze wore a smile and took out 2 Ding Di Dan, tossing them over. The scene resembled tossing out 2 pieces of candy. Upon hearing Yunze's words, Xia Yu and Yun Tian were immediately dumbfounded. What? Consuming it will allow us to ascend to the Emperor realm? Their expressions mirrored that of Jiang Qin's moments earlier, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, they had witnessed too many unbelievable events. While the Deng Di Dan was astonishing, it remained within the realm of acceptability. In just a few breaths, both of them swallowed a Deng Di Dan. Instantly, torrents of pure power surged into their bodies, refining their flesh and souls. Every strand of their spirit, every drop of their blood underwent transformation, evolving. Boom. The simultaneous ascension of 3 individuals to the Emperor realm provoked the heavenly Tao of the Jiuzhou continent into a complete fury. In an instant, the skies over a radius of thousands of miles seemed to transform into a thunderous sea, with the sound of endless booms echoing throughout the heavens and earth. It must annihilate these 3 audacious human beings, without fail. How noisy. However, at that moment, Yunze slowly raised his head, his gaze revealing a glimmer of coldness. Following this, he casually struck out with a palm. Boom. In an instant, an infinite light of destruction erupted. Crack. The void cracked inch by inch, shattering into fragments. And then a colossal hand appeared, dispersing the countless thunders in the sky, erasing them without a trace. Bang. The heavenly Tao was obliterated in an instant. With the fall of the heavenly Tao, the entire structure of the Jiuzhou continent began to collapse, causing infinite chaos. Countless powerful beings were filled with terror, and inexplicably, a profound sense of foreboding arose in their hearts, as if this world could be annihilated. Alas, it seems I have exerted my strength excessively. After the obliteration of Tiandao, will the world meet its demise as well? Sensing the gradual collapse of this realm, Yunze could only shake his head in resignation. His power was indeed overwhelming. Even if he were to seal it to an infinitesimal fraction, he could still achieve the level of instantaneous annihilation of Tiandao. Thus, with a snap of his fingers, Yunze reversed the flow of time where Tiandao resided, restoring it to existence. In an instant, countless rules stabilized, and the world on the brink of collapse returned to its former state, as if the preceding events had merely been a fleeting dream. Had it fled? After a while, Yunze felt no further anomalies and could not help but curl his lip. Such a grand entity as Tiandao had actually chosen to escape. He had intended to continue teasing it, only to find that it had decisively retreated. Could it be that even Tiandao could feel fear? Boom. At this moment, the 3 of them had successfully ascended to the rank of emperor, their eyes brimming with boundless might, evoking a sense of supremacy over all existence. Zaire, have we truly achieved the status of emperor? After a moment of astonishment, feeling the unparalleled power within him, Yun Tiannan's face was alight with uncontainable excitement. An emperor, the pinnacle of strength in the Jiuzhou continent, and they had attained it so effortlessly. Young master, with such capabilities, are you not the deity that created the world? Jiang Chun was equally moved to tears, never having dared to dream of achieving the status of emperor before this moment. The creator god? I take back my previous words. Hearing this, Yunze could not help but burst into laughter. Gain the power of a deity? No. To me now, deities are but mere ants. Chapter 31. The 4 Divine Beasts, Yunze's city established. The following day, as the sun rose, its golden rays illuminated the earth, gently awakening Zhou Wuhai and Zhou Xing, who opened their eyes to a hint of relief. Hell, for 3 days, they had endured what felt like true torment. Excruciating pain, bodies that could not perish, and their consciousness forced to awaken repeatedly. Those wretched commoners had devised every form of torture, and he had been slain time and again. He had yearned for death countless times, yet each time he lost consciousness, he would awaken anew, his body restored to its previous state. The maniacal laughter of those commoners was deeply etched in his mind, becoming an eternal nightmare. Today, he had finally reached the day of liberation. He had waited far too long. 3 days felt like 1,000 years. Faint footsteps drew near, finally coming to a halt before him. Zhou Wuhai struggled to lift his head, and there he beheld Yunze's face, which bore a smile that was neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful. Kill me. At this moment, despite the endless resentment swirling within him, the anger and regret coalesced into a lowly plea for death. Death had become the highest aspiration for him now. Glancing at Zhou Xing, whose eyes were hollow, having been tortured to the point of mental collapse, Yunze noted that, Remarkably, Zhou Wuhai still retained a sliver of consciousness, able to articulate his thoughts despite the inhumane suffering. Such willpower was indeed extraordinary. In the next moment, he flicked his fingers, and with an invisible force, their breaths faded away, their souls extinguished. However, those who dared to conspire against him, regardless of any admiration he held for them, were destined to meet their demise. Young Master Yunze. Witnessing the deaths of Zhou Wuhai and Zhou Xing, the multitude of citizens in Qingzhou City fell to their knees. Now that the Lord of Qingzhou is dead, would you be willing to assume the position of the new Lord? The foremost figure, a robust man named Li Daniu, spoke with fervor. They had all witnessed Yunze's inscrutable prowess, granting them the opportunity to exact vengeance upon their foes. Yunze was undoubtedly their benefactor. With Zhou Wuhai's demise, he was deemed the most suitable candidate to take on the role of city lord. At this moment, even Yunze himself had not realized he had become the focal point of the populace's reverence, almost evolving into a figure of worship in their hearts. Young Master Yunze, I should not have defamed you. Slap, slap. I am truly a wretched creature. Suddenly, a youth knelt before Yunze, fervently striking his own face and repenting. I mocked and slandered you during your downfall. How foolish I was. I was wrong, young Master Yunze. I should not have ridiculed you. In a flurry, more and more individuals knelt, weeping and confessing their misdeeds. We beseech you to become the Lord of Qingzhou City. We are willing to follow you and serve you loyally. In the end, nearly all the citizens of Qingzhou City were respectfully kneeling, imploring Yunze to become their new lord. To be the city lord? Yunze chuckled, surveying the throngs of adoring faces. A warm current surged within him. To create my own force? It seems it would be quite amusing. Very well, I, Yunze, shall be your city lord from this day forth. But this dilapidated city is unworthy of my dominion. With a thunderous roar, Yunze's right hand swept through the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, the once 1,000-mile expanse of Qingzhou City began to expand at a visible rate. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. All structures were obliterated in an instant, only to be reformed anew, within the span of a single incense stick. A colossal city of unfathomable grandeur rose from the ground, towering between heaven and earth. It loomed high into the clouds, exuding a majestic and ancient aura that resonated throughout the realms. Surrounding the immense city, the towering walls reached the heavens, akin to mountains piercing the skies. However, it felt as though something was missing. As Yunze scanned the magnificent city below, a thought crossed his mind as he gazed at a few trees within the city. He proceeded to make modifications. World Source Tree, a supreme divine tree capable of creating infinite worlds, originally an ordinary Songling tree, modifiable. Soon, dozens of towering emerald trees appeared at the city's center, radiating astonishing life force. These were supreme divine objects capable of creating worlds. Even a single leaf possessed almost limitless power surpassing that of the entire Jiuzhou continent. In a brief moment, due to the life force emanating from the world source trees, the concentration of spiritual energy within the city began to rise at a terrifying pace. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold. In the central area of the city, the spiritual energy transformed into pure world source power, and even refining a mere thread could yield unimaginable strength. Subsequently, after modifying several world source trees, Yunze casually summoned a small pebble. Eternal Divine Hall, the supreme hall transcending all things, crafted from pure world essence, originally an ordinary pebble, modifiable. In the next moment, a magnificent floating palace of pure platinum appeared, standing majestically above the center of the entire city. Let this serve as the city lord's residence. Yunze assessed the city lord's palace he had crafted and felt quite satisfied. Then, a roar erupted. From all corners of the city, for immense pressures surged forth. In the east, a thunderous roar echoed, far more powerful than the heavenly tribulation, and within it manifested a towering dragon silhouette, leaving all the inhabitants of Qingzhou City momentarily speechless. Race, Jilate Songlong, a self-created race by the host, one of the highest in all realms. Originally a loach, modifiable. Cultivation, Shindage, the highest tier in all realms, an unparalleled existence beyond the Tao. Modifiable. In the south, boundless divine flames descended, as if to scorch the world to ashes. The crowd, dazed, turned to behold a phoenix amidst the endless flames, preparing to take flight, gazing down upon the myriad realms. Race, Pomi Yin Foam, a self-created race by the host, one of the highest in all realms. Originally a sparrow, modifiable. Cultivation, Shindage, modifiable. In the west, ice crystallized. Snowflakes danced, and a colossal shadow emerged, seemingly freezing the myriad realms. Race, Jipo Han, who was self-created race by the host, one of the highest in all realms. Originally a stray dog, modifiable. Cultivation, Shindage, modifiable. Finally, in the north, a heavy aura enveloped the air, as if an infinite number of worlds were descending upon them. Race, Di Xiangxuanwu, a self-created race by the host, one of the highest in all realms. Originally a turtle from the Yun family's pond, modifiable. Cultivation, Shindage, modifiable. Master. In the next instant, the four divine beasts bowed respectfully to Yunza. This left the people of Qingzhou City utterly astonished. Such formidable beasts were merely servants of their city lord. Their understanding was limited, merely believing that the four divine beasts were terrifying monsters beyond the celestial realm. Unable to grasp the concept of Shindage power. From this day forth, you shall guard this city from the four corners. Understood. Yunza nodded, his voice resonating in every corner of the vast city. Henceforth, the city shall bear my name, Yunza City. With a resounding boom, as Yunza's words fell, it was as if countless divine bells tolled, causing the entire Jiuzhou continent to tremble. A black plaque materialized above the city gates, inscribed with the ancient characters Yunza. These characters were imbued with profound mysteries. Even a mere glance imparted an enlightening sensation, as if one could attain immediate understanding. Mystical ripples spread across the plaque, enveloping the grand Yunza city. At this moment, the world's rules within the city underwent a transformation, separating it from the Jiuzhou continent and establishing it as a unique existence apart from the myriad realms. Yunza became the architect of all rules within the city, the supreme ruler. Chapter 32, Transcendent Transformation. The entire city transforms. Boom. My cultivation. This is, in the next moment. Under the dense spiritual energy that was nearly liquid, the crowd merely inhaled a few breaths, and their cultivation began to surge dramatically. Shendefu realm, Huatian realm, Tongtian realm. Those once unattainable formidable stages now felt as easy as partaking in a meal. Yunza City. Suddenly, a voice erupted, filled with excitement, as if led by someone unknown. Instantly, the entire Yunza City was ablaze with fervor. Regardless of age or gender, everyone prostrated on the ground, bowing in reverence to Yunza, who stood tall in the heavens, fervently chanting his name. In a short time, the small Qingzhou city transformed into such a magnificent city. The city lord's capabilities were nothing short of miraculous, evoking deep admiration. Everyone, please rise. Witnessing this, Yunza smiled gently, and with a wave of his right hand, an invisible force surged forth, lifting everyone up. Simultaneously, he looked towards the four corners and proclaimed, "Today, Yunza City is established, and you shall be the first residents of this city. This is not an ordinary city. It resembles an independent world, intricately connected to the myriad realms. Those fortunate enough, regardless of the world they hail from, can arrive in Yunza City. Any being who contributes accordingly will become a resident of this city, enjoying its protection. Furthermore, any who dare to invade shall be met with merciless retribution." At this point, Yunza's gaze grew cold, causing the vast emptiness to seem as though it froze. Roar. The four divine beasts let out a united roar, their fierce glares sweeping across the heavens and earth, instilling fear in every being within the city. After a moment, Yunza continued, "As the earliest residents of this city, I shall personally grant you a tremendous opportunity." As his words echoed, he abruptly extended his right arm, grasping at the air. Thunder rumbled, and the entire sky darkened. In Yunza's hand, 3 stones transformed into the essence of the world, shattering into boundless pure energy. Boom. This terrifying energy, sufficient to create multiple worlds, descended upon Yunza City, enveloping all beings within. In an instant, every life within the city began to undergo a transformation, reaching an astonishing level. Crack. Dongwang divine body, Taiku sacred body, Daoluo spiritual body. Each ordinary person transformed into legendary terrifying bodies, each exhibiting extraordinary phenomena and exuding unimaginable might. Particularly, the butcher Lao Su, once wrinkled and disheveled, now possessed rippling muscles and an extraordinary visage, his head resembling that of a diamond, akin to a deity or demon. And that was not all. His body radiated with blood vitality, distorting the surrounding space as if unable to bear the overwhelming power. My wife, Lao Su's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling the immense power surging within him, even believing he could shatter mountains with a single punch. He turned to inquire of his wife, but his expression quickly turned blank as he beheld an unforgettable scene. His wife, once a stout and formidable woman weighing over 200 pounds, now stood beside him as an extraordinarily beautiful lady, enchanting and graceful. Clad in a flowing robe that brushed the ground, her snow-white shoulders peeked through, captivating all who gazed upon her, causing breaths to quicken. Lao Su, what are you staring at? Why do you look so strange? Yet, Lao Su's wife remained oblivious to her transformation, still speaking with her usual bravado. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lao Su instantly recognized her, his eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. Indeed, this was his wife. Why would Lao Su you? Upon witnessing Lao Su's imposing physique, she too was taken aback, her face flushing slightly. Haha. Seeing this, Lao Su couldn't help but laugh heartily, then gazed skyward at Yunza, his admiration transforming into something palpable. Is this the opportunity the city lord spoke of? Absolutely. It is truly magnificent. He silently resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to city lord Yunza, repaying this kindness. At this moment, it wasn't just these two. Every inhabitant of Yunza city was undergoing a transformative rebirth, reaping unimaginable benefits. Even the beggar in the city now experienced a surge in power, with even the weakest among them reaching the spirit sovereign realm. In the realm of Yun, there existed a miraculous infant who had acquired the legendary dual pupils, directly ascending to the revered status of a saint. A cataclysmic roar echoed as countless phenomena nearly enveloped the skies above Yunza city, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Had it not been for the inability to perceive the events within the city from outside, the formidable beings across the entire Jiuzhou continent would have been rendered utterly speechless, their beliefs shattered and their imaginations stifled. Before the city gates, the recently returned Xiao He stood in astonishment, gazing at the magnificent and imposing city before him. Muttering in disbelief, "Is this Qingzhou city? I have merely been away for 3 days." Suddenly, someone inquired, "Who goes there?" At that moment, the Eastern Guardian, the Jilade Songlong, sensed Xiao He's presence. Its colossal form materialized from the void, revealing eyes as vast as stars. Boom. The might of the Divine Emperor could not merely be described as terrifying. It was a spectacle of cataclysmic proportions, as if the heavens were collapsing and the universe itself was on the brink of annihilation. "Elder brother, I am but a passing little dog," Xiao He stammered. Trembling in fear, liquid seeping from beneath him, his body shaking uncontrollably as he gazed at the Jilade Songlong with a look of sheer terror. "It is the spirit pet of our city lord. Allow it to enter." In the next instant, Yunza's voice resonated in the minds of both beasts, causing the Jilade Songlong to retreat into the void once more. Xiao He, exhaling a sigh of relief, gazed with trepidation towards a certain point in the emptiness. The overwhelming pressure had nearly suffocated him. When had the master subdued such a powerful dragon clan? "Hurry inside. The 3 sources of power are nearly exhausted." Yunza's voice echoed again, startling Xiao He, who hurriedly scampered into Yunza city. As he entered the city, Xiao He felt a sudden tremor coursing through his body, as a peculiar energy surged within him. In an instant, his physical form, cultivation, and bloodline power underwent a terrifying transformation at an astonishing pace, filling him with exhilaration, almost prompting him to bark 3 times. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 33. The first visitor from the otherworld in the Xianhuang Great Universe. Half an hour later, the 3 sources of the world's primal power were finally depleted. However, the power absorbed by the populace amounted to less than a mere fraction of 1/10,000th. The vast majority was captured by Yunza city, transformed into energy to sustain its operations. Even this minuscule portion of primal power had already enabled the residents of the city to experience a remarkable metamorphosis, their strengths surging dramatically. Today, Yunza city was a place where emperors walked freely, and even saints could be easily overshadowed, resulting in the emergence of several imperial-level powerhouses. Those who had consumed the Ascension Pill, namely Yun Tian-nan, Xiaoyu, and Jiang Chun, had directly broken through the highest echelons of the Jiuzhou continent, reaching the realm of Divine Fire. Divine Fire, True God, Celestial God, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Sovereign, Divine Monarch. These 7 realms delineated the hierarchy of power above that of emperors. The world above the Jiuzhou continent was an immensely vast existence. Xianhuang Great Universe, a boundless cosmos encompassing infinite worlds. Through Yunza's observations, the radius of this universe alone reached an astonishing 40 trillion light-years. Worlds akin to the Jiuzhou continent numbered in the trillions. As for those unfathomable realms beyond comprehension, they were as ubiquitous as grains of sand in a desert, impossible to quantify. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the myriad realms. The Xianhuang Great Universe resembled a singular world bubble amidst endless chaos. And similar entities, akin to the Jiuzhou continent, were so numerous that they defied imagination. However, even such a colossal Xianhuang Great Universe, with its vast multitudes, was but a mere flicker that Yunza could obliterate in an instant. A month later, in the Xianling realm, at the Beihao sect, within a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. It was now deep in the night, the silvery moonlight casting a cool glow over the ancient courtyard. 5001, 5002. In the courtyard, a youth clad in gray robes wielded a wooden sword, executing one stroke after another. Though his movements lacked finesse, each strike resonated with a fierce intent. Imbued with a sense of determination and ferocity. I have no spiritual root. What good is practicing swordsmanship for 100 years? Even a chi refinement practitioner can easily defeat me. Suddenly, the youth thrust his sword into the ground, shattering it instantly and causing it to fall apart. His expression darkened, as bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes, seemingly recalling something. Without the ability to cultivate, what hope do I have for vengeance? In a month, I shall be expelled from the Beihao sect, forever barred from the path to immortality. 3 years of effort will be in vain. The youth, named Bai Yuan, was one of the miscellaneous disciples of the Beihao sect. 3 years prior, the clash between two nascent soul powerhouses had obliterated the city where Bai Yuan resided, leaving him as the sole survivor, while all his family perished. Faced with those godlike cultivators, they had no means to resist. Merely being caught in the crossfire had annihilated everything Bai Yuan cherished. He howled, pounding the ground with his fists, oblivious to the blood streaming from his already wounded hands. Yesterday, the sect conducted the final assessment of spiritual roots, and the result was still devoid of any spiritual root. He was even deemed unworthy of being a miscellaneous root. This year, Bai Yuan had turned 15. At this age, failing to awaken a spiritual root condemned him to a life as a mere mortal, forever deprived of the chance to ascend to immortality. Though his comprehension of swordsmanship was exceptionally high, having received praise from the sect elders on multiple occasions, the absence of a spiritual root meant he could not cultivate. Without the ability to cultivate, how could he become a formidable powerhouse? How could he seek vengeance against the nascent soul cultivator who had slain his family? In that moment, Bai Yuan gritted his teeth involuntarily, his nails digging into his palms, crimson blood dripping down. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Crack. At that moment, a faint sound of cracking emerged from the back of the courtyard. Startled, Bai Yuan's face shifted, turning to investigate the source. Who is it? He grasped a broken piece of wood, his gaze heavy as he approached the back. Who would come to his courtyard at midnight? A sense of unease washed over him as he quickened his pace. What is this? Upon seeing the source of the sound, he was momentarily taken aback. It was an ethereal door. Crack. Countless fissures formed in the space beside the door, emitting faint sounds. Open it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Bai Yuan's mind, urging him to open the mysterious door. It was as if doing so would rewrite his destiny. Almost instinctively, Bai Yuan pressed his hand against the phantom door. Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea what awaited him behind the door. Perhaps it was some sealed demon, or perhaps the entrance to the underworld. But at that moment, the mysterious calling compelled him to believe. He had to open this door. With a rush, as Bai Yuan acted, the ethereal door swung open with a thunderous roar. In an instant, he felt as though he beheld an infinite galaxy, with myriad laws intertwining and converging. Oh, has the first guest of Yunjia City finally arrived? Accompanied by a whisper that seems to transcend endless time and space, Bai Yuan's consciousness descends into complete darkness. Chapter 34. First steps into Yunjia City, the Four Directions District. After an indeterminate period, Bai Yuan abruptly opens his eyes. Blinding sunlight floods his vision, causing a sharp pain. In an instant, he is engulfed by a cacophony of sounds surrounding him. The ice abyss crystal from the Lingi star system is now only 500 points. 500 points. 3 holy realm puppets for just 1,000 points. Please, esteemed patrons, grant me a task. I am utterly out of points to pay my identity fee and will be expelled from Yunjia City. Bai Yuan's gaze wanders vacantly, and as he focuses on the scene before him, his pupils involuntarily contract. Majestic and grand, he finds himself standing upon a street in an immense city, its vastness defying description. Surrounding him are towering, magnificent buildings that appear endless. Not only that, but the concentration of spiritual energy within the city surpasses all reason. Even the cultivation secret realms of the Beihua sect pale in comparison, being less than 1% of this level. Furthermore, whether it be the street vendors or the figures traversing the thoroughfare, their auras resonate with a vastness akin to the abyss. Each one seemingly 1,000 times more powerful than the Yuan-Ing realm cultivators Bai Yuan had previously encountered. Ding. Quest 85,441 released. The first guest from the myriad realms has arrived in Yunjia City. Guide him and introduce him to all things Yunjia City to earn 1,000 points. In the next moment, a voice reverberates in the minds of nearly everyone in Yunjia City. Suddenly, especially among the few closest to Bai Yuan, their eyes shine brightly, and they instinctively rush towards him. A guest from the myriad realms. This task is mine, Huang Yin. Give it to me. Do you understand the respect for the elderly and love for the young? I am already 120,000 years old. No one can snatch this from me. Elder. I, Gu Chun, can relinquish anything for you. But this task, absolutely not. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yuan finds himself surrounded, besieged by formidable figures whose strength is unfathomable to him. Their eyes burn with fervor, each introducing themselves as if fearing that Bai Yuan might escape into the skies. Young brother, I am the true spirit dragon ancestor. I see a connection between you and the saintess of my holy land. If you are willing to take on this task, huh? You old man, selling my daughter and still wanting a bargain. How dare you speak like that? I could sell you if I wanted. In an instant, a heated argument erupts, particularly between the true spirit dragon ancestor and Gu Chun, both nearly coming to blows. Half a month prior, the dragon and the man finally discovered Yunjia City, the region where the aura of Emperor Dan had previously been felt. Upon entering the city, they were utterly astounded. The scenes before them completely shattered their understanding. It was as if they had entered another world with grandiose architecture, overwhelming spiritual energy, and immensely powerful divine beasts, all shrouded in endless mystery and profundity. After half a month of living within the city, they have thoroughly comprehended the extraordinary nature of Yunjia City. Now, they were willing to risk everything to become residents and part of Yunjia City. This was a transformation, a rebirth. Should they miss this opportunity, they would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Esteemed elders Bai Yuan was at a loss for words. He had never witnessed such a scene. As for the task mentioned by the crowd, he was completely oblivious, having never heard of it. Suddenly, an elderly man with a celestial demeanor, his hair and beard white as snow, grasped Bai Yuan's right hand, his gaze intense. Child, quickly tell this old man that you accept the request. No, don't trust him. That old scoundrel is very cunning. Speak to me. Little one, give me the task. I will grant you anything you desire. Instantly, the crowd around them was filled with panic, each one turning red in the face as they began to shout at the true spirit dragon ancestor. Accept the request. In a moment of inexplicable chaos, Bai Yuan's mind was muddled, and he inadvertently consented. Ding. Task confirmed. Executor, Zhen Xian. Immediately, the rest sighed deeply, their expressions turning despondent as they dispersed. Haha, young friend. Welcome to Yunjia City. Congratulations, you are the first guest from the myriad realms. Upon seeing this, the true spirit dragon ancestor beamed with delight, patting Bai Yuan on the shoulder with an expression of great satisfaction. A guest from the myriad realms. Bai Yuan stood frozen, utterly unable to comprehend the various terms being thrown around, completely lost on their meanings. Haha, are you feeling curious? Fear not. I shall explain everything to you in due time. By the way, I am called Zhen Xian. May I ask your name, young friend? The true spirit dragon ancestor chuckled again, introducing himself. Bai Yuan. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Zhen Xian. Bai Yuan stammered, quickly bowing in respect. Do not be nervous, young Bai, Zhen Xian said, stroking his beard, his face filled with warmth, clearly in good spirits. This place is called Yunjia City, a unique realm that connects the myriad worlds while existing independently. Yunjia City is divided into 4 distinct areas, and we currently stand in the 4th district, the outermost zone of the city. This area is generally where newcomers and non-residents linger, with the concentration and quality of spiritual energy being the lowest. He began to lead Bai Yuan onward, explaining as they walked. The lowest. Bai Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. The spiritual energy here was already rich enough to be considered liquid. How could it be the lowest tier? Young friend, you may not know. I have had the fortune of visiting the 3rd district, where the treasures are extraordinarily rare, and the quality of spiritual energy surpasses this place by 100-fold. Just a year of cultivation there could equate to 10,000 years of arduous training. Zhen Xian shook his head lightly, his expression one of deep awe, clearly aware of the terrifying nature of the 3rd district of Yunjia City. Bai Yuan couldn't help but gasp, utterly astonished. 1 year of cultivation equals 10,000 years of hardship, and that is merely the 3rd district. What horrors must the 2nd and even the 1st district hold? The 2nd district is said to be the domain of the city lord's kin and servants. Ordinary individuals cannot tread even a step there. And the 1st district is even more terrifying. As Zhen Xian continued to recount the wonders of the 2nd district, his gaze grew increasingly fervent as he spoke of the 1st district. He slowly raised his head, gazing toward the cloud-wreathed expanse above Yunjia City. Bai Yuan followed suit, his pupils narrowing as he fixated on the misty realm floating in the sky. The eternal divine palace, the dwelling place of the city lord. It is the true core of Yunjia City, the supreme 1st district. Zhen Xian spoke with fervor, as if in a trance. The city lord? Bai Yuan felt an involuntary surge of reverence. How powerful must be the being capable of creating this magnificent city? Surely even the true immortals of the Xianling realm would not stand a chance against them? Chapter 35, Registering with the Spirit Network, Bai Yuan's shock. All right, we have arrived. After a while, Zhen Xian finally halted beneath a towering, jet-black tower that reached into the clouds. A low hum resonated as numerous light blue spiritual patterns flickered upon the tower, emanating an aura of uncanny power. This is the Lingta, the site of the registered Lingwang in the 4th district. Zhen Xian pointed towards the towering structure, which reached a staggering height of several 100,000 miles, making it impossible to see its apex even when gazing upwards. Lingwang, what is that? Bai Yuan was filled with confusion, his heart astonished by the grandeur of the Lingta. Oh, the Lingwang is a special network created by the city lord, allowing communication with others, posting tasks, trading treasures, and more. You will soon learn about the rest. The two entered the Lingta, and in the central area, they beheld a radiant pillar of light that seemed to pierce through the entire tower, emanating an unimaginable and boundless power. This is the core of every Lingta, formed from the essence of a vast world. It contains nearly limitless energy, sufficient to sustain the Lingwang for billions of years without the fear of energy depletion. Hey, the lower lane. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is attacking the base. What are you even doing? My 10 points are gone. And you still ask me, playing as the Jade River Emperor, with a record of 1 kill to 10 deaths? At this moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from the surrounding area. Following the sound, Bai Yuan saw numerous cultivators wielding ethereal screens, their fingers dancing as they rapidly typed away. Zhen Xian, what is that? Bai Yuan inquired curiously after observing for a moment. That is also part of the Lingwang, a game called xianxiaaudiobooks. A game? Bai Yuan found it hard to comprehend. Shouldn't cultivators devote themselves to enhancing their strength? Why were so many engrossed in a game, neglecting their cultivation? In xianxiaaudiobooks, one can earn points, and if they reach the top of the leaderboard, they can truly gain the powers of the characters within. It is not merely a game. It serves as a path of cultivation in Yunzi City. Hearing this, Zhen Xian spoke with utmost seriousness, his demeanor grave. If it were not for my old age and frailty, I would have long aspired to climb the leaderboard. After all, reaching the pinnacle is merely a fleeting achievement. At this point, Zhen Xian seemed to recall something and let out a soft sigh. Now, close your eyes and connect your spirit with the Lingta. He guided Bai Yuan to shut his eyes and establish a connection with the Lingta, thereby activating the Lingwang. In the next moment, Bai Yuan felt a tremor in his mind, as if entering a virtual state, his vision becoming blurred. Columns of ethereal screens began to materialize in his consciousness. Ding. User 51488 of Lingwang. Registration in progress. Registration complete. Level Lingwang access granted. Ding. Detection shows user 51488 is the child of destiny of Lingxian realm, earning 2,000 initial points. User panel activated. Name, Bai Yuan. Belonging world, Lingxian realm. Cultivation, none. Identity, temporary resident of the 4th district. Identity will expire in 1 month. Temporary residents must pay 1,000 points annually. Points, 2,000. Task, guide for guests from all realms, publisher. xianxiaaudiobooks rank, garbage scrap metal 5. Upon seeing the neatly arranged data, Bai Yuan was struck speechless, utterly dumbfounded. As one of the natives of Lingxian realm, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Subsequently, Bai Yuan inadvertently thought and clicked on a peculiar light point named Yunzitiaba. Dan Pavilion is recruiting 10 alchemy apprentices. 200 points per month. Is anyone in the eternal darkbone sea of the virtual spirit realm? I'm lost and willing to pay 5,000 points for rescue. Online urgent. Secret message from the city lord of Yunza, deleted. Within this, a myriad of information flooded in, as countless cultivators discussed, sought help, or explored. Ding. User Zhen Xian Laozu. Request to add you as a friend, do you agree? Just as Bai Yuan was engrossed in the various posts, that familiar mechanical voice sounded in his ear once more. He looked up to find Zhen Xian smiling at him, urging him to accept the request. Agree. Ding. User Zhen Xian Laozu has become your friend. Zhen Xian Laozu. Request to complete the task. Should the guide for guests from all realms be concluded? Young friend. With the Lingwang, you will be able to know everything about Yunza City freely, and my task will be complete. At once, Zhen Xian spoke with a smile. His gaze eagerly fixed on the many cultivators playing xianxiaaudiobooks. Clearly, his true intent lay elsewhere. Well, all right. Bai Yuan felt it difficult to refuse. Though he felt somewhat uncomfortable about the game xianxiaaudiobooks, he gently nodded and chose to agree. Ding. Task guide for guests from all realms completed, earning 1,000 points. Woohoo. Hearing the Lingwang's announcement, Zhen Xian was filled with excitement, letting out a joyful roar. Wait for me. I will take you all flying. Haha. In the next moment, he flickered and activated the screen in his hand, joining the others in battle. It's merely a game, yet even Zhen Xian is. Sigh. Bai Yuan sighed lightly, his thoughts continuing to explore the Lingwang. The myriad of light points dazzled his eyes, the numerous functions utterly leaving him speechless. For instance, A light point called Yunbao contained countless treasures. Even a world could be purchased with sufficient points. Furthermore, within that realm, there were various kind-hearted seniors providing detailed introductions to cultivation methods. The Lingwang was truly akin to a divine artifact. Chapter 36. Purchasing the Entry St. Dan, by Yuan's Misjudgment. Bai Yuan's gaze grew increasingly fervent as he surveyed the multitude of divine objects, wishing he could acquire them all. However, their prices were staggering. Chaos Supreme Treasure, Destiny Seal. Possessor can sever the concept of death, with eternal lifespan, never perishing. Price, 199, 9 billion points. God Emperor Puppet Demon. A puppet of a 10-level God Emperor, absolutely loyal to its master. Price, 88, 8 billion points. The terrifying prices brought Bai Yuan back to reality. Such divine objects were far beyond his current means. He then continued to scroll down, selecting items priced below 2,000 points. High-grade Saint-level Celestial Pattern Divine Gold, formed from the core of the starry world, one of the most precious materials. Price, 1,400 points. Mid-grade Saint-level Technique, 10,000 Annihilation Heart Formula. Price, 1,000 points. Saint-level Ninefold Puppet. Price, 500 points. Upon seeing these items categorized by the levels of the Jiuzhou continent, Bai Yuan felt utterly perplexed, unable to grasp their true hierarchy. Saint level? In the Xianling realm, there are only the divisions of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. And what of that saint level? Could it correspond to the Jiedan, or even the Yuaning realm? Esteemed senior, may I inquire what level of power a saint-level expert possesses? At once, Bai Yuan respectfully asked a middle-aged man who was meditating with his eyes closed. Surely, a powerful figure of Yunzi City must know more. Saints? Merely common trash. The lowest tier. Upon hearing this, the man did not even bother to open his eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. Seeing this, Bai Yuan couldn't help but frown. The lowest tier? It seems that the so-called saints must only correspond to the strength of the Qi refining stage. With 2,000 points, it appears I cannot accomplish much. Thank you for your enlightenment, esteemed senior. After expressing his gratitude to the man, Bai Yuan shook his head. It was all right. The strength of the Qi refining stage would at least allow him to embark on the true path of cultivation. He then focused on an item within the Yunbao. Saint Tier Intermediate Entry Saint Pill. Regardless of the creature consuming it, they can instantly attain the realm of a saint. Price, 800 points. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yuan chose to purchase the Entry Saint Pill. If he could reach the Qi refining stage, perhaps his spiritual roots would awaken as well. Suddenly, a figure clad in peculiar attire appeared before him, holding a small jade box. Hello. Is Mr. Bai Yuan here? Your Yunbao delivery has arrived. Yes, it's me. Bai Yuan quickly stepped forward to accept the exquisite jade box. Upon opening it, the Entry Saint Pill was revealed. It shone a pale golden hue, with flowing inscriptions on its surface, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Just one glance bestowed upon Bai Yuan a sense of unparalleled mystique. As if merely swallowing it would transform him entirely. Someone actually purchased the Entry Saint Pill? Such a waste, exclaimed a voice from the crowd. 3 of my Saint Realm servants only require 1,000 points. Isn't that more economical than this Entry Saint Pill? Instantly, the onlookers in the Spirit Tower could not suppress their astonishment. Their realms were all above the Saint level, so naturally, they looked down upon this mere Entry Saint Pill. After all, nearly 1,000 points could almost cover a year's temporary residency. Purchasing this Entry Saint Pill made their hearts bleed. At this moment, however, Bai Yuan was oblivious to the crowd's astonishment and directly swallowed the Entry Saint Pill. He was aware of the rule prohibiting combat in Yunzi City, which was why he consumed it on the spot. As the Entry Saint Pill entered his stomach, a warm current surged within him, followed by an overwhelming aura that erupted forth. Yet, when transmitted into the void, enhanced a billionfold by Yunzi, it created no ripples at all, remaining as tranquil as water. In this instant, Bai Yuan's emotions surged with excitement. He felt a power previously unimaginable, akin to a vast ocean, boundless and unfathomable. Was the realm of a saint truly just a foundational level? When Bai Yuan opened his eyes again, a thought involuntarily arose in his mind. However, when he tested his strength with a punch, he was momentarily stunned. The power he believed could tear through space did not even stir a breeze. It was utterly ordinary. How could this be? Bai Yuan was at a loss, questioning whether his previous sensations were mere illusions. Was the realm of a saint truly just the lowest tier? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, for he discovered that within him, the spiritual root had indeed awakened, and it was the heavenly tier thunder spiritual root. Heavenly tier. Excitement flickered across Bai Yuan's face. This was the root capable of achieving great ascension, the pinnacle of spiritual roots. The effects of the Entry Saint Pill were astonishing. He immediately purchased several cultivation techniques and martial arts before departing the Spirit Tower, entering the cultivation area of Yunzi City. Ling Wang. I need to return to my original world. After 10 days, Bai Yuan awakened from his cultivation, whispering to himself. In these days, he had thoroughly mastered the power of the Saint Realm, perceiving it to be roughly equivalent to the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. This discovery filled Bai Yuan with immense joy, for most inner disciples of Bai Hao sect were merely at the Foundation establishment level. He had stabilized his cultivation to that level in just 10 days. Was it due to the heavenly tier thunder spiritual root? It truly was extraordinary. Thoughts flickering. Bai Yuan vanished in a streak of light, leaving Yunzi City. The reason for his return to Lingxian realm was simple. He had very few points remaining. If he wished to continue staying in Yunzi City and enjoy the conveniences of Ling Wang, he must earn points, acquiring a full 1,000 points within the next 20 days. Chapter 37. Return to Yunzi. Punishment of Xiao He and Blood Spirit. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Divine Palace, seemingly eternal and indestructible, within the depths of this temple that stood above all realms, a vague yet majestic figure sat cross-legged. He appeared to merely sit there, yet it felt as if he merged with the chaotic void, transcending all things. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as if billions of stars circled around him, shining brilliantly, emanating an incomprehensible aura of terror. At the moment Bai Yuan left Yunzi City, the figure slowly opened his eyes. Crack. Instantly. It was as if the chaos of creation and the destruction of myriad worlds flickered within his gaze, ultimately transforming into a vast expanse of endless chaos. This figure was none other than the master of Yunzi City. Yunzi, master, you have returned. A silver-haired Murongshi appeared, subsequently kneeling respectfully, lowering her head in greeting. Yunzi stood up, and the surrounding scenery shifted instantly, bringing him to the skies above Yunzi City. While you traversed the myriad realms, 5 new divine kings were born in Yunzi City, and the number of God realm experts has already surpassed 1 million. Thanks to Lord Xiaoyu's efforts, the software quantity within Ling Wang continues to increase. Furthermore, the ancient Emperor Xianming of Jiuzhou continent has officially become the first outsider resident of Yunzi City. Additionally, due to the city's will, Bai Yuan, the child of fortune from Lingxian realm, has also become the first visitor from another world. Behind him, Murongshi bowed and reported, her tone gentle. And Xiao He and Blood Spirit? Yunzi, however, seemed indifferent, scanning the entirety of Yunzi City, but finding no trace of Xiao He and Blood Spirit. The two of them. Upon hearing this, Murongshi was slightly taken aback, unsure of what to say. A few days prior, the two beasts had engaged in a terrifying battle in the void. Their powers had reached the level of divine lords. Each strike could obliterate billions of worlds, shattering the very laws of existence. As a result, a catastrophic and vast void had formed, annihilating countless star systems and endless worlds, along with living beings. Master, forgive me, I was unable to stop them. Murongshi recounted the events regarding the two, ultimately bowing her head in apology. Oh, these two troublesome creatures have destroyed so many worlds? Yunzi's gaze turned increasingly cold, his indifferent voice carrying a hint of mockery. He had merely traveled through the myriad realms for a few days, yet these two had caused such chaos. If he did not teach them a lesson, they would surely become uncontrollable. Buzz. In an instant, Yunzi stepped into the void, arriving at the region of the universe that had been devastated. Before his eyes lay an expanse of profound darkness, perhaps stretching tens of thousands of light years in radius. It was unimaginable how many worlds had been affected by the aftermath of the two beasts' battle, leading to their annihilation. Reverse. Gazing at this desolate void, Yunzi uttered a single word, causing all things to flow backward. In but a moment, billions of star systems were restored, including all living beings within. Meanwhile, in a desolate world at the edge of the universe, why does my head feel a bit itchy today? I hope I'm not about to grow something. Xiao He rubbed his furry head with his paw, expressing his confusion aloud. The master is coming, the master is coming. Linger was wrong. It was Linger who made the mistake. Meanwhile, Xueling murmured to himself, trembling, his eyes devoid of spirit, seemingly recalling something dreadful. In an instant, the fabric of time and space shifted. The two were momentarily stunned, only to behold a familiar figure standing before them, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Master, you've returned, Xiao He exclaimed, tail wagging furiously. Woo-woo, master, it was not intentional. This foolish dog kept mocking me while playing Shenmue Glory, and I couldn't help but retaliate. In a blink, Xiao He was barking happily, while Xueling knelt in despair, tears streaming down his face. Too afraid to look up at the figure above, still playing the fool. Were it not for my return, would you have dismantled Yunzi City? Yunzi's expression was indifferent, his tone icy as he addressed the two beasts. Master, we realize our mistakes. Upon hearing Yunzi's words, both beasts trembled, and even Xiao He ceased his pretense, hastily admitting fault. They could sense that their master was genuinely displeased this time. With a snap of his fingers, a dark humanoid puppet gradually materialized. It was none other than one of the most expensive items within the spirit net, the divine emperor-level puppet, Emotion. Do you enjoy fighting? I have altered the flow of time here. A single day in Yunzhe City equates to 100 years in this realm. For the next 1,000 years, you shall hone your skills with Emotion in this alternate space. Do not disappoint your master's expectations. His gaze was tranquil, and though his voice was soft, it struck the two like thunder. Emotion, that brutal creature that nearly beat us to death. Xiaohe exclaimed. Lord Xiaohe, Lord Xueling. I look forward to the next 1,000 years together, said Emotion, transforming into a kindly old man, smiling gently as he bowed to the two. Master, no? Xueling pleaded, but his words were abruptly cut off by Yunzhe. Fear not, your lives are safe. Relish this opportunity, it is your fortune. After this, he flashed a charming smile and vanished in an instant. Howl! In the next moment, a black and white dog dashed past Xueling at blinding speed, accompanied by a bark that echoed through the cosmos. The hellish ordeal for the two beasts had begun. Chapter 38, The Altered Timeline, by Yuan's Revenge. The Son of Fortune? Upon returning to the city, Yunzhe casually perused the data on Bai Yuan, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. The Son of Fortune is an existence rarer than unparalleled prodigies, a favored child of the heavens in a particular world. He idly thumbed through Bai Yuan's original timeline. Had he not encountered Yunzhe City, Bai Yuan would have fortuitously obtained the legacy of a sword immortal, awakening his sword root. Subsequently, his cultivation would skyrocket like a rocket, sweeping through challenges until he ascended into a vast world as a sword turned immortal. Did he purchase the entry to Sage Pill? Yunzhe glanced at Bai Yuan's purchase records, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, hinting at amusement. The power of the Sage realm should equate to that of a true immortal within that small world, right? If his previous experiences were marked by fortune, this time could be seen as a direct cheat. He hadn't even begun cultivating, yet was already on the path to becoming the strongest in the world. Let us see what you will accomplish. Instantly, with a thought, the scenes within the Lingxian realm transformed into a glowing screen. At this moment, within the Bei House sect, a group of uninvited guests barged into Bai Yuan's small courtyard, exuding arrogance and haughtiness. Haha, this must be the dwelling of that worthless fool. TSK, even my pigsty is better than this. One of them exclaimed, having kicked open the door, revealing the empty, dilapidated room, anger etched on his face. Where has that brat disappeared to? Is he trying to hoard the qi refinement pills for himself? A few others wore expressions of resentment. Since Bai Yuan had joined the sect, he had continuously seized resources from them, facing their relentless oppression. Forget it. Since he is not here, let us leave. The leader, clad in a green robe, pondered briefly before gesturing dismissively. That brat won't last long in the sect. By the time he descends the mountain, whether it's the qi refinement pills or his life, I will reclaim it with my own hands. Boom. Just as they prepared to depart, a tremendous wave of oppressive force erupted from the small courtyard. Caught off guard, the group was all crushed to the ground by this terrifying pressure. The sound of their bones shattering resonating sharply. My leg, it hurts so much. A weak-minded youth howled in agony, drenched in sweat, his face pale. What is happening? This pressure is terrifying. Is a nascent soul old monster arriving? The remaining members struggled to swallow, their eyes filled with overwhelming dread as they gazed back. Yet from the mist of the small courtyard emerged a figure they knew all too well, but at this moment, he appeared strangely foreign. It was none other than Bai Yuan. The group was horrified, their words stumbling. Could this terrifying pressure be emanating from this worthless fool without a spirit root? What is happening? Why has the strength of this space become so feeble? My power seems to have been amplified a billionfold, surpassing even the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Bai Yuan felt an overwhelming shock, murmuring to himself. If the spatial strength of Yunzhe City could be compared to steel, then the space of the Lingxian realm was softer than cotton. He even sensed that with a mere flick of his hand, he could unleash catastrophic destruction, obliterating mountains and rivers. What a formidable power this is. He had never imagined possessing such strength. How powerful must the experts of Yunzhe City truly be? In an instant, Bai Yuan was filled with astonishment, realizing that such immense sage realm power in Yunzhe City merely belonged to the most basic tier. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yuan suppressed his shock, gazing at the few figures sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. For those who had bullied him time and again, he was more than willing to send them on their way. Bai Yuan, what are you planning? The steward is my uncle. If you dare bang. Before they could finish their threats, with a mere gesture from Bai Yuan, blood mist enveloped the area. Their screams abruptly silenced. Witnessing this scene, Yunzhe chuckled lightly, then gently tapped his fingers, issuing a task for Bai Yuan. Ding. User Bai Yuan. SpiritNet Task 56985 has been released. Task Name: Exterminate the Celestial Demons. Task Description: In the depths of the Ling Xian realm, the demonic realms are stirring. Please eliminate the celestial demons within a month to save Ling Xian. Task Reward: 2,000 points, Celestial Power of the Ling Xian realm. The calamity of the demonic realm was initially set to erupt several decades later, led by Bai Yuan alongside countless powerful beings to defeat it. However, Yunzhe had slightly advanced this timeline, changing it to within this month. He harbored no concern for the lives or deaths of any beings within the Ling Xian realm. Regardless of whether Bai Yuan faced defeat, he could instantaneously reverse the tide and regain control of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Yunzhe had already manipulated the entirety of the Ling Xian realm as if it were a mere plaything. The mention of the Tian Mo? Upon seeing the task released by the Ling Wang, Bai Yuan furrowed his brow. The MOU. A forbidden existence sealed by the 5 true immortals of the Ling Xian realm tens of thousands of years ago. To this day, it had almost become a myth, merely surviving in various ancient texts. Unexpectedly, it was on the verge of breaking free. He pondered whether his current strength could rival that of a true immortal. However, the task at hand was to seek revenge. After 3 years, he had thoroughly investigated the identities of the 2 Yuanying powerhouses. One was a true practitioner of the demonic path, known as the Ming High Old Demon, who had perished in a confrontation with righteous cultivators a year prior, reduced to ashes. The other was called Xin Jinrun, the patriarch of a sect known as the Qingshan Zone. The Qingshan Zone. Recalling the tragic demise of the Bai clan, Bai Yuan's eyes turned icy, a surge of frenzied killing intent swelling within him. He was not a villain, but neither was he a paragon of virtue. The entire Qingshan Zone would pay for the Bai clan's demise, leaving none behind. Chapter 39. The God Emperor who was frozen to death. Yunzhe's Achilles heel. Meanwhile, in Yunzhe City, Yunzhe observed Bai Yuan's actions with keen interest, leisurely sipping tea brewed from the essence of the world source tree. Though it was merely a cup of tea, its energy was unfathomably immense, surpassing even that of trillions of galaxies. In simpler terms, this cup of tea contained the cumulative primordial power of countless worlds. Even a god lord would instantly perish upon consumption, unable to withstand such overwhelming might. Yet, for Yunzhe, he grimaced at the unexpected bitterness of the tea. After merely taking a sip, he could not help but spit it out. Could it be that in the eternal divine hall, this tea could obliterate an entire starry expanse, giving rise to infinite new worlds? My lord, I shall brew you another pot at once. Seeing Yunzhe's unyielding expression, Murongxi respectfully bowed and spoke. However, at that moment, a resounding rumble echoed. A majestic silhouette, godlike in stature, slowly materialized in the void above Yunzhe City. This city can connect to myriad realms? Such a peculiar stronghold, it belongs to this emperor. The figure seemed to eclipse the endless starry sky, plunging the entire Jiuzhou continent into darkness. He was one of the mightiest beings of the Xian Huang Great Universe, the supreme ruler, the Tian Gu Shen Di. The voice of the Tian Gu Shen Di resonated throughout the cosmos. His pale golden eyes resembled twin suns, and as they gradually opened, they restored light to the world. In an instant, an unimaginable pressure descended upon Yunzhe City, causing countless powerful beings within to change countenance, gazing upwards towards the heavens. Another fool unaware of his own mortality? Just as well, I am free at the moment. Let me personally meet him. Nonetheless, Yunzhe remained unfazed. And as his words fell, his figure vanished from the eternal divine hall. Buzz. In the void above, without any prior indication, Yunzhe's figure abruptly appeared, startling even the Tian Gu Shen Di. He had not sensed this person's aura at all. What do you intend to do? Yunzhe did not even glance at the Tian Gu Shen Di, casually inspecting the details on his panel. Name: Yuan, modifiable. Gender: none, modifiable. Race: Tian Gu Giant God, one of the supreme races of myriad realms, born at the level of God Lord, modifiable. Age: 9, 560 epochs, 1 epoch equals 10. 24 million years, modifiable. Cultivation: level 10 God Emperor, modifiable. Identity: Master of the Tian Gu Empire, ruling over an area of 500 billion light years, modifiable. Quite the notable figure. With a slight assessment of the information on the panel, a faint smile graced Yunzhe's lips. A God Emperor level powerhouse was the pinnacle that regular beings of the myriad realms could attain. Without a doubt, this Tian Gu Shen Di was among the most elite in the Xian Huang Great Universe. However, even so, he was insignificant in Yunzhe's eyes. Level 10 God Emperor? I wonder if you could defeat a single cell within your body. Your name is Yuan, is it? State your intentions, or unexpected consequences may arise. Yunze spoke nonchalantly, his tone calm and unperturbed, as if he regarded the Tiangu Shindi with utter indifference. Upon hearing Yunze's slightly provocative words, the Tiangu Shindi's gaze sharpened, a cold glint flashing forth. How could a mere mortal know my true name? As I stated, reveal your purpose. In response, Yunze reiterated his previous words, his tone sinking slightly. Huh? Observing Yunze's boundless arrogance, the Tiangu Shindi laughed instead of growing angry. I have traversed the universe for countless years, yet I have never encountered a mortal as presumptuous as you. Hand over that city, and I shall grant you the privilege of becoming my servant. Consider it a generous gift. To become a servant of the Tiangu Shindi is a dream coveted by countless mortals. Boom. An overwhelming pressure surged through the void, the sheer force causing numerous stars to shatter, forming terrifying black holes. Yet Yunze appeared to be entirely unaffected, standing in the void with an expression of indifference. Not a single wrinkle marring his robe. It seems you are quite confident in your power? A smile played on Yunze's lips as he casually modified the panel. Cultivation. None. Originally level 10 God Emperor. Modifiable. Of course, in an instant. Just as the latter opened his mouth, his form shrank a billionfold, the power of a God Emperor dissipating in an instant. He had now transformed into a true mortal. The temperature in the cosmic void plummeted to several hundred degrees below zero. In merely 3 breaths, the once mighty Tiangu Shindi had been encased in ice, utterly obliterated on the spot. This was undeniably a shocking scene that subverted all comprehension. A dignified God Emperor unable to withstand the void's temperature, thus meeting a frozen demise. How does it feel to die as a mortal? Yunze gazed at the ice sculpture floating in the void, his lips curving into a playful smile. Thinking of targeting Yunze City? Even if you are the embodiment of myriad realms, the sovereign of dimensions, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Buzz. In the next moment, his figure flickered, returning to Yunze City once more. Chapter 40. The Cataclysm of Thunder, the World's Transformation. Meanwhile, within the Lingxian realm, whoosh. A beam of pale white light streaked across the sky, causing several sonic booms, moving at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it traversed tens of thousands of miles, arriving within the vicinity of the Qingshan zone. Bai Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy as he looked down, an unrestrained aura of terror looming over the land, as if ready to shatter the heavens and the earth. Though his form was somewhat slight, it nonetheless emanated an imposing and indomitable presence. Yi Qingshan, come out at once. Suddenly, Bai Yuan bellowed, his murderous intent sweeping over the entire Qingshan zone like a tidal wave. Boom. The oppressive aura and murderous intent swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the entire realm to seem enraged, with endless thunder flashing. He is the son of destiny, capable of receiving the true favor of the heavenly Tao, and subtly capable of drawing upon the world's power. What a formidable pressure and killing intent. Even my Yuanian level cultivation cannot withstand it. Who is this extraordinary being? And when did our Qingshan sect offend him? Within the Qingshan sect, several strong practitioners were suppressed, spitting blood in fear as they gazed upward. Cough, cough. Deep within the sect, an elder appeared, holding a cane and stepping upon the void, coughing lightly twice. Ancestor. Upon seeing this, everyone bowed respectfully. Young friend, may I inquire when I, Yi Qingshan, have offended you? The elder, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, stepped forward to gaze at Bai Yuan in the void, his eyes trembling slightly. So powerful. Although he has now broken through to the Fanchu realm, he still senses immense danger. The white-robed youth in the void is several times more terrifying than he anticipated. So you are Yi Qingshan? Looking at the stooped elder, Bai Yuan's smile grew ever more radiant. What a familiar figure, appearing countless times in his nightmares, impossible to shake off. In his vision, all his loved ones transformed into blood, staining his entire being. Crack. Bai Yuan stepped forward, and that terrifying power caused the void beneath his feet to shatter, revealing a pitch-black rift. An overwhelming aura of malice surged forth. Young friend, please clarify when our Qingshan sect has offended you. If I understand, I will surely compensate. Yi Qingshan's heart trembled greatly, feeling the overwhelming ferocity approaching, filling him with dread. Compensation? At these words, Bai Yuan chuckled coldly, his gaze dark. Yi Qingshan, do you not remember? 3 years ago, you fought against the Minghai old demon, resulting in the destruction of Luofeng City? Luofeng City. Yi Qingshan broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, 3 years prior, he had destroyed a mortal city. However, it was a necessary act. Better for him to grant them death than let the bloodthirsty old demon turn them into nourishment. Young friend, I acted rashly out of a desire to eradicate demons. Besides, they were merely mortals. As his thoughts raced, Yi Qingshan hurriedly began to explain. He was unaware of the connection between that mortal city and the individual before him, but assumed such a powerful being would not overly concern himself with mere mortals. Perhaps if he could offer appropriate compensation, the matter could be resolved. However, just as his words finished, a thunderous roar erupted in the sky. Countless lightning bolts bursting forth as if a sun had descended, blinding every disciple of Qingshan's sect. Roar. Golden red lightning transformed into a thunder dragon, roaring as if an ancient beast had awakened, tearing through the sky like a cataclysmic thunderstorm. Eager to eradicate demons? Just because they were mortals? Ha ha. Is this merely the reason you exterminated my Bai family? Bai Yuan stood atop a multitude of thundering bolts, every movement exuding earth-shattering might. At this moment, he seemed to transform into a deity wielding thunder, his cold, chilling words echoing as if from the depths of the abyss, instilling terror. You. At these words, Yi Qingshan was momentarily stunned, then his entire mind fell into blank disbelief, muttering, exterminated your Bai family? He could not fathom how such a small mortal city could give rise to such a formidable being. After a pause, he finally swallowed hard, bitterly saying, young friend, there must be some misunderstanding. This is indeed the peril of not eradicating the roots. The ants one deems harmless can now easily crush your Qingshan sect. On the other side, Yunzhe shook his head as if watching a drama, speaking to himself. Young friend, Yi Qingshan's heart sank, and he opened his mouth again, wishing to explain. However, before he could speak, the white-clad youth suspended in the sky pointed a finger. No need for explanations. All of you hypocritical scum deserve death. Boom. Instantly, thousands of thunder dragons roared, obscuring the heavens, an overwhelming force pouring down, and in an instant, the entire Qingshan sect was submerged. No. Accompanied by several desperate screams, the entire Qingshan sect was utterly annihilated, along with all its disciples. This was a true extermination, with no one able to escape or remain uninvolved. At this moment, on the edge of the Lingxian realm, crack, in a village, a man who had been quietly enjoying his lunch suddenly had his flesh twist and tear. Without even a scream, a grotesque, hideous creature resembling an insect burst forth from within him. Welcome, my God. The creature emitted low, guttural cries, seemingly filled with insatiable hunger and greed for this world. Old you eat. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a burly man entered. Upon seeing the creature, his form instantly twisted, transforming into a grotesque monster in the blink of an eye. Assimilate, assimilate. Welcome, my God. Before long, in this small village, all living beings seemed to be infected, transforming into those eerie monsters. Perhaps even Yunzhe himself was unaware that the timeline he had altered had undergone some degree of transformation. Chapter 41. Brothers Turn to Lapdogs? The True Face of the Goddess. Lord City Master, something is amiss. Just as Yunzhe continued to observe, a somewhat anxious shout suddenly echoed. A richly dressed elder stumbled into the hall, panic-stricken, kneeling on the ground. What has happened? Yunzhe frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping down as he slowly stood up. This man is named Yun Xiao, currently one of the administrators of Yunzhe City, managing all the trivial matters within, a capable individual. He usually acts with discretion and has never exhibited such a loss of composure. City Master. Yun Xiao took a few deep breaths to steady the turbulent waves within his heart and raised his head to speak. Lord Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu? What has happened? Upon hearing the name Xiaoyu, Yunzhe's expression involuntarily shifted slightly. After countless purifications by divine artifacts, Xiaoyu's cultivation level had reached the realm of Divine Lord, making him a significant figure in the Xianhuang Great Universe. Not long ago, he had mentioned wanting to explore other worlds, yet he had yet to return. Could it be that he has encountered an unknown deity's extermination? As this thought crossed his mind, Yunzhe's gaze suddenly turned cold, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Xiaoyu is my brother. If someone truly has slain him, even if he could be resurrected, I would eradicate that individual and their entire faction, turning them to ashes. Lord Xiaoyu, after being explicitly rejected by the Luoyu goddess, has now ventured alone into the depths of the abyss, and his whereabouts are unknown. However, after hearing Yun Xiao's words, Yunzhe was immediately stunned, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground. What nonsense! He stared in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. The abyss is one of the forbidden zones of the Xianhuang Great Universe, vast and endless, subject to relentless encroachment by dark forces. Once one ventures deep, escape becomes nearly impossible. Are you saying that Xiaoyu, after being rejected, is now seeking death in the depths of the abyss? That usually honest lad has now become a lapdog. The old servant dared not speak recklessly, but surely Lord Xiaoyu would not so easily seek short-sighted solutions. Once he regains consciousness, he should return to Yunzhe City on his own. Yun Xiao shook his head slightly, and then replied, his voice trembling. Then, this city lord must ask you, did the Moonfall Goddess receive any gifts from Lord Xiaoyu previously? After a long pause, Yunze, deep in thought, could not help but press further. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded affirmatively. As far as he knew, Lord Xiaoyu had bestowed dozens of divine artifacts and numerous rare treasures upon her. However, all these offerings had vanished into the abyss, receiving no response from her whatsoever. Truly, he was nothing but a hopeless sycophant. The corners of Yunze's eyes twitched. As his brother, how could he not find a worthy woman? To stoop so low as to become a sycophant was beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, if what Yun Xiao said was true, he was rather curious to see what kind of extraordinary woman could inspire such devotion from Xiaoyu. With this thought in mind, Yunze waved his hand, causing ripples of space to materialize. Of course, if the Moonfall Goddess intended to deceive Xiaoyu to acquire the divine artifacts from him. A cold smile crept across Yunze's lips. Meanwhile, far beyond the expanse of Yunze City lay the realm of the Moonfall Goddess. The Moonfall realm governed countless star systems and vast worlds. Its sovereign, the Moonfall Emperor, was an immensely powerful 9th-level divine emperor, capable of suppressing endless star rivers with a mere wave of his hand. At this moment, within the opulent silver palace at the heart of the Moonfall realm, several young maidens were joyfully discussing something, their laughter ringing out. Each of them possessed an astonishing beauty, captivating enough to bring nations to their knees, resembling ethereal beings from a painting. Notably, the maiden at the forefront was beyond description in her beauty. Dressed in a flowing pale gown, her long, sleek hair danced in the wind, and her skin was as white as jade, emanating a lustrous glow. Her crystalline eyes held an unfathomable depth, as if containing the vastness of the universe, drawing in all who gazed upon her. This maiden was none other than the 7th princess of the Moonfall realm, known as the Moonfall Goddess, Yu Ming. Sister Yu Ming, is that Xiaoyu not a fool? He is willing to part with treasures as precious as the world source leaf? Such artifacts are coveted even by our father the Emperor. One of the maidens teased. I heard that just a few days ago, you outright rejected his affections? The others looked at Yu Ming with mocking expressions. They were also daughters of the Moonfall Emperor. Yet none could compare to her in talent or beauty. Furthermore, Yu Ming had used her unmatched beauty to toy with several talented young men, leading them to willingly submit to her whims. Once she had drained their worth, she would cast them aside without a second thought, thoroughly playing with them as one would with mere pawns. Yu Ming smiled lazily at their remarks. That Xiaoyu is merely a foolish man who stumbled upon something extraordinary. He hardly deserves the attention of a princess like myself. I merely offered him a taste of sweetness, and he was eager to present me with various divine artifacts. Just 3 days ago, he crudely declared his feelings for me. It was utterly pathetic. As she spoke, Yu Ming's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly recalling that moment from 3 days prior. Suddenly, the 9th princess, Yu Lian, stifled a laugh, seemingly ridiculing Xiaoyu's foolishness. My response to him was, of course, rejection. How could a goddess and a mere swine be compared? With a playful smile, Yu Ming changed the subject, directing her attention to the other 2 princesses. Let us go? Since today is uneventful, we shall attend the grand banquet of the god of no heavens. As she spoke, she gracefully stood, ready to join the others for the feast. Are you comparing my brother to a mere swine? At that moment, a chilling voice, as frigid as the depths of the abyss, reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. Even the very fabric of space seemed to freeze, cracking in fine lines. An overwhelming aura descended, suffocating everyone in the palace, leaving their faces pallid with terror. Who dares? How audacious to intrude upon the Moonfall Emperor's palace! With a thunderous roar, several formidable figures shot into the sky from the Moonfall realm. The very air trembled as immense pressure surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Even the weakest among them possessed the terrifying strength of a divine emperor. Suddenly, the void split open, and Yunze emerged with an expression of indifference, exuding an unimaginable aura of terror. A goddess and a swine? How amusing. At that moment, he was genuinely enraged. The oppressive force intensified, shaking the entire Moonfall realm, dimming the stars. The divine emperors surrounding Yunze were crushed to the ground, their bones feeling as though they would shatter under the weight, rendering them immobile. You are the Moonfall Goddess? Yunze stepped forward slowly, gazing coldly at Yu Ming, his voice sharp and chilling, sending shivers down spines. I. Yu Ming trembled, her body resonating with protective divine artifacts, attempting to withstand the dreadful pressure. Senior, I truly have feelings for Brother Xiao. I did not deceive him. My refusal was merely to test his sincerity. Her face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she struggled to explain. Please, do not act rashly. My father is currently in seclusion here. If you disturb him, she added, seemingly warning Yunze against any reckless actions. After all, she was the daughter of the Moonfall Emperor, and if harm befell her, her father would not let it go unpunished. This was her trump card. Oh. Yunze raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her audacity. Indeed. But is this Moonfall Emperor the one standing before me? With a mocking smile, he raised his hand, pulling forth a figure concealed in the void, revealing it to everyone. What is happening? My power. The figure, clad in a purple-gold robe, exuded an imposing presence. Yet his face was twisted in panic, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was none other than the ruler of the Moonfall realm, the Moonfall Emperor himself. Father. Upon seeing the captured figure, Yu Ming's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. Her father, a terrifying 9th-level divine emperor, was effortlessly subdued without any ability to resist. In the next moment, Yunze waved his hand again, and with a shift in the space, Xiaoyu's figure also appeared. What is this? Xiaoyu, noticing the surrounding changes, was initially stunned, but upon seeing Yunze, his eyes widened in sheer delight. However, guilt soon washed over him, and he fell to his knees. Deeply bowing. Brother Zhe, I am sorry. I have wronged you. I foolishly gave away the divine artifacts you bestowed upon me to that woman. I am truly sorry. With each word, Xiaoyu struck his forehead against the ground, blood staining his skin and shocking all who witnessed. This. Yu Ming's heart raced at the sight of Xiaoyu's arrival, panic gripping her. Do not worry. Yunze waved his hand, lifting Xiaoyu effortlessly, his wounds healing instantaneously. The so-called divine artifacts are, to this lord of the city, nothing more than an abundance of worthless refuse. What disappoints me most is your willingness to be toyed with by this woman, becoming a complete sycophant. Yunze shook his head with a sigh, which elicited a hint of shame upon Xiaoyu's face. Moreover, what do you intend to do in the depths of the Inyuan? Inyuan? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, and then he spoke up. Someone told me that Inyuan conceals a true treasure, and I wish to find it and present it to you, Zhe Ge, as a form of compensation. I see. Hearing Xiaoyu's response, Yunze felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems he has not yet been foolish enough to reach that level. Buzzing. Subsequently, Yunze focused his thoughts and directly moved the moon dream before the two, compelling it to kneel on the ground. What do you intend to do? Witnessing his beloved daughter being captured, the Moonlight Divine Emperor immediately erupted in fury, his eyes turning crimson as he roared. If you dare to lay a hand on Ming'er, I shall ensure your bodies are torn asunder. Noise. However, upon hearing the Moonlight Divine Emperor's furious words, Yunze's eyes flickered with displeasure. Then, race, Patrick Star, fictional race of the host, modifiable. Ahaha, SpongeBob, let us catch jellyfish. The Moonlight Divine Emperor was unexpectedly transformed into a pink humanoid starfish, running away with a silly grin on his face. Your Majesty? Several powerful figures from the Moonlight Divine realm were rendered speechless, utterly unsure of how to react. The dignified level 9 Divine Emperor, the ruler of the entire Moonlight Divine realm, reduced to a mere starfish. Father Emperor? Moon Dream was horrified to the core, trembling uncontrollably, and when she looked again at Yunze, an endless chill surged within her. To easily imprison a Divine Emperor-level powerhouse, and even alter their race. Such methods are simply unprecedented, surpassing all logic, and thoroughly overturning her worldview. Chapter 43, The Mad Goddess, Yunze's Punishment. Xiaoyu. The woman who deceived you stands before you now. How do you wish to deal with her? Yunze stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the trembling moon dream with darkened eyes. His calm tone carried a hint of coldness and menace. If you wish to kill her, you may do so now. Should you wish to keep her as a servant, this lord of the city can arrange that for you. Upon hearing this, Moon Dream's exquisite face turned pale in an instant, her eyes brimming with profound fear. In her heart, boundless regret surged. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have drawn too close to Xiaoyu, nor would she have deceived him. Brother Xia, do not kill Ming'er. Ming'er truly loves you. Shall we marry tomorrow? We will. In an instant, Moon Dream feigned a crying tone, urgently pleading, her pitiful appearance eliciting sympathy from all. Yet before her words could fully escape her lips, the pretentious wretch, bang, Xiaoyu delivered a powerful punch, striking heavily at her abdomen. Uft. The power of a divine lord is truly terrifying. Even a mere fraction of it is beyond what someone of Moon Dream's mere celestial realm cultivation could withstand. Immediately, she began to cough up blood, her body crashing against the wall like a cannonball, shattering the hard Imperial Palace wall and leaving spiderweb-like cracks. How dare you? Had it not been for the dozens of protective divine artifacts, Moon Dream would have already become a cold corpse, struggling to rise. She looked weakly at the indifferent Xiaoyu, her voice seething with boundless resentment. Just a worthless fool I toyed with. How dare you strike me? Someone, kill them. Kill them for this princess. Moon Dream screamed frantically, her heart filled with hatred and madness, her lovely face twisted to an extreme. She is the noble moonlight goddess. Having enjoyed the adoration of all since childhood, how could she have ever endured such humiliation? Your Highness. Yet at this moment, countless powerful figures from the moonlight divine realm wore ashen expressions, not daring to move an inch. Under Yunza's cold gaze, if they dared to take a single step forward, only death awaited them. Did you not vow to protect us with your lives? Why retreat? Why cower in fear? Come forth, kill them, kill them. Upon witnessing this, Moon Dream grew even angrier, her hysterical curses echoing. At this moment, she bore no semblance of the moonlight goddess. She resembled nothing more than a vulgar shrew. Ah, Princess Goddess, I come to rescue you. Yet amidst her incessant clamoring, a valiant warrior emerged. A black-armored guard, though only at the peak of the divine emperor level, charged fearlessly towards Xiaoyu. One must admit, that guard exhibited unwavering loyalty. Humph. Observing the guard rushing towards him, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with disdain, then he casually pointed. Whoosh. In an instant, a razor-sharp brilliance whistled forth, tearing through the air, cleaving the black-armored guard in two, blood splattering and staining the palace floor crimson. Before a divine lord, even a divine emperor is but an ant. Damn it. Witnessing the guard's instant demise, the powerful figures of the moonlight divine realm felt a surge of anger, yet they dared not take another step forward. Yunza slowly turned, casting a casual glance at them, and spoke. Today's events concern only her, but should anyone wish to interfere, the fate of the moonlight divine emperor and this individual shall serve as a warning. Now leave. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings like a tidal wave. Whoosh whoosh, feeling that terrifying force akin to an abyss. The many powerful figures trembled in fear and swiftly fled, taking the remaining moonlight princesses with them, leaving only Moon Dream, filled with resentment, collapsed on the ground, incessantly shouting, I will make my father kill you, worthless scum. This group of useless fools. I will not let you go. I will not let you go. Moon Dream shrieked in anguish, her despair reaching its zenith as she witnessed their departure. Truly a madwoman. Yunza chuckled mockingly, then he stepped forward, slowly approaching Moon Dream. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Upon seeing this, she immediately screamed in terror, her voice hoarse and strained. Xiaoyu, observing this scene, felt an even deeper contempt brewing within him. How could he have ever found such a wretch appealing? Aside from her appearance, she was utterly lacking in merit. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to continue the conversation, pointing with a finger. Boom. The void collapsed. An invisible force, akin to a mountain's weight, descended. In an instant, it crushed Moon Dream entirely, blood mist erupting, leaving no trace of her. The once revered moonlight goddess thus fell. Was this a bit too lenient for her? Upon witnessing Moon Dream's swift demise, Yunza furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of disappointment. Zegu, my grievances with her have been resolved. There is no need for further effort. Seeing this, Xiaoyu smiled slightly, providing an explanation. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Had today's events not drawn Yunzu out, he might not even have contemplated seeking revenge. You are still too honest. Let me think. It seems she previously compared you to a pig, right? Yunza cast a faint glance at him, a smile playing on his lips, while an insidious thought began to take shape within him. In the next moment, Yunza uttered a single word, and in an instant, countless particles converged in the space around him, reconstructing the body and soul of Yu Meng. What is this? The unclothed Yu Meng fell to the ground, her mind a complete blank after experiencing death, utterly bewildered by the occurrence. How does it feel to be dead? Yunza looked down at her from a position of superiority, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What do you wish to do? At this moment, Yu Meng was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Desperately attempting to retreat, trying to escape Yunza's approach, her voice filled with pitiful pleas. Do not be afraid. Did you not have a fondness for pigs? I, the City Lord, will grant you this opportunity to thoroughly experience it. Chapter 44. 100,000 Reincarnations, Contamination from a Higher Dimensional Will. Yunza smiled indifferently, grasping Yu Meng's delicate neck with one hand and lifting her effortlessly, causing her to emit agonized groans as her legs kicked wildly, her eyes wide with terror. Buzzing. In the next moment, he soared into the air, transporting her to another world. This was a remarkably ordinary star realm, where the strongest beings were merely at the level of celestial beings. Within a pigsty of a village, the two appeared, and Yunza unceremoniously threw Yu Meng into the filthy, foul-smelling pig pen. Ugh, what is this place? Instantly, Yu Meng retched uncontrollably, her pristine body quickly becoming sullied, emitting a repulsive odor. What do you think? Yunza asked with a playful smile, a chilling expression crossing his face. What do you intend to do? Witnessing this scene, Yu Meng's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What do I intend to do? Merely to have you reincarnate 100,000 times, experiencing life as a pig. No, you cannot. Yu Ming screamed in horror, aghast at the thought of being transformed into a wretched pig. No, I would rather die than accept such humiliation. Is that so? Unfortunately, it is not up to you. With that, Yunza waved his hand, altering Yu Ming's race and cultivation. Cultivation, none, previously level 7 celestial, modifiable. Race, pig, special individual, will constantly attract Boar's attention. Previously part of the Luo Yu divine clan, modifiable. In the next instant, a white, pristine sow appeared in the pigsty. Yet her eyes were filled with utmost terror as she gazed at the boars eagerly approaching her, her entire pig body trembling in fear. Evidently, her original consciousness was deliberately preserved by Yunza. Yu Ming wished to plead for mercy, but to her horror, she could only emit pig-like grunts, unable to utter a single word. Ha ha ha. Enjoy your 100,000 reincarnations as a pig. Witnessing this scene, Yunza could not help but chuckle, casually waving his hand before tearing through space to leave. Buzzing. In the next instant, Yunza reappeared in the Luo Yu divine realm. Zeech, where did you take her? Upon seeing Yunza's return, Xiaoyu could not suppress his curiosity, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Well? Yunza replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. I can assure you that she has received the punishment she truly deserves. He suppressed his laughter, speaking with an air of mystery. Hearing Yunza's words, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned on him, a look of comprehension crossing his face. Do not dwell on it further. Follow me back to the city. This matter has been completely resolved. Observing Xiaoyu, Yunza chuckled and shook his head, patting his shoulder before opening a portal to Yunza City. Soon, their figures vanished entirely from the Luo Yu divine realm. Shortly after their departure, 3 terrifying presences emerged from deep within the imperial palace. They were all among the former divine emperors of the Luo Yu divine realm. 3 supreme beings above the 9th level of divinity. Yet at this moment, they trembled in fear, as if they had encountered the most horrifying event imaginable. Drenched in cold sweat, I have lived for countless eons, yet I have never witnessed such a formidable being. He seems capable of altering everything at will. No matter the power, it is as nothing before him. Could he be the creator of the Xian Huang great universe? The 3 spoke in sheer terror, their fear of Yunza penetrating to the marrow of their bones. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Wuming, what on earth is happening? After a pause, one of them gazed at the distant, deranged pink humanoid starfish, their murky eyes bulging slightly in fright. I do not know. Wuming has lost all consciousness, yet that starfish still possesses the cultivation of a 9th level deity. An elder with snow-white hair and a robe adorned with golden patterns spoke slowly. We can no longer communicate with him. We can only seal him for now. Enough. Let today's events remain confidential. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy. The 3 former emperors deliberated briefly and decided to bury the matter. For only in this way could they preserve the dignity of the Luo Yu divine realm to the greatest extent. On the other side, in Yunza City, buzzing. In an instant, Yunza and Xiaoyu appeared within the eternal divine hall. Zeich, no, City Lord, I shall take my leave first. After a while of conversation, Xiaoyu stood to depart, returning to the 2nd district. Yunza stretched lazily, reclining on the throne. Sierra, please project the image of the Lingxian realm. As commanded, he casually instructed Mu Rongxi, who respectfully nodded and promptly gestured, causing the projection screen reflecting the entire Lingxian realm to reappear. At that moment, the screen was enveloped in darkness, with not a trace of Bai Yuan visible. Even the entirety of the Lingxian realm had vanished without a trace. Only a pitch-black, void-like space remained, evoking a disquieting chill. What is happening? Witnessing this bizarre scene, Yunza's gaze sharpened, sitting up straight. Name, Bai Yuan modifiable. Current status, dead, modifiable. He scanned Bai Yuan's panel, only to abruptly discover that its status had changed to death. At that moment, the system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Ding. Due to the host altering the fixed timeline, the Lingxian realm has completely collapsed. Additionally, it has suffered contamination from the will of unknown higher-dimensional beings. Currently, due to the meme effect, 124 realms have been affected by the unknown contamination. If no intervention is taken, the entire Xian Huang Great Universe is predicted to face complete contamination and destruction in 684 years. Chapter 45. The Manipulated Timeline, Above the Multiverse. A fixed timeline? Contamination from higher-dimensional beings? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yunza furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Though he had become eternal, he had yet to touch upon higher-dimensional existence. The concepts of fixed timelines and high-dimensional contamination were entirely new to him. Moreover, all of this was somehow connected to the very survival of the Xian Huang Great Universe. He never expected that his previous casual actions would trigger such a catastrophe. Ding. The host need not worry. Your current existence far surpasses the concept of dimensions. Whether it be the myriad heavens, dimensions, or the so-called multiverse, they are merely at your command. It seems that the system, sensing the thoughts within Yunza's heart, once again provided an explanation. I have never worried. After all beings pursue eternity, and I am eternity. Upon hearing this, Yunza let out a light chuckle, his eyes gleaming with inscrutable brilliance. His current power had reached a level that transcended verbal description. Even if the entire Xianhuang great universe were to be tainted and countless higher dimensional existences descended, what of it? In the blink of an eye, everything would turn to dust. In a single thought, not to mention this small Xianhuang great universe. Even if the entire myriad realms were to be obliterated, he could instantaneously reverse it all to its original state. His prior contemplation was rooted in confusion over the system's mention of a fixed timeline. What does fixed mean? Were all trajectories within the Lingxian realm preordained? From beginning to end, was it merely a meticulously crafted play centered around Baiyuan as the protagonist? It felt as though some unknown entity, transcending all realms, was secretly orchestrating everything. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Yunza's mind, each more speculative than the last. The so-called myriad realms might merely be a series of enclosed boxes. Even a single pebble could encapsulate countless universes and infinite worlds within it. And as for the Xianhuang Great Universe, along with the boundless chaotic void that encompasses infinite universes, it must also contain a far grander box, enclosing the myriad realms known to all sentient beings. Thus, it dawned on Yunza. His gaze flickered as, after a brief moment of speculation, he finally came to a profound realization. Why is there a fixed timeline? It is likely because both Baiyuan and the Lingxian realm are creations of a being from a higher dimension, tracing back to the source. With this thought, Yunza's form shifted, and he arrived at the domain of the Lingxian stage's obliteration. He sensed a lingering breath that controlled all things and began to trace back to the origin. Boom. In an instant, above the Xianhuang great universe, and then, above the myriad realms, Yunza opened his eyes, only to discover that the world he inhabited was still a universe-shaped realm. His divine consciousness swiftly spread across the universe, and after a thorough search, he finally located the true source. It was a small azure planet, 3 parts land, 7 parts sea. Buzzing, Yunza flickered in space, crossing countless light years to arrive above the planet. His gaze sparkled with astonishment at the sight before him. Could this be the blue star? The planet before him was almost identical to his previous world. Even the details of the continental plates and oceanic regions were completely the same as the blue star. However, after a thorough examination, Yunza could not help but sigh. This world was not the blue star, but rather a celestial realm known as xianxia. Aside from its star-like appearance being 9/10 similar, the nations and landscapes within were entirely different. And at this moment, within xianxia, in a remote city of the Xuanma Alliance nation, a balding middle-aged man sat dejectedly in a slightly dilapidated rental apartment, slumped in front of his computer. On the screen, there was a novel titled Divine Sword Heavenly Sovereign, featuring Baiyuan as the protagonist. Could even a minor action from a higher world have an impact on a lower world? Yunza concealed himself behind the man, closely observing the screen. And within his heart, he grew increasingly convinced of his earlier judgment. Perhaps this individual was unaware that his pen had truly created a world. Due to the interference from Yunza City, the world trajectory that should have developed according to the plot had directly shifted. The consequence was the complete collapse of the Lingxian realm, which had also fallen prey to the pollution of higher dimensional will. What if I tap tap tap? In an instant, Yunza's thoughts stirred, and he began to type rapidly on the keyboard, crafting the subsequent plot. Why is my computer typing by itself? Is it haunted? The man, witnessing this scene, turned pale and stumbled back a few steps. On the screen, the following text appeared: the Lingxian realm restored, Baiyuan resurrected. And then he ascended to become the foremost in the Xianhuang Great Universe. In the next moment, Yunza directly observed the Xianhuang Great Universe. He wished to see if the words he had inscribed would directly influence the Lingxian realm, or even the entirety of the Xianhuang Great Universe. Boom. Within mere moments after the words were written, the Lingxian realm bizarrely restored to its former state, yet none of its beings returned. Baiyuan remained in a cold state of death. Was it limited to the Lingxian realm and its myriad worlds? After a brief assessment, Yunza understood the reason. These two realms likely did not originally belong to the Xianhuang Great Universe, but were creations of the will of xianxia beings, appearing real, yet ultimately illusory. The content of the book would continually influence these two realms. Could it be that the higher dimensional pollution rendered the beings incapable of affecting the Lingxian realm? Perceiving the empty Lingxian realm, Yunza couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. then cast his gaze into the distance. If that is the case, then let us venture into the true higher dimensional realm to uncover the truth. But first, Yunze turned to the middle-aged man, who was cowering in the corner in fear, a strange smile gracing his lips. Buzzing. In an instant, an invisible wave spread across the entirety of Xianxia, erasing all records and information related to divine, sword heavenly sovereign. Thus, it was settled. After completing everything, Yunze whispered softly and vanished in an instant. What am I doing? Right? Today I must write diligently. Let me produce 50,000 words first. The title shall be Peerless Gun God. Shortly after Yunze departed, the middle-aged man suddenly shook himself awake and quickly began typing furiously at the computer. Chapter 46. To the highest dimension, a true dimensional strike. Whoosh. Yunze transformed into a radiant arc, traversing the vast starry sky, arriving at the core domain of this universe. Under the influence of boundless power, he directly altered his fundamental form, ascending in dimension. Fourth dimension. Soon, Yunze could perceive countless tangible timelines with a mere touch. He could alter the temporal trajectories of innumerable worlds. Fifth dimension. The timelines of different parallel universes, even those of past and future, became clearly visible. Sixth dimension. A realm beyond comprehension for ordinary beings. Even without the power of eternity, he could freely manipulate the very concept of time. Seventh dimension. Endless choices, boundless time and space. Amidst this, Yunze glimpsed countless reflections of himself. Eighth dimension. All 7 dimensions merged as one, and in a moment of unity, within the infinite and diverse time and space, he became the true singularity. And then came the 9th dimension, 10th dimension, 11th dimension. Yunze swiftly reached the apex of dimensional existence, transcending dimensions, time, laws, and all things. Endless secrets, myriad rules, the essence of the universe. Everything that was difficult to comprehend and articulate was effortlessly unveiled before him. God. Only this word could describe him at this moment, a fraction of his immense power, true omniscience and omnipotence, genuinely surpassing all concepts. It was only at this moment that Yunze fully grasped the power of eternity, entirely possessing the supreme might to manipulate all things and rewrite everything. Is this truly the higher dimensional realm? Yunze opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, the temporal flow of the entire dimension was reflected with every change. Whether past or future, laid bare before him. Soon, he beheld the Xianhuang great universe above. 2 colossal beings of bizarre form cast their gaze upon countless worlds. Under their scrutiny, everything faces the terrifying prospect of assimilation. From the very essence, even the minutest particles that constitute existence will transform into entities of the same origin, morphing into thoughtless monstrosities. The old gods. Upon witnessing these two, Yunze instantaneously grasped the truth, understanding their origins. They are the transcendents, true 4-dimensional beings, traversing the chaotic void and indirectly influencing innumerable worlds. Such entities have transcended the so-called realms of myriad heavens and worlds, nameless and ineffable. The mere mention of their true names could unleash great terror, plunging all realms into genuine catastrophe. As Yunze approached the 2 old gods, his presence as an 11-dimensional being went entirely unnoticed. Yet, one of the old gods seemed to sense something, its massive form slowly shifting. What a terrifying sight it was. Any living being witnessing this scene would surely experience a complete mental collapse, succumbing to endless madness. Yet in Yunze's eyes, it was merely a rather large and peculiar creature, even appearing somewhat endearing. The gigantic old god, adorned with countless tentacles and crimson vertical pupils, slowly wiggled its mouthparts, emitting a cacophony of chaotic and incomprehensible sounds, as if attempting to convey something. However, it was utterly incapable of truly perceiving Yunze's presence. Much like beings within 2 dimensions cannot grasp the concept of space, no matter how hard they struggle. The disparity between 4-dimensional and 11-dimensional existence is far greater than a mere 1-dimensional difference. Even as Yunze methodically erased their existence, they were powerless to resist. In the Lord's abode, a few decorative items were still lacking. Placing the 2 old gods might suffice. Yunze, observing the 2 old gods closely, even reached out to touch their slimy tentacles, contemplating with utmost seriousness. The latter remained oblivious, continuing to gaze down upon the vast universe. Let us reduce their dimensions, he thought. After a moment of reflection, Yunze clapped his hands, transforming the space-time where the 2 old gods resided into 2 dimensions. This was a genuine dimensional strike. Finally, the old gods sensed their lack of understanding of space and time as they roared within the 2-dimensional realm that Yunze had extracted. However, no matter how furious they became, it was all in vain. The perception of higher dimensions was simply too overwhelming. In a fleeting moment, The Lord nearly forgot all feelings and cognition. In the next instant, Yunzhe returned to 3 dimensions, sealing away his higher dimensional perception. The experience of omniscience, though intoxicating, also brought an immense sense of oppression. Without any secrets or suspense, no matter the existence, none could perceive their own being. If this perception were to continue, he would ultimately forget himself and all that it meant to be alive. Such a feeling was exceedingly dull and wearisome for Yunzhe. Soon, the 2 old gods transformed into a moving and peculiar canvas before his eyes. Yes, quite pleasing. After a moment of scrutiny, a satisfied smile graced Yunzhe's face, as he seemed to take great delight in this artwork. He restored countless beings, including those from Ling Xianxia, with one hand while gently raising the other. In an instant, the myriad causal connections faintly linking to the vast universe were severed. From this moment forth, no higher realm would influence this universe, and its hierarchical structure was elevated by several levels. Henceforth, you shall be named Kelialu, and you shall be Niatzi. With a beaming expression, Yunzhe named the 2 old gods within the canvas and effortlessly tore open a spatial gateway leading back to Yunzhe City. Chapter 47. The Transformation of Yunzhe City, Visitors from Infinite Worlds. 3 months later, in Yunzhe City, following the high-dimensional pollution incident triggered by the old gods, Yunzhe commenced the second transformation of the city. First, it completely detached from the boundaries of Jiuzhou continent, existing independently within the void of the vast universe. Second, the spatial range of the city expanded. Yunzhe City, initially with a radius of merely 10 million miles, now reached a staggering scale of several hundred billion miles. Moreover, Yunzhe established a colossal star system centered around this magnificent city, with a diameter spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, specifically designed for the subordinate forces that would one day belong to Yunzhe City. At this juncture, the time had finally come for Yunzhe City to fully open its doors to all multiverses and infinite realms. Simultaneously, within the vast world of Tianyuan continent, numerous powerful beings fixated their gaze upon the distance as a golden orb, measuring an impressive 1,000 feet across, radiated a dense golden brilliance that seemed to encompass an aura of immense authority. This phenomenon had appeared suddenly 10 days prior. The overwhelming waves of power emanating from it left countless true gods, celestial gods, and even divine kings present in a state of shock. Even the residual waves alone seemed potent enough to suppress all. As it gradually stabilized, the immense fluctuations became increasingly discernible. What treasure could this be? Observing this, a divine king narrowed his eyes, filled with awe and greed. The power contained within the golden orb was nearly on par with that of the entire Tianyuan continent. If I could obtain it. In an instant, countless powerful beings' eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to seize the moment the treasure hidden within the golden orb revealed itself. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying rumble echoed throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. An overwhelmingly powerful presence descended, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The golden orb emitted dazzling light, and within it, a vague outline began to emerge. Haha, this treasure belongs to me, the divine king of heavenly fire. Suddenly, before anyone could react, a figure bathed in divine flames lunged toward the golden orb, seeking death. This scene incited the fury of the other powerful beings, who immediately sprang into action. Get away from me. The divine king of heavenly fire, enraged, unleashed an endless torrent of divine flames. The divine fire blazed fiercely, threatening to incinerate the very heavens and earth. In mere moments, several divine realm experts were left spitting blood, their faces pale. Wait, that is, at that moment, the outline of the object within the golden orb finally became fully visible. It was not the divine artifact that everyone had anticipated, but rather a massive, ancient door. A door? Why would it be a broken door? Where is my divine artifact? Seeing this, the divine king of heavenly fire was instantly consumed with rage, once again gathering endless divine flames, intending to incinerate it entirely. But in an instant, the door slowly opened. Creak. It was merely an ordinary sound of a door opening, echoing in the ears of the powerful beings. Suddenly, the world around them began to shift dramatically. What is this? What stood before them was no longer the portal from the golden orb, but rather a towering city wall, reaching a height of 100,000 feet, seemingly forged of solid gold, piercing the heavens and radiating a faint golden glow. The city gate below was immensely thick and solid, as if it could suppress billions of worlds, instilling an unmatched sense of awe. Yunzhe, a regal figure clad in a purple robe, gazed upward, murmuring to himself. Upon merely encountering those 2 characters, his pupils involuntarily constricted with intense trepidation. In mere moments, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming force contained within. Abruptly expelling a mouthful of blood, his entire form collapsing in utter weakness. How could this be? The purple-robed deity's eyes grew vacant. In that fleeting instant, he seemed to behold an existence of unimaginable terror. In the gaze of such an entity, all things appeared as insignificant as mere ants. With a single thought, regardless of the world or its strongest beings, they would be reduced to dust. This overwhelming grandeur and might transcended all comprehension. Those entering the city proceed to register here. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, a somewhat indifferent and chilling voice resonated from the city gate. 2 guards clad in dark armor stood sentinel. Though only 2 in number, the frigid aura they emanated sent a shiver down the spines of countless powerful beings present. Ah, so you are the guardians of this city? Summon your lord. If you surrender this city to me, the Tianhua Shenhuang, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. At that moment, the Tianhua Shenhuang let out a chilling smile, his face brimming with arrogance. Oh, a mere lesser deity wishes to meet the master? With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming heat, as if intent on incinerating all, descended from the heavens. Ah! In an instant, the Tianhua Shenhuang cried out in despair, his form collapsing as his bones cracked under the pressure. Above, the colossal silhouette of a divine phoenix emerged, which then transformed into a graceful figure, gently drifting downward. This was none other than the divine beast guarding the southern part of Yunja City, the Destruction Flame Phoenix. Lady Yinfeng. The 2 guards immediately bowed in reverence, their eyes reflecting awe. The phoenix nodded slightly, her fiery red hair billowing, her exquisite visage betraying no emotion. With a casual glance at the Tianhua Shenhuang, she spoke softly, "You desire this city?" Her tone was eerily calm, yet laced with supreme dominance. Crack. Ah! The terrifying pressure surged like the roar of 1,000 mountains, continuously crushing the Tianhua Shenhuang's body, eliciting his anguished wails. Boom. Following a deafening sound, a cloud of blood mist erupted, staining the surroundings. In but an instant, a deity had fallen. The world fell silent. Numerous powerful beings from the Tianyuan continent trembled in disbelief, their gazes fixed on the Destruction Flame Phoenix. What kind of power is this? Their hearts quaked with fear, eyes wide in astonishment. The dignified Tianhua Shenhuang had been obliterated by sheer pressure. It must be noted that even within the entirety of the Tianyuan continent, the Tianhua Shenhuang's strength ranked among the top 10. Yet now, he had been vanquished by this enigmatic extraterrestrial being with but a thought. Chapter 48. Gifts from various powerful beings. The crumbling Yunja. This marked the 32nd fool of the day. Truly, the myriad realms are rife with wonders. After slaying the Tianhua Shenhuang with overwhelming force, the Destruction Flame Phoenix turned her gaze toward the horizon. Her melodious voice echoed through the void, tinged with a hint of disdain, as if what had just transpired was merely a trivial task. Register before entering the city. Boom. With that, she coldly uttered, transforming into a torrent of flames that vanished into the sky, leaving the powerful beings of the Tianyuan continent in a stupor, unable to regain their senses for an extended period. I want to register. Eventually, someone snapped back to reality, hastily rushing toward the city gate to complete the registration. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Destruction Flame Phoenix, no one harbored any lingering desires for this magnificent city. Moreover, they subtly sensed that entering the city would undoubtedly bestow upon them extraordinary fortunes. Meanwhile, at the heart of Yunja City, within the Eternal Temple. Greetings, Lord City Master. Over a dozen stunningly beautiful young maidens, clad in maid uniforms, bowed in unison, their voices clear and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. How many today? Yunja, seated in the main seat with a somewhat darkened expression, surveyed the neatly aligned maidens below, akin to blooming flowers, and inquired softly. His right hand tapped the armrest in exasperation. Reporting to the city master, murmured Murong Shi, serving at his side, stepping forward respectfully. Today, the Lord of the Giant Spirit Universe has presented you with a piece of chaotic treasure, along with 5 of his direct descendants, all renowned as flawless maidens. Murong Shi spoke in a measured tone, detailing further. The Tianlong Empire offers you 10,000 gene of divine essence, along with 2 princesses. The Empress of the 100 Flowers has dedicated herself to you. The Xiantian Sacred Land, the Black God Star Nation. With each statement, Yunja's brow furrowed deeper, nearly knitting into a straight line. Previously, his intrusion into the Luoyue Divine Realm and the expansion of Yunja City had already stirred significant upheaval among the various forces of the Xianhuang Great Universe. Upon discovering the location of Yunja City and personally experiencing the city's extraordinary nature, the powerful beings of the entire Xianhuang Great Universe fell into a frenzy, sparing no effort to gain entry into Yunja City while continuously sending gifts to express their sincerity. The complete opening of Yunja City had also attracted the attention of even more powerful beings from across the realms, all flocking to establish connections with Yunja City. In just a single day, the number of maidens in the Eternal Temple surged again, causing Yunja considerable headache. Each of them came, only to vanish. If I were to flee to another's world, I might receive even more gifts. City Master, the statistics are complete. Today you received 724 maidens, 45,800 divine artifacts, and the number of miscellaneous items is so vast it cannot be counted. Shortly after, Murongshi concluded her report, speaking respectfully. 700. Yunja's lips twitched slightly at the revelation. The total number of maidens in the Eternal Temple was barely over 100. Yet in just one day of opening the city, it had increased by over 700. Inform those offering gifts that this city master requires no maidens. Nor do they need to send any more gifts. Whoever enters Yunja City must abide by the city's rules. After a moment of contemplation, Yunja finally spoke. He then began to modify his own attributes. Gender: female, originally male, modifiable. In an instant, amidst Murongshi's exclamation, Yunja transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful young woman. Draped in ethereal white garments, enveloped in a hazy mist of light. Her beauty surpassed that of the countless stunning maidens from various realms gathered in the hall. Like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, she inspired awe and reverence. City Master, what is this? Murongshi and the other maidens stood momentarily stunned, gazing in bewilderment at the stunning figure that Yunja had become. This city master is feeling rather vexed today, so I decided to change my appearance for some fresh air. With a light laugh, Yunja picked up a mirror to admire her new reflection, feeling quite satisfied. She had yet to experience the sensation of being a woman. It was the perfect opportunity to try something new. Do not follow me. This city master merely wishes to stroll around the city. With that, the maiden's form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the grand hall in an instant. Wow, the city master has become so adorable. I want to Moments later, as Yunja departed, a few maidens erupted into squeals akin to infatuated admirers. Although they were also flawless in appearance and extraordinarily beautiful, when compared to the visage of the city lord, they seemed to inhabit entirely different realms. At this moment, even Murongshi could not help but feel a burning desire in her gaze, longing to embrace Yunze and ravage him thoroughly. Oh my! The concentration of spiritual energy is astonishingly high. Look, is that the world source tree? In just half a day, countless individuals surged into Yunze City from the infinite world, with streets bustling with an ocean of humanity. Many were awestruck by the grandeur of this colossal city, and upon witnessing the towering world source trees, they were left utterly dumbfounded. These are the world source trees. They could even serve as the core of a universe. Within this city, there are several trees that appear to be mere decorations. Chen Xiao was among the many astonished onlookers, but unlike them, he managed to relay the scene unfolding before him to an even larger audience. Brothers, stop asking. The streamer has no idea where this place is. I just woke up here. At the edge of the street, a young man donning black-framed glasses murmured helplessly, accompanied by a small spherical drone that followed him, capturing everything within the city. Chapter 49. The Traveler from Launching, the Emergence of a Second System. Is this not launching? Are you foolish? Did you see those 3 suns in the sky? Does launching have so many suns? Furthermore, that tree's height is likely millions of meters. It seems endless. What the heck? Is that person an alien? They have 6 eyes. This must be a special effect. How can there be so many viewers? I'm truly amused. Observing the barrage of comments displayed on the drone, Chen Xiao could only smile wryly and shake his head, utterly perplexed. He had merely taken a nap and found himself transported from launching to this place, awakening a so-called super live streaming system. Upon activation, he received a drone for filming, and the system automatically registered a live streaming account for him, presenting everything he witnessed in real time. Merely half an hour into the broadcast, the number of viewers had already exceeded tens of thousands. Most were in awe, while a small fraction dismissed it as mere special effects, claiming they were already tired of such illusions. Streamer, why don't you explore this city and see how vast it truly is? Oh my! Streamer, look behind you. There's a stunning fairy. Mom, I want to fall in love. Where's this city? I'm booking a flight immediately. That's my wife who went missing 10 years ago. Oh, is that so? Noticing the sudden influx of comments, Chen Xiao glanced around and, indeed, found a figure behind him resembling a celestial being from a painting. Clad in a flowing white dress, her delicate waist could be grasped with a single hand, and her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her brows like delicate brushstrokes, and her nose and lips were exquisite. The breathtaking beauty of her face bore a subtle smile, as if dimming the very world around her. Ah, she smiled at me. She smiled at me. Nonsense. Obviously, she smiled at me. This is a true fairy, an unparalleled beauty. Instantly, the barrage of comments erupted in a frenzy. Even the crowd in Yunzhe City stared in rapt attention at the suddenly appearing maiden in white, their eyes reflecting infinite admiration. Chen Xiao, too, was utterly captivated, his mind buzzing, lost in a haze of enchantment. I am the third prince of the He Xinxing Kingdom. May I ask for your name, fair maiden? Would you grant me the honor of a meeting? Fair maiden, I am the crown prince of the Bei Huang Empire. In an instant, many young talents from various realms gathered around, eager to flirt and make acquaintances with her. Such exquisite beauty was something they had never encountered, even as esteemed figures in their respective worlds, and they could not help but feel their hearts race. Yet, witnessing the scene before her, the maiden in white showed an expression of utter disdain, as if she found them exceedingly bothersome. Her ethereal voice, like a divine melody, resonated, causing everyone to shiver, as though they had heard a heavenly tune that threatened to melt their hearts. But her next words left them utterly frozen. I'm sorry, but I'm actually a man. Yunzhe chuckled helplessly, casually disclosing this fact. However, I believe true love knows no gender, if you are willing. The third prince of the He Xinxing Kingdom became even more excited. His face flushed as he hurriedly replied, but before he could finish, that's so disgusting. Yunzhe shot him a disdainful glance and turned to leave, lowering her presence to a minimum. In an instant, everyone was left in a daze, staring at one another, as if that stunning scene had merely been an illusion. This could indeed attract a lot of trouble. On the road, Yunzhe could not help but rub her forehead, muttering in exasperation. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound that caused her to halt. Following the noise, she discovered it was the spherical drone by Chen Xiao, which was flashing lights while capturing photos. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, looking bewildered, was scanning the area, having zero awareness of Yunzhe's presence, making it impossible for him to find her. Even if she stood right before him, he would completely overlook her. However, those watching the live stream from launching could see everything clearly. Streamer, that fairy in white is right in front of you. Are you blind? How can you not see such a large figure in front of you? Woof woof. Fairy, please let me be your dog. Someone take that dog away. Chen Xiao stared blankly at the comments, then began to survey the surroundings again, yet he saw no one. Do you all have superpowers? I genuinely cannot see her. Is she a ghost? Chen Xiao continued to reply to the barrage, and when he lifted his gaze once more, he found himself face to face with an immaculate visage. Oh. In that moment, he was struck dumb, his breath quickening, his thoughts slipping away, gazing into those deep, starry eyes. Chen Xiao felt as if he would completely drown in this starry sea at any moment. He faintly caught a whiff of a fragrance that penetrated to the marrow, intoxicating his very soul. Why you? Chen Xiao hastily stepped back, nearly collapsing to the ground, still in a daze. Are you live streaming? Yunzhe regarded him with a knowing smile, then examined the spherical drone with keen interest. Yes, How do you know about live streaming? Chen Xiao replied hastily. But then he realized, how could anyone in this foreign realm know the term live streaming? Could it be that she was also from launching? Name, Chen Xiao, modifiable. World, launching, modifiable. Cultivation level, none, modifiable. Special, super live streaming system, modifiable. Meanwhile, Yunzhe scanned Chen Xiao's panel, and a hint of surprise flickered across her flawless face. This is another traveler from launching, and he possesses a system. Chapter 50, the essence of the system, return to launching. Launching, you say? Yunzhe's gaze flickered as he immediately unfolded a higher dimensional perspective, seeking the coordinates of the super live streaming system in the world of launching. In an instant, it seemed as though all time had ceased, and from Chen Xiao, Yunzhe perceived some faint threads of causality. The essence of the so-called super live streaming system was revealed to be a collective of intentions from countless higher dimensional existences. By a twist of fate, it had been obtained by this individual. All that was required was to initiate the live stream, continuously garner popularity, and various rewards could be acquired from the system. However, the utmost power it could bestow was merely at the level of a true god. Thus, the realization dawned upon Yunzhe. As he surveyed the infinite dimensions, he discovered billions of similar systems in existence, with Chun Zhao's acquisition being merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, these systems were undeniably weak. After concluding his investigation, Yunzhe could not help but shake his head. Even if billions of systems were unified, the level they could achieve was only a minuscule fraction more powerful than a divine emperor. Such a level of strength could not even reach the realm of transcendent beings of the old gods. To him, they were nothing more than ants, easily extinguishable in their millions. With a hum, time resumed its flow, and Yunzhe fully comprehended the essence of the other S system, as well as the coordinates of Lanxing. You may wonder how I know the term livestream. A slight, enigmatic smile graced her lips as she replied. Because we hail from the same origin. What? Chen Xiao was taken aback. Although he had harbored doubts, the confirmation left him profoundly shaken. You mean, you are also from Lanxing? A traveler? He confirmed incredulously, his face displaying a hint of delight. He never expected to encounter a fellow countryman from Lanxing in this strange realm. Indeed, fortune favored him greatly. Indeed, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunze, the Lord of Yunze City, a transcendent existence that surpasses all concepts, dimensions, and multiverses. Among the countless realms, I can be considered a minor powerhouse, perhaps only a tad stronger than you. Yunze smiled, proceeding to share her current situation with an exceptionally calm demeanor, devoid of any arrogance or condescension, as if recounting an utterly ordinary fact. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted. Haha, this fairy countrywoman sure knows how to boast about transcending all concepts and dimensions. I'm from Marvel myself. She is so beautiful and loves to boast. How charming. Perfect to be my wife. Did you hear her claim to be the lord of this massive city? This is another realm, not Lanxing, since she is the city lord. Her strength must be formidable. Most viewers from Lanxing regarded Yunze's words with skepticism, dismissing them as a light-hearted jest. Yet, Chun Zhao's expression shifted slightly. The name of this towering city was indeed Yunze City. This meant that she genuinely was the lord of this city. Chun Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. The scale of Yunze City surpassed Lanxing by thousands, if not millions, of times. How terrifying must her true strength be if she had built such a vast influence here? Could it be true, as she claimed, that she transcended all concepts and dimensions? In a fleeting moment, myriad speculations raced through Chun Zhao's mind, but he soon shook his head, dismissing those absurd notions. To transcend all concepts was simply impossible. Death is a concept, time is a concept, and fate belongs to this realm as well. Every matter and essence in the world is bound by infinite concepts. Who could truly transcend all concepts and achieve the ultimate supremacy? Even the figures from mythological tales could not accomplish such a feat. Yunze, do you have a way to return to Lanxing? My sudden disappearance must have deeply worried my parents. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Zhao suppressed his chaotic thoughts and inquired about the means of returning. Upon hearing a fellow traveler from Lanxing refer to her as Miss, Yunze felt a chill run down her spine. This sensation was exceedingly peculiar. She promptly modified her gender. Gender, male, originally female. In an instant, Chun Zhao felt a blur before his eyes as the figure of the girl in white vanished, replaced by a tall and handsome young man. His beauty was strikingly similar to that of the previous girl, yet his demeanor exuded an overwhelming dominance, as if he commanded life and death, gazing down upon the world. Hey, what happened to my fairy sister? Wow, he looks so handsome. I think I could also pull that off. What is going on? Who is he? The audience in the live stream was thrown into a frenzy, their comments flooding the screen in a chaotic rush. Chun Zhao, his mind blank, stared at the transformed Yunze for a moment before stammering. You are a male? Well, to be precise, I do not adhere to the concepts of gender or race. I can change freely. In response, Yunze nodded slightly. You wish to return to Lanxing? Coincidentally, I also plan to visit. Then, Chun Zhao's heart soared, eagerly pressing for details. However, the next moment, with a snap of Yunze's fingers, the very fabric of the world around them shifted. Looking down at the snow-white clouds beneath his feet, Chun Zhao found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Suddenly, help, help! He screamed as he plummeted rapidly, the wind slicing through him like blades, eliciting cries of terror. Goodness, is the host really performing a parachute jump from such a height? How thrilling is this? Old bear, fear no one, but I bow to the host's daring. Oh my god, I nearly wet myself. The comments spiraled wildly. Chun Zhao's fear reached its zenith. Adrenaline surged through him, nearly suffocating him. He even questioned whether this was merely an illusion. Yet, the increasingly approaching ground and the intensifying sensation of free fall were stark reminders that this was no dream, but a harsh reality. In that fleeting moment, he had departed from that peculiar grand city and found himself above the clouds of Lanxing. Beside him, Yunze smiled, gazing down at the familiar yet alien terrain with an air of ease. It has been a long time, Lanxing. Chapter 51. The shock of the Dragon Nation's supernatural users, possessing a superphone with a light brain. As they fell swiftly, Chun Zhao's screams finally ceased upon reaching the ground. Strangely, he was not smashed to pieces. An invisible force seemed to cushion the impact, sparing him any harm. All right, I will leave you here. I must take my leave. Yunze waved, and before Chun Zhao could react, her figure vanished into thin air, falling from 10,000 meters. The host appeared entirely unharmed. Was that person truly a legendary cultivator? Was this scene real? If I could take that cultivator as my master, could I not also soar through the skies and wield boundless power? An extraordinary scene unfolded, causing the live broadcast room to erupt once more. Voices of discussion, gasps of astonishment, and expressions of admiration intertwined, overwhelming the screen with fervor. At this moment, the number of viewers in Chun Zhao's livestream had already surpassed 3 million. Meanwhile, Within the Dragon Kingdom's Ability Users Association, several high-ranking officials gazed at the live stream's display, unable to suppress their astonishment. The Ability Users Association, a clandestine organization operating beneath the public's radar, is dedicated to safeguarding the security of the Dragon Kingdom. Each ability user possesses extraordinary powers, whether it be controlling flames, manipulating water, or exhibiting immense strength, classified into 8 distinct tiers from highest to lowest. The most formidable ability user in the Dragon Kingdom is a powerful being known as the Thunder Emperor, who wields the might of thunder. It is said that in full force, he can obliterate a small city in an instant, his power overwhelming. Old Xiao, did you catch his movements just now? At this moment, the man revered as the Thunder Emperor, Xiao Xianting, furrowed his brow, staring at the screen where Yunzhe had abruptly vanished. Feeling a flicker of trepidation within. Beside him, an elderly man with a black beard, also a high-ranking ability user of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Flame God Jiang Tianzhan, could not help but inquire, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Movements? He made no discernible actions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xianting pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He could not fathom Yunzhe's actions. He merely sensed a momentary fluctuation in space before the figure disappeared without a trace. The power of space seemed as fragile as paper before him. Rising to his feet, Xiao Xianting surveyed all the high-ranking officials present, his expression grave. Everyone, exert every effort to locate this individual. Remember, if you find him, you must adopt a humble demeanor and absolutely avoid provoking him. Otherwise, as he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on Xiao Xianting's forehead. He refrained from disclosing to them that upon witnessing Yunzhe's appearance in the Blue Star, a bizarre conjecture had quietly surfaced in his mind. Perhaps this individual could easily annihilate the entire Blue Star with just a single strike. In any case, spare no effort to ingratiate yourself with him, understood? Suppressing the rising fear within, Xiao Xianting spoke again, his tone carrying an unusual weight of command. Yes, understood. The others hastily acknowledged, feeling a chill in their hearts at the sight of the Dragon Kingdom's strongest exhibiting such gravity. Simultaneously, in Jianghai City, with a click, Yunzhe opened the narrow door of a rental house and stepped inside, nostalgically surveying his surroundings. March 7, 2045. Several months had passed since his arrival in the Jojo continent, yet only 3 days had elapsed in the Blue Star. With a wave of his hand, an old mobile phone appeared in his grasp, and he casually browsed through its messages. He had lost track of this phone during his journey, but now, in the Blue Star, he retrieved it with a mere thought. Upon opening the device, he found that 99 missed calls filled the screen, and after a brief glance, a frown crossed his brow. Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone rang again, prompting Yunzhe to focus, and he answered directly. Hello. As soon as the call connected, a furious male voice erupted from the other end. You little brat, you finally answer? Do you know how busy the company has been these past few days? Get your ass back to the office right now, or forget about your salary for the month and this year's bonus. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal, Yunzhe couldn't help but chuckle softly. Previously, in the Blue Star, he was a salesperson at a renovation company, constantly bustling about, earning a meager salary of 3,000 while being bossed around by this so-called manager. Now that he had returned to the Blue Star, it was time to teach this fellow a lesson. Let me see. He began to scroll through the phone again, but just a few minutes later, the antiquated device crashed. All right, let's modify this thing first. Seeing this, a grin tugged at the corners of Yunzhe's mouth as he accessed the phone's specifications. Name, Demi 17, modifiable. Processor, Snapdragon 64, 15 trillion operations per second, modifiable. Camera, 72 million pixels, Koin i586, modifiable. RAM, 9 modifiable. Storage, 256, modifiable. Screen refresh rate, 90, modifiable. How nostalgic. Gazing at these parameters, which now felt somewhat foreign, Yunzhe murmured to himself, a hint of longing gracing his features. In the past, he had been a digital enthusiast, and this Demi phone was one he had saved up for during his studies, a popular model at the time. Purchased for 2,500 yuan. He mused that this phone had now been in use for nearly 7 years. Old buddy, let us give you a transformation. Soon. A modified version of the Demi 17 appeared in his hand. Name, Demi 17, modifiable. Processor, 5880 quantum brain, 990 trillion operations per second, modifiable. Camera, 880 billion pixels, Koin i 90,000, modifiable. RAM, 90,000, modifiable. Storage, 240 billion, modifiable. Screen refresh rate, modifiable. Buzz. In an instant, the spiritual network within the city connected with it, causing the processing speed to surge exponentially. Greetings, my esteemed master. A holographic projection of a luminous orb appeared on the small screen, respectfully greeting Yunze. Underneath the astonishing processing speed, a true electronic life had emerged from the old phone, endowed with unimaginable wisdom and thought. From now on, you shall be called to me as my phone. You will also assist in managing matters within the spiritual network. Yes, master. Demi nodded in acknowledgement, and then the projection faded, reverting to the original screen display. Ding. Your bank account ending in 5248 has a current balance of 5,475. Ding. An amount of 10 billion yuan has been credited to your bank account ending in 5248. Master, I have detected that your funds in this world are insufficient. Demi has made a slight supplement for you. In the next moment, it swiftly infiltrated and took control of the entire Blue Star Internet, directly depositing a staggering 1 billion yuan into Yunze's account. Chapter 52. Bow once, and I'll give you 1 million. Meanwhile, the bank detected the immense flow of funds and sought to freeze Yunze's account. However, under Demi's manipulation, not only was Yunze's account not frozen, but the opposing system also fell into a state of paralysis. Before a true electronic life, the current network security framework of the Blue Star appeared laughably weak. 1 billion? It feels a bit lacking, but it's still acceptable. Hearing Demi's words, Yunze revealed a trace of disdain. A mere billion felt overly conservative. Subsequently, he surveyed his current appearance. With long flowing hair, donned in white attire, and a sword at his waist, he resembled an ethereal sword immortal emerging from a painting. If one were to traverse the blue planet in such a manner, it would undoubtedly guarantee a gaze-turning rate of 100%, generating a commotion wherever one goes. It seems that I must first adapt to the local customs. Yunze contemplated with his chin resting in his hand, swiftly deciding to don an outfit more befitting of this world. Buzz. In an instant, as his thoughts shifted, his flowing white robe transformed into a more ordinary leisure attire. His long hair was deftly styled into a ponytail and paired with his strikingly handsome visage. He appeared refreshing and unrestrained. Having completed these alterations, Yunze stepped out of his home, intending to tear through space directly. However, he reconsidered and abandoned the notion. No rush. Perhaps it is best to take the elevator. With a smile, Yunze headed towards the elevator and pressed the button to descend. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and Yunze stepped inside. But just as the doors were about to close, a sharp female voice rang out. Wait a moment. It was a rather portly middle-aged woman, likely weighing over 200 pounds, who entered, tugging a small teddy dog along. She hurriedly stopped the elevator doors from closing and entered with her dog. Excuse me, young man, have you not been educated? Did you not see me coming in, and didn't you think to hold the door for me? The moment she entered, she began to complain incessantly about Yunze, seemingly quite irate. At her words, Yunze raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, not anticipating such a peculiar encounter. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Today's youth really lack manners. Look at my son, he has been so well behaved. Not a peep out of him. Why don't you hurry up and give him some space? The woman was relentless, even demanding that Yunze give way for a dog, causing Yunze's expression to shift slightly. Excuse me, madam, do you have a problem? Why should I give up space for a dog that does not deserve it? He shot her a cold glance, his words icy. I think you are the one with a problem. This is my precious son, my beloved child whom I work hard to support. How dare you speak like that? At this, the woman erupted in fury, her voice echoing like a shrew in the streets. To think someone who looks so human could be so uncultured. May your entire family perish. Children without parents are always ill-mannered. However, this remark thoroughly enraged Yunze, his gaze turning frigid in an instant. How tiresome. In that fleeting moment, all sounds abruptly ceased. Ding dong. Soon, the elevator arrived at the ground floor, and Yunze stepped out. Behind him, by the side of the teddy dog, stood a hefty yellow dog, its eyes wide with palpable fear. Leaving the residential complex, Yunze hailed a taxi to a nearby office building. This was the location of a renovation company, nestled among dozens of small businesses within the vast structure. Yunze, just as he arrived downstairs, he encountered an old acquaintance. Bang! A brand new Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the side of the road, from which a flamboyantly dressed woman emerged. Clad in a red dress and black stockings, her figure was alluring. Coupled with her striking features and curvaceous form, she was enough to drive countless men to madness. Oh, look who it is, our young Master Yin. What brings you to work so late today? Soon, a man in a tailored suit, exuding arrogance, accompanied her, looking down at Yunze with an air of superiority. Haha, Jolan. Upon seeing the pair, Yunze's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Jolan, his ex-girlfriend from the blue planet. He had been nothing but a devoted admirer for 5 years in his past life, only to be discarded for the son of a demolition contractor. The so-called devoted admirer ends up with nothing. Haha. Yunze chuckled at his past foolishness, then cast a dispassionate glance at Zhou Lan and her companion. A whimsical thought emerging in his mind. Kid, what's so funny? The man in the suit, named Huang Li, a second-generation rich heir with millions from demolition profits, had grown accustomed to being arrogant. Seeing Yunza's apparent mockery, he could not help but shout, Zhou Lan, don't you love money? Bang bang. Yunza, however, ignored him entirely, waving his right hand as exquisite boxes began to materialize around them. They soon opened automatically, revealing what the hell. The ground was awash in a sea of red, with hundreds of meticulously arranged boxes filled with cash. Both Huang Li and Zhou Lan were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. Observing their astonishment, Yunza casually picked up a handful of cash and gently slapped it against Zhou Lan's face. From now on, for every bow you make, I shall grant you 1 million. Yunza's voice resonated like a devil's whisper, causing Zhou Lan to tremble involuntarily. She struggled to swallow, forcefully suppressing her shock, as she reached out with trembling hands to touch the red bills in the boxes before her. The scent of money seemed to fill her nostrils, igniting a scorching heat in her breath. Chapter 53. How much did he offer you? I'll give you 100 times that. Are you serious? In the next moment, Zhou Lan croaked, her voice hoarse and her words tumbling over each other in excitement. Just bow your head for 1 million. Young Master Yun. Can I do it too? You are my father, my dear father. Please let me bow to you. Meanwhile, as Zhou Lan hesitated, Huang Li could no longer contain himself, kneeling before Yunza and pleading shamelessly. His family's entire fortune was merely around 60 million, yet the cash before him likely exceeded 100 million. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. Moreover, he only needed to bow his head to claim it all. Hearing this, Yunza initially frowned but soon relaxed, revealing a slightly wicked smile. Of course. Haha. Thank you, young Master Yun. You are indeed my father. Bang. Bang. Quickly. Huang Li knelt and bowed, the sound of his head hitting the ground echoing loudly, clearly with considerable force. Yunza, true to his expectations, poured 2 boxes of cash over him, driving him to bow even more fervently. Don't grab. This money is all mine. Bang. Bang. Zhou Lan, witnessing this, also shouted in fury, abandoning all semblance of dignity to kneel before Yunza. She had always been a pure gold digger, and now seeing such immense wealth, she could not care less about her pride. Bang. 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 The resounding thuds continued as the two of them had already knocked their heads until they bled. Yet they remained oblivious, growing ever more exhilarated and frenzied. Haha, this feeling is incredible, Huang Li exclaimed, bowing repeatedly while shouting, I love cash, I love money. Haha. Yunza stood by, keenly observing this farcical performance. At that moment, the crowd downstairs had gathered in increasing numbers, witnessing the spectacle and expressing their astonishment. Hiss. How much money could that be? A bow earns you 1 million. I want a bow too. Why can't I join in? The onlookers gazed at the towering piles of cash, their mouths watering in unison. Yunze gazed down at the 2 individuals before him, their pitiable state resembling a performance by 2 clowns, filled with amusement and mockery. All right. All this money belongs to you. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Thank you. Thank you, haha. I am wealthy now. I am a billionaire. Zhou Lan, her face smeared with blood, let out a strange laugh before seizing a large stack of banknotes, kissing them repeatedly. I have money now too. I shall buy a luxurious mansion. I shall acquire a grand car. Ha ha ha. Huang Li was equally exhilarated, trembling with excitement as if he were about to faint at any moment. However, Yunze strolled into the building, snapping his fingers with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the mountain of cash on the ground transformed into merely a pile of white paper. Unbeknownst to Zhou Lan and her companion, they continued to clutch the stack of blank sheets, grinning foolishly, kissing them tenderly. Is this a magic trick? How could all that money have turned into white paper? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, while several opportunists amidst the chaos angrily discarded the paper and hurriedly departed. Their gazes toward Zhou Lan and her companion shifted from envy to disdain and pity. Just 2 fools played like puppets. A mere bow could earn 1 million? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Upon exiting the elevator, Yunze arrived on the 24th floor of the office building, the very level of his previous company. Hello, is this Mr. Li? Indeed. Excellent. Mr. Liu, straightforward as always. Now, Mr. Sun, wait. Inside the company, the cacophony of sales personnel echoed as they diligently worked. Yet, even from Yunze's past perspective, this company, which merely painted grand visions without considering reality, did not deserve the efforts of its employees. Unpaid overtime, the notion that the 996 work schedule is a blessing. Even securing a final share from a client had nothing to do with you. He had been thoroughly duped in the past. Hey, Yunze. You finally decided to return? Do you realize that because of you, the company has lost at least 1 million? A voice laced with sarcasm emerged from afar. Belonging to the sales department manager, Li Jia. Clad in an expensive suit and polished shoes, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he appeared as a refined scoundrel, his eyes betraying an air of arrogance and disdain. What? You don't even greet your superior? He looked down at Yunze with a mocking expression, his contempt unmistakable. Oh, is that not Li the old dog? What sort of leadership do you think you embody? In response, Yunze recalled numerous past grievances, tilting his head slightly, a smirk of derision forming at the corner of his mouth. What did you just say? Upon hearing Yunze's unabashed insult, Li Jia's previously lofty demeanor shattered, and he erupted with fury. Do you want to quit? Apologize immediately and go clean all the restrooms in the company. Yet, Yunze merely chuckled and raised his middle finger. Excellent. Very well. Hey, you there. Break his legs. Do not worry about any consequences. I will cover the medical expenses. Whoever is first to break a leg will receive 50,000. Li Jia trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he ordered several security guards holding rubber clubs. Rest assured, brotherly, we will take care of it. All right then, brotherly. Hearing Li Jia's promise, the guards eagerly prepared to teach Yunze a lesson. However, with a mere thought from Yunze, dozens of boxes filled with cash plummeted to the ground. 50,000. Huh. I will give each of you 500,000. Now go break all 3 of his legs. Is this true? The guards gasped, their breaths quickening at the sight of the neatly arranged stacks of cash, their eyes glistening with desire. 500,000. With such wealth, not only would they be free from financial worries, but they could also secure their girlfriends. Instantly, they turned to Li Jia, their gazes greedy and predatory. They were mere street thugs. Never had they encountered such immense cash. Their desire for money shattered all rationality. Li Jia's pupils constricted, retreating slightly as he braced himself against a nearby wooden table. How is this possible? Yunze was just a poor boy living in a cheap rental. How could he possibly possess so much money? And what did he mean by breaking my 3 legs? Brotherly, I am afraid. At that moment, the guards had completely lost their senses, brandishing their rubber clubs and grinning menacingly at Li Jia. What do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on me. Yet, before he could finish, a guard struck him violently, sending him crashing to the floor, followed by another swing aimed directly at his legs. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the company, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. Haha, yes. I have long been displeased with that money-grubbing Li. Strike him mercilessly, instantly. Several employees in the company cheered, reveling in Li Jia's miserable plight. This scoundrel had bullied others for far too long. It was high time he received his comeuppance. Yunze, observing this scene, merely smiled indifferently, feeling little satisfaction. After all, the gap between him and Li Jia had grown so vast that it was as if he were merely crushing an ant that had dared to provoke him. However, at that moment, within Yunze's boundless spiritual perception, he sensed something unusual. Oh, how intriguing. Somewhere in Blue Star, an aura emerged that was as vast as the abyss, even surpassing that of the ancient deities. It appeared that he was not the only one returning to Blue Star. Yunze mused, gazing at the distant heavens, a hint of interest flickering in his expression. In the next instant, he mysteriously vanished from his spot, as if he had never existed. Simultaneously, atop a grand building in Tianfu City, a figure draped in a black robe overlooked the bustling metropolis below. After countless eons, Jun Wuqing, have finally returned. His 3,000 white strands of hair danced in the wind, radiating an ethereal aura, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Yet, within his brow lingered an endless solitude, as though he bore the weight of ancient epics. Jun Wuqing, the master of the Tianxian celestial realm, governed countless realms and commanded innumerable rules as the Wuqing celestial emperor. The world knows of the celestial emperor's might, a single sword capable of annihilating myriad realms, with demons bowing in submission. Yet, none are aware that his soul hails from a lower realm entrenched in the age of decline. Blue Star, Jun Wuqing's long-cherished homeland, the sole tether to his existence in this life. And now, having severed ties with the past, transcending the threads of time, the Jun Wuqing beyond the celestial emperor has finally returned to his former homeland. Father of Yuer, I have returned. How have you fared? It was as if he spoke to himself or whispered a tender confession, as Jun Wuqing's gaze softened, resembling that of a loving father. Although he had endured countless years in a foreign realm, merely 3 years had elapsed in the realm of Lnxing. Xianxiaaudiobooks, his beloved daughter, his own flesh and blood, still thrived upon this land. In the blink of an eye, as if responding to his thoughts, a luminous screen manifested before Jnwchn, revealing the current plight of Jnxiaaudiobooks. Suddenly, as Jnwchn beheld the image, the entire sky seemed to shift in hue, mirroring his turmoil. The once clear azure heavens were now shrouded in dark clouds, the sun obscured, with tempestuous winds howling and thunder rumbling. JNWCHN's fists clenched tightly, the joints of his fingers cracking ominously. The screen depicted a dimly lit alley in a city, where a frail little girl, clad in tattered clothing, was pitifully begging for alms. A black strip obscured her eyes, rendering her unable to perceive the light. Her delicate arms bore a tapestry of bruises, each mark a harrowing testament to her suffering. Kneeling on the ground, she seemed numbed by her circumstances, repeatedly uttering her pleas, devoid of any vibrancy in her gaze. Boom. At that moment, several ruffians approached in the image, led by a gaudily dressed man with an unsavory demeanor, who callously kicked the little girl to the ground. 20? You've been at this for so long, and this is all you've managed? Not even enough for a pack of cigarettes. Do you wish to die? He bellowed, grabbing her by the collar with malice. The girl trembled helplessly, unable to respond, paralyzed by fear. Cursing vehemently, the man raised his hand, intent on delivering a brutal slap to the girl. However, in an instant, his head exploded, blood showering down like rain. The fragile girl fell into a warm embrace. You killed Sengu. He is dead. Call the police. Quickly, the sudden turn of events sent the ruffians into a frenzy, hastily pulling out their phones to report the incident. Yet, in his wrath, JNWCHN would not afford them a moment's respite. With an invisible force, their bodies exploded, crimson splattering across the alleyway. Chapter 55. The Supreme Being of the D-Lu Realm. An invitation from YNZ. Why you're. In the next instant, tears streamed down JNWCHN's face as he gazed upon the girl in his arms, his heart wrenched with pain. After 3 years, his daughter was merely 8 years old, an age meant for parental affection and boundless love. Yet, following his disappearance, she had become nothing more than a tool for the wicked, her sight taken from her, enduring countless beatings. As he probed into the memories within her mind, JNWCHN trembled violently. His precious daughter had endured unimaginable torment over the past 3 years. Bang, bang. In an outburst of fury, JNWCHN unleashed his wrath, obliterating those responsible for Yur's suffering into nothingness, regardless of their whereabouts or the magnitude of the forces behind them. In that moment, all those connected to him, over 10,000 souls, met a swift demise, transforming into a crimson mist. In his rage, JNWCHN even contemplated annihilating LNXing itself, perhaps even this entire universe, to reclaim his daughter and return to the T-N-Su-N immortal realm. However, just as he was about to act, a wave of intangible energy surged forth, suppressing his formidable power with an iron grip. What is this? Witnessing this, JNWCHN felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition rising within him. His strength had genuinely transcended the realm of the immortal emperor, reaching the legendary D-Lu realm. Yet, at this moment, a mere hint of energy had rendered him immobile, as if he were ensnared in quicksand. What level of cultivation is this? What kind of power? How could such a formidable being exist within LNXing? JNWCHN's thoughts raced, but he could not fathom the identity of this presence. Then, in the next moment, a voice drifted through the air. Do not be so impulsive, my fellow countrymen. The figure of YNZ slowly materialized amidst the reverberations of space. Life, JNWCHN modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Cultivation, D-Lu, supreme existence. Transcending the river of time, mastering the source of the great path, existing within the memories of all beings and the world, eternally unyielding. Modifiable. Identity, Lord of the T-N-Su-N immortal realm, WCHN immortal emperor, master of SHNYUN modifiable. Note, T-N-Su-N immortal realm, one of the highest worlds, where every blade of grass and tree can give rise to infinite worlds. D-Lu? Observing JNWCHN's attributes, YNZ marveled in astonishment. This was likely the most formidable individual he had encountered in the myriad worlds. True immortals, Xian immortals, golden immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors. According to the cultivation hierarchy of the T-N-Su-N immortal realm, the golden immortal level already encompassed the realm of divine emperors in numerous universes. The might of an immortal king transcended that by billions of times. The immortal emperor could even rival beings beyond dimensions, perceiving the secrets and mysteries of myriad realms. Yet, the man before YNZ, a fellow LNXing native, was a true supreme being, surpassing the immortal emperor level and reaching an ineffable height. With a single thought, he could obliterate the cycles of existence, severing all things. Compared to YNZ, he had already ascended to the level of a single cell within his being. Clap, clap. With that thought, YNZ could not help but applaud. Filled with admiration, achieving such heights without relying on any external systems, enduring countless years from the mortal realm to the immortal realm. Solely through his own efforts, this man was a true prodigy. Even YNZ felt a deep respect and a hint of appreciation for him. Who exactly are you? JNWCHN inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on YNZ as he glanced at the girl in his arms, now in a state of unconsciousness. He sensed no trace of true essence, demonic power, or immortal energy emanating from YNZ, as if he were merely an ordinary mortal, yet exuding an aura of profound danger. It felt as though with a single thought, he could be utterly obliterated. Even the root of the great path unable to shield him. This sensation was bizarre, instilling a sense of unease within him. Despite being a Dilu, commanding the rules and order of the source, with the past, present, and future at his feet, in the presence of this individual, JNWCHN still experienced a visceral terror. My name is YNZ, merely the lord of a small city, yet like you, I am also a former inhabitant of LNXing. However, it seems your daughter's current state is rather dire. YNZ smiled lightly, then turned his gaze towards the girl in JNWCHN's arms. What do you intend to do? Worlds, elixirs, the great path, the source. I can offer you all, but my daughter. Upon witnessing this, JNWCHN's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flashing with an intense, chilling murderous intent. But in the next moment, the girl in his arms abruptly awakened, the black strip obscuring her eyes falling away to reveal a pair of bright, dark eyes, like a kitten just roused from slumber. Wow, I can see. Why your eyes have healed. Why you're gazing at the overjoyed JNZHYU. JNWCHN couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in his nose, nearly brought to tears. However, he quickly noticed more peculiarities. The cultivation of a XianXiaaudiobooks, and the undying body of the great path, the 9-aperture Linglong heart. How could this be possible? JNWCHN's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily doubting his own senses. What has transpired? In the blink of an eye, how has his daughter transformed into a formidable XianXiaaudiobooks with supreme qualities? A small gift. Upon witnessing this, YNZ smiled faintly and began to explain. JNWCHN, the WCHN XianD, the city lord of this place, now formally invites you to join YNZ City. Would you be willing to accept? Chapter 56. The Supreme Battle, merely a passage through the source of darkness. Upon witnessing YNZ's extraordinary abilities and the revelation of his own identity, JNWCHN could no longer maintain his composure. Although his heart was still filled with vigilance and caution, he was also somewhat moved. He had traversed the XianXiaG for countless years, journeyed through boundless worlds, and stepped into various transcendent realms, yet he had never heard any news regarding this city. YNZ City. What kind of power is this? And to what level has its lord's cultivation attained? Could it be that even breaking through to XianD and achieving Dilu is not the end of the road? City Lord YN, may I witness the true extent of your power? After a moment of contemplation, JNWCHN inquired. Aside from JNZHYU, he had spent his life in relentless pursuit of ultimate strength, laying a path of blood and using the heavens as his chessboard, step by step reaching the pinnacle. For 3 million years, since he ascended to the 10th level of XianD and crushed the demon abyss with a single palm, he had not encountered anyone in the XianXiaG or the boundless heavens who could pose a threat to him. Yet now, the person before him had utterly overturned his understanding. To not witness this with his own eyes would indeed be a regret for his life. You wish to spar with me, City Lord? Upon hearing this, YNZ was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that after witnessing his abilities, JNWCHN would dare to challenge him. However, the next moment, as if divining JNWCHN's thoughts, he shook his head with a chuckle. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity, but should you be defeated, you must obediently join YNZ City. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, JNWCHN's gaze flickered, a mysterious curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he replied indifferently, agreed. If I lose, I shall certainly uphold my promise and join under City Lord YN. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With that, YNZ snapped his fingers, and the surrounding space instantaneously warped and transformed. Uncle, are you going to fight? Sensing the surging battle intent emanating from JNWCHN, JNZHYU, nestled in his arms, couldn't help but softly speak, clutching his clothing tightly and burying her little head in his chest, seemingly frightened. Why you're... Be good, Daddy is just having a friendly match with this brother. Hearing his daughter still refer to him as uncle, JNWCHN was momentarily taken aback. Although he intended to correct her, he ultimately decided against it. How desperate and helpless must she have felt during his abrupt 3-year absence? What right did he have to be her father now? A profound sense of guilt welled up within him, and in the next moment, boundless fundamental laws surged forth, creating a dreamlike world filled with countless toys and candies. Would you like to play here for a while? Daddy will be back soon. Wow, so beautiful. Of course I can. Uncle, you go ahead and busy yourself. After placing JNZHYU in that enchanting realm, JNWCH turned his gaze to survey the peculiar dark space. You created a dimension? Yet, with just a glance, JNWCH was utterly astounded. He suddenly realized that the space they occupied was, in fact, the embryonic form of a dimensional world, capable of giving rise to infinite entities even in realms like the T and Su N Shi Ng. In order to avoid affecting the present world, I casually created this dark dimension. But fear not, no living beings shall emerge here. It is merely a disposable dimensional world, and once you lose to me, I shall destroy it. YNZ explained with an air of indifference, as if he were merely stating an inconsequential fact. Next, I shall suppress my power to 1 in a billion, and we will engage in a fair duel. I hope you do not disappoint me. 1 in a billion? JNWCH's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a surge of indignation at being so deeply underestimated. Regardless, he was still a supreme being at the Dilu level. Was he truly only equivalent to 1 in a billion of YNZ's strength? Haha, City Lord YN. Then let me properly witness what constitutes the pinnacle of power in this world. In an instant, JNWCH let out a roar, his figure shooting forth like a bolt, surpassing the speed of light and inciting an unfathomable storm in the void. Too slow. In that fleeting moment, YNZ merely lifted his left hand, slowly pointing his index finger toward JNWCH, and boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted, sending shivers down JNWCH's spine. Not good. DYNYN. Boom. A colossal seal capable of obscuring boundless star rivers shimmered and then violently collided. Instantly, the universe trembled and the star rivers shattered. Crack. The void beneath JNWCH's feet instantaneously collapsed, transforming into several terrifying black holes that devoured all matter. Boom. He was sent flying like a cannonball, directly shattering a star millions of miles away, exploding into a sea of fire that engulfed the void, the searing heat nearly obliterating the very fabric of space. Good. Yet even so, JNWCH remained unscathed, and not only that, his battle intent surged to unprecedented heights. Delightful. Though he was momentarily repelled by his opponent's strike, his excitement only intensified. His fists clenched tightly, and boundless patterns of the great path manifested at his side. I am the myriad heavens, here to suppress the ages. JNWCH suddenly shouted, his aura rising exponentially, every pore, every muscle radiating with resplendent golden light, as if forged from gold. Boom. Within his body, an immense, majestic power surged forth like a tidal wave. This was the convergence of power from infinite worlds, and the quality of his body had reached an unimaginable level. With a single strike, he could annihilate boundless universes, even destroy all multiverses. Buzz. Behind JNWCH, 9 magnificent divine rings appeared, and he seemed to undergo a sublime transformation, truly becoming a terrifying deity capable of suppressing the heavens. City Lord YN, this is my Lu Dao body, beware. Boom. JNWCH bathed in golden divine light. The foundational laws and great path had become tangible, acknowledging his supremacy. He was simply too powerful, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. There were no common rules or patterns to follow, only that infinite power, that boundless majesty. Come. Witnessing this scene, YNZ felt a flicker of excitement. Only such a formidable opponent was worthy of his earnest combat. Swish. The next moment, he forcefully stepped into the void, his right palm crackling with dazzling lightning. Wielding unmatched might, cleaving down like a thunderous sword. Roar. And JNWCH was equally unwilling to be outdone, his form fracturing into countless manifestations. The power of infinite worlds converging as he struck back. Boom. Language and sound are incapable of conveying the horror of the battle between the two forces. Within the dark dimensions, countless universes face instantaneous annihilation as two distinctly different powers clash violently. A new dimension has emerged, yet, before it could manifest, it was obliterated by a bolt of lightning from Yunzhe, vanishing into the vast chaos. Chapter 57. A thought to annihilate the world, enemies from the chaos source realm. The figures of both adversaries span infinite distances, transcending time and space, engaging in relentless combat. The boundless dark dimensions suffer the repercussions, as the Tao itself is ground to dust, and countless universes shatter. with a resounding crash after an indeterminate time under Yunzei's serious palm strike. Jun Wuchen ultimately fell into an absolute disadvantage, his chest brutally torn open with a ghastly wound, blood gushing forth, bones shattered. He plummeted like a meteor onto a pitch-black, desolate continent. He coughed up a mouthful of light golden blood, which even awakened the will of the heavenly Tao on this continent, bestowing it with power akin to that of a divine emperor. A single drop of blood from a Deluo powerhouse can create a magnificent world. Even a mortal who possesses it can instantly ascend to immortality. Haha. 300,000 years have passed, and I have never fought with such exhilarating fervor. Today, Lord of Yun City, I have been defeated. I consent to join Yunzei City, but I have a small request. Jun Wuchun laughed heartily, and within moments, his injuries rapidly healed. A request? Yunzei, now also on this continent, could not help but inquire upon hearing the former's words. Lord of Yun City, are you certain this is merely 1/1000th of your power? Jun Wuchen's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity as he posed the greatest question in his heart. In this battle, he had exerted all his strength and revealed all his hidden cards. Yet, he could not even manage to put Yunzei in a precarious position throughout the entire confrontation. Yunzei's attire remained unruffled, and this was merely a fraction of the opponent's boundless power. How could one not be astounded and horrified? Upon hearing this, Yunzei let out a light chuckle, offering no response, but the next moment, he uttered, annihilation. Dimensions, time, multiverses, and realms, everything began to collapse at that moment, reverting to the primordial chaos. Witnessing this scene, Jun Wuchen's mind went blank. What had he just witnessed? The true end of all things. Everything before him was heading towards absolute annihilation. What kind of power is this? No. The very concept of power had become utterly incapable of describing even a fraction of it. Even as a Deluo powerhouse, he could not comprehend it. From beginning to end, they were not on the same level. Swiftly, with a wave of Yunzei's right hand, everything instantly restored. As if the terrifying spectacle of the multiverse's collapse had merely been an ephemeral illusion. Yet, Jun Wuchen deeply understood that it was neither an illusion nor a figment of imagination. The person before him was truly capable of annihilating everything with a mere thought, ushering all towards their end. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he could never have imagined that such a being existed in this world. Is this the true culmination of the path? Jun Wuchen's gaze drifted, staring at his own hands, murmuring to himself, Lord of Yun City, are you the creator of all? In a daze, something seemed to flicker in Jun Wuchen's mind, causing his heart to tremble. The creator? No. I am merely a humble city lord. Yunzei turned, his gaze directed towards the boundless starry sky, and with a thought, the dark dimension was entirely obliterated. Unbeknownst to them, the two returned to Lanxing, where Jun Jiyu appeared beside Jun Wuchun, her expression still lingering with a hint of unfulfilled desire. Jun Wuchun, from this day forth, you shall be the law elder of Yunzei City, responsible for maintaining order within the city and confronting enemies beyond its walls. Before Jun Wuchun could react, Yunzei spoke again, his voice imbued with an air of authority and command. Your subordinate obeys. After a brief moment of shock, Jun Wuchun quickly composed himself and replied respectfully. He had been defeated, utterly vanquished. No longer was he the immortal Emperor Wuchun, but rather the law elder of Yunzei City. Yunzei City is vast. You may settle here with your daughter. I am also planning to establish several academies to recruit prodigies from all realms. When the time comes, you may send your daughter to any academy of your choosing. Yunzei continued, preparing to thoroughly enhance the systems within Yunzei City. Just as he was about to speak further, he was abruptly interrupted by an urgent call from the spirit network. Master, trouble. Xiaohe. Yunzei furrowed his brow and immediately saw that it was Xiaohe contacting him. What is it? Master. A great number of foreign powerhouses have arrived outside Yunzei City, claiming to hail from the Chaos Source realm, intent on seizing your city. The 4 divine beasts have already retreated, and now they are barely holding them back at the city gates, relying on the unassailable strength of Yunzei City. Within the illusory light screen, Xiaohe spoke with a serious expression. These suddenly arrived powerhouses possessed terrifying strength, especially the few leading figures, each wielding power far exceeding that of a divine emperor. Even the dozens of divine emperor powerhouses currently in Yunzei City could not withstand even one of them. Oh, upon hearing this, Yunzei's gaze became icy, an intangible aura instantly enveloping the entirety of Lanxing, akin to a blade piercing deep into the souls of those present, inducing terror. The Chaos Source realm. A playful smirk appeared on his lips, and the next moment, Yunzei closed the spirit network communication and turned to face Jun Wuchun and the others. I apologize, Elder Wuchun, but this vacation has come to an end. Please accompany me back to the city. You still have some troublesome matters to address. His tone was calm and indifferent, as if no emotion was conveyed. Yet Jun Wuchun understood deeply that Yunze was genuinely enraged. Chapter 58. The Arrival of the Hung Clan, the Essence of the Chaos Source Realm. Boom. Boom. Meanwhile, outside Yunze City, countless terrifying attacks whistled violently, crashing against the towering city walls and stirring up clouds of dust. Each strike bore the formidable power to obliterate worlds, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Yet, even under the onslaught of over 1 million attacks, the majestic city remained steadfast, unyielding in its grandeur. Despite the overwhelming force sweeping through the heavens, it could not inflict even a scratch. At this moment, the defenders of Yunze City felt immense relief. Had it not been for the protective formation left by the city lord, this city would have long since perished. Damn it! Gazing at the oncoming tide of attacks, Yun Tian felt a chill of fear grip his heart, his spirit sinking to the depths of despair. The enemies outside were far too terrifying. With just one move, the 4 divine beasts had nearly fallen, gravely wounded. Tens of thousands of warriors from Yunze City rose to battle, but ultimately, they were reduced to cold corpses. Now, they could only huddle within Yunze City, helplessly enduring the relentless assault from the outside world, devoid of any means to resist. Deputy City Lord, I have contacted the Master. He should be. Buzz. On the city wall, Xiaohe hurriedly reported to Yun Tian. But his words had yet to escape his lips. The figure of Yun Zhe suddenly materialized from the void. Zaire, Master, you have finally returned. In an instant, Yun Tian and Xiaohe could not help but exhale in relief. Although those external beings had attained a terrifying degree of power, in the hands of the prodigious Yun Zhe, they were insignificant. As long as he held his ground, there was nothing to fear. Is this the city you have built, Lord of the City? Truly remarkable. On another front, Jun Wuchun, cradling Jun Jiyu, surveyed the expanse above Yunze City, visibly astonished. He could sense that this city was not an ordinary one, but rather a microcosm of exceptional rank. The rules and the power of the great Tao within were beyond even his control, their quality and level reaching an unimaginable level of horror. In other words, even his full-force strike as a Deluo strongman would not be able to breach the defensive rules protecting the city. As Jun Wuchun gazed into the distance, he immediately spotted a group of peculiar beings, each possessing a golden core pulsating at their chests. The Hung Clan, having traversed countless worlds. He recognized their origin at a glance. They were a powerful race born from stars, endowed with terrifying strength comparable to that of a golden immortal, Shendi. Their adult forms could transcend the limits of myriad realms and reach the level of immortal emperors. Correspondingly, the numbers of such a formidable race were extraordinarily scarce. It was rare to find even one in millions of universes. Over the course of countless eons, Jun Wuchun had seen no more than 3 or 5 members of the Hung Clan. Yet now, at a mere glance, he beheld dozens of colossal figures that blotted out the sun, their bodies radiating a terrifying heat that distorted the very fabric of space. Leading them were 3 Hung Clan powerhouses, transformed into humanoid forms. Their aura was deep and oppressive. Merely gazing upon them could shatter the minds of ordinary beings, rendering them utterly mad. Inhabitants of the city, I am the 72nd Divine General under Hung Zun, Miayan. Come forth and pay your respects. Instantly, the Hung Clan powerhouse with 3 fiery heads bellowed, shaking the entire sky. As Miayan's voice echoed, waves of destructive energy surged forth, threatening to tear the world apart. Transcendence. Jun Wuchun felt his expression grow solemn. This was a being capable of rivaling the might of a 10th layer immortal emperor. If he, who had yet to break through to Deluo, were to face this Hung Clan transcendence, he would likely face dire consequences. 3 transcendents, 8 immortal emperors. The Hung Clan powerhouses gathered outside Yunze City possessed an overwhelming power capable of sweeping through countless universes. Zhe Gu, Li Denyo, Zhao Tu, and that Aunt Yi who sells beef noodles, they have all perished. On the city walls, Xiaoyu expressed sorrow upon seeing Yunze's return. I am aware, Yunze replied, his expression impassive as he cast his gaze towards the terrifying figures beyond the city, a sharp killing intent suddenly igniting in his eyes. Previously, Yunze City had only connected the Xian Huangdiyu universe with its myriad realms. Thus, he had merely set the city's defensive power at the level of an immortal emperor, the utmost limit attainable in a single universe. However, as of today, Yunze City could now connect to boundless dimensions and realms. The immortal emperor-level defenses were evidently insufficient. Lord of the city, after surveying the situation, Jun Wuchun approached Yunze and conveyed various pieces of information about the Hung Clan. Hung Clan? This was the first time Yunze had heard this name. He had not anticipated that even in the infinite realms, even in a high-ranking world like the Tianxian immortal realm, such a multitude would gather. What level of world could the chaos source realm be? In an instant, Yunze was filled with questions. Suddenly, ding. Everything came to a halt. Time and space were imprisoned. The omniscient perspective of the 11th dimension was reactivated. In an instant, an endless expanse of knowledge flickered in Yunze's mind. As he opened his eyes once more, he comprehended everything. The source realm. Moreover, it was a super high-dimensional realm above the 6th dimension. This was not an ordinary cosmic structure, but rather one of the exceedingly rare primal worlds that could not undergo a cosmic Big Bang. Inconceivable energies coalesced within this realm, causing its quality to continuously transform, ultimately reaching an unfathomable state. The Chaos Source Realm was the first terrifying source realm connected to Yunze City. The beings within were beyond the imagination of ordinary cosmic powerhouses. In that realm, the great Tao flowed like water, laws came into being, and being born as a god, or even as an immortal, was merely commonplace. The true defiance lay with the Chaos 100 clans, who ruled the entire source realm. The Hung clan ranked as the 63rd high-rank race among these clans. Their strongest, Hung Zun, had even reached the unimaginable realm beyond Deluo, the Tianzun realm. Chapter 59, 7 Tianzun, the rising power of Yunze City. So it was. After closing the omniscient high-dimensional perspective, Yunze nodded slightly, understanding everything about the Hung clan and the Chaos Source realm. The Hung clan members were characterized by extreme greed, their gazes fixated on whatever they desired to plunder. This was their survival law, a reflection of the law of the jungle across the realms, devoid of reason. Yet Yunze would not abide by such a law. Regardless of the race, those who dared to attack Yunze City should prepare for utter obliteration. 45,603. Yunze's figure slowly ascended, accurately stating the number of those who had fallen in defense of Yunze City. Master, we have failed your expectations. In the void, the nearly dying 4 divine beasts bowed their heads in deep remorse, reluctantly speaking, although they had done their utmost to resist. Before the Hung clan powerhouses who had reached the realm of immortal kings, and even immortal emperors, they were as weak as ants, completely lacking any capacity for resistance. The disparity was insurmountably vast. You have performed admirably. Yunze's gaze softened as he surveyed the 4 beasts. In the next moment, his voice resonated throughout every corner of Yunze City. To all the defenders of Yunze City, I, Yunze, sincerely thank you. You are heroes. You have protected this city, even sacrificing your lives for its defense. This merit shall forever be etched in my heart. But now, suddenly, Yunze's voice paused as he looked down upon all those who cast their gazes upon him. These 40,000 souls have yet to disperse completely. You must take vengeance personally and eliminate those audacious thieves who dared to offend Yunze City. Spare no one. Boom. Yunze's voice surged with fervor, igniting the entire Yunze City into a frenzy. All powerhouses felt their blood surge. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, an endless torrent of energy cascading down like a deluge. Reverse. With a deep roar, the immense energy surged into the bodies of countless powerhouses, and the 40,000 who had perished slowly re-emerged into the world. Simultaneously, their cultivation levels began to escalate at a terrifying velocity. Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Transcendent, Deluo, Tianzun. The 4 divine beasts, along with Yun Tian Nan, Xiaoyu, and Jun Wu Chun, all broke through to the realm of Tianzun in that moment, unleashing a torrent of power that caused countless multiverses to tremble. The 40,000 resurrected beings instantly reached the Deluo level, directly grasping the source of the great Tao, transcending the flow of time. All those who participated in this battle, over 1 million formidable beings, have instantaneously transformed into immortal emperors. What a terrifying spectacle this is. 1 million immortal emperors, 40,000 Deluo, 7 heavens-honored ones. The power of the entire Yunze City has multiplied unimaginably in a single thought, reaching an astonishingly terrifying level. Even when faced with the entire Hung clan, they could be easily crushed. The city lord, having sensed yet another breakthrough, was utterly stupefied. His mind was in a state of tremor. This is the realm beyond Deluo. Yet he had done nothing, merely arriving in Yunze City for a short while, and he had already achieved a breakthrough? In an instant, his already fragile worldview shattered completely, leaving him at a loss for words. The city lord claimed he was not the creator? Who else could possess such extraordinary powers, if not the creator who fashioned the eternal future and all things? Woof. The master's prowess remains terrifyingly consistent. Xiaohei's cultivation surged, directly reaching the Deluo level, and he barked excitedly, even chasing his own tail. Some dogs, despite transcending the river of time, remained foolish. Witnessing this, the blood spirit, who also reached Deluo, covered its mouth and laughed mockingly, expressing unabashed disdain. A dignified Deluo powerhouse, yet still chasing its own tail. How endearing. Woof. Soon, the two were embroiled in a lively quarrel, resembling a pair of rivals, prompting a hearty laugh from Jun Jiyu nearby. Meanwhile, outside Yunza city, Mian, what do you think those mortal spirits are doing inside the city? Sensing the vast fluctuations emanating from within Yunza city, two transcendent beings of the Hung clan exchanged uneasy glances. In the depths of Mian's eyes, a glimmer of cold light passed, yet he remained silent, casting a chilling smile at Yunza city. How could those insignificant mortal spirits comprehend the true power of the Hung clan? Once this city is breached, he will present it to the Hung Zun, elevating his status within the clan, potentially even becoming an elder. Once he becomes an elder of the Hung clan, he could enter the sacred grounds for cultivation. At that time, breaking through to transcendence and reaching the Deluo realm would not be impossible. Contemplating this, Mian's three heads involuntarily tilted upward, filled with insatiable greed, as if he wished to devour the entirety of Yunza city. Continue the assault. Whoever breaks through the city first shall be greatly rewarded. The next moment, the two heads behind him roared, commanding dozens of Hung clan powerhouses to launch their final assault. However, rumble. The towering, pitch-black city gates, stretching millions of zhang into the sky, slowly opened at this moment. Instantly, an endless wind howled. The sharp sound of tearing filled the air. Mian's three flaming heads soared into the sky, their faces etched with boundless fear and horror. And transcendent being has fallen. Chapter 60. The end of the assailants. A single punch to suppress the chaos ancestor. Those who offend Yunza city shall perish. As the chilling voice echoed, Yun Tiannan's figure materialized, followed by 40,000 Deluo and 1,000,000 immortal emperors surging forth like a tide. In an instant, every corner of the world was filled with an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Mian is dead? Gazing at the lifeless body of Mian, severed by Yun Tiannan's finger, annihilating all causality and erasing his past, present, and future. The remaining two transcendent beings of the Hung clan felt a shiver run down their spines, trembling uncontrollably. Mian had achieved transcendence for 30 million years. During that time, he devoured countless universes, and among all transcendent beings of the Hung clan, he was indeed a standout. Yet at this moment, with a single move, they hadn't even seen the trajectory of that attack. Wait. Who is Mian? Buzzing. The corpse beneath them quickly turned to ashes and scattered. Mian, who had been slain by a heavenly honored one, was utterly obliterated, along with all memories of him in people's minds. Boom. In the heavens above, the silent thunder Songlong summoned boundless thunder, revealing the myriad roots of destruction. It seemed that in the next moment, all Hung clan powerhouses would be obliterated. Sensing the extreme pressure, the two transcendent beings of the Hung clan were shaken to their core, their eyes filled with panic and fear. This aura was utterly terrifying. It was as if they faced an infinite sea, while they were merely two ants adrift in the waters, strikingly feeble. At this moment, their innate sixth sense incessantly urged them to flee, escape. Almost simultaneously, the two transcendent beings of the Hung clan attempted to tear through the void, utilizing secret techniques to escape. But crack. Suddenly, the quality of the void seemed to solidify immeasurably, reaching an unimaginable state, rendering them utterly incapable of tearing through the void. Thinking of escaping? Yunza's gaze was as cold as ice, stepping upon the heavens, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying might with each stride. He would not allow them to perish so easily. Imprison. The next moment, Yunza clasped his right palm, uttering a single word, directly confining all the Hung clan within a cage, unable to struggle in the slightest. Not only that, but all their powers were completely stripped away, leaving them entirely defenseless, like fish on a chopping board awaiting slaughter. Damn, what kind of method is this? How is this possible? The two transcendent beings of the Hung clan were nearly driven mad, their eyes bloodshot and nearly frenzied. The transcendent power governing the timeline, the driving force of the great rules, even their Hung clan's primal heart energy, all were sealed and suppressed, as if they had vanished entirely. Mortal spirits, I warn you, I am beneath the Hung Zun. Bang! One of the Hung clan's transcendent beings with 3 eyes could not help but threaten, yet before he could finish his words, Yun Tiannan crushed him with a palm, turning him into an endless sea of blood. How noisy! That so-called Hung Zun, I will eventually slay him, and by extension, obliterate your entire clan. With a casual wave, Yun Tiannan crushed the last transcendent being of the Hung clan. He snorted coldly, casting a frosty glance around. Father, you are indeed impatient. Life. Yet the next moment, Yunza smiled and resurrected the 3 transcendent beings of the Hung clan, including Mian, modifying various attributes. Pain perception, 8 billion times, modifiable. Time perception, 1 trillionth, modifiable. Life, immortal for 1 month, modifiable. sending these Hung clan beings into the abyss of despair, letting Motion torment them thoroughly. It would be too lenient to let them die so easily. The city lord intends to make them endure unspeakable suffering for eternity to quell the fury within his heart. As for the Hung Zun, Yunza expressionlessly pronounced the fates of the numerous Hung clan. A smirk playing upon his lips, he said, "He is a good neighbor of Yunza City. If we do not pay him a visit, would that not be a disservice to his goodwill?" Boom. Before his voice faded, Yunza struck out with his palm, directly opening the spatial door to the chaos source realm. Who goes there? In an instant, sensing the collapse of the world barrier, an unfathomably powerful will emerged from deep within the chaos source realm. He was born of the will of the entire xianxia and was further nurtured by the endless years of slaughter among the myriad clans of chaos. Every movement he made was imbued with vast and inscrutable power, transcending even the lofty existence of the Tianzuan. Without a hint of hesitation, Yunza unleashed a devastating punch. A colossal dragon, spanning over 1 billion light years, coalesced from thin air, as if emerging from the ancient river of time itself. This dragon, suffused with the overwhelming force of chaos, struck fiercely against the terrifying will's corporeal form. In an instant, a thunderous wail erupted from the depths of the chaos xianxia, reverberating through the heavens. Was that the lament of the chaos ancestral god? The entire chaos xianxia trembled in frenzy, and the echo of this wail, resonating across infinite distances and timelines, filled the hearts of many powerful beings within the xianxia with dread, drawing their gazes skyward. Among them, the patriarch of the Shizu, ranked first among the myriad clans, awakened from eons of silence, her gaze flickering with profound confusion as she murmured to herself. She could distinctly perceive the terror and boundless pain encapsulated within that voice. How could a being capable of instilling fear even in the chaos ancestral god of the primordial realm possibly exist? This was inconceivable. The realm of the primordial was a pinnacle unreachable by ordinary beings. Aside from the chaos ancestral god, a unique existence fused with the will of the xianxia and countless sentient beings, only those like her, born of chaos as innate beings, held a glimmer of hope to step forth. Could it be that a new ancestral god had been born in another xianxia? Or perhaps in a moment, thoughts raced through the mind of the Shizu patriarch, he, her pale golden eyes glimmering with a flicker of interest. She emerged from the boundless chaos, her essence transforming into myriad blazing suns, making her the first sentient being of the chaos xianxia. Throughout the interminable ages, the first wisp of golden flame that fell from her essence gave birth to the Shizu, and her tears of solitude birthed the Yu clan, along with the moon goddess Wanshu. Yet, the monotony of time was unbearably long. Across billions of epochs, she found no other chaotic beings akin to herself, nor did she encounter anything worthy of her affection. Ultimately, she chose to shut herself away, plunging into a silence that lasted for billions of years, awakening only now. Upon sensing the aura that even the chaos ancestral god feared, her heart, long ensnared in silence, began to beat once more. The thirst for knowledge surged within her, unprecedented in its intensity. She yearned to behold the existence capable of achieving such unfathomable feats. Chapter 61. A single palm annihilates the Hungzuan. Millions of Xian emperors obliterate the Hung clan. Spare me. Under the weight of Yunza's formidable punch, the chaos ancestral god felt as if it were being torn apart. More than half of its essence shattered, on the verge of annihilation. In that moment, it hastily transformed into human form, kneeling before Yunza, trembling in fear. It could scarcely comprehend the power wielded by Yunza. Even upon achieving the primordial realm and stepping into the highest domain, it was powerless to withstand that single blow. Had the opponent not held back, both it and the entire chaos xianxia would have faced instant obliteration. "Are you the will of the chaos xianxia?" Yunza inquired, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked down upon the humanoid form of the chaos ancestral god with an expression of indifference. "Yes, I am." The chaos ancestral god's eyes quivered subtly, fearfully responding, "I was unaware of your arrival in the chaos xianxia. What commands do you have for me?" At that moment, it placed itself in the most abject position, not daring to raise its head, let alone entertain any thoughts of resistance. If any powerful beings from the chaos xianxia were present, they would be utterly astounded by this scene. The legendary supreme chaos ancestral god, reduced to bowing and pleading for mercy. But it is merely a trivial matter. Is there any dissent regarding the annihilation of your world's race? Yunza spoke with a detached tone, yet his words were laced with undeniable authority. Hearing this, the chaos ancestral god felt a slight relief wash over it. The annihilation of a mere race fell within its realm of tolerance. "Nay, pray tell, esteemed one, which race has offended you? I shall personally lead the charge to eradicate them entirely." It lowered its head, its tone dripping with utmost humility. In its heart, it harbored a deep-seated hatred for that race, recognizing that the loss of half its essence would require at least 1,000,000 epochs to restore. It was inconceivable that such fools existed within the chaos xianxia, daring to offend an existence that instilled fear even in it, an act of sheer folly. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Yunze spoke slowly. The Hung clan. You shall lead the strong within my domain to eradicate them completely. Turning away, Yunze displayed little interest in entering the chaos xianxia himself, entrusting the task to Yun Tian and others sufficed. Furthermore, with the will of the xianxia at the primordial level, even if the Hung clan possessed formidable trump cards, they could not escape annihilation. Understood. I shall exert every effort, not failing your esteemed expectations. The chaos ancestral god rejoiced inwardly upon hearing this. It had initially thought the other sought to eliminate one of the top 10 beings within the Bai clan, but to its surprise, it was merely the insignificant Hung clan. A clan that possessed only a single Tianzuan to guard it could be obliterated with a mere flick of the wrist. Esteemed ones, please follow me. Boom. In the next moment, the chaos ancestral god struck open a passage leading to the Hung clan's territory, guiding the many powerful beings of Yunze's domain within. Meanwhile, in the chaos xianxia, within the territory of the Hung clan, magnificent palaces, exuding an ancient and timeless aura, towered over the vast plains. Here, all laws and principles rendered ineffective, the very fabric of reality seemed to twist and turn. Boom, boom. Upon the plains, a giant towering hundreds of millions of light years strode upon the earth, each step causing the ground to tremble as if the end of days were upon them. In its hand, it held a minuscule high-dimensional universe, devouring it as one might an apple, emanating boundless dark matter energy. Its eyes, more magnificent than a myriad of galaxies, contained the essence of infinite destruction. Upon entering a palace, the giant's colossal form shrank instantaneously, the space warping around it. We welcome the return of the Hungzuan. Within the hall, hundreds of Hung clan warriors bowed deeply, their faces reflecting reverence. The Hungzuan was the first Tianzuan to rise from their clan in countless epochs, establishing order within the Hung clan and becoming a member of the myriad clans of chaos, finally bringing an end to their savage era and ushering in a true rebirth. Under the leadership of the Hungzuan, the Hung clan was destined to embark upon a new era of glory. Yet, as the Hung clan basked in their dreams, a voice echoed mockingly from above. Esteemed ones, this is the territory of the Hung clan, is it not? Much like their wisdom. Is their territory not as barren as beasts? The words resonated through the skies, causing the expressions of the hundreds of Hung clan members to change drastically. Oh, among them, the Hungzuan's lips curled slightly, a dangerous arc forming. Who dares to insult my Hung clan? His figure flickered, instantly appearing high above the clouds, casting a cold gaze forward. Tianzuan third layer, are you the Hungzuan? In response, Yun Tian spoke indifferently, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. It was crucial to note that the Tianzuan realm was further divided into 9 layers. Upon entering the realm of the celestial sovereign, the body possesses a staggering 12,960 apertures, each capable of harboring boundless universes and channeling immeasurable power. With each ascension through the celestial tiers, every single aperture births another 12,960, creating a gap of terrifying magnitude akin to an insurmountable chasm. The strength bestowed by Yunze at every instance is invariably at the pinnacle of that realm. Now, before the celestial sovereign of the 9th tier, Yun Tian, the 3rd tier celestial sovereign is but an insignificant insect. The human race? This sovereign. Bang. Before the Qing sovereign could finish speaking, Yun Tian struck with a single palm, obliterating him instantly and erasing all traces of his existence and causality. Even the microscopic particles constituting his material and spiritual forms were annihilated countless times, utterly vanishing. A celestial sovereign of the 9th tier. Even the power of a single aperture surpasses that of this Qing sovereign by billions of times. This domain shall be eradicated. None shall dare to trespass upon Yunze City. Subsequently, Yun Tian commanded the million-strong warriors of Yunze City to completely eradicate the Qing clan from this realm without leaving any future threats. As commanded by the deputy city lord, countless warriors bowed in affirmation. In an instant, a vast divine radiance descended from the heavens, sweeping across the entire expanse of the world. What a terrifying sight it is when 1,000,000 10th-tier immortal emperors unleash their might. In mere moments, territories as vast as multiple universes belonging to the Qing clan were transformed into chaotic voids, crushed to their most basic particles. Among them, the millions of Qing clan members did not even have time to scream before being utterly annihilated. Within the span of a single incense stick, This ancient race that had existed in the chaos source realm for countless epochs was reduced to ashes. Chapter 62. Unifying the Cultivation System of the Heavens. The arrival of Shihi. Meanwhile, outside Yunzhe City, sensing the departure of the crowd, Yunzhe also strolled back into the city, preparing to meticulously refine the various systems and facilities of Yunzhe City. This city has truly connected with the boundless heavens, and as time progresses, the number of beings within will undoubtedly reach a horrifying magnitude. Furthermore, the arrivals are a mixed lot. The strong, akin to the will of the chaos source realm, reach the Hong Yuan domain, their power unfathomable and ineffable. The weak may only be ordinary individuals from a three-dimensional planetary universe, unable even to cultivate. With the current 4 city districts, it is already impossible to delineate them. Expansion is imperative, extending towards an almost infinite scale. Only thus can it be worthy of accommodating the myriad beings from countless worlds. Perhaps, the city lord could also forge a new cultivation system, amalgamating the complex systems of the infinite heavens into one. While contemplating, Yunzhe gazed up at the enormous plaque above the city gate, seemingly enlightened. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, he reached out to the essence of all things, utilizing the system and true eternal power to modify the manifold conceptual rules of this place. Here, time and space became chaotic, dimensions crumbled, and all things appeared to transform into primordial chaos. Yet, Yunzhe City stood as an eternal bastion, indestructible and everlasting. A brand new cultivation system gradually took shape. Yunzhe opened his eyes, translating the Great Way into brushstrokes, using myriad laws as ink. In his system, all things draw their essence and transform the source into themselves. As he made a stroke, celestial sounds echoed. For the initial stage, beings are divided into 9 tiers of the true path, and those who reach the extreme of the mortal path may shed their mortal forms and become immortals. Boom. The engraving of the true path's 9 tiers resonated, the Great Way harmonizing and chaos boiling. Faintly, it seemed as if countless beings were chanting scriptures, praying, and singing, their voices transcending all directions. Within the boundless universe, all mortal path systems converged into a singular existence of the true path. Above the true path, the immortal path also emerged. Immortals rise above the mundane world, transcending reincarnation, shattering the dualities of yin and yang, deathless and eternal, with lifespans unending. In a single thought, one could traverse the limitless universe. The conventional divine realm system was also intertwined with Yunzhe's, establishing a pathway that leads directly to the Great Luo, achieving the fruit of the Tao, transforming into an immortal, true immortal, celestial immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. The 7 realms of the immortal path were thoroughly formed. In an instant, countless divine realm powerhouses were altered by an unseen force, their memories erased and perceptions transformed. The source of their power was completely reshaped. Divine emperors became golden immortals, their strength even magnified 1,000-fold. Divine lords transformed into mysterious immortals, their power astonishingly reaching the former divine emperor's level due to the systemic changes. As for the true gods and divine flames, they became beings of the true path's 9 tiers, no longer deserving of the title god, yet above the immortal emperor. Yunzhe made no alterations. After all, that already surpassed the realm of ordinary tiers, and in the majority of observable worlds, an immortal emperor is indeed the ultimate pinnacle. As everything was modified for all beings' cultivation systems and understanding, Yunzhe could not help but exhale, a serene smile gracing his face. After endless eons, the cultivation systems of the boundless heavens have finally been unified. However, this grand achievement was merely a convenient act for him to manage. You have unified the cultivation systems of the myriad realms? This. Just then, a clear and melodious voice of surprise suddenly resonated from behind Yunzhe. Hearing this, Yunzhe slowly turned, looking toward the source of the voice. Long hair of crimson and white danced in the wind, features exquisitely carved, skin as flawless as snow, and her pale golden eyes reflected a hint of shock. In this world, no words could adequately describe the beauty of the girl before him. She resembled the purest spirit among heaven and earth, noble and sacred, untouched by a speck of dust. She appeared as the most precious treasure among the myriad heavens, the most perfect work of art. Just a single glance was enough to ensnare one in her allure, rendering them utterly captivated. Ahem, aren't you cold? Yunzhe, having only cast a fleeting glance, felt a bit awkward and coughed lightly, unable to refrain from reminding her. For this girl, who was extraordinarily beautiful beyond reason, stood before him entirely unclothed, nearly devoid of any covering. Only a hazy divine light enveloped her, giving the appearance of being draped in a sheer veil. Yet, To Yunzei's eyes, it was akin to being nearly naked, causing him considerable embarrassment. Cold. Upon hearing this, the girl blinked in a daze, seemingly grasping Yunzei's words with difficulty. After spending countless epochs in self-imposed silence, she had nearly forgotten all common sense of the world, struggling to comprehend Yunzei's meaning. Never mind. Snap. Observing the girl's bewilderment, Yunzei's lips twitched slightly, and with a snap of his fingers, he conjured a flowing celestial gown of red and white for her. Is that so? I had forgotten that appearing in human form requires a bit of modesty. Realizing the sudden appearance of clothing on her body, the girl seemed to come to a sudden understanding. All right, now reveal your identity. What brings you to my Yunzei city today? Yunzei's expression turned slightly serious. He could sense that her aura was not weaker than that of the will of the Chaos Source realm. She was indeed a true powerhouse at the Hong Yuan level. In a moment's thought, before awaiting her reply, Yunzei began to inspect her attribute panel. Name, Shihi Tai Hao, Chaos of the Yang, modifiable. Gender, female, modifiable. Cultivation, Hong Yuan, a realm unattainable by ordinary beings. Fate, creation, causality, and the Great Way are mere illusions in her eyes, transcending time and space. Touching the primordial chaos. Modifiable. Race, innate Tai Hao Chaos Limitless Spirit, modifiable. Identity, ancestor of the X clan, ancestor of the U clan. One of the primordial deities of the Chaos Source realm, modifiable. Age, infinite epochs, modifiable. XH. Upon witnessing this splendid and resplendent panel, even the contemporary YNZ could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment, whispering in confusion within his heart. Chapter 63, The Solitary Sun Goddess. Unable to discern the existence of fate. This name was certainly familiar to him, for there were abundant myths regarding XH that circulated even upon the Blue Star. He had not anticipated that such a legendary figure truly existed. Identity. I am called XH, born from chaos, among the first beings of the primordial era. Observing YNZ's slight astonishment, XH gently shook her head and began to elucidate, as if narrating a tale. Soon, she succinctly recounted her origins and identity. Oh, after hearing this, YNZ was enlightened. It diverged greatly from the myths known on the Blue Star. XH, do you know? This place is under my dominion. What brings you to the Chaos Source realm? Noticing the absence of hostility from the other party, YNZ relaxed his guard somewhat and inquired with a hint of politeness. After all, a being of the mixed primordial level was exceedingly rare even among the infinite heavens. The limit for ordinary beings was the ninefold celestial sovereign. To step into the realm of mixed primordiality, apart from being a primordial being or an entity of superior will, there was only one method: to sacrifice oneself. Sacrifice the Tao, and sacrifice all multiversal timelines, thereby reversing the primordial Tao, deceiving the boundless chaos, and achieving life from death to attain mixed primordiality. Yet, this method was akin to seeking one's own demise. Failure would result in complete annihilation, severing all causal ties. For countless epochs, only 3 individuals had successfully established themselves in the realm of mixed primordiality, and XH was evidently among the former, a primordial being birthed from chaos, able to attain mixed primordiality even without cultivation throughout the endless expanse of time. The disparity between the two was unfathomably vast, beyond expression by any vocabulary. The terror of primordial beings could be glimpsed from this. Upon hearing these words, XH fell into a moment of hesitation, and after a brief pause, she softly spoke. May I ask, was it you who previously severely wounded the Chaos Ancestor? She clasped her hands before her chest, her pale golden eyes shimmering faintly, as if filled with boundless anticipation for the answer. The Chaos Ancestor? Is that the will of the Chaos Source realm? Indeed, I did injure him. YNZ initially felt somewhat puzzled, but quickly comprehended, speaking candidly without concealment. After all, should the other party seek vengeance, he could obliterate her in an instant, sparing himself considerable trouble. Even if she were a primordial being, what of a mixed primordial powerhouse? With but a thought, he could reduce her to ashes. Splendid. However, in an instant, XH's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks as her delicate form trembled with excitement. Finally, she had found it. Aside from herself, the second primordial being, a supreme existence beyond mixed primordiality. What is your name? She stammered, her pale golden eyes radiating brilliance at that moment. I am YNZ, what is this? Observing XH's emotional outburst, her face awash with tears, an inexplicable sensation surged within YNZ's heart. Yet, in the next moment, YNZ, my lord, please become my Tao companion and let us share the eternal time ahead. XH bit her silver teeth, her cheeks slightly flushed, and ultimately mustered the courage to express her most fervent desire from the depths of her heart. Throughout infinite time, She longed for eternal companionship and yearned for true kinship, a Tao companion to share eternity. At these words, the surrounding void seemed to freeze, and YNZ's expression became utterly rigid. What did you say? At this moment, YNZ found himself at a loss for words, his mind buzzing incessantly. What? Is this a confession to the city lord? Isn't this progressing rather swiftly? No, silence. In the next instant, YNZ involuntarily summoned a modicum of power, forcing himself to regain composure. My lord YNZ, I implore you to grant me a chance. As long as I can remain by your side, I would willingly offer everything. Witnessing this, XH spoke again, her beautiful eyes filled with supplication. She was unwilling to yield. The solitude of her years had been overwhelmingly desolate and tasteless. Ahem, this matter. YNZ gazed at the infinitely beautiful maiden before him. He initially intended to reject her outright, but upon encountering her pure gaze brimming with boundless longing, he hesitated. Before him, the endless epics experienced by XH, alone in her solitude, seemed to manifest at that moment. Amidst the vast chaos sea, she drifted alone, before transforming into the Taihao sun, illuminating myriad realms. In a single glance, eons of time flowed by. Here, as the chaos source realm was born, the X clan and the U clan emerged, while XH merely shone quietly upon the world, as if embodying a deity, independently safeguarding all beings. Subsequently, the chaos ancestor was born, and countless races sprang forth like mushrooms after rain. There were no longer any races that required her protection. Thus, XH wandered the world alone, traversing the infinite heavens. In a flash, billions of epochs passed, and yet she could never assimilate with the postnatal beings, unable to perceive them as equals. As time progressed, XH grew increasingly weary of such days. She had torn apart her divine body and incinerated her original soul. Yet as a mixed primordial existence, how could she truly perish relying solely on herself? This, YNZ silently observed all of this. A ripple of emotions surfacing within his heart. In XH's eyes, the timelines of all mundane beings and all causality were vividly displayed before her. Merely upon seeing any individual, she could discern everything about them, knowing their ultimate fate. Even the causality of countless parallel timelines lay within her gaze. It was precisely for this reason that she could not treat anyone equally, constantly searching for a second primordial being, seeking an existence whose fate she could not perceive, to add a ripple to the endless solitude and monotony of her epochs. Perhaps, she merely wished to be an ordinary person. This scene caused YNZ to sigh softly within. Regardless of whether he wished to acknowledge it, at that moment, his heartstrings had been profoundly stirred. Deeply moved by XH's solitary fate before him. Alas, if he were to turn away from a bride presented to him, would it not be akin to living like a monk? Let us first proceed into the city, my lord. YNZ, regarding the matter of marriage. We shall discuss it further in the future. Marriage. In an instant, XH's beautiful eyes shone brightly, her stunning visage illuminated by boundless joy. At this moment, her heart felt as if it would leap from her chest. Yes, YNFJN. Chapter 64. The final form of YNZ City. 3 from the X clan entering the city. 3 days later, at the 9th district of YNZ City. Following YNZ's several expansions, the actual area of this colossal city had grown to rival several higher-dimensional universes, reaching an almost infinite extent. Its 9 major districts could even be described as 9 distinct magnificent worlds, within a mere 3 days. The number of permanent residents in YNZ City had surpassed hundreds of millions. As for the number of temporary residents, it was even more challenging to quantify. Nearly every moment, millions of people entered the city, acquiring the status of temporary residents. Buzzing. At this moment, before the 9th city gate, as the spatial fissures gradually healed, 3 figures clad in crimson and white stepped forth. Could this be the force that obliterated the Hung clan, a presence even the primordial deities dread? At the forefront stood a tall and handsome man, his golden eyes and white hair complemented by a unique divine pattern etched upon his brow, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Around him, the fundamental rules of the universe flowed like a tangible essence, with his internal acupoints shimmering like stars, pulsing with immeasurable power. The last trace of his ancestors lay here. Beside him was a petite and exquisite girl, her radiant golden-purple eyes shimmering with excitement as she beheld the grand cloud city. Wow, what a magnificent city. Lord Joshuan, let us hurry inside to seek our ancestors. Bang! Xiao, as the holy maiden of our Shi clan. How can you be so impulsive? At that moment, an elderly woman behind them suddenly stretched out her hand and tapped the girl lightly on her head. Ouch, that hurts. She pouted, displaying an extremely aggrieved expression. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, several figures soared from the direction of Cloud City. Their presence was vast and boundless. carrying an overwhelming pressure that made even the Shi clan man's gaze sharpen. What a grand display. Merely a few city guards have already reached the transcendent level, with one even being a Deluo powerhouse stationed here. Are you from the Chaos Source realm? If you wish to enter the city, please state your identities for our registration. A few guards landed before them and respectfully inquired. They sensed that the three newcomers were no ordinary individuals, especially the elderly woman and the young man, whose auras radiated like two scorching suns, exuding a searing power that could incinerate all in their path. Indeed, I am Jioshuan of the Shi clan, one of the elders from the Chaos Source realm. This is my disciple, the Holy Maiden Xiao. In response, the three guards, maintaining their composure, introduced themselves and provided their names and origins. The hidden strength within this city was undoubtedly beyond their imagination and should not be provoked lightly. The Shi clan? Oh, I see. Please, do come in. Upon learning that the three hailed from the Shi clan, the guards' expressions shifted as if they recalled something significant, and their demeanor became notably respectful. Have you heard? The city lord is about to marry and will invite guests from countless worlds to host an unprecedented grand wedding feast. What? The city lord is getting married? Tell me, who could possibly move him? Hee. The city lord's bride is said to be of great significance. As the three from the Shi clan entered the 9th district, they overheard various discussions, all centered around the city lord's impending marriage. Registration complete. Access to the spirit network granted. Hello, I am Demi, the intelligent assistant within the spirit network. Opening your user panel now. User panel activated. Name, Xiao. Belonging world, Chaos Source realm. Cultivation, Transcendence. Status, temporary resident of the 9th district. This status will expire in 1 month, requiring an annual fee of 100 points. Points, 0. Tasks, none. Jioshuan and Shishir exchanged puzzled glances, while Xiao, intrigued, fiddled with the spirit network. Master, this spirit network is fascinating. It has everything, and you can buy anything. She glanced at her points balance and promptly produced a dark matter aggregate, intending to convert it directly. Ding. Detected a 3-dimensional cosmic-grade dark matter aggregate. Convertible for 1 billion points. Convert. With her thoughts, the dark sphere in Xiao's hand vanished instantly, granting her an astounding 1 billion points. She then eagerly spent these points on various games within the spirit network, thoroughly enjoying herself. Lord Shishir, the marriage partner of the city lord mentioned by the denizens. Why does it resemble our ancestor? Jioshuan began to feel uneasy. The appearance and background of their ancestor were inscribed in their bloodline, and hearing others speak of it compelled him to inquire of Shishir. Marriage? Absolutely impossible. Our ancestor is a primordial deity, fundamentally different from ordinary beings. Emotions and reason are mere illusions to them. No one could ever garner the favor of our ancestor. Shishir shook her head. In her youth, she had witnessed the grandeur of Shi-He, their ancestor, and the aloofness with which they regarded all things. To her, even the primordial deities reaching the primordial realm might merely seem slightly superior to ants. He, husband, do share more amusing tales from the myriad realms. But in the next moment, a melodious and crystalline laughter echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Shishir instinctively looked over, only to be momentarily frozen in shock. Chapter 65. Shishir's mental collapse. The wedding of Cloud City. In the distance, on the street ahead, a man and woman strolled leisurely. The man's visage was striking, clad in flowing white. The woman was even more breathtaking, her smile captivating the world. They appeared as a pair of celestial beings, rendering onlookers unable to avert their gaze. It's the city lord. The city lord has come to the 9th district. To see the city lord and his lady, I would have no regrets in death. And this is the city lord's lady. How exquisite. Instantly, the crowd on the streets erupted in astonishment and reverence. After all, the 9th district was the lowest tier of Cloud City, designated for newcomers or mortals from lesser worlds. The legendary city lord, a supreme being who had single-handedly forged this magnificent city, held a status and cultivation level beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Thus, to behold the city lord and this exalted figure was enough to elate and excite them. Waves of fervent gazes were cast upon the couple. However, the three from the Shi clan felt otherwise. Ancestor, this cannot be. It's impossible. Shishir stood dazed, murmuring as her mind reeled upon seeing Shi-He's sweet smile, her entire understanding of reality crumbling. Could this truly be their ancestor? How could she display such emotion? What sorcery have you employed to enchant our ancestor? In the next moment, Jioshuan bellowed, unleashing the power of countless acupoints, the might of a celestial sovereign erupting in an instant. Boom. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that the inhabitants of the 9th district felt their very essence and true energy stagnate, unable to resist or move even a fraction. Had it not been for the protective rules of Cloud City, they would have been crushed in an instant. Before my husband, do not be disrespectful. Shihi's expression turned icy within a heartbeat. She gazed at Shi Jiuxian, her delicate hand raised, directly unraveling the threads of causality and freezing them in midair. I shall banish you for 10,000 years as a form of punishment. As her words echoed, Shi Jiuxian's form instantly transformed into a crimson sun-gold crow, shrinking continuously, stripped of power, and cast into the cycle of mortal existence. Little Ji, I have merely slumbered for countless epochs. And the Shi clan dares to act so audaciously? Boom. The chaotic divine flames surged around Shi, her golden eyes resembling two blazing suns, causing both Shi Ji and Shi Yao to tremble, hastily bowing to the ground. In a moment of daze, the aloof ancestor, exalted and invincible in the chaotic universe, reappeared before them. Shi Ji, Shi Yao, pay homage to our ancestor. Instantly, the two bowed respectfully, overwhelmed with trepidation. This time, neither Shi Ji nor Shi Yao held a shred of doubt. It must be noted that Shi Jiuxian was an unequivocal supreme being of the nine heavens, who had fought for the Shi clan for countless ages, flattening infinite higher-dimensional universes. Yet now, he was subdued by his own ancestor with a single move, unable to muster even a hint of resistance or speech. However, it was fortunate. The ancestor merely banished him to reincarnation for 10,000 years, a punishment that seemed trivial in comparison. One must recall that in the days of yore, the dragon ancestor of the Di Yuan dragon clan had coveted the ancestor's beauty, even leading the entire Di Yuan dragon clan to invade the Shi clan, intending to capture the ancestor for his own pleasure. The end result, however, was that the half-step Han Yuan dragon ancestor was obliterated beneath the ancestor's fingertip. The Di Yuan dragon clan was henceforth erased from the chaotic source realm. At that time, Shi Ji was but a young girl, witnessing the dragon ancestor, who fed on infinite dimensions and realms, reduced to nothing more than an insignificant insect before the ancestor. With a mere gesture, both he and the entire Di Yuan dragon clan turned to ashes. Well, Shi and her companions have merely come seeking you and pose no threat to the city lord. Let this matter rest. Suddenly, Yunzhe waved his hand casually, speaking nonchalantly. From the moment the three from the Shi clan entered the city, he had already discerned their purpose and reason, thus refraining from overly pursuing the offense of Shi Jiuxian. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shi immediately resumed her gentle demeanor, obediently nodding at Yunzhe, then turning to grasp his right hand, resembling a bird nestled against its mate. The happiness and satisfaction radiating from her delicate face were overwhelmingly intense, as if the previously chilling, aloof demeanor were merely an illusion. Witnessing this, both Shi Ji and Shi Yao could not help but lift their gazes towards Yunzhe, their emotions a complex tangle. The person before them was undoubtedly their ancestor, yet Shi Ji's eyes reflected a perplexing complexity. This ancestor seemed to have changed. Though her aura remained vast and terrifying, capable of subduing all with a mere gesture, the icy mountain of desolation in her heart appeared to have melted away. Now, the ancestor resembled an ordinary girl, possessing genuine emotions and desires. No longer distant and proud, she appeared as an ordinary woman, enamored with her husband. But why was this? Why had their ancestors suddenly transformed in such a manner? In this moment, not only Shi Ji, but even Shi Yao felt a tumult of emotions rising within their hearts. From a young age, Shi Yao had grown up hearing various legends and stories of the ancestor Shi, harboring deep admiration and reverence for the legendary figure who surveyed all beings, extinguished the Di Yuan dragon ancestor with a single finger, and traversed the realms. Yet now, her boundless fantasies and aspirations shattered in an instant. Ancestor, how could you? Murmured Shi Yao, her gaze devoid of focus, seemingly unable to believe what lay before her, or rather, unable to fathom that this great ancestor could love a man like an ordinary girl. Little Ji, as you can see, I am no longer the ancestor of the Shi clan, nor the guardian deity of the chaotic source realm. Now, I am simply the wife of my husband Yunzhe, the lady of this city. Upon hearing these words, Shi slowly began to explain, lifting Yunzhe's right hand as if to proclaim something. Indeed, Yunzhe chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around Shihi's delicate form, his gaze tender and indulgent. For immeasurable ages, my wife Shi has endured excessive solitude and suffering. As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with compassion. It is time that she lays down the burdens and responsibilities she has carried. 1 month hence, I shall host an unprecedented grand wedding in this city. Anyone who sincerely wishes to congratulate us is welcome to attend. Chapter 66. The Birth of the Origin Deity, the End Times Child. Buzz. As the words fell, their forms began to slowly dissipate, transforming into countless specks, drifting amidst the heavens and earth. Shi Ji and Shi Yao remained rooted in place for a long time, momentarily at a loss. After a while, they walked silently towards the city's exit, lost in thought. The news of their ancestors' impending marriage left them profoundly shaken and astonished. On another front, within the fabric of time and space, the origin divine realm. This was a vast expanse whose origins could not be traced, existing even before the chaos was born. It represented the origin, the very beginning of all things. Within the origin divine realm, everything was illusory. Only the origin could create all, and they were the foundation of everything. The wheels of fate across the myriad realms had already begun to shift. Deep within the divine realm, shrouded in infinite primordial mist, an immense and majestic deity whispered, opening eyes marked with chaotic patterns, resembling ancient stars. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of divine power surged forth from his gaze. Countless chaotic rules and the boundless river of time spread around him. The stardust sparkled brilliantly, flickering uncertainly, each twinkling speck a reflection of countless heavens. Trillions of timelines intertwined. With a mere thought, the deity could annihilate infinite dimensions, returning the vast cosmos to eternal silence. He was one of the origins of all realms. One of the three supreme beings known as the origin deities. Elemental creator Moku, master of all fundamental particles, shaping the limitless roots of the myriad realms. Moku, after 80 trillion epochs, you have finally awakened. As if sensing the power of the elemental creator, another origin deity slowly manifested, though its form appeared exceedingly strange. It resembled a black and white orb, covered in countless minute cracks, as if about to shatter into innumerable pieces. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern boundless worlds within, each crack appearing to condense the essence of countless timelines. God of Time Gen. Alongside Moku, he was an origin deity, wielding dominion over fate, causality, and time. A terrifying existence. Buzz. Gen's form split into two, then four, continuously fracturing. In the blink of an eye, the entire origin divine realm was filled with Gen's presence. That was merely the ephemeral manifestation of his existence across countless timelines. Boom. It is too noisy. I require silence. At that moment, the entire origin divine realm was torn asunder. A figure seemingly composed of infinite star rivers roared, obliterating all of Gen's ephemeral selves. The Lord of Darkness, and, strictly speaking, he was not a pure origin deity, but was born from the darkness and fears within the hearts of sentient beings. He embodied the very concept of darkness. Boom. Moku, with an expressionless demeanor, restored the origin divine realm. His gaze remained fixated on the reflection of countless heavens, devoid of any fluctuations. The threads of causality connecting him to this realm appeared to be in disarray. After a prolonged silence, as if billions of years had passed in this place, he finally spoke, his voice resonating throughout the divine domain. Ah! In response, Gen emitted a cacophony of layered, interwoven laughter, which could shatter even the most resolute of celestial emperors' minds in an instant. An ominous silence enveloped the area, as the colossal figure, so vast it could be measured in ancient GR units, seemed to merge with the fabric of time and space, concealed within the void. I shall bring forth the sun of the end, obliterating this world. After an eternity of silence, he spoke again, his fingertips lightly touching, as a strand of eerie darkness intertwined with his words. This darkness soon assimilated with all existing rules. Meanwhile, in the current world, within the Tianxian Grand Universe, Dongming Realm, a realm of spiritual cultivation connecting to the celestial domain, stood out among many worlds. Despite the origin divine realm having existed for billions of years, in the various realms of the present world, only an instant had truly passed. Hit harder. I want to see how long this fellow can endure. At that moment, within a small town in Dongming Realm, several members of the Yi family relentlessly assaulted a frail, battered boy clad in tattered garments. The boy's eyes were vacant, blood streaming from his mouth, his bones and internal organs nearly shattered, unable to even stand. He could only crawl on the ground like a dog, daring not to resist. His name was Lu Xiao, the current wooden man of the Yi family. As the name suggests, a wooden man serves as a training object for the Yi family's disciples, holding a status no different from that of a wooden stake, unworthy of being regarded as human. Just 3 days prior, Lu Xiao had been a simple village boy with a harmonious and happy family. But disaster struck unexpectedly. Merely because his sister rejected the orders of the Yi family's young master, the entire village was annihilated overnight. His parents' blood splattered across his body, his sister's desperate wails, and the frenzied laughter of the Yi family's guards nearly drove him to madness, fueling his deep-seated hatred. He loathed it all. He yearned to exterminate the entire Yi family, even to obliterate the world itself. Yet, he possessed no power. Bang! The third young lady of the Yi family delivered a brutal kick to Lu Xiao's chest, driving shattered bones deep into his internal organs. His face swelled grotesquely, yet he could no longer emit any cries of anguish. Were it not for the faint flicker of willpower within him, he would have long succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Useless. All you do is hide. Go ahead and hide. I will kill you. I will kill you. Bang. Bang. Uffed. Lucio's eyeballs were crushed, blood gushing to the ground, and his heart sank into an abyss of silence. It was as if he had already resigned himself to the inevitability of death. But in the next moment, an eerie voice reverberated in his mind. Do you wish to possess power? Do you wish to annihilate everything in this world? Chapter 67. The Infinite Power of Concept. The dawn of bloody revenge. Darkness surged, and time stood still. Lucio opened his eyes only to find himself in a chaotic realm of black and yellow. He gazed at his palms, as the wounds on his body seemed to heal at that moment, standing dazed upon the chaotic currents as if he had lost his sense of self. Is this the world after death? Lucio believed he had perished. He could no longer feel pain, having become utterly numb. Even his breath and heartbeat had vanished, enveloped entirely by an endless darkness. At that moment, the black and yellow currents coalesced into a massive, grotesque face, an eerie laughter echoing throughout the space. Mortal, you have been chosen by the will of the end. I can grant you power, but you must eradicate the variables within this realm, bringing the dark end to countless worlds. The face spoke mockingly, akin to a devil's temptation, stirring the deepest resentment and desire within Lucio. End, Lucio murmured, gradually succumbing to the face's allure. His gaze grew increasingly frenzied, as if he had plummeted into the depths of despair. I want revenge. I want to kill them. Grant me power. I will cleanse this world with blood, purging this filthy and despicable existence. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue, devoid of reason, consumed by a desire for cruelty and bloodshed. Haha, splendid. I shall bestow upon you the infinite power of concept. Remember, you must never tread the path of cultivation. The chaotic mortal and celestial paths will ensnare your fate if you venture into them. Only power, the ultimate power of infinity, can make you the true harbinger of the end. Boom. The sky was filled with surging black and yellow energy, and the face laughed heartily. In the next instant, a certain conceptual force in the world seemed to be awakened. The power granted to Lucio was remarkably simple: immense physical strength and an indestructible body, followed by the rules of infinite concepts. Double. Unlimited doubling. As long as Lucio continued to kill and die, this immense power would perpetually double, transforming 1 into 2, 2 into 4, with no upper limit. Boom. Within the Yi family's courtyard, Lucio's body trembled violently. An indescribable force suddenly enveloped him. In an instant, he grew several feet taller, his muscles bulging, veins protruding, resembling a terrifying ancient mammoth. Several Yi family disciples were taken aback and retreated in fear, their eyes filled with disbelief. What on earth is happening with this wooden man? Were not his bones and organs shattered? One Yi family youth glared at Lucio with a sinister expression, bellowing, "Wooden man, stop pretending. Even if you are momentarily revived, you bang." One could only imagine the horror of hearing the sound of a living person being torn apart in an instant, reduced to a spray of blood and flesh. Crimson blood stained those nearby, and the third young lady of the Yi family screamed, as if her soul had been snatched away. Everything transpired far too swiftly. It was as if a bolt of black lightning had struck, leaving Yisu as nothing more than a mass of blood and flesh. Exactly. You have killed one person. Your power has doubled. You now possess 20,000 pounds of strength. Kill 10 more for another doubling. The voice in Lucio's mind cackled, seemingly reveling in the chaos. Crack, crack. In an instant, the surge of power caused Lucio's muscles to swell like a dragon, his bones cracking like firecrackers. His frame continually ascending, transforming into a fearsome beast of a man, exuding boundless ferocity and bloodlust. With a single step, the ground cracked beneath him. Boom. Lucio's speed was terrifying, akin to teleportation, resembling a formidable savage war god. In the blink of an eye, he was before a young boy, his right fist raised, crashing down with ferocity. With that punch, the boy's neck collapsed, his head exploding instantaneously, leaving no time for a scream before he was slain on the spot. These Yi family disciples were merely mortals who had yet to step into the true path. With only a few hundred pounds of strength, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter in the face of a frenzied Lucio. Boom, boom, boom. Time and again, Lucio's relentless assault resulted in a cascade of bloodshed with each swing of his fists and feet, leaving no room for resistance. Help! Spare me, please! The cries echoed in the air. Within the span of a mere incense stick, over 10 disciples of the Yi family lay slain in the courtyard, leaving only the trembling third young lady, Yi Qing, whose beautiful eyes were clouded with fear and whose lips bled. Though Yi Qing possessed a remarkable talent for cultivation, at merely 16 years of age, She had yet to step into the realm of true cultivation. Confronted by such a terrifying harbinger of death, she was on the brink of collapse. A practitioner at the first stage of true cultivation could possess immense strength, yet all present were still at the body-tempering stage, far from reaching the elusive realm of true cultivation. Under the weight of absolute power, their resistance was nearly non-existent. At this moment, Lu Xiao, having killed 16 individuals, had amassed a strength of 40,000 pounds. Don't come any closer. Help! Help! Yi Qing, petrified with terror, her delicate and charming face awash with panic and tears. Yet, Lu Xiao harbored no compassion. After all, this woman had tormented him for an entire day and night. Beneath her alluring exterior lay a heart more venomous than the deadliest of serpents. Yi Qing, did you ever imagine this day would come? Ha ha! Lu Xiao, blinded by rage, seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground as he laughed maniacally. His mind was twisted, consumed by boundless hatred and pain, leaving him with but one desire: to kill, to exact his revenge. Chapter 68. Embracing death to live, 80 million pounds of power. Beg for mercy, but I shall refuse. A horrifying scene unfolded in that courtyard as Lu Xiao savagely tore Yi Qing apart, blood gushing forth, staining his body crimson. No, Qinger. In the next moment, the powerful members of the Yi family finally sensed the unusual commotion, rushing towards the scene. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight, they could not contain their horrified screams, their eyes wide with disbelief. You seek death, an elder bellowed, raising his arm to unleash a flying sword that sliced through the air. He was Yi Sun, one of the elders of the Yi family, boasting the cultivation level of the third stage of true cultivation. A third-stage practitioner could soar through the skies and wield formidable techniques. With a full-powered strike, they could flatten a small mountain. Yi Sun's furious attack was terrifying in its own right. Boom! The sword, imbued with the force of thunder, struck with blinding speed. Splat! Blood sprayed forth, and predictably, Lu Xiao was cleaved into pieces, his body shattered, raining blood upon the scene. Creak! First death. Double. Continued doubling. Now at 80,000 pounds of strength. Buzz. Yet, before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Xiao's body reassembled at an uncanny speed, his power surging once more. 80,000 pounds of strength was already approaching the limits of a first-stage practitioner. How is this possible? Wind-cutting sword technique. Yi Sun, shocked, unleashed another beam of sword light, aiming to obliterate Lu Xiao. The power of a third-stage practitioner was beyond what Lu Xiao could withstand. Yet, he declared, "You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Ha ha ha. 160,000 pounds. Limitless doubling." The voice of the Dark Will echoed in Lu Xiao's mind. And in an instant, he was reborn, standing unscathed before the crowd. His strength had reached an astounding 160,000 pounds. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Die, die. Yi Sun roared in fury, unleashing wave after wave of sword light, each strike seeking to slay Lu Xiao, only to further amplify his power. 320,000 pounds. 640,000 pounds. 1,280,000 pounds. Until finally, his ultimate strike failed to breach Lu Xiao's flesh. At this moment, Lu Xiao's strength had soared to a terrifying 8,192,000 pounds. Every part of his body was enhanced beyond comprehension, reaching an utterly horrifying level. If he unleashed his full power, he could easily attain hundreds of millions of pounds. This 8 million pounds was merely his baseline strength. Are you finished? Bang! Lu Xiao grasped Yi Sun's long sword with one hand, his visage resembling that of a demon, radiating an aura of chilling danger. In an instant, Yi Sun felt a terrifying chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Yoophed. As he attempted to retreat, Lu Xiao denied him the opportunity. With a brutal pull, he wrenched Yi Sun's head from his body, as if wielding a bone sword in his grasp. Third elder. Several Yi family warriors were rendered speechless. This was their third elder, a genuine third-stage practitioner of true cultivation. One of the rarest talents even in the entirety of Lufeng City. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had fallen. You. Quickly report to the Grand Elder and the clan leader. We will delay. Bang, bang, bang. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, Lu Xiao crushed them all, turning them into a mist of blood. What is happening? Such a strong scent of blood. Who is slaughtering in my Yi family? Soon, over 100 powerful members of the Yi family arrived, their faces pale with horror as they beheld the crimson scene in the courtyard, their hearts filled with unbridled rage. The Yi family was one of the three great clans of Lufeng City, with a legacy spanning thousands of years and a plethora of formidable warriors. No one had ever dared to act so wantonly, slaughtering the members of the Yi family. Humph! A filthy wretch fallen into the path of darkness. A deep, resonant voice echoed, causing the hearts of the crowd to shudder, and they quickly parted to make way. In the void above, an ancient figure stepped forward, clad in a gray robe, his hair and beard white as snow. As he gazed upon Lu Xiao, his eyes were filled with endless coldness and disdain. Yi Tianwu, the patriarch of the Yi family, a terrifying powerhouse of 1,000 years, at the fourth stage of true cultivation. Fourth stage practitioners could traverse the void and begin to manipulate the energies of heaven and earth. It was said that 130 years ago, this patriarch flattened a demonic force known as xianxiaaudiobooks with a single palm strike, shattering an entire mountain. The power of a fourth stage practitioner was indeed fearsome. Throughout Lufeng's city, only the enigmatic city lord could be his equal. Patriarch. At this moment, all the Yi family warriors bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest negligence. The patriarch's might surpassed that of his younger years. After merely retreating for a cycle of 60 years, the aura emanating from him was enough to make the strongest present tremble in fear. This was the true powerhouse, the genuine figure of authority. Yi family patriarch? Lu Xiao slowly raised his blood-stained visage, his face a ghastly mask resembling a devil, with crimson eyes that appeared almost tangible. Boy, kill him, and your power will double. Continue to double. Endless, boundless, infinite. The voice in his mind was sharp and piercing, yet it brought a cruel smile to Lu Xiao's lips. Your Yi family is destined for annihilation today. I shall personally crush everyone. Chapter 69, City Massacre, the Annihilation of Millions. His words, ethereal and haunting, echoed as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Arrogant, Yi Tianwu was filled with unbridled fury. However, a mere brute of the demonic path dares to utter such arrogance in this place. Before his fourth tier, true Dao cultivation, he could be effortlessly reduced to dust in an instant. Prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, Yi Tianwu let out a cold shout, raising his right arm high. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged tumultuously, thunder rumbled. In the sky, dark clouds roiled, and in the blink of an eye, a violet-blue thunder blade coalesced, descending toward Lu Xiao with lethal intent. The thunder cracked, distorting the void. Countless arcs of electricity flickered atop the thunder blade, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying and destructive aura. The very fabric of space trembled violently at this moment, as if unable to bear the horrific pressure. Witnessing this scene, all members of the Yi family displayed expressions of joy, believing that Lu Xiao was undoubtedly doomed. The Earth Tier Divine Art, xianxiaaudiobooks. This was the Yi family's ancestral divine art, and now wielded by the great ancestor. Its power was beyond description. No matter how formidable his physical strength, he would still be instantaneously vanquished. Not a trace left behind. Boom. The fearsome thunderblade crashed down, unleashing torrents of lightning. In the eyes of the Yi family experts, Lu Xiao's body disintegrated in an instant. Even the minuscule particles that composed his form were obliterated. To dare to slay a member of the Yi family, this is the price to pay. Seeing this, Yi Tianwu also retracted his power, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Just a savage, after all. No matter how terrifying his physical strength, he was ultimately just a mere dog, hardly worth a single blow. However, as he turned to instruct the Yi family members to handle the aftermath, darkness descended as anticipated. Squelch. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed, accompanied by Yi Tianwu's scream of agony. The price? A mingling of scarlet shadows bizarrely manifested behind Yi Tianwu. In no time, they coalesced once again into Lu Xiao's form. At this moment, his strength had doubled again, reaching an astounding 16 million pounds. Now, the once proud and revered guardian of the Yi family, Yi Tianwu, was pierced through the chest by Lu Xiao's hand, his fingers penetrating his heart. Even his internal organs were reduced to dust by an invisible force, transforming into a pool of blood. Yi Tianwu's gaze shattered, all his life force draining at a terrifying speed. He could not comprehend. Had he not already eradicated this child, to leave no future troubles? He had even reduced his body to ashes. But why? Why had he resurrected? Yi Tianwu had never witnessed such a method. Death and rebirth belonged to the realm of deities, transcending all common sense. He could not understand, nor accept it. What manner of monster are you? Yi Tianwu struggled to utter his final question, seemingly seeking to confirm a certain suspicion in his heart. But what awaited him was only Lu Xiao's cruel smile. Ryup. In the next instant, as if tearing cloth, the once invincible great ancestor of the Yi family was violently ripped apart and casually discarded like refuse. Beautiful. Beautiful. Haha. Here, no one can obstruct your path any longer. Kill. Slaughter all living beings in this city. To kill one is a crime. To slay 10,000 is to be mighty. To annihilate 1,000,000 is to be king. Only by exterminating all life can one truly become the god of finality. Let this world feel the pain you have suffered. The dark will roar incessantly, as if plunged into a frenzied state, urging Lu Xiao to commit widespread slaughter. Following the execution of Yi Tianwu, his power had astonishingly surpassed 300 million. Moreover, it was not merely the strength of his body. The four fundamental forces that construct the rules of the world were also subtly grasped by Lu Xiao at this moment. Great Ancestor. Upon witnessing Yi Tianwu's sudden death, the Yi family members were utterly horrified, crying out in despair. The young master of the Yi family fell to the ground in utter shock, his face as pale as death, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. The Great Ancestor has fallen? Impossible. How could that wild peasant, whom they had toyed with, become so powerful? The price? Ha! You too shall pay the price. Rising. After tearing apart Yi Tianwu's body, Lu Xiao's expression and gaze grew increasingly sinister, resembling a devil that preys upon the unwary, instilling fear in all. In the next moment, accompanied by his maniacal laughter, the very ground beneath the Yi family began to lift, ascending toward the heavens. What is this? The Yi family members were aghast. In mere moments, they had risen 1,000 meters into the air, faintly able to glimpse the entirety of Lufeng City. Yet, their Yi family occupied a vast expanse of land, akin to a colossal mountain. How could it possibly be lifted from the earth? Like a nightmarish scene. The numerous experts of the Yi family found their minds blank, gazing in terror at the ground below. Some even launched attacks against Lu Xiao. Yet, under the effects of force, before they could even approach Lu Xiao, countless particles within their bodies were torn apart, becoming formless matter, merging with the heavens and earth. Is that the Yi family? At this moment, within Lufeng City, the powerful from various factions also looked up in horror. Their gazes drawn to the immense shadow looming above the sky. All were filled with dread, a chill spreading through their bodies. In the next moment, their ominous suspicions were confirmed. Boom. In the heavens, the shadow that blocked out the sun began to writhe slowly. Die. All of you die. Lu Xiao's eyes glowed crimson, roaring fiercely as he directly caused the massive Yi family to plummet from the sky, applying immense gravitational force. It crashed down upon Lufeng City, which spanned tens of thousands of miles and housed over 1 billion souls. Madness. Brutality. Lu Xiao aimed to reduce the entire city to rubble. Boom. Like a colossal mountain. The Yi family descended rapidly, stirring up a monstrous storm, sweeping across the winds and clouds. The oppressive force added to this calamity shattered countless buildings in the city, and many mortals were crushed into blood and pulp, leaving no trace behind. Cries of despair, wails, roars, and howls mingled in the cacophony of thunderous noise, marching toward ultimate annihilation. Boom. The sound had become devoid of meaning. A towering black cloud rose, signifying the annihilation of billions of lives. Chapter 70. The Reaction of Yunzi City. The Arrival of the Destroyer Squad. 3 days later, in Yunzi City. The news of Yunzi's impending marriage in a month had spread to every corner of the 9 major districts. Countless powerful beings began to prepare gifts, making ample arrangements for the upcoming wedding. After all, the name of Yunzi City had truly resonated throughout the boundless realms. At that time, whether it be cosmic overlords, various celestial emperors, or the lords of the source realms, all would come to offer their congratulations and present lavish gifts. At such a gathering of eminent figures, the chance to befriend even one or two would greatly benefit one's future cultivation and path. However, while most were discussing and preparing for this event, a cry for help suddenly emerged in a chat group from the 8th district. Heavenly Chat Group 5241. Dongming Realm Suhuang, help. Help. Our Dongming Realm is under siege from the demonic path. Billions of our citizens have been slaughtered. The entire world has descended into utter chaos, rivers of blood flowing, and no one can withstand it. He calls himself the God of Finality, seeking to kill all beings in the Dongming Realm and even destroy the entire world. I am willing to offer all my points, even all the resources of my nation, pleading for the powerful from Yunzi City to lend their aid. A series of distress messages abruptly appeared in the chat group, causing all present to feel a slight sense of alarm. After all, any entity capable of threatening a realm should not be underestimated. Soon, responses began to emerge. The Lord of the Zishuan Star Domain remarked, Dongming Realm? If my memory serves me right, that is a lower world limited to the 9th tier of the true path. The Devourer of Worlds responded, 50 million points. I shall help you consume everything. The Shuguang civilization added, based on the information you provided, we can offer you 3 destroyers within the computational range of 570 light brains. Excluding beings above the immortal path, the probability of annihilation is 99. 98. Simultaneously, the Spirit Network issued a task. Ding. Private Spirit Network Task 895011 has been published. Task Objective. Eliminate the demonic cultivator named Lu Xiao and save the Dongming Realm. Reward. 10 million points. 10,000 gene of Xuanzi source liquid, equivalent to 5 million points. In less than a second, the Shuguang civilization seized ownership of the task. It is noteworthy that the Shuguang civilization is a purely technological civilization, boasting extraordinarily powerful technological prowess. Merely relying on individual combat weapons, they possess the terrifying capability to destroy planets and even entire star systems. Extracting the essence of black holes to launch dimensional assaults on billions of galaxies, or dissecting a weakened universe, are feats they accomplish with ease. Furthermore, they are a group of relentless task enthusiasts. Within the 8th district alone, their spirit network accounts have surpassed 1 million. The number of tasks accepted by their civilization daily is truly staggering. Among them, the destroyers serve as their commonly employed combat units, each capable of annihilating planets. With nearly limitless energy absorption and conversion abilities. 3 destroyers indeed. Meanwhile, within the Dongming realm, in a palace of endless opulence, resembling a hall forged from gold and jade, the Shushan Imperial Court, one of the most powerful nations in the Dongming realm, is home to the most esteemed treasure hall in the entire court, the council chamber of the Emperor Shuhuang, who governs countless territories. Shuhuang, one of the pinnacle existences in the Dongming realm, having reached the 9th tier of the true path. He can touch the river of time and wield the rules of heaven and earth, just a step away from attaining the supreme realm belonging to the immortals. At this moment, the usually inscrutable Shuhuang's countenance was gravely solemn. Clad in a black gold imperial robe, he sat upon the imperial throne and finally breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing his task had been accepted. Several days prior, he had been unexpectedly chosen by Yunza City to enter the magnificent city. Upon witnessing everything within the city, Shuhuang's previous perceptions were completely shattered. In the Dongming realm, he is the sovereign of billions, standing atop the pinnacle of the world. Yet there, even he, a mere 9th-tier powerhouse, found himself at the bottom, with even the legendary immortal cultivators merely existing at a lower echelon. Even the most ordinary guard within the city exuded a profound and formidable pressure, instilling in him a fear of offending them even slightly. After some investigation, Shuhuang learned that most of the guards in the city were of the Immortal Emperor level. Immortal Emperor. This is the true apex of the immortal path, a terrifying existence capable of obliterating infinite universes with a single strike. Yet such power merely constitutes the commonplace guards of the city. Upon realizing the true strength of beings across the myriad realms and the vastness of infinite worlds, Shuhuang finally comprehended his genuine predicament. He was but a frog at the bottom of a well. How could he fathom the boundless expanse of the myriad realms? At this moment, being able to enter Yunza City was his greatest opportunity. Your Majesty, we have already pinpointed the location of Lu Xiao. Please give your orders. Just then, an elder clad in silver armor, exuding an aura of cold and murderous intent, hurried before Shuhuang, respectfully reporting. Ding. The Spirit Network user Shuguang Civilization requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Simultaneously, the voice of the Spirit Network echoed in Shuhuang's mind. Agreed, he whispered to himself. Gradually rising, his gaze flickering. During his days in Yunza City, he had heard of the Destroyer's formidable reputation. They are capable of directly annihilating the entire Dongming realm, and the powers they wield are beyond Shuhuang's comprehension. Neither the true path nor the immortal path, they unleash unimaginable forces merely through minute alterations in matter. Buzz. Boom. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Shuhuang and the Elder, 3 shadowy figures, resembling constructs of metal, slowly emerged from the ethereal spatial passage. Chapter 71, Dark Matter Annihilation Cannon. Destroyer Lu Xiao. Bones, flesh, and heads piled high. The crimson hue stained the heavens and earth. Bang. Under the guidance of Shuhuang and others, the 3 destroyers finally arrived at the area where Lu Xiao was located. They stepped expressionlessly upon the viscous blood, continuously scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. This Lu Xiao is indeed a monstrous being unworthy of being human. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Shuhuang's expression darkened to the extreme, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. This place had once been the second largest city of his Shushan Imperial Court, home to over 100 billion citizens, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. Yet now, it had transformed into a veritable hell. The ground was soaked in blood, corpses littered the fields, and blood flowed like rivers. 100 billion citizens had perished here. A madman. A complete and utter madman. Damn him. Boom. Shuhuang was consumed by rage, the power within him surging violently, wishing to flay Lu Xiao alive and obliterate his very soul. In just 3 days, this demon had slaughtered nearly half the citizens of the entire imperial court, with countless powerhouses meeting their demise at his hands. He wielded the secret art of resurrection, had not even embarked on the path of cultivation, yet possessed unimaginable, supreme power. If this monster continued his rampage unchecked, the entire Dongming realm would surely face utter destruction. Today, no matter what, this wretch must be slain. Prepare the dark matter annihilation cannon. In that instant, as if sensing something, the foremost destroyer slightly raised his right hand, emitting a cold, mechanical voice. Click. The other two responded in an instant, countless minuscule particles swirling, ultimately transforming into a massive cannon radiating with a ghostly blue light. The quantum infantry weapon. Dark matter annihilation cannon. This is a level 4 weapon of the Shuguang civilization, utilizing dark matter concealed in the void as its source. When fully activated, it can effortlessly obliterate a world as vast as a star. Beep beep. Life signals within a radius of billions of miles appeared on the destroyer's visor, and the cerebral processor within its head accelerated, beginning to calculate targets within the firing range. Their sole purpose for arriving in this world was to complete the task assigned by their master and eliminate the target as swiftly as possible. 36 million kilometers. Distance to target, 36 million kilometers. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The moment the words fell, boom. The black-blue radiance erupted like a sun exploding, tearing forth a terrifying energy storm that swept northward, distorting and collapsing space into chaotic turbulence. Bang! In the horrified gaze of Xu Huang, an endless, terrifying storm descended in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the entire Dongming realm seemed to tremble incessantly, the storm extending for trillions of miles, leaving countless powerhouses within the Shushan imperial court aghast, their hearts filled with dread. A terrifying might enveloped the surroundings. Could it be that the esteemed Hu Huang had intervened? No, I sensed neither the flow of the world's laws nor the movement of true essence. What could this be? In that moment, numerous powerful beings were left in a state of shock, speculating wildly. Meanwhile, whispers echoed. Are they employing weapons of dark matter? Kakik, beings from countless realms, young one. It appears you have caught someone's attention. With a rip, flesh and blood reassembled, particles coalescing, Lu Xiao emerged from the swirling dust, his body still emanating a temperature exceeding billions of degrees, with countless waves of radiation and the annihilative force of dark matter lingering upon him. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, his form erupted into fragments, only to reconstitute once more. His power had doubled. At this moment, Lu Xiao's strength had escalated to an unfathomable and terrifying figure. With a single punch, he could shatter the entirety of the Dongming continent, mastering gravitational and repulsive forces to unimaginable heights. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. Lu Xiao's gaze was tranquil. Over the past 3 days, he had lost count of the lives he had taken, seemingly forgetting his original identity. The insatiable desire for slaughter had utterly consumed his heart. Even the last remnants of his conscience would be obliterated amidst this infinite cycle of carnage and power. They are coming. Ha! Slay them, then obliterate this world. A dark voice raged within his mind. Lu Xiao raised his head, spotting 3 incoming destroyers speeding toward him. The plan had failed. The current success rate of combat had plummeted to 6,545. Engage with annihilation particle blades. The destroyers communicated swiftly, their quantum forms transforming into thermal energy-resistant armor. Meanwhile, 3 horrific blades of light, capable of severing all, materialized in their hands. With a hiss, even the surrounding laws of heaven and earth and molecules were annihilated into shapeless voids. Their might was such that it could cause even celestial beings to fall. Whoosh! In an instant, the blades sliced through the heavens. The 3 destroyers moved with speeds that nearly transcended light, disregarding all physical laws as they charged toward Lu Xiao. Come forth. Lu Xiao grinned savagely, his right hand lunging out to grasp the approaching destroyer. Boom! In a flash of lightning, their forms collided. The thermal energy armor of the destroyer turning a deep crimson, absorbing nearly all of Lu Xiao's power. Splurt! The other 2 seized the opportunity to attack directly. In a mere fraction of a moment, as the blade swung, Lu Xiao's body was cleaved into hundreds of pieces. Yet, even then, the destroyers did not relent. Buzz! The 3 dark matter annihilation cannons flared once more, unleashing a devastating barrage toward the remnants of Lu Xiao's flesh. They would grant him no chance to reassemble. Boom! The black-blue light flashed again, and a terrifying explosion echoed throughout the Dongming realm, sending shivers down the spine of even the distant Hu Huang, who watched from miles away. The combat prowess of the destroyers was astonishingly fearsome. Without hesitation or any delay, they had completely suppressed Lu Xiao in the blink of an eye. If only this emperor could possess a destroyer. The Hu Huang's gaze flickered as he stared at the distant, howling tempest, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Yet in the next moment, bang! Hiss! Beneath him, a mechanical head of a destroyer slowly rolled forth, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Shadow. The fall of the Xian Emperor. What is this? The Hu Huang froze, his expression shifting instantly. Your Majesty, be cautious. In the next instant, an elder beside him shouted, forcibly pushing him 100 miles away. Then bang, an invisible wave of force surged forth. The particles of space seemed to have their weight amplified infinitely, every cell under the weight of countless mountains. The elder's body was instantly crushed, dissolving into a mist of blood. Even the Hu Huang, at this moment, felt blood rush to his face, his internal organs shattered, brutally pinned to the ground. Unable to move an inch. Thud, thud. Footsteps approached slowly. The Hu Huang gazed in terror at the figure materializing in the distance, his very soul trembling. You are the emperor of this realm? Lu Xiao leaned down, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the Hu Huang, his voice eerie yet calm. I am the Hu Huang. Upon hearing this, the Hu Huang struggled to lift his head, blood spilling from his lips as he cried out in anguish. He had been defeated. Even the destroyers could not thwart this monster. This emperor would not yield. Would the lords of Yunjia City come to my aid? Save the entire Dongming realm. In an instant, the Hu Huang expended his last vestige of strength, sending frantic pleas for assistance into the spiritual network, hoping for salvation to arrive. Yet, no one responded to him, nor did anyone come to his rescue. Crack! What are you doing? Lu Xiao's expression remained impassive as he crushed the Hu Huang's skull underfoot, ruthlessly tearing apart his very soul until it was utterly extinguished. No, this is the force created by that variable. Young one, quickly destroy this world. Someone has already acquired your world coordinates. Hurry, we cannot be discovered by him, absolutely not. Yet in the next moment, the voice of the Dark Will became filled with panic, urging Lu Xiao with a roar, as if it feared something. What is this variable you speak of? What could possibly instill such dread within you? Lu Xiao pondered, for the Dark Will had granted him an immortal form and the terrifying ability to amplify his power infinitely. Its means far exceeding the imagination of any living being. But even such an existence could feel fear? Buzz, who has slain the temporary resident of Yunjia City. Soon, it seemed as if to answer Lu Xiao's curiosity, the space tore apart, revealing a solemn man clad in a blue robe stepping forth. He was tall and imposing, hands clasped behind his back, his aura dense as a deep abyss, as if confronting a vast universe, suffocatingly profound. The Xian Emperor. It is a Xian Emperor-level powerhouse. Young one, run, run. You stand before him now. You will be directly suppressed, with no chance of victory. I cannot make my move at this moment, lest he detects me. The voice of the Dark Will echoed once more, now more frantic than before. Why would a Xian Emperor arrive in such a diminutive world? What had that variable done? A Xian Emperor? I am truly immortal and unfathomably powerful. Regardless of the Xian Emperor, any foe shall ultimately meet their demise at my hands. Hearing this, Lu Xiao smiled with a hint of arrogance. The nearly invincible slaughter over the past few days had inflated his confidence to an extreme, rendering him unafraid of any formidable opponent. Universe number 70524, the third arm of the Beha star system, Dongming realm. No fixed timeline detected, no signs of high-dimensional will invasion, no evidence of external powers entering. At this moment, the man in the blue robe spoke as if to himself, seemingly recording various details about the Dongming realm. His name was Zhou Xianxiang, one of the observers of Yunjia City. The role of the observer had emerged due to a prior high-dimensional will invasion. The appearance of Yunjia City had dramatically altered the fates and timelines of countless powerful beings, and should a certain degree of change occur, various anomalies might manifest within the world. Observers were tasked with monitoring the many worlds altered by Yunjia City, swiftly dealing with any anomalies that arose. Zhou Xianxiang manifested a spiritual network of light, reporting to his superior, Jun Wuchen, entirely disregarding Lu Xiao. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Xiao's face, a slight bloodthirsty curve gracing his lips. Ignoring the Dark Will's warnings and rebukes echoing in his mind, he surged towards Zhou Xianxiang in an explosive rush. So what if he was an immortal emperor? I, Lu Xiao, am truly immortal and indestructible. However, Zhou Xianxiang did not even cast a glance in his direction. With a mere thought, Lu Xiao found himself, along with the void around him, completely frozen, unable to move a single inch. Is this upheaval in this realm due to you? The power of unknown rules. After a brief moment, Zhou Xianxiang finally took a discerning look at Lu Xiao. Upon sensing the indomitable and infinite power of unknown rules emanating from Lu Xiao, his gaze grew increasingly grave. It seems I must swiftly report this matter to the city lord. Such power, even as a 10th-level immortal emperor, he could not fathom, let alone control. There must be something amiss in this realm. With a subtle movement of his right palm, Zhou Xianxiang instantly created a cosmic cage to completely imprison Lu Xiao within, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. However, as he completed this, preparing to return to Yunjia City with Lu Xiao, he suddenly discovered several figures appearing around him, each one bizarrely shaped, seemingly condensed from pure darkness. Who are they? Zhou Xuanqing's brow furrowed slightly, pulling Lu Xiao to his side with a thought. The world transformed like a layered mirror, transporting them into an alternate space. The dark figures still lingered. In the next moment, as if time itself flowed like a mirage, Lu Xiao's gaze momentarily dulled, yet he reappeared within the Dongming realm. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianxing had transformed into a pool of eerie black liquid within that alternate space. At this moment, a wisp of darkness flickered behind Lu Xiao. Chapter 73. Fishing the Heavens, the Curse of Darkness. On the other hand, above the infinite cosmos, in the domain connecting all heavens, there lies boundless vastness. It resembles the primordial chaotic sea, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur that inspires an involuntary impulse to revere and worship. Countless multiverses seem to converge into a river, atop which stretches a slender thread that transcends time and space, connecting all realms. The end of this thread is baited with ancient gods, luring forth innumerable, inconceivable, higher-dimensional beings. They may be dark entities born from the ashes of the universe or twisted ancient gods birthed from the fears of sentient beings, incapable of speech or observation. Each of them possesses the terrifying power to suppress dimensions and obliterate countless universes. At that moment, the thread quivered slightly. A fish has taken the bait. Suddenly, a colossal figure, larger than imagination itself, even surpassing several universes, materialized from the end of the thread. It bore 9 fearsome serpentine heads. 9 tails stretching billions of light years swept through the chaotic heavens, stirring countless winds and thunder. Each tail seemed to embody the essence of immortality, ultimate power, and the ability to destroy all. The giant roared, its voice causing the entire chaotic realm to tremble, unleashing boundless power that triggered the collapse of myriad universes. It was Hydra, born from the fears and beliefs of countless worlds, its power already reaching the pinnacle of heavenly supremacy, each head possessing a different aspect of destructive authority. With a mere thought, it could annihilate billions of multiverses. Yet, in the next instant, as a voice as ethereal and elusive as a dream fell, boundless golden radiance swept across the entire chaotic realm in an instant. Accompanied by endless shimmering ripples, an unimaginable force of sealing power descended, suppressing all directions. In just a moment, Hydra was sealed into a palm-sized 9-headed serpent, trembling in fear. It was an existence transcending the great Tao, almost immortal. Yet, beneath the golden light, it appeared as insignificant as an ant. It had no chance to resist. "Oh, what a cute little snake," exclaimed Yunjia, who was seated on a small wooden stool, rod in hand, leisurely commenting. Yunjia City was developing rapidly, with numerous matters to attend to, yet he only wished to be a carefree overseer. For several days, he had been fishing the heavens alongside Xia, relishing this tranquil and serene life. Yunjia fished, while Xia watched beside him, her eyes filled with gentle light. Both were immersed in this peaceful existence, wishing to forget all worldly disturbances. Even if this moment were to become eternal, Xia would gladly embrace it. However, peaceful days are always fleeting. In the next moment, the infinite path flowing through the boundless cosmos suddenly shattered. Yunjia's gaze sharpened, setting down his rod to look towards the direction of the shattered path. That was a path forged by a 10th-level immortal emperor, encompassing countless laws and even containing the birth and demise of innumerable universes. A 10th-level immortal emperor, an unparalleled being transcending levels, equivalent to many ancient gods. How could such a powerful being fall so easily? Moreover, the master of this shattered path was one of Yunjia City's own. Name, Zhou Xianxing, modifiable. Cultivation, 10th-level immortal emperor, modifiable. Identity, permanent resident of the 3rd district of Yunjia City, observer, modifiable. Current status, causality severed, absolute death, modifiable. Soon, before Yunjia, a series of data emerged, causing his brow to furrow. Causality severed? To wipe out a 10th-level immortal emperor in such a manner, leaving no chance to seek help from the spiritual network. Only a being at the Great Luo level could achieve this. How could a Great Luo exist even in ordinary universes? And to so brazenly slay a person from Yunjia City, is this not a grave disrespect to the city lord? Husband, why the furrowed brow? Noticing Yunjia's tense expression, Xia approached him, gently stroking his forehead. There is no need for concern. How many foolish individuals dare to offend Yunjia City? I will investigate and know the truth. Feeling the warmth from her touch, Yunjia could not help but smile gently, saying, "Your husband's reputation has spread among the myriad races of chaos, yet there are still such ignorant fools?" Hearing this, Xia raised her brows in surprise. When she first entered Yunjia City, she had assumed Yunjia's strength was merely on par with her own, or perhaps above the Hunyuan realm. But upon witnessing even a fraction of his power, Her understanding of strength was completely overturned. A thought could embody eternity. A word could annihilate worlds. Even the blurred powers of concepts could be effortlessly controlled by Xianxia. Her own power in the Hunyuan realm was nothing more than a joke in his presence. Even if she exhausted her essence for a desperate strike, she could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. Upon hearing his wife's praise, Xianxia felt quite pleased and let out a light hum. However, he dismissed it as merely the antics of some buffoons. He strolled forward, gazing out at the boundless chaos sea, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Among the myriad realms, fools were never in short supply. Yet, to dare to offend someone from Yunza City was to commit a grave taboo. With a mere thought, he altered Zhou Xuanqing's state, restoring him to life. Instantly, Zhou Xuanqing's condition shifted, transforming into one of vitality. The power that severed causality appeared utterly laughable in the face of this modification. As white light flickered, Zhou Xuanqing manifested. Yet upon his arrival, he was consumed by a cacophony of screams, his mind seemingly shattered. Mental state, abyssal despair, boundless darkness, a curse of the concept of darkness. Theoretically, there exists no method to dispel it save for the darkness itself. Modifiable. Chapter 74. The Truth of Lucio's Fate. The game begins. Gazing at his current panel, Yunza's expression underwent a rare, slight change. A curse of the concept of darkness? Even a formidable being at the primordial level could scarcely comprehend the fundamental powers of such concepts. How could a tenfold immortal emperor possibly encounter an existence beyond the primordial realm? What had Zhou Xuanqing truly experienced? A chuckle escaped Yunza's lips as he found the situation somewhat intriguing. His gaze twinkled as he looked out upon the infinite chaos sea, seemingly enchanted by it. Was the concept of darkness itself a scheme directed at him? Though he detected no overt traces, he now sensed the faintest whiff of conspiracy. An entity capable of wielding the concept of darkness could never be so foolish as to assassinate a mere immortal emperor. However, since they had arrived, what reason was there to evade them? Moreover, why should he hide? Thus, let this city lord engage in a delightful game with you. In that instant, a smirk played on Yunza's lips, revealing a subtle, enigmatic smile. Although the answer lay within his grasp, revealing it too soon would rob the encounter of its playful essence. Zhou Xuanqing continued to wail in agony, his ghastly visage reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, instilling dread. Yet, in the next moment, mental state, normal, modifiable. After Yunza's intervention, Zhou Xuanqing's clarity returned swiftly, yet his eyes remained filled with boundless fear, his body trembling slightly. City Lord? Zhou Xuanqing's pupils constricted as he gazed at Yunza, his voice hoarse. Why am I still alive? Did the City Lord resurrect me? He looked at his hands, still feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream, a sense of disorientation enveloping him. In the moment prior, when he encountered that strange shadow, he had witnessed darkness, absolute darkness, chaotic disorder, utter annihilation, and every negative emotion in existence surged within Zhou Xuanqing's mind, threatening to consume him entirely. Even as a tenfold immortal emperor, he could do nothing to resist such power, forced to watch helplessly as he approached his ultimate demise. Though it felt like an instant, it bore the weight of countless years. The torment Zhou Xuanqing endured was 1,000 times more horrifying than death itself. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xuanqing finally exhaled, managing to quell the fear and turmoil within. I, Zhou Xuanqing, thank the City Lord for your great mercy. He then knelt reverently, his voice quaking. The experience had been so terrifying that he still felt shaken to his core. Rise. Tell me what you encountered. In response, Yunza gently helped him to his feet, encouraging him to recount the entirety of his experience. At your command, Zhou Xuanqing's heart trembled. Then he took a deep breath and detailed his entire ordeal in the Dongming realm. Yunza listened intently, refraining from interrupting. After a moment, Zhou Xuanqing concluded his account, speaking of the fallen inhabitants of Dongming, the remnants of the Dongshu civilization, and the entity that deliberately slaughtered countless beings, possessing the powers of immortality and infinite rules. Zhou Xuanqing had fallen victim to the former's hand. Demi, retrieve all records pertaining to the user Su Huang of the Dongming realm. Upon hearing Zhou Xuanqing's narrative, Yunza's eyes flickered as he spoke calmly. Beep. Master, all records have been located. With his words, all information concerning Su Huang and the Dongming realm was promptly displayed before Yunza. The Dongming realm was merely an ordinary lower realm, incapable of producing any immortal-level powerhouses aside from ascension. Moreover, there were no traversers or system bearers present within the world. The records of Su Huang contained only the distress signals from yesterday and today. Lucio? Yunza pondered this name, his gaze narrowing. Buzz. In an instant, he located Lucio's fate and timeline. Within the infinite parallel Dongming realms, Lucio's endings were uniformly grim, his entire family exterminated, he himself dying young. The few paths that deviated from the basic fate were seized by traversers, leading them to become powerful figures. Yet, in the current timeline, Lucio's fate had long since met its demise. His destiny was already severed. So it is. After a moment of contemplation, Yunza grasped the underlying reason. The mastermind had deliberately chosen this individual whose fate had been cut off. Although Lucio appeared to still be alive on the surface, in truth, the living Lucio was merely an illusion. He believed himself to be alive, but in reality, he had long since perished. The purpose behind all this was surely to prevent Yunza from noticing. Selecting a puppet devoid of causality and fate, then implanting a certain conceptual force within, was their strategy to deal with him, was it not? As this thought crossed his mind, Yunza couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. It seemed they were entirely oblivious to the peril they faced. Or perhaps, in the minds of those behind the scenes, they had never contemplated the existence of a being capable of rivaling or even overpowering them. Zhou Xianxiang, return to the city and tend to your wounds. I shall personally investigate the extent of this so-called infinite power. City Lord, please be cautious of the existence behind Lucio. Zhou Xianxiang immediately expressed his concern, recalling the terrifying darkness, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Fear not, they are but insignificant pests, Yunza replied nonchalantly, dismissively waving his sleeve as he tore through the void. Shihi, let us depart. Chapter 75, Immortality and Infinity, the Dual Gods of Concepts. On the other side, with Lucio's full force strike, the entire Dongming realm began to disintegrate rapidly, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying cosmic storm swept through the void like a tidal wave, tearing apart several nearby stars, transforming them into a cloud of dust. His power had reached a terrifying level capable of annihilating worlds with a single blow. Yet, fool. The dark will within Lucio's mind raged, expressing no excitement whatsoever, only profound frustration. Do you have any idea of the catastrophe you have unleashed? Damn it. He roared incessantly, teetering on the brink of madness. The three primordial deities imparted their directives, silently nurturing the boundless essence of power, only to subsequently obliterate Yunza and erase every trace he had left across the dimensions of time and space. They severed fate, unraveled causality, and dismantled the wheel of destiny along with its very origin. Thus, it was deemed the most effective means to resolve that unpredictable variable. However, due to Lucio's foolish actions, all his plans were irrevocably disrupted. In a desperate turn of events, he took matters into his own hands to eliminate the Celestial Emperor. Yet in doing so, he became acutely aware of a prying gaze. He had already exposed himself. Eradicate this mortal's will and persona immediately. Hiding now has become utterly meaningless. In that instant, the Dark Will made a decisive response, seemingly addressing the entity residing within Lucio. What are you saying? Upon hearing this, Lucio felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and instinctively inquired. Yet, in the next moment, with a sound like tearing paper, his body shattered into countless fragments. Almost immediately, it reformed, exhibiting a distorted and eerie elongated silhouette. Within his eyes lay an infinite multitude of other eyes, and every inch of his skin appeared to harbor boundless reflections. I knew it. Lucio's voice emerged hoarse and dissonant, as if echoing from the depths of hell. His visage was utterly terrifying, beyond the comprehension of any living being. It seemed to emanate from the abyss of the underworld, yet simultaneously from the celestial realms above. It was profoundly contradictory, remarkably strange. Within the infinite gaze, countless manifestations unfolded. He was the very embodiment of the concept of infinity, a living manifestation of boundlessness. The pinnacle of his power surpassed even that of the primordial deities, stretching into the realm of infinity. Lucio was merely the vessel of this infinite concept. Indestructible. I have long proclaimed that relying on the corporeal vessel of mortals is a fundamentally erroneous choice. The formless, intangible voice resonated through the void, imbued with an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair. The mission bestowed upon us by darkness is annihilation, regardless of the strength of that variable. It cannot transcend the realm of infinity. Boom. As the words left his lips, infinity unleashed a mighty strike, harnessing immeasurable conceptual power. With that single blow, the Beha star system, a cosmic expanse with a diameter of 1 million light-years, was utterly obliterated, transformed into an eternal void of silence. Crack. Countless stars and civilizations were reduced to ashes in an instant, scattering across the boundless void. The power of infinity surged exponentially, expanding infinitely, becoming incomprehensibly immense. In a fleeting moment, it reached a level equivalent to that of a celestial king, capable of laying waste to ordinary universes with a mere strike. Who dares? Yet in the next instant, A voice resonated through the ages, seemingly traversing the boundless tides of time, descending from the depths of obscurity. In an instant, the entire void trembled violently. Boom! A terrifying roar reverberated through the cosmos, causing the entire universe to quake as if the end had arrived. An infinite cosmic storm ravaged the realms. Just a trace of its aura could obliterate countless starry rivers, sending shivers through all beings. The towering silver-white giant stood at the edge of the void, resembling a celestial pillar upholding the entire universe, gazing down upon all living creatures. His eyes were cold, dignified, and unfathomable. Merely standing there caused the void to collapse into chaos. Is that the Tien Great Emperor? Gazing at the myriad of celestial phenomena in the starry sky, the formidable beings from various realms in the Tien Great Universe were struck with astonishment. Exclaiming in unison, it was indeed the Tien Great Emperor. Countless beings residing within the celestial realm were overwhelmed with excitement. After all, this emperor was overwhelmingly powerful, utterly invincible. He was the strongest within the Tien Great Universe, having suppressed innumerable epochs as the supreme celestial emperor. The only one to attain the Tao of the Grand Unity. Even when gazing across the myriad realms, he was a figure of monumental significance. To this day, the Tien Great Emperor has become a legend, a guardian of this universe, eradicating all external foes. Whoosh! In an instant, upon the emergence of the Tien Great Emperor, three figures swiftly approached, bowing in reverence. We pay our respects to our master. These three were all celestial emperors of unparalleled strength, former disciples of the Tien Great Emperor, now having ascended to the pinnacle of celestial emperorhood, transcending their previous limitations. They are merely a few ignorant mortals. Swiftly eradicate them, and then annihilate this universe. Your current strength is still woefully inadequate. Observing this, the dark will, the indestructible conceptual deity, immediately addressed infinity. Since concealment was no longer an option, it was imperative to augment power at the utmost speed. In doing so, combined with its indestructible nature, even that variable could be confronted. Indeed, acknowledging the arrival of his three disciples, the Tien Great Emperor inclined his head slightly. He then turned his gaze toward the distant infinity, his eyes icy. Depart from this universe immediately, or face annihilation. Rumble. As the words left his mouth, all things trembled. The Tien Great Emperor's oppressive presence erupted without reservation, enveloping the celestial realms and the entire Tien Great Universe. Trillions of beings quaked in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground, too terrified to move an inch. Even the three celestial emperors nearby were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts filled with trepidation. Compared to 1,000,000 years ago, the Master's oppressive aura had grown exponentially stronger. One youthful celestial emperor pondered darkly, increasingly sensing the terror of a grand unity powerhouse. Even the pinnacle of celestial emperors seemed no more than mere ants that could be crushed at will before him. Chapter 76. Infinite Splits, Trillions of Celestial Emperors. After a long while, perhaps after millions of epochs, no mortal had dared to converse with me in such a manner. Yet now, it seems you are filled with anger? Infinity's gaze was profoundly indifferent, as if looking down upon mere ants, a billion strands of sound intertwining, causing one's scalp to almost feel as though it would explode. "Huh, you dare to call me immortal?" As the Tien Great Emperor heard this, an expression of detached amusement surfaced upon his colossal visage, akin to a multitude of starry rivers. In the next moment, an indescribable, supreme force surged forth, sweeping across the starry sea, filling the void. The Tien Great Emperor felt an old rage rekindle. He was the sole deity among the myriad celestial realms, within the infinite mortal worlds. How dare someone compare him to a mere mortal? Absurd. Ignorant. Buzz. With a flick of his finger, the void shattered, and the dark matter of the entire universe erupted violently, unleashing a tide of chaos beyond imagination. The starry sea trembled, black holes vanished. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant and dark blade of light erupted, sweeping across the vast universe. The Tien Great Emperor was determined to annihilate his opponent completely. In a single thought, the fate of life and death was sealed. To the three celestial emperors, this battle appeared to have already concluded. The methods of the Grand Unity realm transcended their understanding, entirely beyond the realm of celestial cultivation. Yet in the next instant, as if witnessing something unfathomable, their pupils constricted violently, an unprecedented sense of terror spreading throughout their beings. "Is this your power, mortal? Ha ha ha, how feeble, how powerless." Buzz. In the heart of that blinding brilliance, even the void was crushed into chaos. Yet infinity shattered into countless fragments, each piece emitting mocking laughter, derision, and playful scorn. It was as if the Tien Great Emperor's previous strike was merely a farcical performance in the eyes of infinity. Buzz. In the next moment, an even more horrifying scene suddenly materialized. The myriad fragments were continuously expanding and swelling, swiftly coalescing into humanoid forms. Among them were men and women, old and young, each exhibiting utterly distinct shapes, yet all shared the same layered pupils, symbolizing infinity. After experiencing another death, his power doubled once more, and each form crafted from those fragments possessed an identical, terrifying strength. At this moment, the boundless power approached the pinnacle of the Xian Wang realm. These countless fragments had likewise reached the level of Xian Wang. Come, slay me, and let me witness your might. If this is all you possess, then it is rather dull, is it not? The myriad figures formed from the fragments grinned menacingly, mocking. Their eyes brazenly scrutinized the Xianxiaaudiobooks, overflowing with boundless disdain and mockery, nearly saturating the entire void. The Xianxiaaudiobooks seethed with rage, the essence of the great Tao manifesting palpably. He wielded a bronze ancient sword inscribed with the stars of the heavens, and in an instant, he struck down. Boom. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as if countless universes collapsed, everything shattering into nothingness. That was the alternate space created by the Xianxiaaudiobooks, drawing in all the infinite fragments, annihilating them utterly. Under a single sword strike, the countless lower universes within were obliterated, and even the timeline of the Xianxiaaudiobooks universe trembled in response. The three great emperors were struck with horror, their minds shaken. This sword surpassed all their imaginations. Crack! Yet before the three could react, a subtle yet distinctly audible sound of shattering echoed suddenly. Subsequently, they were horrified to witness countless, trillions of infinite fragments madly coalescing into forms. Their power surging with almost limitless ferocity, reaching the extreme of the Xiandi realm in mere moments. Trillions at the 10th level of Xiandi. The scene before them left the three utterly dazed, their minds blank, unable to think further. What a concept! What madness! The 10 levels of Xiandi in the Xianxiaaudiobooks universe were solely possessed by the three of them. Yet now, countless figures, endlessly dense, appeared before them like a nightmare. Innumerable terrifying auras transcending dimensions completely shattered their cognitive limits, flooding their hearts with unprecedented terror. Rumbling. At that moment, a resounding grand chime reverberated throughout the universe. It was the Xian Shundao bell, the supreme treasure wielded by the Xianxiaaudiobooks. This was his life-esque treasure, said to have once suppressed a great luo. Clang. The bell tolled thunderously, shaking the cosmos. The Xianxiaaudiobooks regained his composure. Regarding the trillions of infinite forms with caution, he understood that he was facing an unparalleled adversary. If this emperor were to transform you into the great Tao, how would you resurrect? The sound of the Xian Shun Dao bell echoed through the universe, mysterious Tao rhythms converging from the boundless void, causing his momentum to soar, ultimately reaching a despairing apex. Hiss. Finally, the Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forth, shattering billions of light years of starlight, advancing towards the infinite fragments. Radiant. Platinum lightning surged from within him, emanating waves of ultimate annihilation. Clang. The bell tolled 9 times, and all fell silent. This was a strike where the Xianxiaaudiobooks expended his essence, aiming to directly assimilate the infinite with the root of the great Tao, obliterating all self-awareness, transforming it into a true foundation of the great Tao. Bang, bang, bang. The humanoid figures formed from the trillions of infinite fragments exploded in an instant. It was as if they transformed into countless pure sources, all absorbed by the Xianxiaaudiobooks into the root of the great Tao. Each fragment was annihilated millions of times in an instant, seeking to fully integrate into it. Yet the cumulative power of millions of Xiandi was directly creating a quantity that nearly threatened to burst the entire universe. With power already reaching the level of the Tianzun. Chapter 77 Conceptual Divine Body, Yunzhe descends. The birth of life may originate from the division of cells. One divides into two, two into four, continually doubling and assembling into a true living entity. Now, the infinite is akin to this, perpetually generating. Each fragment seems to be his cell, the fundamental particle composing his form. Each shattering yields new fragments. By trillions, time and again. Boom. Ultimately, the infinite quantity had grown larger than all the fundamental particles constituting the Xianxiaaudiobooks universe. The immeasurable mass directly caused the entire universe to collapse in an instant. Time and space twisted violently, and in comparison to ordinary time, this moment here equated to millions of years. You succeeded. The infinite fragments layered upon one another, gathering wildly, stood upon the chaos of this realm, gazing indifferently at the countless cosmic bubbles. At this moment, no language could adequately describe even a fraction of his grandeur. After countless epochs, he had once again coalesced his conceptual divine body. The amalgamation of two great concepts had become unfathomably terrifying, beyond verbal description, even incomprehensible to primordial beings. All things arise from their origins, and the conceptual deities born from all existence, in a certain sense, are far more terrifying than the origin itself. If the infinite were to perish, all would lose the concept of infinity. The myriad realms would have boundaries, power would have limits, and the multiverse timelines would no longer be endless. Yet if it were not to dissipate, then no matter who it is, they would possess the weakness of mortality. Even the origin deities would lose true immortality. They are the concepts themselves, the root and abode of all, and the true carriers of the laws of this world. However, when the colossal deity formed from the infinite pushed through countless universes, directly ingesting the river of time, in the next moment, countless xiao ascended above the heavens. The scorching extreme sun enveloped the endless chaos. Accompanied by a calm, untroubled whisper, everything reverted to its undamaged state. The beings of the entire xianxiaaudiobooks universe were resurrected as well. In a daze, the xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to see a figure standing high above the infinite heavens, eternal and ancient, gazing down upon the myriad realms. Clad in white robes, with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes were dark and deep, seemingly containing boundless heavens, with the flow of cause and effect, the rise and fall of time. Each movement exuded an indescribable aura of majesty, causing all beings to tremble, rendering all things dim. And that infinite colossal deity standing amidst the heavens instilled within him a terrifying sense of vastness, as if he might lose himself within. At this moment, the xianxiaaudiobooks' heart was filled solely with boundless reverence and fear. Before him stood two beings powerful beyond imagination, leaving no room for even a great luo expert like himself to intervene. Is that the city lord? At that moment, one of his disciples, a celestial empress adorned in palace attire, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. She too was one of the temporary residents of Yunzhe City and had heard some tales of the great city's master. City lord, do you know that esteemed elder? Upon hearing this, the xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily taken aback and then asked with a look of intrigue. For countless eons, he has been immersed in silent cultivation within the realms of alternate dimensions, utterly oblivious to the existence of Yunzhe City, a celestial metropolis of unparalleled grandeur. His master, the esteemed ruler of Yunzhe City, governs a realm that serves as a true nexus connecting infinite heavens and myriad mysterious forces. It is said that the Lord of Yunzhe once delivered a devastating blow to the primordial deity of the chaos source realm, and the formidable beings within the city have obliterated the Hung clan, instilling dread across countless worlds, leaving no one daring to challenge them. The elegantly attired lady spoke with a solemn countenance, her reverence and yearning for Yunzhe far surpassing that of her master. The annihilation of the Hung clan? Upon hearing the lady's words, the Tianxian emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Millions of years ago, he had been grievously injured by a high-ranking member of the Hung clan, which compelled him to retreat into the alternate dimensions for an extended period of recuperation. The Hung clan member who had once bested him was merely of moderate prowess within their ranks. To his astonishment, the once mighty race that had struck fear across the cosmos had now been utterly vanquished. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor from beyond the universe jolted the Tianxian emperor's thoughts back to reality. He gazed gravely into the distance, placing his hopes upon Yunzhe. Regardless of the outcome, should the enigmatic colossal deity emerge victorious, the myriad worlds would face an irreversible catastrophe. The mere thought of the infinite ability to shatter and multiply was enough to instill profound dread within the Tianxian emperor. At last, you have revealed yourself. The colossal deity loomed above the chaos, its overwhelming aura crushing countless universes as if it had transcended some profound boundary. With each fleeting moment, its power magnified exponentially. The countless fragments of the infinite had coalesced into a gigantic deity of primordial essence. In mere moments, its strength surged tenfold, surpassing even that of the ancestral deity of the source realm, nearing the level of beings such as Xia, the primordial entity. Could it truly possess the ability to amplify its power without limit? How intriguing indeed. Yunzhe observed with a detached gaze, taking in the spectacle of the infinite and its indomitable essence, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Name: indomitable, modifiable. Cultivation: no fixed system of cultivation. Mastery over pure power, infinite amplification, unquantifiable, transcending conventional limits, modifiable. Identity: deity of the infinite concept, deity of the indomitable concept. Conceptual deity derived from the Dark Lord and modifiable. Dimensional class: 10-dimensional deity, transcending the unique manifestation of conceptual rules, modifiable, observing all of its attributes. A faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 78. The Pinnacle of Infinite Concepts. Power Beyond Mathematical Realms. Conceptual deities? High-dimensional entities reaching the 10th dimension? It seems the mastermind behind this conspiracy is indeed formidable. Could it be the creator of primordial chaos and the architect of all existence? Yunza pondered, aware that even now, he remained entirely ignorant of the Dark Lord's true nature. Even with the omniscient perspective of the 11th dimension, he could not uncover all of the adversary's secrets. This only served to indicate that their dimensional tiers may have converged. The 11th dimension stands as the theoretical pinnacle, the highest limit achievable by all things. The Dark Lord must be the true master of these infinite realms, potentially the divine being behind the creation of the myriad worlds. Yet, despite this, all of it appeared utterly ludicrous to Yunza. The 11th dimension as the ultimate peak? No. As long as Yunza wished, countless dimensions, infinite dimensions lay merely within the confines of his will. Even the unyielding nature of eternal power, which defies all, ensures that no existence could surpass his zenith. Not even the infinite, not even the origin, could ever hope to achieve that. Beside him, she has stood with her eyes closed, perhaps already aware of the impending conclusion to this farce. No matter the entity, none could ever rival her husband. This is not mere folly, but an absolute truth. Eliminate that variable. The three origin deities are entrusted to our mission. We must not falter. At this moment, within the boundless sea of consciousness, the Indomitable roared upon sensing Yunza's presence, its voice brimming with a frenzied brutality. Boom. The infinite did not speak, yet its subsequent action voiced the answer. As it lifted its foot, a maelstrom of chaos surged forth, akin to boiling water, erupting with thunderous roars. Amidst the endless chaos, a colossal hand, capable of overshadowing myriad heavens and subduing the entire universe, abruptly took form. Bang, bang, bang. The cosmos shattered like dust, dimensions and time warped frantically. As if unable to contain such might, on the verge of collapse. This hand was immensely vast, capable of enveloping the entirety of the myriad realms. Its emanating aura instilling terror in countless beings. Amidst the overwhelming atmosphere of annihilation, the ancient void was obliterated, threatening to plunge the celestial realm into utter destruction. Meanwhile, the Tianxian emperor found himself at a loss for words, his mouth agape as he stared at the monumental hand, unable to regain his composure. An unfathomable horror seeped from the depths of his soul, an unprecedented sensation of irresistible dread and unmatched supreme might. Before such a powerful entity, everything seemed to lose its significance, rendering all infinitesimally small. Could the Lord of Yunza truly withstand this cataclysmic strike? In an instant, the Tianxian emperor questioned himself, only to dismiss the thought with self-deprecating disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such power had undoubtedly exceeded the limits of any being. No one could withstand it. The fate of the myriad realms was likely already sealed. His gaze dimmed, seemingly resigned to his fate, awaiting the arrival of death. Boom. In the next moment, as that immense hand descended, the paths, dimensions, and parallel timelines were shattered. Everything was obliterated into nothingness. Yet amidst this tide of obliteration, the figure of the infinite remained staunch, standing tall within the chaotic void. It had triumphed. Roar. Upon sensing the absence of Yunza's aura, the infinite let out a triumphant roar, expressing its joy and exhilaration. They had fulfilled their mission, successfully eliminating this variable. But how? Why such haste to celebrate without inviting the lord of the city? Unbeknownst to them, Yunza and Shiha had reappeared, the former reclining comfortably in a lounge chair. Savoring the tea offered by Shiha, he then flicked his finger at her. Be cautious. In an instant, the Indomitable's voice thundered within the sea of consciousness, as if sensing some dreadful turn of events. Yet it was too late. Buzz. Bang. 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 Accompanied by a resonating hum, the colossal form of the infinite shattered instantaneously, disintegrating and reconstituting repeatedly. Did you think that what you call infinity is truly insurmountable? Huh, such a laughable notion. I grant you this opportunity to experience power that transcends mathematical realms, and then witness what true insurmountable power entails. In the blink of an eye, the infinite had been annihilated trillions of times, and those fragments repeated once more. Yunza was keen to observe just how far it could ascend, and whether it could genuinely pose even a slight challenge to him, for he was simply too formidable. If he could let it stretch its limbs, that would indeed be quite delightful. In a fleeting moment, the speed of annihilation surged from a mere instant, obliterating countless trillions to a staggering quintillion times within the blink of an eye. The essence of his power was accumulating at a terrifying velocity, doubling incessantly. In the span of an instant, it surged to millions, then billions, until the speed of annihilation fell below the threshold of a mere moment. With a thunderous roar, chaos was obliterated, the boundless sea of myriad worlds reduced to ashes, and countless dimensions shattered into fragments, causing the infinite paths of existence to collapse into oblivion. In this harrowing accumulation of power, the infinite strength reached an unfathomable zenith, transcending the boundaries of mathematics, surpassing all conceivable limits, and eclipsing nearly every realm encapsulated within existence. With pure strength, it annihilated all things, rendering this assertion a stark reality. At this moment, the magnificent form of the infinite transcended the imagination of all beings. Even a celestial sovereign of the nine heavens could scarcely lift their gaze, let alone utter a word or harbor a thought, for to do so would result in being crushed by his power, along with the vast heavens they inhabited. The infinite had entirely surpassed the domain of all existence, transcending the very limits of so-called concepts. It was beyond description, beyond comprehension, an embodiment of true infinity. Yet, upon witnessing this, Yunze displayed no semblance of astonishment, merely shaking his head slightly and indifferent as he remarked, "Too slow. You have yet to reach the realm of true infinity." Continue. Chapter 79, The Infinite Burial Strike, The Arrival of the Lord of Darkness. His voice was deep, akin to murmurs in a dream. However, as his words faded, a crack resounded. Within the infinite realm of dread, his conceptual form, now immensely more powerful than before, began to disintegrate once more. This is impossible. The essence of his indestructibility was thrown into complete disarray. The combined strength of the two had shattered the bounds of mathematical reality, and in a certain sense, it was even more formidable than that of the origin deities. Yet, before Yunze, amidst the variances of the heavens, there was scarcely any room for resistance, and once again, obliteration ensued. Bang, bang, bang. Annihilation, reconstitution, annihilation. Reconstitution, the ceaseless cycle of death and rebirth played out upon the infinite form. His stature and strength swelled terrifyingly, reaching a level that approached true infinity. Was this a battle among origin deities? Before such overwhelming power, he seemed nothing more than a speck of dust. Deep within the chaos, primordial beings, who had slumbered through countless epochs, were awakened, gazing in shock towards the distance, their hearts trembling. At this moment, the infinite form had swelled to a degree visible even to beings of the vast heavens. They were all struck with horror, and many powerful entities were so terrified that their hearts quaked, their bodies trembling. Under the overwhelming divine might, they felt utterly insignificant. Even those ancient immortal emperors who had survived through eons and transcended dimensions felt the same. This power was simply too terrifying, beyond imagination. Enough, enough. Under repeated deaths, the infinite was on the verge of rage, its roar echoing throughout the myriad heavens. "I shall crush you, you wretched insect. What do you possess now to contend with me?" At this moment, his power had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. With a single strike, he could obliterate infinite dimensions, returning all to the void. Such strength was surely sufficient to crush Yunze to death. With a resounding crash, black and yellow energies surged, the infinite form threatening to rupture the chaotic void as boundless power converged, culminating in a violent eruption. Boom. In that instant, whether in ordinary realms, the grand cosmos, or the realms of immortals and origin, all beings heard a deafening and terrifying explosion, causing the myriad heavens to tremble. The river of time was drained dry, threads of fate severed, and the multiverse was irrevocably cleaved. The infinite strike, though not yet fully unleashed, had already thrown the entire cosmos into turmoil and imbalance. Should this blow truly descend, all things may revert to chaos, and everything would repeat. This was the terrifying strike that truly buried the myriad realms, exceeding the limits of power that even the infinite heavens could bear. Even the three great origin deities might struggle to withstand it. Yet, even in the face of such a terrifying offensive, Yunze remained calm, his expression unperturbed. Moreover, even he knelt quietly beside him, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly unfazed by this dreadful blow. Arrogance and hubris. Witnessing this scene, the infinite's divine gaze burned with fury, and the burial strike fell in earnest. Buzz. In an instant, chaos boiled, the heavens swayed. This power had ascended above all things, utterly unassailable. Yet, as the annihilating force descended, Yunze's countenance remained serene, unruffled. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a palm strike. A gentle palm, seemingly devoid of any contained power, nor revealing any grand principles. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable strike dissipated the boundless tide of destruction in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, the myriad realms fell silent, and in the depths of chaos, all primordial beings froze in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming suffocation swept across the infinite heavens. That one being had truly withstood the terrifying strike meant to bury all existence. Countless powerful entities were rendered speechless, their hearts gripped with dread. Buzz. Several primordial beings from the mixed origin realm manifested amidst the sea of worlds, holding their breath to witness this unprecedented supreme confrontation. Meanwhile, the infinite was thrown into profound turmoil. Doubts about its very existence arose. Why could that variable transcend the infinite? Why, despite reaching such a state, could it do nothing against him? You are commendable. Within that palm strike lies a mere 1/1,000,000th of my power. Yunze stood upon the chaos, gazing indifferently down upon the boundless sea of realms, his calm voice resonating throughout the myriad worlds. Yet, it still falls far short. As he spoke, he slowly raised his head, directing his gaze towards a certain depth of chaos, his eyes as cold as ice. Since you have come, then stay. Buzz. In the next instant, Yunze's right palm subtly closed. A dark purple radiance surged forth, illuminating the ages. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of countless powerful beings, a vast silhouette, resembling an infinite sea of stars, was directly ensnared within the chaos. You could actually detect my presence. Darkness swirled, the starry sea fell silent. Soon, the figure transformed into a humanoid being clad in black robes, his expression indifferent, hands clasped behind his back, standing upon the sea of realms. His gaze revealing a hint of darkness. Name, Anhe, Lord of Eternal Night, Ruler of Darkness, modifiable. Cultivation, surface level, transcending the mixed origin realm, origin deity. One of the creators of all things. Deep level, conceptual unity deity, the concept of darkness, infinite indestructibility, the essence of life and death, modifiable. Identity, one of the three great origin deities, the embodiment of all concepts of darkness, modifiable. Dimensional rank, 11-dimensional deity, supreme dimension, omniscient and omnipotent, modifiable. Chapter 80, the true variable, the fourth origin deity. At the same time, upon uncovering all of the opponent's information, Yunze couldn't help but let his eyes flicker slightly. The Lord of Darkness, a true primordial deity, possesses boundless power and an indestructible essence, wielding terrifying dominion over destruction. Furthermore, he commands the infinite dark energies that permeate all realms, collectively known as dark matter. It can be said that this deity stands as the supreme being above all, embodying the unparalleled might to create and annihilate everything simultaneously. With a wave of his hand, the magnificent form of the Lord of Darkness seamlessly merges with him, including his indestructibility. Lord Yunze, I wish to express my sincere apologies to you first. Simultaneously, grand voices, starkly contrasting, reverberated across the chaotic sea. As the Lord of Darkness gazed upon Yunze, a flicker of admiration evident in his shadowy eyes. Previously, Imoku regarded you as a variable in the multiverse. Yet you have now altered our perception. In the primordial chaos, I, along with Imoku, created all things, established the laws of myriad worlds, inscribed time, and carved fate. Throughout countless epochs, only you remain in unfathomable existence, unbound by all concepts. You have triumphed over infinity and indestructibility, elevating the concept of eternity to an unparalleled realm. Therefore, I manifest here today to acknowledge you. Lord Yunze, you are the fourth origin of this multiverse, the master of eternity that transcends infinity. With the Lord of Darkness's words, the myriad realms trembled and chaos surged. Yunze felt an unfamiliar concept merging with his own power, followed closely by an overwhelming sense of supreme authority. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yunze's expression turned peculiar, completely unprepared for such a revelation from the Lord of Darkness. What about the conspiracy he had speculated? The turn of events was not supposed to lead to a battle between him and the Lord of Darkness, followed by a forceful suppression. How did he inexplicably become the fourth origin deity? However, the Lord of Darkness's voice abruptly interrupted Yunze's contemplation. You must resolve the true variable that arose from you. Upon hearing this, Yunze's brows furrowed, sensing an impending danger from deep within. In the next instant, before he could speak, the void collapsed, the sea of realms surged, and innumerable dimensional worlds perished, scattering the figure of the Lord of Darkness. In the depths of the void, where endless dark currents flowed and all things lay in silence, a faint, ethereal black portal loomed at the edge of time and dimension. With a crack, the portal opened, revealing a figure stepping forth. Upon seeing the visage and aura of this being, even Yunze could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. The figure was an exact replica of himself, with an aura emanating from the eternal realm that bore no discernible difference. Yunze? Or perhaps myself? As he gazed into the infinite distance at his counterpart, the figure sneered, wielding unparalleled power that stirred the very winds and clouds. In an instant, all dimensions trembled, even amidst the chaos of the multiverse. What manner of power is this? Even within Yunza's city, Jun Wuchen and Xia Yu could sense the terrifying might, their hearts gripped with fear. Despite the separation from countless chaotic seas, they still felt the overwhelming superiority of this power. Though it bore a striking resemblance to their lord's strength, they could clearly discern that this was not Yunza's power. Who are you? Observing this, Yunza stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating coldly through the endless void. Identical in appearance, soul, and nearly indistinguishable in power, the figure before him appeared to be a mere imitation, evoking a sense of caution within him. Name: Yunza, modifiable. Gender: male, modifiable. Cultivation: eternity, pseudo, transcending all time, dimensions, and realms, capable of creating or destroying myriad worlds with a thought, unaffected by any external influences, modifiable. Identity: Lord of Yunza City. Fourth origin deity, the embodiment of the concept of eternity, modifiable. Dimensional rank: 11-dimensional deity, supreme dimension, omniscient and omnipotent, modifiable. Even upon examining its panel, it was nearly identical to his own, with the only differences being the interpretation of eternal power and the identity section, where it merely stated the controller of the concept of eternity, pseudo, while the other Yunza was directly the embodiment of that concept. Do you not recognize yourself? Thanks to you, the power of eternity has grown immensely, and now it is time for you to be replaced by me. The Yunza transformed from the concept of eternity laughed heartily, his immense power unfathomable, as he radiated like a brilliant sun through the void. Merely the release of his aura sent everything into chaos, shattering the myriad realms into nothingness. At this moment, he seemed to have completely replicated Yunza's strength, that transcendent power of eternity. My lord, upon witnessing this scene, Shihi displayed an unprecedented hint of panic, fully aware of Yunza's might. Yet the current situation was alarmingly bizarre. Why does another Yunza exist? And why does its power mirror his so closely? There is no need for alarm. Yunza calmly shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced the identity of the being before him, the deity of the concept of eternity, whose strength stemmed from his own eternal power, making it nearly indistinguishable from his own. It had nearly replicated all of his attributes. Yet it was evident that it only mirrored his superficial form and power, lacking memory, will, and the modification system entirely. You wish to usurp this, lord? Utterly laughable. Cultivation: none, modifiable. Dimensional rank: 3-dimensional mortal, modifiable. Boom. In the next moment, with a forceful modification from Yunza, the being of eternity was instantly stripped of all its power, reduced to an ordinary mortal. Once exposed to the chaotic currents, it was torn apart in mere moments, obliterated. Simultaneously, the concept of eternity was entirely brought under Yunza's control. Now, he had truly become the fourth origin deity of the boundless multiverse, the sovereign of the eternal path and its concept. Chapter 81. The three great origins appear: conceptual, divine authority. Boom, boom. In an instant, chaos resonated, and the myriad realms echoed. Following the fall of the eternal variable, the destroyed infinite universes began to restore, time flowing backward. Buzz. The three great origin deities emerged at the end of the void. Their eyes, unchanged for countless epochs, trembled slightly at this moment. The power of the concept of eternity was originally under the dominion of the elemental creator, Moku, but due to Yunza's presence, the power of eternity attained near infinite enhancement, thus breaking free from Moku's control, becoming a variable in the multiverse. To eliminate this variable, the only method, aside from eradicating the concept of eternity, was to completely slay the true Yunza. Previously, they undoubtedly opted for the latter, seeking to resolve Yunza's existence at its root. However, Yunza's power far exceeded the origin deity's expectations, and even eternity before him was but a flick of his hand away from annihilation. You all upon the arrival of the so-called three origin deities. Yunza's gaze grew increasingly frigid, while the surrounding space rippled as if disturbed by water. An unparalleled pressure suddenly expanded, regardless of the circumstances. These three entities had all come with intentions directed at him. Had it not been for his power transcending all, he would have long since met his demise. Name: MKUNSZOWZHHNDNZH, modifiable. Cultivation level: surface, transcendence of the primordial realm. One of the origin deities, creator of all. Depth: conceptual unity deity, architect of the particles constituting innumerable realms, modifiable. Identity: one of the three origin deities, creator of all, modifiable. Dimensional rank: 11-dimensional deity, supreme dimension, omniscient and omnipotent, modifiable. Yunza regarded the leading deity with indifference. The elemental creator appeared merely as an exceedingly ordinary old man, his cheeks lined with wrinkles, hair as white as snow, and his back hunched. The other deity. Name, GNSHGNZHSHNMNYNZH, modifiable. Cultivation level. Surface, transcendence of the primordial realm, one of the origin deities. Creator of all. Depth, conceptual unity deity, embodiment of time and fate, modifiable. Identity, one of the three origin deities, architect of the celestial rules, modifiable. Dimensional rank, 11-dimensional deity, supreme dimension, omniscient and omnipotent, modifiable. The embodiment of time and fate appeared as a white-haired youth clad in simple gray robes. Observing Yunza with an enigmatic smile, devoid of hostility, yet brimming with profound interest. The simultaneous emergence of the three origin deities was a spectacle of terrifying magnitude. Even the primordial beings observing from afar could not help but bow in reverence, gazing up at the heavens with utmost respect. So, this is what the origin deities are. In their presence, we are but insignificant specks of dust. Among them were some peak primordial beings, their minds hazy as they murmured. The existence of the origin deities was known only to a select few primordial beings, ordinary mortals, even those attaining the pinnacle of the ninefold celestial venerates, lacked the qualification to comprehend their essence. Their existence was the foundation of all, the very origin of everything. All beings, all worlds, and even all rules and orders were birthed from their evolution. Yet, in the face of these three most illustrious and supreme entities, Yunza's countenance remained unperturbed, even exuding a hint of reproach. Whoever dared to scheme against him, Yunza, would have to pay the price. Not even the origin deities could be exempt from this fate. After a moment, it was MK who broke the silence. Although he had not descended in his true form, the instant his voice reverberated, all realms, even the threads of causality, trembled violently. Almost all beings present fell prostrate, worshipping in awe. You possess forbidden power, a dominion that transcends all, capable of altering everything at will. Even we must submit to your command or face annihilation. Is there any fallacy in the words of this old man? MK's indifferent voice echoed through the ages. After witnessing Yunza's peculiar ability to erase eternity, they had come to understand the nature of his power. Modification, the ability to alter all things without limitation or restriction. Even they, the origin deities, could not aspire to such heights. Oh, upon hearing this, Yunza's lips curled into a subtle, inscrutable smile. The three origin deities were not foolish. They had subtly deduced the existence of the modification system and recognized that Yunza's strength far surpassed all. However, what does it matter if you are aware? Abruptly appearing to bestow upon me the identity of the fourth origin deity, now you come to seek retribution after I erase eternity? Yunza stepped forward, his gaze sharp and icy, exuding absolute dominance. At this moment, should the three dare to make any move, he would not hesitate to obliterate the so-called three origins, establishing himself as the true sovereign of this boundless world. Seek retribution? Apologies, I have yet to adapt to the thought processes of living beings. We have come solely to convey goodwill. MK's aged face contorted into a smile more grotesque than tears, as he endeavored to align his actions with the logical thought patterns of most humanoid beings, yet it all felt somewhat incongruous. Buzz. In the next moment, 3 points of infinite rule radiance materialized within his palm. These were conceptual divine essences, representing space, life, and the so-called Great Path itself. He cast the 3 divine essences, allowing them to hover beside Yunza. Fourth origin, sovereign of eternity, we, the 3 origin deities, express our sincerest apologies. MK bowed slightly, and as his voice faded, his form gradually became ethereal, until he vanished entirely, leaving only the 3 divine essences floating in tranquility beside Yunza. Farewell. Subsequently, the Lord of Darkness and Jin also disappeared without a trace. Very well, consider this your wisdom. Observing the 3 hovering conceptual divine essences, Yunza shook his head slightly, extending his hand to grasp them. These 3 divine essences represented the very essence of their respective concepts. Moreover, they eradicated all variables. Even a mortal who possessed them could ascend to the realm of conceptual deities. The space divine essence allowed for unrestricted traversal across the infinite realms and dimensions. Absorbing it would grant mastery over all spatial powers. The life divine essence represented eternal life. Should one obliterate it, all existence would perish in an instant. As for the Great Path divine essence, it encompassed the power of all formidable beings throughout time. In sheer strength, it was undoubtedly the mightiest among the 3. Chapter 82. The Submission of Primordial Beings, the Day of the Great Wedding. Indeed, it could serve as a treasured artifact of Yunza City. Contemplating this, Yunza casually stored the 3 conceptual divine essences, turning to tear through space, intending to return to the city with Xia. However, at that moment, Sovereign of Eternity, please wait. A distant voice suddenly resonated in his ears, halting Yunza's steps. What do you wish to say? Yunza inquired, his gaze deep as he looked down. Before him stood an ephemeral primordial being, enveloped in a hazy mist, faintly revealing the scene of the primordial chaos. Surrounding it was a gentle, golden divine flame, seemingly burning throughout the annals of time. I wish to join the city you have established. It bowed slightly. Please allow me, sovereign of eternity, to join Yunza's city and partake in this grand endeavor. After this proclamation, I, YNSHN, also wish to serve under your esteemed authority. I, YUG, am willing to dedicate all and follow you, sovereign of eternity. IDUN, IMH. In an instant, one grand voice after another resonated through the air. The void quivered, as over a dozen formidable primordial beings, renowned for crafting countless myths, emerged, all bowing in submission to Yunza, desiring to enter the city. Yet, Yunza maintained an expression of indifference, seemingly having anticipated this occurrence, casually surveying the crowd. Register at the city gates yourselves. This lord has no time to recruit you, he stated dismissively, then disregarded the primordial beings entirely. Stepping through the void, with Shiha back to Yunza city. Only the echoes of his words lingered in the air, dissipating slowly, never fading. And there remained the dazed expressions of the multitude. Half a month later, bang, bang, stars burst forth, an endless display of brilliance illuminating the heavens. A sight that was truly breathtaking. Countless minuscule stars bloom like fireworks, adorning the void with a breathtaking tapestry. Today, Yunja City is undoubtedly abuzz with excitement, for it marks the long-awaited wedding day of the city lord. Thunder rumbles, and the radiant stars explode, transforming into a myriad of fireflies that sprinkle the heavens, vividly depicting the grandeur of the city itself. Multitudes gaze upward at the vast, boundless void, captivated by the splendid display of light and shadow, their hearts swelling with fervent emotions, joy, fervor, anticipation, and longing. To witness the wedding of their esteemed city lord is an unparalleled honor. It is known that the city lord of Yunja has ascended to become the lord of eternity, wielding the authority of the fourth origin god, a figure whose majesty eclipses the cosmos. Even the ancestral gods of the source realms lack the stature to stand alongside him. The chaos ancestral god presents a gift of 30,000 dimensional worlds. The martial extreme immortal emperor offers 20 divine weapons. The primordial emperor bestows the legendary chaos green lotus. Within the vast eternal divine hall, voices resonate as numerous guests enter, bringing gifts that astonish the eye, encompassing divine artifacts from countless worlds. Even the fabled chaos green lotus makes an appearance. Among the guests, formidable beings like the primordial emperor and the chaos ancestral god stand tall, while weaker ones, the various immortal emperors from different celestial realms, tremble in their presence. Although they are sovereigns of their own realms, dominating countless lower universes, they feel insignificant compared to these titans. Zaire, to witness your wedding today is a fulfillment of my life's ambition. In the main hall, Yintian Nan takes a hearty drink of fine wine, his face beaming with delight. In this moment, he is truly overwhelmed with joy. Once a man long dead, he has now become the vice city lord of Yunja and the father of the fourth origin god, his status elevated to unimaginable heights. Today, he is able to personally witness the grand wedding of Yunja. Even if this were all a dream, it would be the most exquisite of dreams. Father, I shall not allow you to perish again. Hearing Yintian Nan's words, Yunja smiles gently. Dressed in a crimson robe, he is breathtakingly handsome, yet emanates an air of inscrutable authority. In a fleeting moment, he seems to evoke the spirited youth of Qingzhou City. Zeiji, I raise my glass to you. Xiaoyu beams with joy. Today is a day of great celebration for Yunja, and he is in high spirits. Cheers. Yunja laughs heartily, tilting his head back to down the strong liquor with unrestrained gusto. Unlike weddings in the mortal realm, his grand ceremony requires no tedious rituals or offerings to heaven and earth. Everything is dictated by personal preference. Husband, after savoring the strong drink, a soft voice, akin to celestial music yet tinged with shyness, emerges. Today, Shiha, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, resembles a celestial goddess descended from the heavens, poised and graceful. Stunningly beautiful. Her figure is slender and elegant, her skin fairer than snow, her features exquisite, and her eyes sparkling with kindness. The long red gown trails behind her, cinched at the waist with silk ribbons and adorned with jade pendants, adding to her regal splendor. Upon seeing her, Yunja's eyes gleam with admiration. From this day forth, you shall be my eternal companion. He strides forward, taking her delicate hand, and speaks softly. Shiha slightly bows her head, gently biting her lip, her eyes glimmering with boundless happiness. After a long moment, she lifts her gaze, and her smile outshines all else, whether in eternity or oblivion. I shall journey alongside my husband. They exchange warm smiles, radiating sweetness. In the next instant, Xianxia leans down, kissing Shiha's glistening, delicate lips. The hall erupts in a chorus of blessings, drawing the couple closer together. Soon, as the banquet draws to a close, their figures quietly fade away into the night. The night grows tranquil, filled with the essence of spring. Chapter 83. 1,000 years pass, the virtual world beyond the heavens. Time slips swiftly away. In the blink of an eye, it has been 1,600 years since Xianxia's wedding. During this time, Xianxia City has truly become the foremost power among the infinite heavens. With millions of affiliated source realms and trillions of celestial realms, reigning supreme over boundless universes, all bowing in submission. No one dares to oppose or provoke them. Their might is truly overwhelming. In such an environment, the names of the city Lord of Xianxia and the Lord of Eternity resonate ever more loudly. Countless souls refer to him as the strongest among the heavens, surpassing the other three origin gods, reaching an entirely new echelon. A millennium ago, the legendary third origin god, the Lord of Darkness, descended upon the city, seeking to engage Xianxia in a contest. However, the latter returned in utter defeat, rumored to have never even brushed against Xianxia's garments before succumbing. That battle was later disseminated through the spirit network by a powerful being, creating a sensation throughout the heavens. It firmly established Xianxia City's unparalleled supremacy. Even ancient origin gods that descended could only retreat in defeat. Fast forward to the present. In the Beilua universe, on the Xianxiang continent. This is an ordinary lower universe, and the Xianxiang continent is but one of countless worlds within it. At this moment, amidst majestic mountains, in a serene valley, several ancient trees intertwine their roots, their branches swaying. Among them sits a youth clad in white, in a meditative posture with his eyes closed. Around him, boundless vitality coalesces, giving rise to young shoots bursting forth with life. Suddenly, the youth opens his eyes, brilliance flashing within. At last, I have stepped into the intermediate second stage. He murmurs, his gaze profound, imbued with the weight of experience. The youth is named Zhang Ruo, originally an ordinary mortal. But by chance, he acquired a fragment of an ancient text, propelling him to greatness. Endowed with extraordinary talent, he has ascended to the second stage of the true path within less than 3 years, channeling the source power of heaven and earth into his being. Yet, within Zhang Ruo's heart lies another immense secret. He does not hail from the Xianxiang continent, nor does he belong to any of the myriad worlds of the heavens. Instead, he originates from a virtual world known as the Abyss, a realm devoid of any rules or laws, governed solely by the most primal bloodshed. The Abyss is not a part of the myriad worlds of the heavens. Some say it was born before the origins, a great secret among the realms. Others claim it is the shadow of the heavens, with the heavens being the realm of reality, and the Abyss representing the realm of the virtual. In his past life, Zhang Ruo was merely a demon soldier on the 3,800th layer of the Abyss. The depths of the Abyss are unfathomable. No one knows the bottom of the Abyss, nor the terrors that lurk at its depths. Each layer of the Abyss is boundless, with no end in sight. Even on the 3,800th layer, there exist 72 abyssal lords, each possessing unimaginable power, commanding infinite abyssal demon tribes. Zhang Ruo knows that the abyssal lord Asos he once belonged to, if placed among the myriad worlds of the heavens, could easily obliterate countless dimensional worlds with a single strike. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect is that all the great paths, laws, and corresponding spells of the present world have no effect on them whatsoever. In other words, unless one hails from the abyss, even a celestial sovereign would be utterly powerless against them. As for the abyssal lords below the 10,000 layers, or even the million layers, they are unfathomably terrifying entities. Fortunately, the abyss cannot influence the present world. Reflecting on the countless visions within the abyss, Zhang Ruo felt a shiver of dread. In his previous life as a demonic soldier, his will was utterly beyond his control, reduced to a mere puppet, a lifeless husk. It was only upon his fall and subsequent reincarnation into this world that he finally attained genuine freedom. He had escaped that nightmarish abyss. Ah, my lord Asos, can you feel it? In this realm, the oppressive dust of the abyss no longer pervades the void. A flicker of dark light shone in Zhang Ruo's eyes, and a cold smile graced his lips. However, when he uttered the name Asos, an overwhelming terror suddenly engulfed his soul, causing him to tremble violently. What is happening? Zhang Ruo's pupils constricted sharply as he scanned his surroundings, only to find an impenetrable darkness. The only thing visible was a massive, blood-red, ferocious eye that seemed larger than the world itself. My loyal servant, is it you who calls upon my true name? A voice, echoing like thunder, reverberated through the blackness. amplifying Jiang Ruo's fear to its zenith. Impossible. How could an entity from the abyss affect the present world? Suddenly, Jiang Ruo grasped a horrifying possibility. His heart racing with unbridled terror, his complexion paling. Has the barrier separating the two realms finally been shattered? This is bad, flee, flee. In the next instant, he could think of nothing else but to desperately channel the dwindling source power within him, preparing to escape. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, an overwhelming aura had already ensnared him completely. The aura was terrifying and overpowering. Even he could not muster a single thought of resistance. From the endless darkness, amidst the thick crimson and black, a towering figure slowly emerged. With gray hair, blood-red eyes, and a massive axe slung over his shoulder, clad in grotesque armor, he appeared formidable. That axe was 9 zhang wide, emanating an unparalleled sharpness, as if it could rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. It was none other than the abyssal lord, Asos. Such a delectable world, akin to a sumptuous feast. Asos's blood-red eyes split into countless pupils, greedily surveying the entire realm. Though this world seemed weak, the vitality within was indeed exquisite, incomparable to the filthy beings of the abyss. He was thoroughly satisfied. The schemes of the abyssal emperor were truly ingenious. Upon hearing Asos's words, Jiang Ruo felt an icy chill envelop his entire being. The abyssal emperor, the legendary supreme entity, awakened from the depths of the abyss. In just 10,000 years, he had already ruled over millions of layers of the abyss, with an incalculable number of lords under his command. Even in his past life, Jiang Ruo had heard of his terrifying renown. Could it be that the abyssal emperor has severed the barrier between the abyss and the present world? In that moment, Jiang Ruo was besieged by incessant conjectures, feeling increasingly cold, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 84. The Abyssal Invasion, an instant annihilation of the universe. You do not truly believe that your reincarnation into this world was merely a stroke of fortune, do you? Suddenly, as if sensing Jiang Ruo's thoughts, Asos's gaze turned mocking, looking down at the pale-faced Jiang Ruo with a sneer. Foolish one, you have always been nothing more than a soul captured by the abyssal emperor from the present world. Due to a certain force, the barrier between the present world and the abyss has been weakened to its extreme. And your reincarnation is the key that has fully opened the gateway to the abyss. Now, the abyss has been tainted by the karma of the present world. The abyssal emperor shall crush the entirety of this realm, dominating the boundless heavens, becoming the new supreme ruler. As Asos concluded, his tone grew increasingly excited, an insatiable bloodlust flickering in his eyes. He had awaited this day for far too long. The present world shall ultimately be devoured by the abyss, and the abyssal emperor will create a true eternal kingdom upon the ashes of the heavens. No. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruo collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, uttering incredulously, "From the beginning to the end, I was merely a pawn of the abyssal emperor?" Boom. Darkness spread, and the fabric of space shattered. Soon after Asos, countless deep black-armored abyssal demons descended, like a swarm of locusts, almost bursting the heavens and earth asunder. The view distorted amidst the roaring, everything became blurred, and through the haze, Jiang Ruo seemed to glimpse an imposing figure, too grand to be described by words, standing atop the void. Roar. Endless roars echoed, as massive demons, towering 100,000 zhang, emerged from the rolling black mist. The world screamed in agony, the laws of nature collapsed. Who is it? A 9th-tier powerhouse sensed the anomaly and suddenly grew grave. Whoosh. Behind him, several figures tore through space, racing toward the darkness-cloaked realm, their hearts uneasy. Master Xinjian, what on earth is happening here? An elder in gray robes could not help but inquire. Just moments ago, that single roar nearly reverberated throughout the entire Xianxiang continent. Even he, as a 9th-tier powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of this world, felt an overwhelming fear. No need for further words. Attack. Attack with all your might immediately. I suspect it is an invasion of outer demons. At all costs, we must annihilate this place and prevent the calamity. Upon hearing this, Master Xuanjian's eyes turned icy, and he immediately shouted, "Good." The others nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and without hesitation, unleashed numerous secret techniques toward the area engulfed in darkness. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled, the winds and clouds surged. However, when several attacks landed in the darkness, they vanished into it like a cow into the sea, creating not even a ripple. What? The 9th-tier powerhouses felt their hearts sink, their faces paling to the utmost. They could not affect that eerie black mist in the slightest. Boom. Without giving anyone time to contemplate, accompanied by a deep rumbling, endless black, demonic flames swept across, transforming the entire realm into a blazing hell. Retreat. Master Xuanjian's eyes widened in horror, and he shouted, In an instant, several retreated in haste, yet, one unfortunate soul accidentally came into contact with the black demonic flames, igniting instantly, and in a mere breath, was reduced to ashes. The Lord of Wuxiao Kingdom, a ninth-tier powerhouse, an existence standing atop the Xianxiang continent. Yet, he could not even muster a shred of resistance, incinerated to nothing. Witnessing this, the remaining powerhouses were engulfed by a tsunami of panic. That fallen individual was the current ruler of an ancient kingdom, whose strength had already reached the pinnacle of the ninth tier, nearly on the verge of stepping into the realm of immortality. Yet he perished here. Oh, what a feeble creature. At that moment, from within the black mist, a figure slowly emerged. Surrounded by swirling demonic energy, he appeared as if a deity had descended. Every movement exuding boundless might. Clad in black battle armor, with long white hair, his brows revealed an air of arrogance, disdainfully looking down upon all. The Abyssal Lord Minji. He was one of the earliest followers of the Abyssal Emperor, once the ruler of the 3 millionth layer of the Abyss. Now free, he reigns over myriad realms. Boom. Merely a fleeting glance from Mingyi resulted in several formidable ninth-tier warriors from afar being crushed into the depths of the earth, as if an insurmountable mountain had descended upon them, ruthlessly compressing every fiber of their being. The anguished cries of Xin, Jin Zunja echoed in the air. As under the extreme pressure, he found it impossible to even lift his eyelids. Despite having cultivated for countless years and braved innumerable dangers, he felt diminutive and insignificant, akin to a speck of dust or a wisp of breeze, utterly incapable of moving a mountain. With the sound of bones shattering and flesh rupturing, the lives of these powerful beings from the Xianxiang continent came to a tragic end, obliterated by that terrifying oppressive force, leaving not a trace of vitality behind. Even their souls were shattered into nothingness. How dreary it was. To annihilate the masses felt no more significant than squashing a few wretched ants. Mingyi coldly surveyed the entirety of the Xianxiang continent, his figure swiftly soaring to the heights of 10,000 miles. He then raised his right palm and gently brought it down. Annihilation. As his frigid, indifferent voice resonated, the entire Xianxiang continent began to tremble violently, as if a vast and formidable power sought to eradicate the world itself. Boom. In the next instant, the entirety of the Xianxiang continent, along with all parallel dimensions within the Bei Luo universe, transformed into a realm of utter silence and darkness. Chapter 85, The Apostle of the Abyss. Concealed in the shadows of malice, countless beings fell into eternal slumber. Even those exalted celestial emperors residing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm could not escape their doom, each succumbing to the void. Cough, my lord apostle. At this moment, above the dark void, Asos appeared, drenched in blood, standing behind Mingyi. His gaze was tinged with ire, yet unmistakably laced with trepidation. That sudden strike nearly resulted in his own demise. Had he not reacted swiftly to employ a secret technique to escape, he too would have perished. Nevertheless, even so, the tens of thousands of demon generals under his command, along with countless elite demon warriors from the spatial rift, were obliterated into nothingness by the sheer power carried by that strike. A mere 6th-tier lord still lives after enduring my strike? Mingyi merely cast a sidelong glance at him, his demonic eyes radiating an icy indifference. He was one of the 12 apostles under the Abyssal Emperor, a ruler of the 3 millionth layer of the Abyss eons ago. To him, a lowly lord like Asos was no more significant than an ant. Were it not for the Abyssal Emperor, such a being would not even warrant a glance from him. My lord apostle, upon hearing Mingyi's words, Asos's expression shifted dramatically. Yet he ultimately dared not utter another word. It must be understood that within the Abyss, while there are no grand rules or laws of fate, as in the mortal realm, a unique and formidable taboo was birthed from the Abyss itself. One could not ascend, only descend. Any existence dwelling in the lower layers of the Abyss that dared to rise even a fraction would incur the curse of that taboo, resulting in the disintegration of their body and soul, merging into the Abyss. Mingyi, rumored to be merely a lord from the first layer of the Abyss, sought to uncover the secrets of the Abyss's depths. Thus, he descended through endless ages until he finally reached the 3 millionth layer. However, upon arriving at that profound depth, an ominous fear gripped his heart, preventing him from proceeding further, as if an impending calamity awaited him should he delve deeper. Mingyi lingered in the 3 millionth layer for 1,000,000 years, ruling over all the primordial abyssal demons there, until one day he witnessed a true transgression of the taboo. The Abyssal Emperor, along with the 6 apostles following him, they emerged from the lower layers, completely untouched by any curse, as if they had crushed the very will of the Abyss. That sight left Mingyi profoundly shaken, instilling in him a deep reverence for the Abyssal Emperor, leading him to become the 7th apostle under his command. Since then, endowed with the protective power granted by the Abyssal Emperor. He gained the qualification to disregard the Abyssal curse. To this day, the Abyss has fully connected with the mortal realm, and the 12 apostles have become the vanguard leading the dark incursion across the heavens. Summon all the lords of your Abyss. The Abyssal Emperor commands that this crimson feast be unfurled. Gazing at the rifts in the void that continued to emerge, Mingyi's eyes glimmered with bloodlust as he spoke coldly. On the other side, the Huntian Yuanjia. The Huntian Yuanjia, a transcendent world nearly on par with the Hundo Yuanjia, teems with powerful beings and congregating forces. Within this realm, there are a total of 8,405 states. Each state is equivalent to billions of high-dimensional universes, vast beyond measure, extending endlessly. Among them, the major holy lands and divine courts stand as the most prosperous. Today, within the Yuan Chu Xingdi, the atmosphere is festooned with lights and decorations, brimming with festivity. This day marks the grand wedding of the Yuan Chu Shengzi, who is set to marry the unparalleled beauty Luo Qingluo from Yunzi City. Luo Qingluo, reputed as a descendant of the first generation of residents in Yunzi City, is still quite young, yet her talent is extraordinary. She has reportedly already ascended to the rank of a mortal king. Within this Yuan Chu Shengdi, she is indeed a standout. The union of these two can be deemed a perfect match, evoking admiration and congratulations from countless onlookers. Moreover, following today, due to Luo Qingluo's status as a resident of the 3rd district of Yunzi City, the Yuan Chu Shengzi will also benefit, gaining unrestricted access to the 3rd district, acquiring a status equivalent to that of Luo Qingluo. The 3rd district, that is a sacred ground for cultivation, where the essence of the source flows like water, and primordial spiritual energy is almost liquefied. It is said that within the scripture's pavilion of the 3rd district, there are even divine abilities created by several Hunyuan powerhouses, which can be directly exchanged for sufficient points. Such treasures are invaluable. If one could enter there, the Yuan Chu Shengzi, it might very well condense the Tao and attain the title of a mortal emperor within a mere decade. Who could resist such temptation? Moreover, Luo Qingluo is renowned as one of the 10 beauties of Yunzi City, captivating and enchanting, coupled with her unparalleled talent and astounding strength. Such a lady, even across the myriad realms, is exceedingly rare. The Holy Son is truly fortunate. To gain entry deep into Yunzi City, I would willingly become a son-in-law. Who could argue otherwise? The Holy Son is, in essence, becoming a son-in-law of Yunzi City. Hush, what are you saying? Within the Holy Land, innumerable cultivators were engaged in lively discussions, casting envious glances at the distant Yuan Chu Shengzi, as if they wished to take his place. Haha, you rascal! Have you stolen my daughter's heart? At that moment, amidst the sudden ripples in the void, a somewhat boisterous voice suddenly echoed. Following this, the void shimmered, and a middle-aged man with graying hair, surrounded by a radiant starlight, strode forth. It was as if he walked upon the starry river, causing the vast and boundless starry sky to dim in his presence. Father-in-law, the Yuan Chu Shengzi, clad in a crimson robe and crowned, approached with a smile. This elder was none other than Luo Qingluo's father, a being who had personally received the fortune of the Lord of Yunzi City. Now, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-tiered celestial realm, renowned throughout the myriad worlds as the Xing Han Tianzun, his name echoing with grandeur. You are indeed fortunate. Xing Han Tianzun remarked with a slight hum. Qingluo is a good child. Now that you have married her, you must take responsibility for her. Rest assured, I, Lu Kongming, shall never fail Qingluo in this lifetime. Lu Kongming replied earnestly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Seeing this, Xing Han Tianzun appeared quite pleased. I trust you. From today onwards, you and I are family. Haha. As two individuals exchanged pleasantries, a resounding laughter echoed through the air, emanating from a man clad in a black and gold robe, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was none other than the lord of the primordial sacred land, Lu K. Njiameng's father, Lu T. New York. Although he could not rival the esteemed Xing H and Tnzn, he was nonetheless a figure of great renown across the myriad realms, endowed with extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess. He too was a powerful being at the 9th heaven level. Well said. Well said. Xing H and Tnzn bellowed with laughter, clearly in good spirits. Once my son achieves the status of a mortal emperor, I shall bestow upon him a grand gift. The two great Tnzns engaged in lively conversation, and the other guests enthusiastically joined in, filling the atmosphere with jubilance. Chapter 86. The Sinister Sunluo, the 12th Apostle. Suddenly, an ominous change unfolded. From the distant void, a thunderous sound reverberated. In an instant, both Tnzns and the numerous powerful beings within the primordial sacred land were jolted into alertness, looking up in unison. What was happening? Among the guests, some panicked souls shouted in alarm. The sound of space being violently torn apart reached the ears of everyone present, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that descended upon them, enveloping the vast primordial sacred land in an instant. Boom. Like the collapse of heaven. An endless wave of destructive energy surged forth from the rift in space. Ah, what a sweet scent. A world devoid of the abyss and curses, how utterly delightful. Ha ha ha. Amidst a bizarre and unpredictable laughter, accompanied by an overwhelming and indescribable aura, a chilling sense of terror spread throughout the venue in an instant. Breaths were stilled, souls frozen, as if plunging into the depths of a hellish abyss. The powerful beings within the sacred land were rendered pale with fear, feeling as if an invisible giant hand was crushing them, threatening to obliterate them entirely. Lou T. New York's face darkened as he stepped into the void. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a grotesque figure, a man with a terrifying countenance, 3 hearts grotesquely exposed upon his chest, pulsating rhythmically, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine. His hair was jet black, and his right hand plunged into his own skull, incessantly stirring something within. Blood gushed forth. What a horrifying sight. His eyes, a blend of darkness and crimson, fixated intently on Xing H and TNZN and Lu K and Jiaming, curling into a cruel smile. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said with a faintly elegant bow, his voice rasping and unpleasant. "I am Sun Luo, the 12th apostle of His Majesty, the Abyssal Emperor. You may refer to me as such, or else." With a sudden crunch, Sun Luo toyed with his own head, accidentally crushing it, causing the guest's pupils to constrict in horror. Xing H and TNZN sensed an unspeakable strangeness. Ah, how careless of me. In the next moment, a new head sprouted from Sun Luo's right hand, dripping with endless crimson, gagging at the grotesque and twisted sight. Some disciples within the sacred land turned pale, retching. "What do you intend to do?" Lu W's gaze grew icy, sensing an ominous premonition. He could not perceive any aura of power from this being. Neither the Tao, spiritual essence, nor the forces of the rules. All were utterly extinguished. Even the breath of life was undetectable, as if he were merely a figment of the imagination, not a true living entity. "Father, what on earth is happening?" At that moment, Lu Qinglu, who had been in the hall, arrived at the scene, dressed in a resplendent crimson gold gown, her beauty breathtaking yet tinged with worry. "Qinglu, retreat." Xing H and TNZN commanded, his eyes radiating determination. "Lu K and Jiaming, you must protect Qinglu." Boom. Instantly, an immense shadow of the universe rose around him, evolving into a towering continent that spanned the depths of the starry sea. Within it, mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies were vividly discernible. This adversary is exceedingly dangerous. The moment he witnessed Sun Luo, a warning bell rang violently in Xing H and TNZN's heart. "What do you wish to do?" Sensing the murderous intent from the two TNZNs, Sun Luo merely smiled, stepping forward, looking down upon all. "This is your final opportunity." Boom. At the moment his words fell, Xing H and TNZN felt a cold, merciless gaze directed at him. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to witness an endless sea of blood, a mountain of corpses, the horrific aura nearly overwhelming his will. In an instant, the entire world seemed frozen. Everything appeared to stand still. Only Sun Luo's raspy and eerie voice continued. "Submit to His Majesty, the Abyssal Emperor. Let us create a new world together." He raised his arms, a look of ecstasy and madness gracing his features as he made a gesture as if to embrace the world, his voice rising ever higher and sharper. "When the abyss and the mortal realm merge completely, it will herald the arrival of His Majesty, the Abyssal Emperor." With each word Sun Luo uttered, the surrounding void trembled violently, and countless individuals felt as though the heavens were quaking, nearly fainting from the pressure. "Rejoice, you insignificant insects, for His Majesty, the Abyssal Emperor, has shown mercy, creating your final opportunity. Submit or perish." Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the entire world as if to overturn it. Arrogance. Hearing these words, Xing H and TNZN's pupils constricted violently, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Foolish delusion. Buzzing. An endless chorus of swords rang out, dazzling divine light erupting as if to cleave the very heavens. He wielded a sword seemingly forged from the rivers of stars, cleaving downward, the radiant sword light stretching for countless miles, ruthlessly descending upon Sun Luo. Foolishness. How could the spirits of the mortal realm defy the divine? Sun Luo's gaze was cold and mocking as he extended his left hand, summoning the breath of the infinite abyss. Boom. In an instant, his arm shot forth, shattering space as if it were glass. In the eyes of the terrified onlookers, He directly grasped the sword light that xianxiafanz had unleashed. Then bang! An almost intangible and terrifying force surged forth, striking xianxiafanz like a bolt of lightning, instantly obliterating all his protective artifacts and crashing into his body. Puffed. Immediately, xianxiafanz, as if struck by lightning, spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball for 100,000 miles, shattering several mountain ranges before he barely steadied himself. xianxiafanz. Lu Wy's expression changed drastically, a profound sense of dread flooding his heart. xianxiafanz was a veritable ninth heaven powerhouse, and as a denizen of YNZ City, his strength was unmatched among ordinary ninth heaven beings. Even he had suffered multiple defeats at the hands of the latter during their sparring sessions. Yet now, in just a single exchange, the mighty xianxiafanz had sustained grave injuries. If previously, the crowd had merely suspected that this sinister being possessed strength comparable to that of a TNZN, now they were entirely convinced. Father, Lu Qinglu trembled at the sight, wishing to rush forward, but was restrained by Lu Ke and Jiaming. I believe that my father-in-law will not be so easily defeated. His gaze was resolute as he looked toward the distant xianxiafanz, determination shining in his eyes. My father-in-law shall undoubtedly triumph in this battle. Chapter 87. xianxiafanz's defeat. Reinforcements from YNZ City. Boom. As if to affirm his words, xianxiafanz suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, the power of the heavens surged violently, a vast force coursing through his numerous acupoints, instantly healing his wounds and restoring him to peak condition. Indeed, he was a being of the ninth heaven. How terrifying. I can scarcely bear his aura. Is Xinghan Tianzuan truly preparing to unleash his full power? Numerous cultivators, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their hearts filled with dread. Until now, they finally recalled that this individual had never displayed his full strength before the world. Even so, Xinghan Tianzuan had once fought 3 opponents simultaneously, triumphing over 3 formidable adversaries of the same rank, earning his renown across the myriad realms. And now, with a thunderous roar, the entire Hunyuan source realm seemed to lament as Xinghan Tianzuan's eyes brimmed with boundless divine radiance, transforming him into a deity, standing in the void and gazing down upon all beings. Above his head, 7 colossal divine rings gradually emerged, each adorned with endless profound patterns interwoven into numerous runes, resembling chains of order that spanned the infinite void. The 7-star divine ring, the starry sky's pinnacle. As Xinghan Tianzuan's voice resonated, in an instant, the 7 divine rings blazed forth, erupting with billions of divine glimmers, illuminating the vast expanse and staining the ancient azure. This was an innate divine ability derived from a realm of Hunyuan power, now the true trump card of Xinghan Tianzuan. Once unleashed, even those at the half-step Hunyuan level could engage in battle. His gaze was azure and ethereal, akin to the sovereign of the starry sky traversing the heavens, exuding an aura of unmatched majesty and dominance. With a flicker of his thought, a resplendent blade materialized in his hand, filling the entire world with an overwhelming terror. Oh! Sun Luo's gaze swept over the sword in Xinghan Tianzuan's grasp, his eyes instantly turning icy, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile curling upon his lips. A fine sword. Present it to me, and you may become a servant of the abyss. Huh. Xinghan Tianzuan's expression remained placid, with a flick of his right hand. The sword's edge sliced through layers of void, pointing towards Sun Luo. This sword, named Zhuxing, was bestowed upon me by the lord of the city. You are not worthy to possess it. Boom. The next moment, as his figure flickered, an infinite and sharp sword light surged skyward, resembling a collapsing celestial pillar, overshadowing the boundless void and enveloping the entire desolate earth. The Zhuxing sword was a true terror of Hunyuan level, carrying a certain conceptual power, wielding the might to sever all things. As the blade was drawn, the starry sea trembled. The sword light cascaded like a Milky Way, obliterating all obstacles in its path, directly targeting Sun Luo in the distant void. Haha. Sun Luo laughed maniacally, a fist surging forth like a tide, shaking the overwhelming sword light descending upon him. Ants are ultimately ants. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape the fate of annihilation. Boom. Merely a seemingly ordinary punch sent the myriad stars swaying, the sun dimming. When the two forces collided, the void shattered, all creation quaked, and an aura powerful enough to instill despair in even the mightiest of Tianzans spread in all directions. In the astonished gazes of all, the radiant sword light shattered like a bubble, while Sun Luo's fist continued its relentless assault towards Xinghan Tianzuan. Unyielding, It crushed all in its path, devoid of any flourish. Accursed abomination. In an instant, Xinghan Tianzuan's eyes narrowed. He felt in extreme danger and immediately retreated into the heavens, attempting to evade. Unfortunately, the ferocity of that punch exceeded all his expectations. Boom. Before the fist imprint even landed, the void had already collapsed. Although Xinghan Tianzuan reacted swiftly, avoiding critical areas like his head and chest, he was still grazed by the edges of his robe. With a tearing sound, the moment of contact caused half of his body to explode, flesh and blood scattering. The exposed flesh appeared as if corroded, turning pitch black and emanating a pungent stench. The anguished scream of Xinghan Tianzuan echoed throughout the universe, sending chills down everyone's spine. Father, Luo Qingluo's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching like a knife. Xinghan, I shall come to your aid. At this moment, in the distance, the primordial Saint Lord surged forth, activating countless great formations within the Holy Land, empowering himself as he boldly charged towards Sunluo. Boom. A myriad of powers surged, transforming the heavens and earth into a grinding wheel, crushing downwards. Get lost. To this, Sunluo simply uttered a single word, his voice low and cold, brimming with boundless malice. Bang! With a violent roar, an unstoppable terrifying force swept through, instantly shattering all the formations in the primordial Holy Land. His entire being was sent flying, crashing through numerous palatial structures. Hiss! Observing this, many powerful figures from the Holy Land could not help but gasp in horror, their hearts nearly suffocating. The two great ninth heaven Tianzans were no match for one another. Could it be that today marked the end of the primordial Holy Land? Some felt sorrowful, but more were filled with dread. That enigmatic man was simply too frightening. Even the two supreme Tianzuan experts could not contend with him. How could they possibly withstand a fraction of his power? Help! Yes, help! Everyone, quickly seek aid from the spirit net. Qingluo and my father hold high status in the city. Yunjia City will not stand idly by. In an instant, Lu Kongming seemed to realize something and hurriedly urged Luo Qingluo and the others to seek help through the spirit net. With Xinghan Tianzuan's status, it was impossible for no one to come to their aid. Buzzing. Soon, within just a few breaths, spatial rifts appeared, revealing several figures within. Qingluo, what in the world happened? The leading figure, displaying a hint of anxiety, immediately inquired upon seeing Luo Qingluo. He was clad in a purple-gold robe, his aura swirling like a dragon. With every move, he influenced the heavens, stirring winds and thunder. He was indeed a supreme expert at the ninth heaven level. This was none other than Tianlan Shinzuan, a close friend of Xinghan Tianzuan. He was not only a citizen of Yunjia City, but also the sovereign of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom, which possessed countless high-dimensional universes, his status and power transcending the ordinary. Could this be the demon clan? Simultaneously, another elder with white hair and an ethereal demeanor gazed towards the distant Sunluo, his expression slightly grave. As one of the earliest followers of the Lord of the City, he, Jiang Chun, had now stepped into the Hunyuan realm, becoming one of the law elders of the city. Chapter 88. The Most Malevolent Death Seal, Abyssal Curse. Now that Xinghan Tianzuan was in peril, he could not stand idly by. Cough, cough. Elder Jiang, you have arrived. At this moment, Xinghan Tianzuan, having restored his form albeit with a pale complexion, approached, his gaze still lingering with deep apprehension. Had he not acted decisively, he would likely have perished by now. The might of Sunluo far exceeded his expectations. Luo Qinfeng, are you unharmed? Jiang Chen nodded, looking at Xinghan Tianzuan with a frown. From his Hunyuan perspective, he could see that every cell, every particle within Xinghan Tianzuan's body, including his fate and the great Tao, was gradually collapsing, influenced by that mysterious power he had never witnessed before. Your current condition is extremely dire. Without waiting for Xinghan Tianzuan's response, Jiang Chen sighed lightly, producing a medicinal pill and handing it over. This pill can temporarily alleviate your internal injuries, but ultimately, it is merely a drop in the ocean. The Lord of the City and the Lady have now sealed their cultivation and memories, venturing into the mundane world. It will be impossible for them to arrive in a short time. Your injuries may only be fully healed by him. Xinghan Tianzuan remained silent, merely accepting the pill and swallowing it without a word. He understood all too well the terror of Sunluo. Even with Jiang Chun, a Hunyuan expert, arriving, he might not be able to subdue that enigmatic existence. No matter, if I fall today, the Lord of the City can resurrect me. He smiled calmly, as if completely indifferent to life and death. Afterward, one gazes upon the vast expanse of the heavens, where Sunluo resides, his eyes cold and profound. Elder Jiang Chun, I implore you to take action personally and slay this bizarre demon. I suspect it is not a being of the myriad realms. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, And he replied with an indifferent tone, "Then let us conclude this swiftly. This old man will capture him directly." In the next instant, boundless radiance erupted around him, and an unfathomable pressure surged forth. Boom! The heavens and earth warped. The wheel of fate emerged. The essence of time and destiny shimmered in the cosmos, with mysterious trajectories endlessly fluctuating. He stood upon the wheel of all beings, as if representing the order of the universe, where the birth and demise of all things were dominantly orchestrated by him. A primordial powerhouse. The members of the Yuanshu sacred land were utterly astounded, having never anticipated that Yunjia city would dispatch a primordial being for aid. Primordial. This was an exalted realm unattainable by mortal beings, and only the denizens of Yunjia city could break the shackles that bound all spirits. It is said that the current number of primordial-level powerhouses in Yunjia city has nearly reached 1,000. Now, they were witnessing the arrival of a primordial powerhouse, representing the utmost force beneath the origins. Compared to the 9 heaven sovereigns, it was not merely a billionfold stronger. Merely the manifestation of his aura rendered the 9th heaven sovereign of the Yuanshu sacred land rigid, stirring a tumultuous storm within their hearts. Haha, reinforcements? What a foolish and laughable act. A swarm of ants remains, but ants. Observing this, Sanluo was unfazed. Rather, he laughed maniacally. Buzz. In the next moment, he thrust forth his left palm, shrouding an area of several 100,000 miles. Infinite blood-red runes coiled around him, forming a ghastly and unparalleled tableau, wherein faintly visible were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with wails of the damned. Crack. Between heaven and earth, numerous pitch-black seals abruptly manifested, their forms twisting and shifting, exuding an aura of death and malevolence. This was the death seal, a terrifying secret technique that disregarded all concepts, rules, and laws. Should one become tainted by it, in a breath, their entire being would disintegrate, succumbing to a torment sufficient to shatter the soul. In 2 breaths, flesh would fall away, dissolving into putrid blood, with the agony amplified 1,000-fold. In 3 breaths, both body and soul would perish, even if any karmic ties remained. They would eternally vanish, unable to be reborn. The death seal was born of a curse from the abyss, a supreme secret art bestowed upon Sanluo by the abyssal sovereign, representing a strand of terror from the depths. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Sanluo was frenzied and ferocious, his face suffused with a bloodthirsty demeanor, his dark eyes filled with cruelty. Your lives belong to him. Boom. In an instant, countless death seals surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and earth like locusts. Each death seal contained an absolutely terrifying curse, and upon emergence, the very rules of the entire Hunyuan source realm began to melt and collapse, as if they were to be entirely eroded. Several powerhouses of the Yuanshu sacred land inadvertently became tainted by the death seals, their skin and flesh visibly disintegrating, succumbing to excruciating pain and death within 2 breaths. Their remaining corpses were completely eroded within a breath, turning into a pool of black ash. The tragic demise of these individuals sent chills through everyone present, particularly the several sovereigns, whose hearts were filled with dread, hastily conjured protective rules and energies. Some even chose to flee at high speed, seeking to escape the encroaching death seals. Bang! In the heavens above, the first direct confrontation between Jiangchun and Sanluo erupted. Countless death seals were instantaneously obliterated by Jiangchun, yet in the next moment, even more death seals surged forth like a tidal wave, causing his expression to darken significantly. Damn it, why is this so troublesome? Jiangchun's gaze sharpened, his heart shaken. Those peculiar death seals, even he dared not to touch. Thus he could only continuously expend his power to obliterate them, finding himself in an exceedingly passive position. Haha. Sanluo threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his demeanor growing increasingly deranged. Feel the curse of the abyss. This is the power bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Abyssal Sovereign. Ha ha ha. Boom. In an instant, billions, even trillions of death seals blanketed the entire universe, descending upon Jiangchun like an engulfing darkness. Where the death seals reached, all aspects of space, time, and rules were instantaneously ground to dust. Humph. Jiangchun's countenance turned ashen, and with a fierce shout, he stepped into the void, ascending to the apex of the cosmos. Buzz. In the next moment, a melodious chime resonated, and an ancient divine bell materialized in the heavens, cascading down threads of dazzling celestial light. Dong! The ancient bell chimed lightly, sending ripples radiating in all directions. Instantly, the myriad death seals trembled and subsequently shattered, vanishing without a trace. Sanluo's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of gravity. The bell's rank far exceeded his expectations. Chaos enveloped the heavens, resonating with 9 thunderous echoes. Jiang Chun remained poised in the air, holding the ancient bell of chaos, his voice booming as he declared, "Suppress you vile creatures." Clang. As the words left his lips, the massive ancient bell seemed to conjure infinite realms, unimaginable mass and pressure emanating from its body. In an instant, the world turned upside down. The very fabric of reality twisted. Ancient and rugged patterns appeared in the sky. Dong. A clear, low chant echoed throughout the universe. And from the ancient bell erupted boundless resplendent divine radiance, illuminating the endless starry sky. Boom. Terrifying power descended like a cataclysmic tide. In the distance, the starry sky sovereign and the Tianlong god sovereign joined forces, barely managing to withstand the approaching storm. A strike from a primordial powerhouse was overwhelmingly formidable, entirely beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. Were it not for being within the Hunyuan source realm, this single blow could obliterate countless realms. Demon, how shall you withstand this before my ancient bell of chaos? Jiang Chen's expression was frigid, the ancient bell in his hand vibrating incessantly, boundless chaotic divine light surging. And in a daze, he seemed to behold an endless sea of myriad realms being conceived. This ancient bell was a gift from the city lord 700 years ago, its power having already touched upon the domain of primordial deities. Now, under his full eruption, it was equivalent to a terrifying strike comparable to that of a standard primordial god. Swoosh. All death seals disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. Even though Sun Luo was a being of the void and impervious to ordinary powers, he too was thoroughly suppressed by this nearly insurmountable offensive. No, it's impossible. Sun Luo's eyes turned crimson, howling in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. That strange ancient bell far surpassed the realm of this worldly being. How could he possess such a divine artifact? How could he wield such power? Die? Yet in the next moment, Jiang Chun showed no signs of hesitation. Bang! With a single finger pointed, the death seals surrounding Sun Luo erupted violently. Sun Luo felt his heart skip a beat and abruptly raised his gaze, only to see the immense, towering divine bell obscuring the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the horrifying resonance of the bell, Sun Luo's body stiffened. An irresistible, terrifying force surged into his limbs and bones, causing them to rupture explosively. Flesh, particles, abyssal blood, everything within his body disintegrated. The earth-shattering wails echoed through the skies. Suppress. With Jiang Chen's final cold shout, the magnificent chaos divine bell trembled once more. Boom. The body shattered, the soul exploded. The once invincible Sun Luo instantly perished here, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Dong dong. In the next moment, the chaos divine bell swayed, gradually contracting into a small bell that hung at Jiang Chen's waist. Gudu. Hiss. This scene thoroughly astonished everyone present. Xinghan Tianzun gazed at the ancient chaos bell at Jiang Chen's waist with eyes filled with envy, unable to resist licking his lips. The origin divine artifact. The chaos bell. It is one of the 36 origin divine artifacts created by the city lord, each possessing terrifying power comparable to the origin divine norm. Above the realm of chaos, there exists no so-called cultivation realm. The city lord created these origin divine artifacts to safeguard the eternal stability of Yunzhe City, protecting the boundless heavens. Is this the power of a chaos-level expert? Beside Luoqing Luo, Lu Kongming was also so stunned that he could hardly speak. He was merely at the immortal king level, and witnessing such might felt like a dream. In just the span of a single incense stick, the formidable demon who easily defeated Xinghan Tianzun and his father fell at the hands of this senior, Jiang. I too aspire to become a powerful being like Senior Jiang. In that instant, Lu Kongming couldn't help but harbor this thought, his eyes ablaze with fervor. However, the next moment, he was confronted with a nightmarish scene. Jiang Chun, with indifference, glanced down at the ashen remains of Sun Luo before turning to fly towards Xinghan Tianzun and the others. Yet at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Drip drip. Countless spaces in the world seemed to transform into digital screens of zeros and ones, flickering in a peculiar rhythm. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Just as he intended to summon the chaos bell, he was suddenly, poof, accompanied by a cold, indifferent voice. Jiang Chun vanished without a trace, offering no resistance or indication, as if he had never existed at all. Lord Jiang. The bizarre scene left everyone in a state of blank confusion. Where's Lord Jiang? That was a chaos-level expert, one who wielded an origin divine artifact. Why could I no longer sense his presence? Xinghan Tianzun was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with uncontrollable dread, his eyes fixed on the slowly emerging digital screens in the void, his mind screaming in turmoil. What is this? For some unknown reason, he felt an inexplicable danger, a shiver emanating from the depths of his soul. This sensation, even when he had previously observed the battle between the Dark Lord and the City Lord from afar, had never manifested. Reshape. In an instant, the indifferent voice echoed once more. Soon, the completely obliterated form of Sun Luo, disregarding all rules and concepts, began to reconstitute amidst the countless overlapping ones and zeros, transforming into a physical entity. Chapter 90. The Destruction of the Hunyuan Source Realm. Greetings from the Abyss Emperor. In the moment of resurrection, Sun Luo could not help but let out a wretched scream, and upon seeing the myriad streams of numbers, he hurriedly bowed, prostrating on the ground. I pay my respects to His Majesty Abyss Emperor. May His Majesty forgive this subordinate's incompetence. Sun Luo knelt, his voice trembling, filled with fear and trepidation, not daring to show any defiance. Such power, capable of rendering all things fictional and scripting everything, could only be possessed by His Majesty Abyss Emperor. And my demise has actually stirred the will of His Majesty to descend. In an instant, his heart was gripped by extreme fear, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from a terror that transcended death. Sun Luo was acutely aware that those who incurred the wrath of His Majesty faced unimaginable punishment. It was a fate far more painful than death, a torment a billion times worse than the curse of the abyss. My loyal servant. Buzz buzz. A trillion streams of numbers converged, forming a hazy silhouette standing in the void. Though it appeared indistinct and ethereal, each movement exuded an overwhelming sense of celestial majesty. He was the Abyss Emperor spoken of by Sun Luo, the sovereign of the abyss, the supreme ruler of the realm of virtual numbers. The Abyss Emperor's form was like an illusion, rendering his appearance impossible to discern. What had descended here was merely a fragment of his will, as the fusion of the current world and the abyss had yet to be fully realized, preventing the Abyss Emperor's true body from personally gracing the heavens. This subordinate is here. Upon hearing the Abyss Emperor speak, Sun Luo immediately bowed in reverence, his heart filled with rising trepidation. Go and destroy this world, as my apostle. Do not disappoint my expectations of you. At your command. Hearing these words, Sun Luo's heart leaped with joy. His Majesty Abyss Emperor had not pursued the matter of his demise. Whoosh. He then surged forward, charging towards the original Holy Land below. Boom. Millions of death marks rained down, instantly slaughtering 100,000 powerful beings within the Holy Land, while the original Holy Master seethed with rage, nearly driven mad. Yet at this moment, their only chaos-level expert had bizarrely perished. How could the 9-fold Tianzun present possibly withstand him? Kong Ming. Quickly take Qing Luo and flee. I will hold him off with your father. Escape quickly. The Xinghan Tianzun shouted desperately, burning all his essence blood to the last drop, risking his life to impede Sun Luo's advance. Father. Watching the figure of Xinghan Tianzun, Luo Qing Luo's beautiful eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She wished to assist her father, but in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, it was utterly futile. Go! Xinghan Tianzun roared, his aura soaring wildly. He spared no effort to expend his essence, employing secret techniques to unleash power beyond the peak, attempting to delay Sun Luo's advance. Qing Luo, we must leave. In that instant, Lu Kongming seized Luo Qing Luo's hand, but could not help but glance towards the original Holy Master rushing to aid, his heart trembling. But soon, he clenched his left fist, as if resolute in his decision, biting his teeth, and tore through space with Luo Qing Luo, vanishing into the vast sky in the blink of an eye. Haha, Brother Luo, it seems today is our final battle. Watching the two depart, Tianlan Shinzun also laughed heartily, standing in the void, facing Sun Luo from afar. Boom. Haha, Tianlan. In the future, the City Lord will surely resurrect us. After Xinghan Tianzun was defeated in a single blow and retreated, seeing Tianlan Shinzun make a move, he couldn't help but smile. Now, under the influence of the bizarre streams of numbers, the spiritual web was utterly unusable, and no messages could be transmitted to Yunzhe City. They had truly reached a point of no return, with no escape in sight. Even in death, I will make him pay the price. The audacity to slaughter my original Holy Land cannot be forgiven. Beside him, the original Holy Master was also furious, rallying all the Tianzun experts within the Holy Land, vowing to use their lives to block Sun Luo's advance. Escape? Yet Sun Luo, seeing this, merely scoffed derisively, his right hand moving slightly. In an instant, the figures of Lu Kongming and Luo Qing Luo were directly drawn before him. No, Qing Luo, hurry and escape. Suddenly, this terrifying scene left the original Holy Master and Xinghan Tianzun momentarily dumbfounded, their faces filled with fear as they screamed. But in the next moment, with a rip, dark claws effortlessly tore through space, piercing through the chests of the two men and brutally ripping them apart. Endless cursed power was directly infused within. The two individuals, possessing only the cultivation of a mere Xian Wang, did not even utter a cry of anguish before being utterly annihilated here. Beasts! Beasts! I shall slay you. Upon witnessing the death of his beloved daughter, the Tianzuan Xinghan had completely lost all semblance of rationality, resembling a madman as he recklessly charged towards Sinluo. Yet, the outcome was still inevitable. The struggles of an ant. Sinluo merely pointed, piercing through the head of Tianzuan Xinghan, and then obliterating his body into nothingness. At that moment, he had entirely shed any inclination for playfulness, opting instead to wield his true power, Yinluo's burial of the world. Subsequently, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Sinluo's face as his form continued to rise, accompanied by a low murmur from his lips. Calamity descended in an instant. Boom. What a terrifying scene it was. Shunzun Tianlan and the primordial Saint Lord had even forgotten to struggle, their pupils reflecting the encroaching sea of darkness. Ever closer. Ever closer. The death seal, capable of enveloping the entire Hunyuan source realm. Roar. In the distance, some even caught a glimpse of a twisted and grotesque dark giant, intent on swallowing this world whole. With a thunderous crash, in an instant, all things withered, rules collapsed, and under the curse of the death seal, the Hunyuan source realm had already embarked on its final path to demise. On the other side, the Abyss Emperor, who resided high above in the endless void, indifferently gazing down upon the destruction of the Hunyuan source realm, suddenly turned his head, looking towards a vacant expanse of nothingness. A strange and chilling smile. To all observers beyond the barriers, greetings to you. Chapter 91. Yunza's Vigilance, the Descent of the Abyss Emperor. On another side, within a certain lower realm. Why does this body sense a hint of ominousness? In an instant, as the Hunyuan source realm was obliterated, a young man, clad in elegant white robes, abruptly opened his eyes. He was the realm master of this world, the incarnation of Yunza, who had sealed away his memories and cultivation. Husband. A figure draped in a crimson and white long gown, Shiha, suddenly appeared behind Yunza, her eyes revealing a hint of grave concern. Shiha? How come? Yunza stared at Shiha in astonishment, just about to speak when a multitude of memories and realizations flashed through his mind. Boom. That all-encompassing power of eternity had fully returned to him. This was a contingency he had left behind, meant to awaken him directly only when Yunza city faced great peril. I am Yunza, the fourth origin, the Lord of Eternity, and moreover, the Lord of Yunza city. The gleam in Yunza's eyes flickered with boundless information. In a daze, it felt as though he had traversed countless eons, revisiting the past, present, and future, once again experiencing that supreme power that transcends all. What has happened? After reclaiming his strength and memories, he no longer hesitated and turned towards Shiha. For centuries, he had longed for the tedium of experiencing reincarnation, while Shiha chose to quietly accompany him, regardless of his identity, opting to become his wife. The flow of time in the mortal realm differed from that in Yunza city. As of today, Yunza had entered his 98th reincarnation, enduring through countless ages. Elder Jun Wuchen is seeking your aid, husband. Now, a force claiming to be from the Abyss has already destroyed dozens of source realms. As of today, nearly 30 mixed primordial powerhouses have fallen in Yunza city, including one of the earliest powerful allies who followed you, Elder Jiangchun. She has beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had not completely sealed her memories, thus receiving the plea for help from Yunza city at the first instance. Jiangchun has fallen? Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger welled up within Yunza. Yunza city now stood as the pinnacle of all realms, and Jiangchun possessed the origin divine artifact bestowed by him. How could he have fallen so easily? The Abyss. You say? Since you have come, I shall make you aware of what it means to regret. To dare invade my Yunza city, the consequences shall be dire. However, just as Yunza's fury surged and he intended to resurrect Jiangchun, he suddenly discovered that Jiangchun's information could no longer be detected by the system. It was as if it had been completely erased. This is impossible. The system is unable to retrieve the existence of the corresponding target. Such a situation had never occurred to Yunza. He knew that regardless of whether one was erased from causality or had perished entirely, they could still be detected and their attribute panels obtained. System, what on earth is happening? In an instant, Yunza's countenance turned grave as he pondered and inquired of the system. The modification system, an omnipotent entity capable of altering everything at will. Even origin gods could not escape the fate of being whimsically modified. But now, it has failed for the first time? Ding. Detected another individual sharing the same source system as the host. Ding. His name is 3, cracking 5. However, the system's response left Yunza's heart chilled and his expression darkened like water. In the end, the system could only emit a series of garbled sounds. Yet the first sentence was distinctly clear. An existence sharing the same source as my modification system? Yunze sat upon the throne behind him, striving to maintain his composure as his thoughts whirled. System, tell me who he is. An existence sharing your source? Then from where do you hail? In that instant, he realized a question he had subconsciously overlooked for countless times. What exactly is the modification system? And from whence does it originate? On this infinite box. What lies above? Ding. Detected protagonist's consciousness awakening. Forced memory clearance. The next moment, all of Yunze's thoughts and inquiries vanished entirely along with the cold voice of the system. His gaze appeared to plunge into chaos, all memories rapidly retreating to the past. Ding. Command issued. Kill Chu Han. Utterly destroy the cracked killing god system. Soon, Yunze's gaze grew gradually clearer, and within his mind, a vague target direction emerged. So it is, the Lord of the Abyss dares to invade this Lord's city, and this Lord will certainly suppress them all. Even that so-called Abyss must be obliterated. Xia, come with me, we shall return to Yunze city. As his thoughts flowed, Yunze transformed into a streak of escaping light, tearing through the void alongside Xia. Bang! The universe shattered like a bubble. All things disintegrated as if blown away by the wind, ceasing to exist. Crack! A terrifying rift, stretching for billions of miles, suddenly appeared upon the pitch-black earth, cleaving that star in two, utterly obliterating it. Now, the fusion of the abyss and reality had reached its conclusion. On this day, a multitude of abyss lords, nearly obscuring the myriad realms of the sea, bowed in unison towards a certain void, as if awaiting the arrival of a monarch. Thud thud thud. Footsteps echoed, drawing nearer. Finally, a figure clad in a crimson-black long robe, with 3,000 white strands of hair flowing in the wind, eyes dark red, and a mysterious pattern imprinted on his brow, approached with measured steps. With each stride he took, it felt as if he was striking at the hearts of the abyss lords. No aura was revealed, nor any oppressive force unleashed. He seemed merely immortal. Yet with those blood-red demonic eyes, he instilled an unimaginable sense of pressure upon all the abyss lords. Under the gaze of those eyes, even though they had once stood as sovereigns beneath the abyss's million layers, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. We pay homage to our master. We salute the supremely exalted Abyss Emperor. After a brief silence, all the Abyss Lords knelt before that singular figure with the utmost humility and reverence, proclaiming him as their master. The Yuan Huing surveyed the chaotic sea beneath him, seemingly attuned to the subtle breaths of the myriad heavens, responding with an indifferent acknowledgement. How much time had passed? This multiverse he had once annihilated had miraculously restored itself to its former state. The so-called realm of truth was nothing but an elaborate ruse. And ultimately could not escape the grasp of the unseen puppeteers. As he sensed the multitude of gazes directed at him, some even aimed at his words. He opened his arms as if entranced, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Am I not correct? Author, or perhaps Xianxiaaudiobooks? Chapter 92, The Existence Beyond Control, The Eternal Supreme Battle. The Yuan Huing is none other than the entity known as Chhn. He once was a being predating the origin, a terrifying existence known as the End of Days Demon God, or the Final Annihilation Demon God. By a stroke of fate, Chhn acquired a system known as the Invincible Killing God System. Any entity slain would yield boundless increments of power. He exterminated his homeland, mercilessly slaughtering all his foes, and even after obliterating that world, he extended his malevolent grasp toward the entire multiverse. Chhn was an embodiment of slaughter, feeding on living beings and drawing sustenance from countless worlds. Within a few decades, he had killed nearly every creature capable of being slain, annihilated innumerable realms, and ultimately sought to enter the so-called realm of truth to unleash a bloody carnage. Yet, without doubt, he failed. A resounding failure. As eons elapsed, when the myriad realms were set for rebirth, Chhn found himself once more within the realms. However, it was merely a prison designed solely for him, the Su-sh Deep Abyss. Chhn was trapped in the lowest tier for countless eons, and ultimately, he utilized this immeasurable span of time to completely unravel the system's power. Thus, he acquired the ability to manipulate, delete, modify, and rewrite all existence at will. To Chhn, the myriad realms were nothing more than a ludicrous illusion. Even more absurd was the fact that the Reborn multiverse possessed infinite layers of infinite boxes, seemingly deceiving all beings into believing that the world they inhabited was the absolute reality. After obtaining such power, Chhn spent hundreds of thousands of years breaking free from the abyss's constraints, finally arriving at the illusory vastness of the myriad heavens. Indeed, narrator, you have spoken well. Is there anything else you wish for me to add? Suddenly, As if realizing something, Chn smiled toward a certain void, murmuring to himself. In an instant, the void erupted with violent ripples. The next moment, an inexplicable aura surged, causing Chn to furrow his brow as it spread like a tide in all directions. Following this, several hundred chaotic unity powerhouses surged from the void. Stepping into the sky, their eyes warily trained on the countless abyss lords below. Lord City Master, this must be the place of the so-called Huang's descent. Behind them, JNWCHN and YNZ arrived in succession. In truth, when the Huang fully descended, all beings in the myriad heavens seemed to receive some sort of warning, accompanied by a distinct coordinate of the multiverse. Huang? YNZ's gaze was indifferent, akin to a deity surveying from above, probing into all of CHN's attributes. Name, CHN, End of Days Demon God. Final Annihilation Demon God, the chaotic rebellious Huang, Master of the Forbidden, cannot be modified. Cultivation, 45, cannot be modified. Dimensional Tier, cannot be modified. Special, Authority to unravel all powers, cannot be modified. The attributes displayed on the system's light screen were exceedingly limited. Furthermore, the system that once allowed for the modification of everything could not alter any aspect here. Beep. Mandatory rectification of the protagonist, YNZ's target. Huang. You are truly audacious to dare slay the people of my YNZ city. Suddenly, YNZ bellowed, unleashing a terrifying eternal power that surged like a colossal wave. In an instant, the void shattered into fragments. The horrific might swept across the heavens, threatening to shake the entire chaotic sea, unsettling the endless multiverse. The city master is enraged. The surrounding chaotic unity powerhouses were astonished, fully aware of the terror of YNZ's power, yet witnessing it firsthand still left them trembling in their hearts. In the face of such strength, they could not muster even a thought of resistance. The city master was truly fearsome. Slaughter? Upon hearing this, CHN regarded YNZ with a hint of intrigue, seemingly amused. So this is the current protagonist, possessing nearly all supreme privileges? How fascinating. In the next moment, his dark, profound gaze turned frigid, and he raised his hand, executing a swift strike. Crack! The void splintered, echoing with the sound of a myriad of thunders. Boom. Not good. Retreat. A terrifying storm swept through the boundless chaotic void, causing the sea below to surge in monstrous waves, compelling countless abyss lords and chaotic unity powerhouses to employ secret techniques, fleeing billions of light years away. You are the first to dare confront this city master directly. Seeing this, YNZ chuckled softly, his casual wave causing the myriad heavens to tremble violently, as though on the verge of obliteration. That said, this was the first time he had truly wielded this genuine eternal power. Seal all things into the void. With a single thought, he created an eternal-level divine ability, and the power YNZ now manifested reached an incomprehensible level, akin to a supreme deity capable of subduing all things. It filled the hearts of all with profound terror. Chapter 93, Characteristic. Infinite Transcendence, the Frenzied YNZ. Boom. In an instant, all things fell silent, and realms collapsed. Everything seemed destined for annihilation at this moment, as if to descend into utter oblivion. CHN slightly arched an eyebrow at this scene, a smirk playing on his lips as he slowly raised his right hand. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. With that, a peculiar, dark long sword appeared in his grasp, its aura of bloodlust and destruction saturating the air to an extreme degree, causing the pupils of numerous chaotic unity powerhouses light years away to contract sharply. Even at such a distance, they could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within that sword. Unlike any concept or rule of this world, that power defied description by any rational means. Boom. The blade cleaved through the void, sweeping across all existence. The eternal divine ability previously unleashed was obliterated in an instant, and the chaotic sea seemed to be drained, transforming into an expansive, boundless void of darkness. YNZ was propelled backward, forced to spit out a mouthful of faint golden eternal blood due to the backlash. This was the first time he had genuinely suffered harm, and although it was merely a superficial injury, it invoked a profoundly absurd sensation within him. Could there be a divine artifact capable of shattering eternal power? His injury healed in a moment, and YNZ's gaze turned icy as he stared toward the distant CHN, who held the pitch-black long sword. Zhu Ti Enmi SHNGN. The Huang CHN's lifebound weapon, fused with a portion of the rewriting power of the myriad heavens, cannot be modified. Yet again, it is unmodifiable. As the immutable words flashed before him repeatedly, the fury within Yunza intensified, his fists clenched tightly in response. In that case, system, customize the modification. A notification chimed. Host modifies trait. Infinite Transcendence. Infinite Transcendence, a self-created trait that grants the host tenfold power growth whenever faced with any force equal to or surpassing the host's current strength, with no limits. With a thunderous roar, the power that rewrites all surged within Yunza, instantly creating a characteristic that should not exist. In the next moment, his strength surged exponentially, reaching multiple times that of his previous power, indeed, tenfold the total power of Chu Han. It seemed that this emperor's intuition was not mistaken. On the other side, Chu Han observed this scene with no surprise, a smirk spreading across his face, as if he had anticipated it. The protagonist of the narrative was indeed an invincible entity. As an outsider, even if he managed to crack the system, he could never hope to be a match. But did his true will still persist? He was merely a puppet manipulated by the system, desperately wishing to erase my existence. Thoughts flickered through Chu Han's mind, yet he hesitated no longer. Suddenly, a towering dark temple emerged behind him, resembling a silent gate to the abyss. A sinister aura spread wildly within, causing the chaotic void to stagnate. In a daze, he seemed to hear endless cries and wails, the suffering of countless deceased souls echoing in torment. Boom. In the next instant, he stepped forward, traversing the void. The sword in his hand, the Zhutian Maizhenjian, erupted with a scarlet light that tore through the heavens, slicing through chaos with unimaginable sharpness, aimed directly at Yunza. Overwrite. Distort reality, Chu Han shouted, and the surrounding space seemed to transform into a realm woven from infinite numbers. His figure multiplied into billions of shadows, each one wielding that terrifying scarlet blade. Useless. Above the chaotic void, Yunza now resembled a colossal deity of chaos. Every cell and inch of his skin radiating boundless divine light, illuminating the entire chaotic void. The vast and unpredictable chaotic currents around him gradually eroded and vanished beneath this brilliance. His form towered for billions of light years, an imposing force causing tremors in every corner of the heavens. Even the three origin deities within the origin divine domain felt an indescribable tremor. In the distance, a mere abyss apostle, upon witnessing Yunza's silhouette, exploded into a cloud of ashes, scattering into the void. Lord Xuanji, the fifth-ranked apostle, whose strength far surpassed Sun Luo, was utterly unqualified to gaze upon this supreme battle. Merely attempting to observe led to the complete obliteration of his body and soul. Boom. As Yunza's terrifying strike descended, everything seemed to annihilate in that moment. The roots of the rules shattered, the trajectories of fate and time collapsed. The multiverse, space-time, the heavens, and the rules appeared poised for absolute annihilation. Would the boundless heavens face destruction once more? The elemental creator Moke pondered this, as the origin had arisen from the ashes of the previous multiverse, only to create this new world to such a grand extent today. Yet, all of it seemed to be returning to its original form, turning into eternal ash. Such recklessness. At that moment, Chu Han, whose countless avatars were abruptly extinguished, unexpectedly sighed, revealing a hint of regret. Command, create, reverse the multiverse. With a whisper, their figures and all attacks vanished in an instant. Your Majesty the Abyss Emperor. Instantly, countless Abyss Lords were struck with terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Why would the Abyss Emperor protect this filthy realm? Let it all perish. They would gladly sacrifice themselves for it. Lord City Master, Zaire, husband. On the other side, many powerful beings from Yunza's city changed expression, their faces grave. On one hand, they worried for Yunza's safety. On the other, they noted the peculiarity of his actions today. Particularly, Jun Wuchen and Shiha, their eyes filled with an unsettling dread, trembled slightly. Both understood Yunza's true power deeply. They sensed that had that strike truly landed, regardless of ancient or modern times, multiverse, or all chaotic seas, the heavens would face total annihilation, along with all living beings. Lord City Master, why would you take such a reckless action today? Just to eliminate the enemy. You would risk the destruction of everything. Jun Wuchen's confusion and panic grew more intense. Such madness contradicted the City Master's usual demeanor. Could it be in an instant? An absurd thought flickered through his mind. Was the City Master now controlled by another? No, that was impossible. But in that fleeting moment, Jun Wuchen swiftly dismissed such conjecture. The City Master was an existence that transcended the three origin deities, who could manipulate his will. Husband, you must return safely. He glanced at Shiha, who was silently praying at his side, and the strange feelings in his heart intensified. Why did this scene evoke such a sense of déjà vu? Chapter 94, Eternal Memory, Overwrite System. In the chaotic void, endless desolation reigned. This was a lifeless realm devoid of any beings, seemingly a replica of the boundless heavens, identical in every aspect except for the absence of life. Boom. In the distant horizon, a brilliant golden divine light suddenly erupted, illuminating the boundless dark night in an instant. Boom. Instantly, all things were obliterated into nothingness. This replica of the heavens lasting merely a breath before transforming into a dark, profound void of silence. Snap. Yet in the next moment, with the sound of a snap, everything instantly restored. Chu Han emerged from the void, his left arm eerily empty, with glimpses of exposed bones. His complexion appeared pale, a dark trace of demonic blood staining his lips, evidently having gained no advantage from Yunza's world-dominating strike. However, Chu Han's face bore no hint of fear or retreat. Instead, it radiated an inexplicable excitement. Ha! System? You wish to kill me, even going so far as to seize the protagonist's will? Impossible. That is utterly inconceivable. I now exist within the observer's memory. Death is merely a ridiculous illusion to me. Yunza, awaken quickly. You are the true protagonist. Do you not wish to truly control your fate, to confront the mastermind behind all of this? Also, the creator of both you and me. Chu Han roared, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the silent void. Yet, Yunza appeared to be oblivious to it all. His gaze was shrouded in chaos, devoid of any fluctuation, save for the commanding will that resonated within his mind. Erase Chu Han. Annihilate the system that has been unraveled. Thunderous roars reverberated throughout the cosmos, as if countless divine shadows manifested behind Yunze, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura of power. Custom modification. The key of annihilation. The host creates an eternal grade divine artifact, possessing an unparalleled force that cannot be evaded, capable of slaying all, piercing through all things, and obliterating the very concept of causality. In his right palm materialized a spear, entirely silver-white, brimming with infinite destructive power, as though it could effortlessly shatter the myriad realms and crush the ancient heavens. Yuan Huang, you have slaughtered the citizens of my Yunze city. This city lord shall today exact vengeance upon you. The preordained lines escaped Yunze's lips once more, a hint of malevolence finally emerging on his otherwise vacant visage. Die, wretched ones. With that declaration, he swung his wrist violently, accompanied by a piercing shriek. The spear tore through the void, leaving a brilliant silver trail as it hurtled towards Chu Han. Clang! With a thrust, the so-called key of annihilation erupted with a ferocious fury. In that instant, it seemed to awaken, as if it had come to life, capable of obliterating worlds, sweeping away all in its path, and shattering every obstacle before it. Boom! In a heartbeat, the spear, bearing an overwhelming force, collided violently with Chu Han's chest. Due to the power of the customized directive, Chu Han could not evade, nor could he defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as the silver spear pierced through. Yet, even so, his expression remained unchanged. Only the depths of his eyes glimmered with an indescribable strangeness. I beg of you, esteemed observers. In the next moment, boom! An immense and terrifying force erupted, completely annihilating all that was targeted. With a sickening sound, Chu Han's body was instantly torn asunder, exploding into ashes. His soul was likewise shredded into countless fragments, utterly obliterated. In an instant, the identity of Yuan Huang seemed to be thoroughly erased, even in the true heavens. No one would ever know the name of Chu Han or Yuan Huang. This was a true obliteration of everything, be it body, soul, or causality. All vanished without a trace. A chilling gust swept through, and Yunze's power began to recede slightly as clarity returned to his gaze. He stared at his hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness and confusion at the scene before him. What had just transpired? Am I, perhaps, merely dreaming? Yunze's brow furrowed tightly, lost in contemplation, sensing an unusual peculiarity within himself. System? He attempted to inquire of the system, but it remained utterly silent, offering no response. Very well. Regardless, Yuan Huang has fallen. This great enemy of the realms has been eliminated, and the remaining foes are but trifles. After a long moment, he slowly shook his head, resolving to cast aside his chaotic thoughts and prepare to leave this eerily silent world. However, at that moment, a faint buzzing sound unexpectedly emanated from the depths of the void, creating ripples that gradually converged toward a specific point in the emptiness. What is this? Yunze turned his gaze toward the source of the buzzing, yet he could not fully perceive it. Even the might of countless eternal forces seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a drop in the ocean. Have you finally awakened? In an instant, within Yunze's mildly astonished eyes, the figure of Chu Han reappeared before him. Ding! Detection complete. Command, rewrite. In an instant, before the system could seize Yunze's will, Chu Han directly employed the power of the hack directive to erase the system's intent. Warning, external power incursion detected. Please, host. Relinquish control of your body to the system immediately, or else. Sizzle. Yunze felt as though his head had exploded. His entire brain and soul throbbed with excruciating pain, as if being torn into countless pieces, compelling him to scream in agony. The suffering was incomprehensibly more intense than death itself, penetrating deep into his soul, utterly unimaginable. Meanwhile, Chu Han merely stood by, observing impassively, offering no sound. He had now assisted Yunze in breaking the system's control, allowing him to reclaim his sovereign will. However, should he fail to endure the system's final backlash, he too would vanish without a trace. Of course, if Yunze could withstand it, he would finally uncover the profound secrets, perhaps even return to the true realm. Chapter 95, The True Secrets. The screams persisted for nearly a month. During this time, Chu Han remained motionless, his eyes unwavering, maintaining his prior stance. Bang! At long last, the excruciating pain dissipated, and Yunze slumped down, his body trembling weakly. At that moment, main character Yunze Restriction Protocol. 1. Prohibit any thoughts related to the origins of the system. 2. Prohibit perceiving any gazes beyond the barrier. 3. Should the above restrictions be forcibly violated, the system may forcibly seize control and dominate the main character's will. Endless digits of 0 and 1 coalesced into characters, manifesting within his consciousness. What is this? Am I, Yunze, merely a puppet from the beginning? As these thoughts surged through his mind, an overwhelming rage welled up within him. What fourth origin, eternal sovereign? From the very start, he had been a pathetic marionette, entirely bound by the system. Now, we can have a proper discussion, can't we? Chu Han shook his head, slowly sitting atop a nearby boulder, addressing Yunze. Yuan Huang. No, Chu Han, who exactly are you? Or rather, what exactly are you? Hearing this, Yunze struggled to rise, his eyes glimmering with endless questions, yearning to comprehend the origins of the system and Chu Han. However, Chu Han raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and gestured towards a tranquil expanse of starry sky. Do you feel those gazes upon us? Yunze's pupils instinctively constricted. What is this? A feeling of dread and disbelief swiftly spread across his face. At that moment, he could clearly sense several prying eyes scrutinizing him, their source untraceable, yet ever-present, observing his every move, even his innermost thoughts laid bare before them. This was utterly unfathomable. Exceeding all reason, a chill ran down Yunze's spine. For reasons unknown, he recalled the youth named by Yuan, who existed within a controlled box-like world, crafted by the pen of a higher being. His current predicament bore an uncanny resemblance. Perhaps he, Yunze, was merely a protagonist within a book, and everything was a mere illusion. My name is Chu Han. Like you, I once existed as a protagonist. Before the origin, I obliterated all and uncovered the truth, truly stepping into that singular true realm. At this moment, Chu Han slowly began to speak, his gaze seemingly flickering with countless memories, while his indifferent words erupted like thunder in Yunze's ears. The origins, the destruction of all, the quest for truth. Yunze contemplated the significance of these three concepts. Even he was unaware of anything that existed before the origins. The true realm, so wondrous. Yet, having merely glimpsed a fragment of it, he was expelled and sealed at the depths of the abyss. Chu Han's eyes turned cold, harboring a chilling intent, and he slowly continued. Nevertheless, I have seen the figure that created me and inscribed my destiny. That is an existence referred to as the author, merely a mortal, yet possessing the means to create beings like us, to effortlessly distort the world and compose destinies. Even my words and thoughts at this moment are entirely scripted by him. As he reached the conclusion, Chu Han abruptly stood, gazing up at the vast heavens. He uttered no sound, no words, merely fixating his gaze upon the depths of the pitch-black void. The author? Each word from Chu Han resonated like thunder, striking at Yunze's spirit, leaving him increasingly incredulous. Is this the truth of the world? And the author, the force behind everything? Unbelievable. All of this is so fantastical, completely overturning everything he had come to know. Do you wish to truly grasp your own destiny? Do you desire genuine freedom? Suddenly, Chu Han leaned down, almost face to face with Yunze, his tone almost beguiling as he spoke softly. Freedom? Yunze took a step back, looking at Chu Han before him, confusion flickering in his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If I am not mistaken, you are the protagonist from another book, and the so-called author is the same person? Chu Han smiled, nodded, and did not deny it. What must one do to truly control their own destiny? In the next moment, receiving the former's accurate response, Yunze's eyes trembled slightly as he fixedly regarded Chu Han, continuing to inquire. It is quite simple, you just need to. Upon hearing this, a slight smile curved Chu Han's lips as his right hand rested on Yunze's shoulder. Kill the author who resides in the true realm. Chapter 96. Is it real or illusory? What? Yunzei's pupils suddenly contracted, and for some reason, upon hearing Chu Han's words, a profound sense of crisis welled up within him. The true realm, for now, I shall call it reality. However, Chu Han seemed utterly oblivious, continuing his narrative in a slow and drawn-out manner. The powers of our virtual worlds can hardly influence what is deemed reality. Yet, if we were to combine your system and mine, which represent the highest authority of this realm, boom, Chu Han gestured, and two illusory spheres of blue and red appeared before him, spinning and accelerating. Eventually, they collided with a resounding explosion. At the center of the conjoined forces, a twisted and bizarre singularity emerged. Yunzei, if you wish to seize true destiny and pen a myth that belongs to you, then follow my method, venture into reality, and eliminate that cowardly little man hiding behind the scenes. Chu Han's expression grew somewhat ferocious, his eyes brimming with madness. Ever since he uncovered the world's secrets, a potent sense of discontent surged within him, a yearning to change everything. He craved true freedom. Get away. Yet in an instant, Chu Han seemed to hear something. Roaring towards the void, his gaze crimson. What do you understand? What are you to make decisions for me? Get away. Away. What I desire is true freedom. What use is it to live under such manipulation of emotions, thoughts, actions, and even memories, devoid of dignity? Chu Han forcibly calmed himself, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. He turned to Yunzei, his expression solemn yet hopeful as he spoke once more. This is the only path. There are no other choices. And you are the protagonist of this book. Only you can traverse into reality. Let us transform this illusory world into reality, forging a true world together. His eyes shone with fervor, his tone charged with inspiration. The true world. Upon hearing this, Yunzei fell into a brief stupor. The figures of Xiaoyu, Yun Tian-nan, Shi He, and the citizens of Yunzei City emerged vividly in his mind. Everything was so real, so clear. All was within reach. Yet, everything was a destiny scripted by others, a false destiny. Boom. Yunzei's gaze flickered as the aura surrounding him resonated with thunderous chaos, stirring up tumultuous winds. He slowly closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, and after a while, opened them again, speaking slowly. Chu Han, what must we do to ignite our systems and create that singularity leading to reality? Hee, that's quite simple. Witnessing Yunzei's final decision, Chu Han offered a detached smile, the dark red in his eyes reflecting a realm of blood. Attack me with all your might, wielding the highest authority of this world, and I shall continuously override it. The collision of two entirely distinct supreme powers is sufficient to shatter all rules and tear apart that barrier. He smiled, and endless magical patterns manifested on his body, the surrounding chaos transforming into a digital light screen spanning billions of light years. Command, creation. Chu Han soared through the air, whispering as he created nearly infinite replicated heavens as barriers to prevent the collision's power from impacting the myriad realms. Let us begin. After a moment, Chu Han whispered once more, his hands forming seals as he continuously harnessed the authority of the world, commanding boundless power. Good. As if speaking to himself, Yunzei slowly raised his head, gazing at the digital light screen cloaking the sky, taking a deep breath as the hesitation in his eyes dissipated. Boom. The aura surrounding him erupted like a volcano, surging skyward. Now, Yunzei had truly attained the highest authority of this realm, even surpassing Chu Han's control, becoming a true master of the heavens. Boom. Millions of layers of heavens disintegrated instantly, Yunzei's power escalating exponentially. 100-fold eternal power, 1,000-fold eternal power, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, a millionfold, a billionfold. The near unlimited growth threatened to shatter the entire world before this overwhelming force. Good. Continue. Chu Han's body felt as though it might burst apart under the pressure, yet his expression grew increasingly ecstatic and frenzied, his voice ringing out. The most daunting threshold was on the verge of being crossed. Come on. Boom. Chu Han summoned the final source of the system, directly rewriting that annihilating supreme power, causing it to erupt completely. Boom. Before this cataclysmic spectacle, sound lost all significance, and no words could convey its terrifying vastness and grandeur. Yet, Yunzei remained untouched, without any harm. This light, endless light. The blinding white radiance compelled him to shield his eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, everything around him shifted in an instant, ultimately leading him into a somewhat dim room. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the keyboard being struck resonated within the confines of the narrow room, akin to raindrops falling incessantly. Yunzei stood at the back, momentarily lost in thought, scanning his surroundings before finally focusing on the source of the rhythmic keystrokes ahead. The individual before him appeared to be merely an ordinary person, easily extinguishable like a fleeting spark. Yet Yunze was acutely aware that this individual was none other than the so-called author, the mastermind orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Have we succeeded? He pondered silently, but when he raised his gaze once more, he was gripped by a chilling realization. The observer's gaze still lingered. Was it possible that this place was not the true reality? And what, precisely, was the author before him? Yunze's eyes fell upon the computer screen, where the narrative vividly depicted the moment he and Chu Han shattered the barriers, even including this very sentence, along with everything that was to unfold thereafter. Finally, it was completed. The author, seemingly oblivious to Yunze's presence, set down the manuscript and casually picked up his phone to browse through it. Even within this fabricated reality, this author possessed the power to weave everything into existence. Yunze's eyes flickered with urgency, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Strange. In this dimly lit chamber, he sensed an overwhelming aura of the bizarre, as if the true author was mocking him and Chu Han, deriding the impotence of mere virtual characters. Yet, Yunze coldly raised his right hand, within which surged boundless power to overwrite and alter. Whether reality or illusion, this was his singular opportunity. He slowly extended his hand towards the author's head. At that moment, the latter seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around. Modification. In the blink of an eye, the author's expression shifted from initial terror and astonishment to utter confusion, his gaze becoming unfocused, akin to a marionette. Under Yunze's manipulation, he quickly turned back around, his face devoid of emotion as he deleted copious amounts of text. Finally, at the very bottom, he inscribed the words, "The End."